In the first year, he vanquished Chilo, imprisoned Voldemort, and seized the Philosopher's Stone. In the second year, he subdued Voldemort and caused chaos. To the professors, Brook appeared as handsome, courteous, and studious. Yet in reality, Brook wielded flames in his left hand and a Gatling gun in his right. Come, Dumbledore, it is time to settle the score. A decisive confrontation, determining life and death. Chapter 1. The Door Fruit, yet he finds himself in Hogwarts. In July 1991, London, at the stroke of midnight. In a secluded alley, a diminutive figure draped in a black cloak and adorned with a bull-skull mask stood silently. His striking azure eyes fixated intently on the distant Lloyd's Bank. It was Brook, merely 11 years of age. He raised his hand, and a softly glowing door materialized out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the luminous portal. In an instant, he found himself within the bank's vault, illuminated as brightly as day. Towering rows of safes reached the ceiling. The metallic table at the center of the vault was laden with gold bars, their dazzling radiance causing a momentary daze. However, the moment he appeared, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the chamber. Brook understood that his time was limited. His hands swiftly moved through the air. A portal, a foot in height, gradually glided over the metallic table, causing the gold bars to vanish as if devoured. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Simultaneously, the instant the alarm blared, armed security guards charged toward the vault. A portly bank manager, panting heavily, trailed behind, his flabby face quivering from exertion. "Quick, open the vault door," he bellowed, his voice strained. The commotion at the vault door caught Brook's attention. With a flick of his hand, the portal transporting the gold bars vanished in an instant. He casually opened several more portals on the nearby safes, hastily grabbing handfuls of jewels and cash the stuff into a pre-prepared bag. "Don't move." The guards stormed into the vault, their weapons drawn, aiming at Brook. A slight smirk played on Brook's lips. He waved at the guards, subtly retreating backward as he fell into the portal behind him. The guards instinctively pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted in the hall, bullets whizzing towards the spot where Brook had vanished, striking only the safes. Having escaped the vault, Brook did not allow himself to relax. Following a previously marked route, he continuously opened portals. Panting heavily, he hastily stuffed prepared food into his mouth. Utilizing the powers of the Door Fruit was immensely taxing on his stamina. Food was his only means of rapid recovery. Brook gazed at the pile of gold bars in his pocket dimension, his heart swelling with delight. After this heist, he would leave England and flee to America. With such wealth at his disposal, he could effortlessly indulge in a life of extravagance. As for why he chose not to remain in the United Kingdom, both the pound and the gold bricks bore serial numbers. Once utilized in significant quantities, they would undoubtedly leave traces. He would certainly not underestimate the presence of law enforcement. Thus, fleeing to the United States presented itself as the simplest solution, where no one would concern themselves with the origins of such riches as long as they could profit from them. That it was, quite simply, the perfect haven for disposing of stolen goods. As he pondered this, a scene from a year prior surfaced in his mind, reminiscent of many narrative tropes. He was, in fact, a time traveler, albeit with a distinct difference. He was not struck by a fateful truck from a mystical realm. Instead, he had foolishly tossed a firecracker into a manhole, only to be fatally struck by the protesting manhole cover. It was an undeniably embarrassing thought. Fortunately, the body he inhabited was of a quintessential protagonist archetype, orphaned, strikingly handsome, rivaling the most esteemed readers, with a substantial inheritance, and no troublesome relatives vying for his fortune. Ironically, this too was a tale tinged with sorrow. It was not that he lacked relatives, on the contrary, he had many. However, these relatives were wealthier than his own family and looked down upon his modest inheritance. Since he had been bestowed with the protagonist template, a system was, of course, inevitable: the Great Wheel of Fortune system. By completing tasks assigned by the system, he could earn opportunities for a lottery draw. The design of this wheel was rather rudimentary, akin to that found on a popular discount platform. The wheel was divided into 4 segments: grand prize, first prize, second prize, and thank you for your patronage. The only notable difference was that his wheel truly awarded prizes, while the other did not. The list of tasks was extensive, comprising over 100 items, along with numerous series tasks. Through the tasks issued by the system, Brook discovered that he had inexplicably been transported to the world of Harry Potter. His familiarity with Harry Potter was limited to the films, and the intricate details had largely escaped him. Initially, he intended to follow the conventional path of a time traveler, entering Hogwarts at 11 to complete tasks, intrigued by what the system might offer. However, fate had its own peculiar designs. His neighbor turned out to be Hermione Granger, leading him to inadvertently complete the task titled Contact with one of the Triad, thus granting him a chance to draw. The task then updated to contact with the entire triad. In his previous life, he had never managed to win even $5 in a lottery. Yet this time, fortune smiled upon him, and he drew the grand prize, the door fruit. In one piece, Brook's utilization of the door fruit had indeed seemed somewhat lackluster, treating it merely as a mode of transportation. Yet, Brook understood that the fruit's potential extended far beyond that. This was a conceptual fruit, after all. A galaxy is also a river. Thus, the door of space and the door of time could also be considered doors. What, then, of the door of life, the door of power, and the door of the mind? As long as he dares to dream, every concept can be adorned with the characterman door. The potential for expansion is virtually limitless. There is no need to learn any trivial magical incantations, but of course, these aspirations remain mere thoughts for the time being. Whether they can be realized is a matter of fate. After a year of rigorous training and development, Brook has finally begun to grasp several remarkable abilities, creating doors, the ability to manifest a door upon any surface. Spatial door, the capacity to construct a spatial conduit, allowing instantaneous relocation from one place to another. Concealed space, the creation of two invisible doors, with the space between them forming an independent realm. Moving door, an extension of both the door and spatial door abilities, where any object traversing through the door is ushered into the independent space. Spatial marking, the capability to leave a mark on any location or creature. As the saying goes, a gentleman values wealth obtained through righteous means. Particularly, acquiring the funds of the British brings him immense joy. Those are merely the interests of the Empress Dowager, which he rightfully deserves. Henceforth, all banks across the globe shall be at his beck and call. Hogwarts? School? Not even a dog would attend. A flight to the United States departs tomorrow night. Las Vegas, Hawaii, and even that mysterious island await exploration once he reaches adulthood. As for those system tasks, who among the respectable would engage in such trivial pursuits? Chapter 2. Dumbledore's Machinations. The following morning, a series of urgent knocks on the door startled Brook from his slumber. He rubbed his bleary eyes. The events of the previous night had left him utterly exhausted, and all he desired was a few more moments of rest. Who could it be? Can't anyone allow a person to sleep peacefully? He scratched his backside and casually wrapped the blanket around his waist, revealing feet fairer than any maiden's. He sluggishly ambled towards the door. Upon opening it, he was met by an elderly gentleman adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles and a grayish-white robe. The half-meter-long white beard, tied with a pink bow, was quite striking. The old man smiled at Brook, who was still yawning. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lot." Brook's heart raced, his pupils dilating as memories surged forth in his mind. "Dumbledore, you know me?" A glint of intrigue flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "How delightfully interesting. Will you not invite me in for a chat?" Brook remained motionless, gazing at Dumbledore with confusion. Surely, he hadn't done anything to provoke this esteemed figure. Suddenly, his body involuntarily stepped back, yielding the threshold. Dumbledore gracefully entered the room. Brook furrowed his brow. This visitor did not seem benign. "Headmaster Dumbledore, please take a seat. It appears I have interrupted your rest, Mr. Lot." Dumbledore cheerfully selected a piece of candy from the coffee table and popped it into his mouth, utterly at ease. "Might I inquire what brings you here?" Brook casually pushed a plate brimming with sweets towards Dumbledore. He had no fondness for sugary treats. The candies were meant for Hermione. Her parents, both dentists, forbade her from indulging in sweets, leading her to frequently sneak over to Brook's home for a taste. "Mr. Lot, do you require a change of attire?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Brook was about to rise to change when Dumbledore elegantly flicked his wand. With a graceful motion, the clothes that had been tossed on the bed instantly adorned Brook's form. His eyes narrowed slightly. As a wielder of the door fruit, he distinctly sensed the spatial distortion at play. It appeared to be a gesture of assistance. Yet it was also a subtle display of power. "Thank you, but what is it you wish to discuss?" "I have come to deliver your acceptance letter to Hogwarts." As Dumbledore spoke, an envelope flew towards Brook. "You may peruse it at your leisure." He unwrapped another piece of candy and swiftly consumed it. Brook flipped the envelope over, revealing a wax seal emblazoned with a capital letter. Surrounding it were the images of a lion, serpent, eagle, and badger. He extracted the letter and scanned it quickly. It contained an acceptance notice along with a list of required books and supplies. "Headmaster, I do not wish to study magic, so I must regrettably decline." "Little mischief gummies?" "Ah, what a nostalgic flavor." Dumbledore squinted, savoring the sweetness of the candy. "I'm glad you enjoy it. Might you share some with me?" "Of course. I cannot accept your gift without reciprocation, so how about I share a story in exchange?" Brook gestured invitingly. Last night, an intriguing robbery occurred at Lloyd's Bank. A young man clad in a black cloak employed a most peculiar form of spatial magic to abscond with a considerable amount of gold bars, jewels, and pounds. A sudden weight settled in Brook's heart. He had been discovered. How could such affairs of the Muggle world attract Dumbledore's attention? Dumbledore paused, his gaze seemingly drifting over Brook with casual scrutiny. "The figure resembled you closely. Brooke maintained an air of calm. Do you concern yourself with Muggle affairs as well? You not only know me, but you are also familiar with Muggles. Dumbledore's azure eyes bore into Brooke with an oppressive intensity. Brooke's expression shifted slightly. Just as he contemplated fabricating an excuse, Dumbledore continued unabated. Ah, you have a distant relative who is a wizard. Perhaps you gleaned this knowledge from them. Is that so? Brooke cleared his throat twice, affirming, indeed. It just so happens that the bank has shares owned by a pureblood family. The Ministry of Magic is already investigating. But the spatial magic employed was so sophisticated that I could find no trace of it, not even myself. Brooke discreetly leaned back, his hand stealthily retreating behind his back, poised to activate a portal should the need arise. If no leads were uncovered, why would this old man come directly to him? Though his memory of the Harry Potter narrative was somewhat hazy, he understood that delivering messages was typically the task of a certain rotund Scottish hen. When had it come to Dumbledore personally intervening? However, whether intentionally or not, Dumbledore picked up his wand, idly twirling it in his hand. The repercussions of violating the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy are quite severe. Have you heard of Azkaban? It is filled with dementors, who drain the happiness from prisoners daily. It is truly terrifying. Upon concluding his statement, Dumbledore donned a facade of feigned fright. Brooke found himself momentarily disoriented. The old man's visage increasingly resembled that of a yellow monkey, threatening him with tales of Azkaban. Was Brooke truly so easily intimidated? I am honored to receive an invitation from Hogwarts. I shall dedicate myself to the study of magic. Today, I take pride in Hogwarts, and in the future, Hogwarts shall take pride in me. Brooke's reluctance was not born of cowardice, but rather a realization that his speed in opening a portal might not surpass Dumbledore's magical prowess. Should he attend, he would spend 7 years at school. Should he decline, he would be off to Azkaban. It was evident what choice one should make. Furthermore, once the old man departed, Brooke intended to make his escape. He found it hard to believe that Dumbledore could pursue him across the globe. Dumbledore's azure eyes grew even more profound. Do you not already know my decision? Dumbledore's tone turned grave. Brooke felt as though his brain might ignite. Surely, this was not a form of magic in itself. Must he go? How could he possibly escape? Dumbledore's lips curled into a smile that was difficult to suppress. The more intelligent a person is, the more they ponder. It was merely a matter of avoiding inconvenience. Although he is capable of resolving the matter, it is undeniably cumbersome. If this situation could serve to impose a certain constraint upon Brooke, it would be a fortuitous dual benefit. As for the bank robbery, had it not been for his intrigue regarding the elusive spatial magic, which even he could not unravel, he would have never been persuaded by a mere pure-blood family. Chapter 3. Hermione Granger. Brooke initially intended to craft a message indicating he had read it, but upon reflection, he decided it would be prudent to refrain from provoking Dumbledore. Opting instead to write his consent, Dumbledore scrutinized it carefully before requesting Brooke to affix his signature. Only then did he neatly fold the parchment, solemnly tucking it into his pocket. Witnessing this gesture, Brooke resigned himself to his fate. So be it, school it shall be. After all, he could also earn some task rewards along the way. Dumbledore spoke gently. Let us say that this old man has come especially for you. The fade was somewhat transparent, yet what could Brooke say? He could only nod in acquiescence. With a cheerful demeanor, Dumbledore gathered all the candies from the coffee table into his pockets, leaving none for Brooke. He then strode towards the door with a light step, his red high heels particularly striking under the sunlight. As they reached the threshold, they observed a delightful little girl releasing an owl into the air, the creature clutching a letter in its beak. The girl waved goodbye to the owl with evident joy. Goodbye, safe travels. Brooke and Dumbledore watched in silence. Ah, good morning. Brooke, Grandpa, she exclaimed, a hint of fluster evident as she rubbed her small hands together, her cheeks flushing with color. Dumbledore looked at the little girl with a warm smile. Brooke, fully aware of Hermione's antics, decided to tease her. Hermione, what were you up to just now? Hermione's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she stammered. My owl flew home, looking quite famished, so I fed it before sending it off. She was not attempting to keep it a secret. The world of wizards and magic schools was simply too fantastical, and she wished to avoid being regarded as a lunatic. It seems Miss Granger possesses a kind heart, Dumbledore praised, his eyes brimming with kindness. Do you know me, sir? Hermione queried, a note of confusion in her voice. I came across your name on the admission list. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore, having heard Brooke refer to her as Hermione and sensing her magical essence, naturally deduced her identity. Hermione's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Ah, you are the headmaster of Hogwarts? Indeed. Is everything mentioned in that letter true? Does such a school truly exist? Certainly. Do I appear to be a madman? Dumbledore quipped, winking humorously. Of course not. I merely find it somewhat unbelievable, Hermione hastily replied, her face alight with excitement. Are your parents at home? I would like to explain everything to you all. Yes, yes. Hermione nodded vigorously. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Brooke. Brooke, it appears we need to delay for a while. Would you like to join us? Brooke shrugged indifferently. Hermione looked at Brooke with surprise. Having faced ostracism at school, she possessed few friends, and Brooke was the only one willing to converse with her. Given that Brooke was acquainted with Dumbledore, he must surely be a wizard. The trio made their way to the Granger household. Hermione naturally gravitated towards Brooke's side. "Brooke, are you also going to attend Hogwarts?" Brooke nodded with a hint of reluctance. "That's wonderful," Hermione exclaimed with delight. "So, the school truly exists? Wizards really do inhabit this world? How extraordinary." Brooke smirked slightly. Were it not for the existence of the system, even upon receiving the letter from Hogwarts, he would not have considered becoming a wizard. As a transmigrator, he had countless lucrative avenues available to him. Wouldn't it be far more appealing to live as a wealthy, indulgent tycoon? With your intellect, you could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of societal elite, perhaps even penetrate the political sphere and become a prime minister. What is the allure of being a wizard? It is magic. Magic indeed. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following Dumbledore's display of prowess, which culminated in transforming a teacup into a flying phoenix, the Granger couple swiftly accepted this reality, wholeheartedly agreeing to let Hermione pursue the study of magic. Their duo had transformed into a trio, and Hermione would accompany them to Diagon Alley to procure her school supplies. "Headmaster, allow me to assist you." Hermione's cheeks flushed with eagerness to help. "I believe I am on the verge of comprehending how this machine operates." Dumbledore, with money in hand, continued to fumble at the ticket machine, demonstrating unwavering determination despite his lack of success. Brooke had already distanced himself from Dumbledore, his expression mirroring the bewilderment of a subway rider grappling with the elderly and a mobile device. After another 5 minutes of waiting, Hermione finally erupted. Enough. She decisively purchased 3 subway tickets from a nearby machine, forcefully thrusting one into Dumbledore's hands. To her surprise, Dumbledore did not resist, but cheerfully accepted it. In truth, he had already found the correct slot and inserted the money, yet the subway's winding routes remained a perplexing challenge for him. Upon exiting the subway, they walked for over 30 minutes before arriving at their destination, the Leaky Cauldron, a squalid, cramped tavern nestled between 2 opulent establishments, appearing somewhat out of place. Dumbledore led the way, pushing open the bar's door. A wave of musty and alcoholic odors assailed Brooke's senses, causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. The tavern's furnishings were quite dilapidated, coated in layers of grime. Meanwhile, Hermione curiously surveyed the array of oddly dressed wizards. Upon spotting Dumbledore, they all rose to pay their respects. "Albus, it has been quite some time since you brought a new student here," exclaimed a man resembling a hotel proprietor, his hairline precariously thinning. "Tom, this year's intake is somewhat larger. Minerva and the others are overwhelmed, so I've had to step in with my old bones." The influx of newcomers is indeed a splendid occurrence. If only Hannah were here, she would undoubtedly wish to meet the greatest wizard of this century. The school presents numerous opportunities. Dumbledore exchanged a few pleasantries with Tom before guiding Brooke and Hermione through the bar. They arrived at a small courtyard enclosed by walls. In the corner stood a seemingly inconspicuous garbage bin. Dumbledore withdrew his wand and explained, "This wall serves as the entrance to Diagon Alley. Upon your next visit, simply count 3 bricks above the garbage bin, then 2 bricks to the right, and tap gently 3 times with your wand." As his wand touched the specified brick, the wall began to tremble, its middle section writhing violently. A small opening gradually widened, and moments later, an archway appeared, leading to a winding cobblestone street. "Wow," Hermione exclaimed, her mouth agape in wonder. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Brooke. "Truly remarkable," Brooke replied nonchalantly. Yet, Dumbledore appeared quite pleased with Brooke's casual response, offering a gentle smile. He stepped into Diagon Alley first, with Hermione closely following. However, Brooke glanced back at the garbage bin. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he swiftly repositioned the bin and hurried after the others. "Congratulations, host, on moving the garbage bin to enter Diagon Alley. You are rewarded with a lottery chance." "Congratulations, host, on your first arrival at Diagon Alley. You are rewarded with a lottery chance." Brooke felt a surge of delight upon hearing the system's notifications. When he learned he would accompany Dumbledore to Diagon Alley, he had meticulously reviewed all related tasks issued by the system. Tasks that were not troublesome were indeed worth completing. Just as the wall returned to its original state, a wizard approached wishing to enter. Following the usual procedure, he knocked on the bricks several times but received no response. Consequently, he summoned Old Tom and other wizards present in the bar. They gathered around the wall, laboring for quite some time, yet remained perplexed. Just as they were preparing to contact the Ministry of Magic, Snape stormed in with urgency. The crowd hastily parted, one individual discreetly lowering their hood. Snape paid them no heed, striding directly to the wall, and lightly tapped it 3 times with his wand, causing the archway to reappear. He entered, leaving the group bewildered in his wake. Chapter 4, Gringotts. Dumbledore walked ahead, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After all, Brooke was merely a child. In his eyes, robbing a bank was not an unforgivable transgression. As long as there was no active aggression or harm towards others, it could hardly be deemed a grave offense. Forgiveness was indeed an option. Naturally, this leniency was contingent upon Brook passing his tests. Should he fail, Dumbledore would not hesitate to allow Brook to spend his days in Azkaban. After all, with the return of the second Dark Lord imminent, the emergence of a third would certainly disrupt his pursuit of tranquility on the path ahead. As for why he did not demand the return of the stolen items, the rationale was straightforward. If they were returned, he would have to hand Brook over to the Ministry, assuming responsibility for his retrieval, which would prove exceedingly troublesome. As the chief sorcerer of Wizenigamo, he wished to avoid being ensnared in such ceaseless squabbles. Coincidentally, today marked the arrival of the Hogwarts acceptance letters, providing him an opportunity to engage with Brook. It soon became evident that Brook was a clever and mischievous little rascal. Notably, this young lad often unwittingly positioned himself in a way that shielded Hermione, subtly protecting her. Ah, the beauty of love. Diagon Alley appeared unusually desolate. With scarcely a soul in sight, Dumbledore led them to the bank of the Wizarding World, Gringotts, which was guarded by goblins. Gazing at the towering white structure before them, Dumbledore remarked upon the sighing door forged by goblins, which was said to echo the wails of all the thieves who had perished upon touching it. Would you care to test it? Brook rolled his eyes. Dumbledore continued. All the vaults lie hundreds of meters below ground, secured by magic that confines space, rendering any attempts at spatial theft utterly futile. Brook retorted, Old Dumble, enough already. Who are you implying? They then entered the bank, where goblin sentinels bowed to Dumbledore. As for Brook and Hermione, they held their noses high, exuding an air of pride. The goblins were quite the sight, resembling characters from a fairy tale. Hermione whispered to Brook. Brook responded, This little girl has a rather unique taste in aesthetics. They arrived in a spacious hall adorned with marble, where over 100 goblins were stationed behind long counters, some weighing coins while others examined gemstones. Dumbledore sought out a particularly ancient goblin, whose wrinkles could trap a fly. Grub, assist the new students in exchanging some galleons. Upon recognizing Dumbledore, Grub hastily set aside his magnifying glass, his face blooming with a smile. Do present your money. Dumbledore had previously informed them at Granger's residence that every young wizard from a Muggle family could exchange up to 100 galleons before each school year. With an exchange rate of 51, Brook and Hermione had each prepared 500. May I inquire if Gringotts offers currency exchange for galleons? Brook suddenly asked. Gringotts does not provide such a service, came the response. Brook shrugged. Realizing that attempting to emulate a certain mogul by leveraging the dissolution of the Great Bear and mortgaging Hogwarts to exploit Gringotts' financial system was a futile endeavor. Grub was swift in his actions. He took the pounds without counting them and set them aside. He then retrieved 2 small bags that had been prepared in advance, handing one to Brook and the other to Hermione. Curiously, Hermione opened her bag to discover a collection of golden metal coins. Are these truly made of gold? She asked. Of course they are genuine gold. Goblins would never deal in fakes when crafting galleons. Grub exclaimed indignantly, as if affronted, startling Hermione in the process. She cowered behind Brook like a startled little rabbit. I'm sorry, Brook narrowed his eyes and stepped forward to completely shield Hermione. Although the girl could be quite bothersome at times, she also brought him much joy. He could tease her, but others could not. Rab. Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet instantly calmed Rab. There was a hint of trepidation in his gaze as he looked at Dumbledore. I was overly agitated. He bowed deeply to Hermione. It's all right. Hermione appeared even more flustered. He intended to touch Rab to plant a spatial marker. Then, when no one was watching, to stealthily strike him. Since the other party had apologized, it could not simply be overlooked. However, there would be ample time later. He weighed the small bag in his hand, estimating it to be at least 300 grams. If the coins were indeed made of pure gold as the goblins claimed, then according to current market rates, 1 ounce of gold is approximately 220. 500 could buy about 70 grams of gold. Yet here, 500 could be exchanged for 100 galleons, equating to 300 grams of gold. The profit margin was as high as 4-fold. Is there such a business model? Wizards do not utilize Muggle currency. Although you can exchange it for pounds, it is not an actual exchange, but rather a subsidy from Hogwarts to young wizards of Muggle descent. This sum is entirely covered by Hogwarts. Brook discreetly glanced at Dumbledore. He hadn't posed this question, yet Dumbledore provided an explanation nonetheless. Was it mere coincidence, or? Brook dared not look Dumbledore in the eye again. The depth of Dumbledore's azure gaze seemed even more profound. This little fellow was astute. Far from the typical 11-year-old. His earlier words were deliberately directed at Brook, both to observe his reaction and to offer a warning. In the wizarding world, many wizards delight in prying into the thoughts of others. Brook's thoughts were too unguarded. If he was not careful, he could invite unnecessary trouble. Oh, by the way, Dumbledore casually inquired, if you have gold, you can also exchange it for galleons. Do you wish to exchange? He looked at Brook with eager anticipation. Brook, lost in contemplation about whether Dumbledore possessed mind-reading abilities, ignored the teasing. Hermione had little reaction either. since Hogwarts had set the limit at 100 galleons. It was evidently sufficient for the young wizard's needs. Now that you have exchanged your money, let us begin our delightful shopping experience, Dumbledore declared, striding forward. Hermione hurried to catch up, but noticed Brook still standing rooted in place. The headmaster has already left. We must hasten to follow, she urged. Dumbledore led them toward the next shop, regaling them with tales of Hogwarts and elaborating on the unique attributes of the four houses. You two shall likely not enter Slytherin House, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. That house has stringent lineage requirements, which you both do not meet. Lineage? Hermione inquired curiously. On what basis does Hogwarts sort its students? Ah, well, we have arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Dumbledore deftly shifted the topic. Both Brook and Hermione procured 3 plain black robes. Brook squinted at Dumbledore, asking, is this the only clothing shop in Diagon Alley? There are 2 others, along with a store that specializes in second-hand garments. Do these robes not meet your preferences? Dumbledore replied, perplexed. Do they solely sell robes and formal wear? Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. A hint of confusion crossing his features. Is there an issue? Brook fixed his gaze on Dumbledore's cerulean eyes, remaining silent. However, his mind was racing with thoughts. What about undergarments? Do wizards simply go without? Dumbledore's expression slightly faltered but quickly regained composure. It was true that the clothing stores did not provide undergarments. Such intimate attire was typically crafted by the wizards themselves. For young witches and wizards of Muggle descent, they would procure these items from the Muggle world. He had never contemplated this matter before. The slight change in his demeanor stemmed from the fact that he, indeed, was not wearing any. This old Dumbledore possessed a semblance of mind-reading magic and had been prying into his thoughts. It seemed imperative to find a solution swiftly. Dumbledore also recognized Brook's probing and offered a resigned smile. Quite well. The topic, however, is rather uncomfortable. Chapter 5, Ollivander's Wand Shop. They proceeded to Flourish and Blots. Beyond the books listed on her purchase list, Hermione selected several volumes that piqued her interest. Yet, judging by her demeanor, had her finances not been so limited, she might have aspired to acquire a copy of every book in the store. Brook, on the other hand, purchased only the textbooks. Though he yearned to find a book that would safeguard against mental intrusion, Dumbledore's presence necessitated postponement until his next visit. Dumbledore himself acquired a tome thicker than his palm. Before Brook could discern the title, it was swiftly tucked into Dumbledore's pocket. It appeared that wizards possessed spatial enchantments as well. They then visited the cauldron shop and the apothecary, while the pet shop was temporarily excluded from their itinerary due to Hermione's dwindling funds. Brook harbored no interest in acquiring a pet, particularly one that could be purchased for a mere few galleons. He pondered whether the magical world had cat girls or mecha girls. Finally, they arrived at their last destination, Ollivander's Wand Shop. The sign out front proclaimed, established in 382 B.C. for fine wand making. Dumbledore introduced. This is the finest wand shop in England. The exterior was quite antiquated, while the interior was cramped, as if it might collapse under the weight of the towering stacks of wand boxes. Oh, Albus, you are quite the rare visitor. It has been 53 years since you last brought a new student. A figure suddenly emerged from behind the shelves, startling Hermione. Minerva and the others were preoccupied, leaving Ollivander to engage in conversation with the 2 elderly gentlemen, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. Brook shrugged, guiding the upright Hermione to the only chair in the shop, where they sat side by side, just enough room for both. As Brook nearly dozed off, he finally heard Ollivander speak. So, who shall go first? Ladies first. This is Hermione Granger. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Hermione, who promptly stood up and approached Ollivander. My dear, which hand do you favor? A tape measure flew from Ollivander's pocket, measuring from Hermione's shoulder to the tip of her fingers, moving up and down, left and right, even measuring her head circumference. Hermione stood perfectly still, not daring to move. Ollivander, however, paid no heed to the tape measure as he wandered among the shelves. Eventually, he retrieved a box from a corner shelf and handed it to Hermione. Vine wood, dragon heartstring, 10 3/4 inches, with a supple texture. Hermione held the wand box, somewhat bewildered. Go on, give it a try. Only then did Hermione react, carefully drawing out the wand. The moment she grasped it, a golden light flashed. Excellent, you must be a clever little witch. This wand is perfectly suited to you. As Ollivander's praise washed over her, a faint blush crept across Hermione's cheeks. It's your turn now, dear. Can I choose for myself? Brook interjected, halting the tape measure that was flying toward him. The tape measure appeared dejected, drooping its head and sagging uselessly onto the adjacent chair. This was not Brook's attempt to show off. It was primarily due to Ollivander's 3 system tasks. Choose a wand independently with system assistance. Refute Ollivander's notion that wands choose the wizard. Obtain more than one wand from Ollivander's shop. He was curious if he could complete them. Ollivander, unfazed, responded earnestly. Child, my judgment is quite discerning, and it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Brook seized the opportunity to challenge this assertion. The wand chooses the wizard? But what is the essence of a wand? Ollivander appeared somewhat perplexed. I believe the essence of a wand is that it is merely a tool, given meaning through the wizard's use. The compatibility between wand and wizard indeed influences the wizard's magical prowess. I do not dispute that. However, we are discussing a matter of primary and secondary relationships, are we not? Brook turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, if I wield a wand and you do not, could I defeat you? Dumbledore, initially intrigued by their debate, found himself unexpectedly drawn into it. I believe at this moment, you are not capable. Brook then looked back at Ollivander. Thus, the wand does not directly confer upon me the strength of a powerful wizard. That is because you have yet to learn magic, thus unable to harness the wand's potential. Ollivander casually remarked, indeed, magic necessitates a wizard's pursuit of knowledge. Thus, the essence lies within the wizard's own capabilities. Should we allow instruments to choose individuals, would that not be a reversal of priorities? Ollivander was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a notification echoed in Brook's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully countering Ollivander's assertion that wands choose wizards. You have earned a lottery draw. Since Brook wished to select for himself, let him have the opportunity. If he fails to find the most suitable wand, Ollivander, I may require your assistance. Dumbledore tactfully intervened, providing Ollivander with an escape. May I select several wands? Brook seized the chance to inquire. No, absolutely not, Ollivander promptly responded. Why not? The wand that resonates most with a wizard is singular. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Brook's mouth. It was not that he relished tormenting others. Rather, he blamed the system. The system queried. Surely there are numerous wizards worldwide who come to you for wands? That is hardly conceivable. So, does every wand-making craft in the world mirror yours? Ollivander proudly straightened his chest, declaring, my wand-making technique is unparalleled. Precisely. If they can discover their perfect wand in other shops, can they not also find it here? Is it not unique to them? You. Ollivander's eyes widened, feeling his long-held convictions begin to waver. He sat down, somewhat dazed, prompting the tape measure to hastily take flight. Brook had just conflated a concept. Regardless of how many places one might procure different wands, the one best suited to them is eternally singular. One wand is sufficient. Having more is unnecessary, Dumbledore reminded with a hint of resignation. Brook spread his hands. But I have too, do I not? What is your name? Ollivander inquired. Brook Lot. Your argument is indeed unassailable. Yet I maintain that the wand most befitting a wizard remains singular. Ollivander sighed in resignation and continued, you may purchase one wand from me, but I can additionally gift you another. What about Hermione? She quickly waved her hands. I shall not require another. One is ample. Brook shrugged and approached the shelves to begin his selection of wands. As for weapons, one can never have enough. Have you heard of the fear of insufficient firepower? As he delved deeper into the shelves, he realized just how expansive this seemingly small shop truly was. 2 rows of shelves, neatly lined with wand boxes, stretched endlessly before him. It was only after he ventured a few paces further that he thought to himself, your turn, system. Which 2 wands should I choose? This system had better not malfunction. How could he possibly select a wand? Were it not for the task indicating assistance in the selection process, he would never engage in such a task. Weapons are of utmost importance. What now? Waiting online. It's quite urgent. Chapter 6. 2 wands before him. 2 wand boxes suddenly emanated a gentle glow. Understanding its significance, he promptly retrieved them from the shelf. He noticed that one of the wand boxes was crafted from a material distinct from the others on the shelf, while the remaining boxes were mere ordinary paper. This one was an exquisite wooden case. Simultaneously, 2 clear notification sounds resonated in his mind, indicating the completion of the tasks. Select a wand independently and acquire more than 1 wand from Ollivander's wand shop. This granted him 2 chances at a draw. During this visit to Diagon Alley, he had amassed 5 draw opportunities in total. Were it not for Dumbledore's presence, he would have indulged in a 10-fold draw tonight. The attention of the other 3 immediately gravitated towards the box in his hands, particularly Ollivander, who, upon glimpsing the wooden wand box, exhibited a flicker of surprise. How did you come to choose it? You mean this one? I feel a connection with it. Brook gently shook the wooden box. Brook, you should give it a try, Hermione urged, her curiosity mingled with concern. Being as astute as she was, she fully grasped the debate unfolding between Brook and Ollivander. Though Brook appeared to have the upper hand in their discourse, he was undoubtedly less knowledgeable about wand selection than Ollivander. She feared that the wand Brook chose might not be suitable. Brook shrugged. Despite the system's rudimentary interface, it had managed to procure him a plethora of fruitful results, which attested to its capability. Thus, he felt quite assured about the wand selected by the system. However, since Hermione had spoken, he deemed it necessary to demonstrate. He first extracted the wand from the paper box. The wand was of moderate thickness and had a smooth texture. Most importantly, it was sufficiently long. With a flick of his wrist, a soft red glow enveloped the entire shop. Dragon heartstring, 13 3/4 inches, with a moderate flexibility. Ollivander's gaze was filled with complexity, astonished that it had chosen him. and he had chosen it. Is there a problem? At the time, I crafted 2 wands from that piece of you, one of which is in your hand, and the other. Ollivander cast a glance at Dumbledore. You, also known as the Tree of Immortality, is said to possess the ability to control life and death, to wield a wand that commands life and death. I might as well cultivate a yew tree beside me. Brook dismissed such legends entirely. Yew trees were ubiquitous. If they truly possessed such powers, they would have long been considered a rare species and hidden away. Try your other wand. It is not one of my creations. Ollivander chose not to pursue the previous topic, or rather, Dumbledore seemed to deter him from continuing. Brook opened the wooden box. Without Ollivander's explanation, he could instantly discern that this wand was not a product of Ollivander's craftsmanship. Rather than a wand, it resembled a slender, miniature sword. The handle was intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. Brook did not recognize them, yet a portion bore a striking resemblance to the auspicious cloud motifs of the Dacia, which evoked a sense of familiarity within him. As soon as he grasped the handle of the wand, it trembled slightly in his hand. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from his palm, and droplets of blood seeped from his grasp. Brook concealed his discomfort, maintaining a steady hold on the wand's hilt. After absorbing his blood, the wand shimmered with a flash of lightning before returning to a tranquil state. At that moment, he sensed an ineffable bond forming between himself and the wand, as if it had become an intrinsic part of his being. Made of rosewood and the whiskers of a zowu, measuring 14 inches with a moderate elasticity, Ollivander elaborated slowly. About a century ago, I encountered a mystic from the East. This wand is a relic from our exchange on wand crafting. He had intended to keep it as a memento in his shop, never anticipating that Brook would choose it. Simultaneously, he exhaled with relief. The wand Brook selected did not outwardly resemble a typical wand. Even when wielded simultaneously, onlookers would not suspect it was obtained from him. This undoubtedly spared them considerable trouble. Brook gave it a gentle swish, reminiscent of a slicing motion. It felt quite manageable, albeit a tad small. Brook, it would be prudent not to mention to outsiders that you received 2 wands from Ollivander, Dumbledore cautioned, his tone laced with seriousness. Brook nodded in understanding. He grasped the wisdom of quiet wealth. Hermione promptly affirmed her intent to keep the secret. Although Brook had successfully persuaded Ollivander, he had clearly breached protocol. Such matters were best kept from prying eyes. Brook and Hermione each paid 7 galleons as the cost for their wands. Ollivander escorted them out of the shop, his gaze lingering on Brook's retreating figure. 2 wands, one originating from the same purple wood as that which could not be named, and the other crafted by the hand of an Eastern mystic. It was hard to fathom the tumult this dual recognition would incite within the magical realm. He meticulously outlined the precautions for navigating platform 9 3/4, assuring them that their tickets would be delivered by owl in a few days. Brook had expected Dumbledore to depart immediately upon escorting them home, yet he was surprised when the headmaster followed him inside. "Professor, is there something else?" "This is for you," Dumbledore said, drawing a book from his pocket and placing it on the table. Upon seeing its thickness, Brook recognized it as the very book Dumbledore had purchased from the bookstore. As he read the title, his face flushed with warmth. "You old rascal. Enough already. Is it too much to bear? Reading it will benefit you, particularly the contents of pages 317 and 516. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes regarded Brook with earnestness. "Very well." Brook managed to muster a strained smile. "Until we meet again at Hogwarts." Dumbledore produced his wand, and with a gentle flourish, vanished from sight. Was Brook truly the kind of person who would read such a book? Indeed, he was. The notorious outlaw, Zhang San, once remarked that he could commit any crime without fear of capture, for no one understood the law better than he. Brook leafed through the pages Dumbledore had mentioned. The content pertains to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and the reasonable constraints imposed on underage wizards. He then realized, rather inadvertently, that he had ensnared himself in a predicament. His act of robbing a bank undoubtedly contravened the laws of the Muggle world. However, as a wizard, his case must be adjudicated by the Ministry of Magic, within the wizarding legal framework. He had violated the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and the prohibition against underage wizards casting spells without permission. Yet, there exists a critical stipulation. At the time of his transgression, he was unaware of his identity as a wizard. According to the Protection of Underage Wizards Act, if a young wizard unintentionally causes harm to the external world while oblivious to their identity, they may be dealt with leniently, or even exempted from liability, provided no lives are endangered. This implies that even if Dumbledore apprehended him, he would ultimately have to release him. Furthermore, as long as he maintained ignorance regarding the whereabouts of the gold, he would not be required to return it. "I have been ensnared by Dumbledore," Brook seethed. The lavish life he could have enjoyed had been cruelly postponed by 7 years. He vowed to remember this grievance, promising retribution. Chapter 7. Hermione's Dark Past. Brook initially planned to prepare 2 steaks for dinner, but was invited to the Granger household instead. Mrs. Granger had prepared a sumptuous feast, aptly dubbed the potato extravaganza. baked potatoes, French fries, and mashed potatoes. Brook gazed at 2 dishes on the table that bore a resemblance to Chinese cuisine, and he could not help but wince. Kung Pao chicken and sweet and sour pork were both recipes he had previously taught Mrs. Granger. However, why were they described as resembling Chinese food? Because Mrs. Granger had subjected them to a horrific transformation. Kung Pao chicken, a representative dish of Sichuan cuisine, is typically tangy and sweet. Yet, Mrs. Granger had added orange juice and various sweet sauces, resulting in a dish that lacked any sourness and appeared sticky. As for the sweet and sour pork, while the preparation had not drastically changed, it had been prepared with almost no sugar. The essence of the dish was lost, truly a culinary disaster. During the meal, the conversation naturally gravitated towards Hogwarts and magic. Hermione appeared exceptionally animated, chattering incessantly about her experiences in Diagon Alley. The Granger couple listened with smiles, yet their hearts were filled with trepidation. Although they supported their daughter's decision, they were filled with fear regarding the unknown realm of magic. Mr. Granger remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Brook, there is something I would like to ask of you." Brook looked up, reassuring him. "Do not worry, I shall take care of Hermione. Who needs your care? I can manage on my own," Hermione declared, her little head held high. Mr. Granger glanced at Hermione with affection and resignation before turning back to Brook, who offered him a comforting look. After all, Hermione was destined to survive until the very end. What could possibly happen at school? Although Brook did not find the meal particularly enjoyable, he certainly left feeling quite satiated. Despite having dined at the Granger household before, this marked the first occasion that Mr. Granger had partaken in alcohol in Brook's presence. Clearly, the impending journey of Hermione to Hogwarts had placed a significant burden upon him, prompting him to indulge in a few more drinks than usual. Consequently, his tongue began to loosen, and he regaled tales of Hermione's childhood misadventures. From an early age, she had harbored a fascination with the fairies from fairy tales. At the tender age of 5, she had taken to mixing various spices and whatever else she could find at home, concocting what she believed to be a magical potion. Alas, the fairies did not materialize, and instead, she suffered from a stomach ache for several days, necessitating a visit to the hospital. Hermione, with her hands clasped over her face, pleaded through her fingers, "Please, Dad." During that time, she was particularly enchanted by the stories of fantasy. On one occasion, she donned a crown, draped a bedsheet as a cape, and brandished a wand, running amok in the house while chanting about saving the world. Unfortunately, she tripped over the carpet and fell, her crown askew. Yet undeterred, she dusted herself off and continued her adventure. Hermione's face had turned a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She cast a desperate glance at her mother. Mrs. Granger stood up, tugging on Mr. Granger's ear, forcibly leading him upstairs while he muttered under his breath. Hermione's childhood charm was undeniable. Brook, despite his best efforts, found it difficult to suppress a laugh. Hermione shot him a fierce glare. "What is so funny?" Brook quickly waved his hands. "The fact that Mr. Granger remembers so vividly only demonstrates his profound love for you." "I know," Hermione replied, her tone tinged with a sweet exasperation. Brook did not linger long at the Granger household. Upon returning home, he took a shower and washed his hands several times. Even though the system's lottery required merely a thought, not physical effort, nevertheless, he felt it necessary to show due respect. "Emperor of Heaven, Supreme Laozi, Buddha, the Fighting Saint, may you bless me." As for the absence of Jesus Christ, he was currently a wizard. Brook embraced his left hand with his right, forming a Tai Chi symbol, and earnestly bowed in all 8 directions. He activated the system's lottery, executing a 5-draw sequence. Instantly, the system's notification chimed in his mind. "Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, for winning the first prize, mind cloaking technique. No one may pry into the hostess' thoughts. Congratulations, host, for winning the second prize, Asian sorcery. The host can employ makeup techniques to alter their appearance. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, for winning the first prize, top-tier dark magic talent. Any dark magic will be automatically mastered by the host upon mere sight." Brook surveyed the lottery results. 3 successes out of 5, a favorable probability indeed, especially with 2 first prizes. The mind-cloaking technique brought him particular satisfaction, alleviating a concern that had troubled him. While memories of Harry Potter were trivial, the system was another matter entirely. A commoner may be innocent, but possessing a treasure could invite trouble. The following morning, Brook's door was once again rapped upon. "Brook, open the door. Don't hide in there in silence. I know you're home. Open the door, open the door, open the door." Brook rolled his eyes. Since the day he deliberately avoided Hermione, pretending no one was home, only to be uncovered by her, her method of knocking had transformed. "Here I come," she would announce. He quickly donned his clothes and opened the door. Brook then, with a hint of annoyance, addressed Hermione. "Why are you here so early, little girl?" Hermione ducked in swiftly, immediately directing her gaze towards the coffee table, which was usually piled high with sweets. "Brook, where are the candies? Albus finished them, he replied. Impossible. At his age? How could he possibly enjoy sweets? Brook rolled his eyes. Is there an inherent connection between age and a fondness for candy? Exactly. If he truly consumed that many sweets, he'd be at risk for diabetes. Hermione chimed in, gesturing widely with her hands to emphasize her point. You didn't come just for the candies, did you? Of course not. I came to study with you. Brook finally noticed that Hermione was carrying a small backpack. A wave of exasperation washed over him. The last thing he desired was to study alongside Hermione. He would rather engage in any other activity. This little girl had a peculiar obsession with learning. If there was something he did not grasp, she insisted on teaching him, and if she struggled with a concept, she demanded that he elucidate it. Despite having imparted much knowledge back to their teachers, living in an age of information overload, his reservoir of knowledge far exceeded that of an 11-year-old girl. Thus, he found himself regarded as a genius in Hermione's eyes. Yet, in the presence of such an endearing child, he could not bring himself to refuse her and was left with no choice but to endure. Chapter 8. Is the levitation charm dark magic? Why? Brook sighed helplessly as he retrieved a large bag of gummy candies from the cupboard. Hermione's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a knowing smile. I knew you had more, she exclaimed, reaching for the candies, unwrapping them with haste, and popping one into her mouth. Hermione was never one to be polite with Brook, yet she always came bearing gifts. From her backpack, she pulled out 2 hefty hamburgers. Here, your breakfast, she said, winking. I made them myself. Brook accepted the hamburger, took a bite, and his brow furrowed slightly. The steak was a bit overcooked, but he swallowed it nonetheless. How is it? Hermione asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Not bad, he replied. Satisfied, Hermione produced a book titled Standard Charms, beginner level, from her bag and began to read diligently. Brook had originally intended to purchase some cosmetics to change his appearance and take a stroll through Diagon Alley, perhaps completing a few tasks along the way. However, since Hermione had arrived, he thought it best to study together. After all, he would have to read eventually. He could not afford to be the last in class. That would be too embarrassing. As he leisurely consumed his hamburger, his gaze would occasionally drift towards Hermione. She had immersed herself in her book, her wand inexplicably in her hand. Rather than waving it about aimlessly, she was focused intently on her reading. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Hermione's brows knitted tighter, nearly twisting into a knot. Brook noticed her distress. What's the matter? This book has issues, she replied. Hermione lifted her head, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Brook's expression instantly turned grave. Could this young girl also be a reincarnator? How else could she discern the issues within the magic book upon merely encountering it? What issues? The book merely outlined the spells and their functions, yet it failed to elaborate on the method of casting them. Was magic merely about wielding a wand and reciting incantations? Brook sighed in relief. Was that all? Confidentiality? Hermione's brow furrowed even deeper. How could they possibly learn ahead of time? Hogwarts surely housed many young wizards from magical families who, under their relatives' guidance, would learn in advance, leaving them at a considerable disadvantage. She appeared somewhat anxious, her fingers unconsciously tapping against the table. Brook found Hermione's words quite reasonable, unable to refute her. But did it truly matter? He had long since seen through many matters. At times, the disparity between individuals is vaster than that between human and dog. Some gaps can be bridged through diligent effort, yet others are predetermined from the moment of birth. His ability to score 100 was simply because he could only achieve that. Conversely, those prodigies attained a perfect score because the examination was limited to 100 points. This encapsulates the fundamental differences among individuals. Furthermore, the formation of social classes operates on such principles. Why did ancient texts lack punctuation? It was merely to impose barriers to learning, preventing the common folk from self-education. Such clans could maintain a monopoly on knowledge, solidifying their own status. Regarding Hermione's concerns, Brook felt no trepidation whatsoever. Desires bring suffering. Devoid of desires, one remains steadfast. To live anew, carefree and unburdened, was all that mattered. If there were a singular ambition, it would be to extinguish the footbath in the future, should he possess the means. Brook's thoughts drifted. It seemed that 819 was fast approaching. He truly needed to intervene. Brook, are you even listening to me? She incessantly rubbed her wand, clearly eager to attempt casting magic, yet hesitant, fearing potential mishaps. I heard you, Brook replied, glancing helplessly at Hermione. Whenever she broached topics related to learning, she became exceedingly less endearing. He then directed his gaze to the book in Hermione's hands, which fortuitously contained information about the enlargement charm. Upon seeing it, he immediately grasped the concept, even feeling that he could perform it without a wand. Brook frowned slightly as he summoned a personal panel in his mind. Host, Brook Lot. Age, 11. Identity, first-year student at Hogwarts. Host rewards, door fruit, brain sealing technique. Asian sorcery, top-tier, dark magic talent. There were merely 4 rewards, none pertaining to charm studies. As for his inherent talent in charm studies, he would never believe otherwise. The only explanation was that the enlargement charm constituted dark magic. Brook took out his clear wind. He had given names to both of his wands. The wand he primarily intended to use at Hogwarts was aptly named Qing Feng, while the other, resembling a small sword, was christened Mingwei, serving as a concealed contingency. He directed his wand towards the mischievous little gummy bear before him. Instantly, the gummy swelled to more than 10 times its original size, comparable to a soccer ball. Hermione regarded Brook with the apprehensive gaze one might reserve for a monster. Subsequently, she too aimed her wand at a piece of candy, yet it remained unchanged. Undeterred, she uttered the spell repeatedly, but the gummy stubbornly refused to expand, leaving her with a creeping sense of defeat. Her small face crumpled, and tears began to well in her eyes. Am I truly unfit to be a witch? Brook gently patted Hermione's little head. What? Are you giving up already? Hermione lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a mixture of grievance and defiance. Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Brook refrained from offering platitudes, for he understood Hermione well. In matters of learning, mere consolation was of little use to her. The true comfort lay in mastery. Can I really do it? Hermione's voice trembled slightly. Why not give it a try? Brook shrugged and began to meticulously explain his understanding and insights regarding the expansion charm. This was precisely why Hermione had not attended classes at Hogwarts. Otherwise, she would have discovered that Brook's explanation surpassed even Professor Flitwick's in depth. It was not that Brook's teaching prowess exceeded Flitwick's, but rather that for young witches and wizards, merely casting a spell was commendable, while grasping its essence was a pursuit reserved for advanced studies. True to her reputation as a prodigy, Hermione, under Brook's guidance, managed to successfully wield the expansion charm in less than half an hour, although she had yet to achieve Brook's remarkable tenfold effect. Inflating objects 2 to 3 times their size proved to be a simple feat. A smile returned to Hermione's face. While she practiced the expansion charm, Brook perused Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense and standard spells, beginner. He noted that the former contained only one curse, a jinx that caused the victim to suffer from a severe cold, incessantly sniffling, classified as dark magic. The remaining spells were beyond his immediate comprehension. In contrast, the latter book offered an array of spells he could master in an instant. The fire-making spell, softening charm, dancing feet charm, tickling charm, cutting charm, and even the levitation charm, which was also deemed dark magic. Was this reasonable? While he could understand the potential harm of the first few spells when directed at a person, the levitation charm, did it imply casting different levitation spells on each of a person's limbs? As Brook contemplated these spells, he was reminded of a truly sinister dark magic, the Avada Kedavra curse. His impression of this incantation was not solely derived from films, but from a video he had stumbled upon, which depicted the curse being marked first, followed by a forked lightning chain of Avada. It was a truly magnificent spectacle, appearing far more magical than its cinematic counterpart. Chapter 9, Power and Discrimination. After Hermione mastered a spell, was she satisfied? The answer is negative. In the following days, Hermione visited Brook's home daily, causing him considerable annoyance. He taught her whatever spells he knew, but his repertoire was quite limited, while Hermione's aptitude for learning was astonishingly high. He felt utterly drained. Hermione, on the other hand, wore an expression of contentment. Fortunately, she did not delve into why some spells were easier for Brook to teach than others. Through these days of study, Hermione gradually grasped some principles of spellcasting. She discovered that as long as she pronounced the incantations accurately, the risks were typically minimal. During her explorations, she successfully self-taught the Lumos, Reparo, and Alohomora spells. She also completed her reading of the book A History of Magic. To quickly understand a nation or ethnic group, studying their history is the most effective method. Although foreign histories often contain numerous fabrications, they still hold some degree of reference. A History of Magic documented a wealth of content and events, from the origins of magic, the formation of magical societies, the evolution of relationships between wizards and muggles, to the Goblin Rebellions and the Giant Wars. Brook could only see 2 words: cannibalism. The traits of power and discrimination were particularly pronounced. When it came to other races, this power and discrimination seemed unproblematic. After all, the Great Xia had historically been the most severe in terms of external discrimination. As a former citizen of Great Xia, this notion was ingrained in him, and he felt no issue with it. However, the fact that such power and discrimination were also evident within the wizarding community was rather absurd. It bore a resemblance to the caste system in India, albeit not openly acknowledged. This was somewhat outrageous. With less than a month until the 819 event, it seemed he needed to prepare early. I have to step out in a couple of days, Brook said, looking at Hermione, who was busy using the Reparo spell to fix a wooden block damaged by the cutting curse. Step out? Where are you going? India. Do you have relatives there? Hermione asked. Sort of. Brook indeed had many relatives, but most were in England. Hermione's question was easily understandable, as India was once a British colony, making it unsurprising to have relatives there. Is it safe for you to go alone? Shouldn't I have my dad accompany you? Hermione expressed her concern. No need. I will be received when I arrive. That's good, but you must ensure your safety. Don't worry. Brooke smiled at Hermione's resolute demeanor, understanding her worries. England was certainly not as safe as Grazia. An 11-year-old child taking a taxi alone could end up anywhere, and no one would know. Although he could use a spatial portal to get there, he knew this little girl would undoubtedly be anxious. In the following days, Hermione did not disturb Brooke again. It seemed she understood that he needed time to prepare before his departure, thus allowing him the necessary space. After meticulously concealing his identity, Brooke once again made his way to Diagon Alley. It must be said that Asian sorcery is indeed extraordinary. His originally handsome, yet youthful visage, transformed through the art of makeup, now bore an air of maturity and composure, coupled with his height of 1.58 meters, which might seem slightly diminutive. He nevertheless appeared entirely harmonious in his surroundings. In Diagon Alley, Brooke successfully completed 5 tasks that were not overly complex, thereby earning himself 5 opportunities for a draw. These tasks included acquiring a dedicated vault at Gringotts, obtaining a property deed in Diagon Alley, indulging in 10 different flavors of ice cream at Florian Fortescue's, conversing with an owl at Elop's Owl Emporium for over 10 minutes, and purchasing a book on dark magic. The establishment of a vault at Gringotts requires an initial deposit of 1,000 galleons, a trifling sum for Brooke, who possessed a considerable amount of gold. However, the exchange rate was rather disheartening. An ounce of gold, which is just over 31 grams, could only be exchanged for 3 galleons. This represented an astonishing rate of 10 to 1 in terms of the pure weight of gold. If it were not for the ample gold in Brooke's possession, he would have hesitated to make such an exchange. As for the property deed, it was even simpler. He casually mentioned his interest to a goblin, who promptly presented him with more than a dozen listings for shops available for consignment. He chose the least expensive option, as fulfilling the task was his primary concern. The dark magic book was discovered in a second-hand shop, where stacks of battered tomes lay in heaps. As for selecting a dark magic book, he merely needed one that he could learn instantly. He planned to bring Hermione along later. Although the books were worn, many contained extensive annotations and notes, which he was certain she would find delightful. As for a task like managing the most popular shop in Diagon Alley, he wouldn't even entertain the thought. Not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but he might end up with nothing more than a token of gratitude. Completing these few tasks was already quite commendable. Such a task system was audacious, indeed. Before the draw, Brooke, as per his usual ritual, took a bath and changed his attire, invoking every deity he could think of. The system draw commenced, 5 consecutive attempts. Thank you for your patronage. 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 Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of Asgard. This power bestowed upon Asgardians exceptional physical prowess, formidable combat abilities, and an extended lifespan. This strength would amplify as the host aged, reaching its zenith when the host turns 500 years old. Brooke gazed at the results of the draw, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could this be the Asgard of Thor from the Avengers? He was instantly exhilarated. If his memory served him correctly, the average lifespan of an Asgardian reached an astounding 5,000 years, nearly a third of the history of the Great Sia. He swiftly activated his mental cloaking technique, compelling himself to regain composure, simultaneously shutting down the mental wheel spinning in his mind. After a considerable pause, Brooke exhaled deeply. A long lifespan is indeed a blessing. Yet he was merely 11 years old. Longevity was a matter for the future. Living fully was of utmost importance. He attempted to lift one corner of the coffee table with ease, his strength now comparable to that of an ordinary adult. He then tested the powers of the door fruit, discovering that he could now instantaneously create various doors, with the spatial doors range extending from 3,000 meters to an impressive 20,000 meters. However, the movement door remained a challenge, almost impossible to utilize in battle. 3 days later, Brooke embarked on his journey to the land of India. His primary objective was, of course, reconnaissance. This time, Brooke had learned to be prudent. He chose the Indian Industrial Credit and Investment Bank, a private institution, and under the guise of an investor, along with a box of gold bars as his entry. He thoroughly observed the bank's vault. Whether it was the mysterious confidence of the bank manager or some other reason, the manager divulged all protective measures regarding the vault without reservation. As a result, during his operation that very night, Brooke triggered not a single alarm, effortlessly securing a substantial portion of the vault's wealth. It was astonishingly simple. In the following 10 days, Brooke conducted extensive procurement operations in Punjab. He primarily purchased agricultural products such as wheat, rice, potatoes, sugarcane, carrots, and tomatoes. Although he could have taken these resources without cost, he adhered to his principle of not robbing the impoverished. Moreover, the local prices for these grains were astonishingly low. For instance, while 1 pound could buy 5 pounds of wheat in the UK, in India, 1 pound could procure 12 pounds. Due to the sheer volume of his purchases, the final average transaction price was an incredible 1 pound for 15 pounds of wheat. Not only did Brooke refrain from tapping into his reserve of gold, But he also spent only half of the funds acquired from the Indian Industrial Credit and Investment Bank. Once his procurement was complete, Brook flew directly to Ukraine. No, it was still the territory of the Bear. Following the events of August 19th, the Bear would formally disband, while Ukraine would not declare its independence until August 24th. It was now August 3rd, with over 20 days remaining. However, Brook had no intention of waiting that long. Upon exiting the airport, he spotted a stunning blonde. Her figure graceful, holding a sign that read Mike Austin in anticipation. Brook walked straight towards her. Mike Austin was indeed the alias on his passport. The beauty's eyes flickered with surprise, evidently not expecting Mr. Austin to possess such a diminutive stature. Yet her professional demeanor allowed her to swiftly regain her composure. She extended her hand, smiling as she said, "Hello, Mr. Austin. I am Zoriana Vladimirovna Romanova, and I will be responsible for your itinerary." "Hello, Ms. Romanova," Brook replied, extending his hand and gently grasping her fingertips. Subsequently, the two individuals entered the vehicle, with Romanova taking the wheel. "Mr. Austin, per your request, we have established contact with General Kuznetsov, and we can arrange your meeting at any time," Romanova remarked as she drove. "What if I were to entrust this matter to you as well?" Romanova hesitated. "What, are you afraid? I can offer you personal consultation, but the company cannot engage in such affairs." Romanova bit her lip, clearly weighing the pros and cons. "Oh, Ms. Romanova, wishing to leave Ukraine?" She sighed. "If your transaction is indeed successful, then I will have no choice but to depart from Ukraine, perhaps even from the Great Bear itself." Though she framed it as a conditional statement, she recognized that the deal was all but certain. Austin's trade involved not merely money but a substantial quantity of grain. The sentiments within Ukraine were already restless, yearning to break free from the Great Bear's grasp. It was merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment. At this critical juncture, whoever could provide a significant amount of grain to alleviate the populace's suffering would emerge as the inaugural president of an independent Ukraine. General Kuznetsov could hardly resist such temptation. At present, she was merely a pawn of the company, possibly facing peril. Yet, she had no alternative. Brook once again scrutinized Romanova beside him. Her exquisite features, sapphire-like eyes, and impeccable physique epitomized the beauty of Ukrainian women, a sight that was undeniably pleasing. Romanova's eyes instantly sparkled. Austin was undoubtedly a man of means. The gold on that fax alone represented a fortune she could never amass in several lifetimes. "I am 26 years old and have never had a boyfriend, and I just underwent a health check. My condition is excellent. Ahem, during this negotiation, you will accompany me. I must observe your capabilities." Brook promptly interrupted her, lest she utter something that might be deemed inappropriate. "Rest assured, Ukraine is eager for independence and is utterly incapable of maintaining such a vast arsenal. It must either be sold or destroyed. Here, these weapons are merely scrap metal." Romanova quickly regained her professional demeanor and analyzed earnestly. "Everything else is negotiable, but what if I desire a grand gesture?" Brook suddenly dropped a bombshell. Romanova's pupils dilated sharply, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Could Austin possibly be a member of a terrorist organization? Does he seek to bring about the world's destruction? "Focus on driving," Brook promptly reminded as the vehicle began to sway on the road. Romanova fought to suppress her inner fear, concentrating to steady the steering wheel. Yet, her throat was parched, and she swallowed repeatedly. "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in annihilating the world. The concepts of necessity and desire are distinct." "Is that true, old boss? There are still so many beauties like you in this world awaiting me. How could I bear to destroy it?" The subsequent trading process unfolded with far greater ease than Brook had anticipated. Kuznetsov was audacious enough to sell virtually anything. The inventory included firearms and grenades. But that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Equipping 2 or 3 divisions posed no challenge at all. The transaction encompassed 7 225 transport aircraft, 650 tanks, and 700 armored vehicles. There were also 50 airplanes, including 10 heavy strategic bombers, 5 Tu-95s, and 22 160 bombers, some equipped with 55 subsonic cruise missiles. Additionally, the deal included 30 missile launchers, 20 land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles, 200 intercontinental missiles, and 1,000 other missiles, among which 300 carried nuclear warheads. Furthermore, there were various blueprints and specifications related to these weapons. Although not a complete set, the details were sufficiently comprehensive. Brook's expenditure amounted to a total of 50 million tons of agricultural products, 5 tons of gold bars, and 2 million pounds. Upon the conclusion of the transaction, he provided Romanova with 20,000 pounds as a relocation allowance, instructing her to manage her domestic affairs before traveling to the UK to meet him by the end of the month. As for the possibility of Romanova absconding with the funds, Brook remained unconcerned. Firstly, 20,000 pounds was not a significant sum, especially when considered in relation to Brook. A foreigner, Romanova was known to be far more ruthless with her own kind. Secondly, he deemed it worthwhile to test a person's character with such a modest amount. At that moment, the Great Xia was not yet the surveillance-laden society of 2025. A sudden arrival would likely go unnoticed. He spent 20 days in the Great Xia, which, while not entirely identical to his original world, still resonated with familiar faces, solidifying its place in his heart. Brook then embarked on a large-scale procurement spree, amassing copious quantities of various spices, particularly the hot pot base from Sichuan, which he piled into small mountains. Although the flow of time in his independent space matched that of the outside world, the temperature remained constant at around 5 degrees Celsius. By encasing his supplies in an ice cellar, he ensured their longevity. Naturally, he also procured substantial amounts of tea and liquor. For instance, tea could be preserved for centuries as long as it was kept in a dry, sealed environment. As for Maotai, he purchased over 5,000 jars, each weighing hundreds of pounds. Had it not been for the exceedingly low production of Maotai during this period, coupled with the restriction on sales, he would have desired to acquire several hundred tons more. His activities did, however, attract the attention of the Great Xia police. Given the sheer volume of his purchases and the use of pounds, it was inevitable that he would raise suspicions. Were it not for his constant changes in appearance and his practice of moving frequently, he might have been summoned for questioning long ago. On the final day before his departure, he visited Kyoto. Brook left most of the weapons and all the blueprints in the Great Xia, hoping that this world could rise to prominence sooner. He envisioned a future where, 10 years hence, when the 81192 faced an external threat, the dignity of the Great Xia would not need to be defended at the cost of lives. Instead, she exclaimed those words that ignited the passions of all the people of the Great Xia. Fire up and lock onto the radar. In Chapter 11, Platform 9, Romanova arrived in England even before Brook. At last, she uncovered Brook's true name and visage. Upon discovering that Brook was merely 11 years old, her mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate 2 ears of corn. However, this revelation brought her a considerable sense of relief. After all, a child of 11, no matter how cynical, was unlikely to reach the depths of world destruction. Furthermore, she held a deep admiration for Brook's makeup skills. Had they been better acquainted, she would have eagerly sought her counsel. Brook had established an offshore investment company overseas. His instructions to Romanova were remarkably clear. Focus on the real estate market and stock exchange of the basin, particularly the stocks of automotive companies and Sony. Though he had dabbled in stocks in his past life, his earliest knowledge of volatile stocks dated back only to the 1997 Amazon phenomenon. Everything thereafter fell into the millennium. The time was still ripe for action. Therefore, he could only direct Romanova to keep an eye on the basin, which had just weathered a real estate bubble burst, leaving the entire market at a historical low. Investing in real estate, automotive stocks, and Sony shares was undoubtedly a surefire profit venture. Once these funds circulated through the stock market, his money would see the light of day. By 2000, he intended to take these funds to the United States and leverage them 100-fold, which he estimated would suffice for a lavish lifestyle spanning 5 millennia. Hermione was elated at the prospect of Brook's safe return. Each day, she visited Brook's home, knocking on the door and peering through the window to ascertain whether anyone was inside. To celebrate his return, she once again invited Brook to dine with the Grangers. However, this time Mr. Granger abstained from alcohol, much to Brook's disappointment. Time swiftly passed, arriving at the 1st of September, the day Hogwarts commenced its term. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Brook and Hermione were escorted to King's Cross Station by the Granger couple. With an hour remaining before the train's departure, they had ample time. Hermione, is that the pillar you mentioned at Platform 9? Mr. Granger inquired quietly, pointing to the stone column between platforms 9 and 10. Headmaster Dumbledore had stated that one could simply charge into the stone pillar, yet they were unable to do so. Hermione, clutching her luggage, felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, who would be so foolish as to collide with a stone pillar? Mr. Granger felt a pang of discomfort. Had it not been expressly stated that he could not enter, he would have been tempted to test the pillar himself. Mrs. Granger wore a worried expression. Although they had heard Hermione mention this peculiar platform before, standing at this moment, they were reluctant to let her attempt it easily. With determination, Hermione steeled herself to proceed when Brook gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Allow me to go first. The Granger couple immediately cast him grateful glances. Though a hint of awkwardness lingered in the air, Mr. Granger suggested, perhaps we should wait a little longer, for as this is the train to school, it is certain that other upperclassmen will arrive, from whom we may seek guidance. I shall attempt to board first. Surely Dumbledore would not deceive us. Brook, clutching his suitcase, strode towards the stone pillar. This was why he had come early. Otherwise, witnessing the throng of students colliding with the walls would surely evoke a characteristic exclamation of Ubisoft. Suddenly, his vision blurred before clearing again, revealing a deep crimson steam locomotive, numbered 9527, standing beside the platform, puffing white smoke. A sign hung from the train, Hogwarts Express. 11 o'clock. The place he had just traversed transformed into an archway, inscribed with, Platform 9 and, I have tried it. It is perfectly safe. Mr. Granger patted Brook's shoulder. his eyes brimming with gratitude. Subsequently, Hermione bid farewell to her parents and walked with Brooke towards platform 9 and, "Shall we find a carriage to sit in?" Hermione suggested. Brooke nodded. "Let us choose the last one. Few will disturb us there." They settled into the empty compartment at the rear. No sooner had Hermione taken her seat than she began chattering excitedly. "We are about to learn magic. Just think of it. How thrilling. Hom. Aren't you excited?" "Indeed. I hardly slept a wink last night." Hom. Excited. Brooke continued to respond half-heartedly. "Which house do you think we will be sorted into?" "You, I believe, will be in Ravenclaw." Hermione looked at him with some perplexity. "Did not Dumbledore speak of the traits of the 4 houses? Your love of learning surely places you in Ravenclaw. Then you must also be in Ravenclaw. You are even brighter than I." "Not I. I wish to be in Hufflepuff." "Can we choose for ourselves?" "I do not know, but if you have specific preferences, I believe they might be taken into consideration." Brooke indeed intended to join Hufflepuff. He vaguely recalled a post he had seen, which stated that Hufflepuffs were known for their love of food. It would not be unreasonable for him to recruit a few cooks in Hufflepuff to prepare some delightful dishes. As for British cuisine, he could summarize it in a single line: roasted potatoes, fried chips, mashed potatoes. As for whether he could join Hufflepuff, he was aware of the sorting hat. That peculiar object, when placed upon one's head, likely delved into the thoughts or memories of the young wizard, discerning the traits that aligned with the 4 houses. He possessed a mental block. How could the sorting hat then discern his desires? Ultimately, it was he who dictated where he wished to go. Suddenly, Hermione spoke. "Actually, I wish to be in Gryffindor." Brooke gazed at her in bewilderment. Hermione explained, "I have read a history of modern magic, the rise and fall of dark magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of our time, and he hails from Gryffindor, which is why I wish to go there." Brooke shrugged. He was not surprised by Hermione's choice. Not to mention that in the original text, Hermione was indeed sorted into Gryffindor. Her character, with its inherent admiration for heroes, destined her to be anything but a complacent soul. It is best to follow one's heart. Hermione found herself in a state of inner turmoil. She yearned to attend the same house as Brooke. Although she held a book in her hands, she lingered on the same page, unable to turn it. Meanwhile, Brooke began to peruse Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. He exhibited little interest in the likes of mice and owls. However, the larger magical creatures piqued his curiosity, particularly the mention of the Grabhorn within the pages, a creature that perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities, being both grand and amenable to interaction. Alas, there were no beast-eared maidens to accompany such wonders. The silence that enveloped them did not endure for long. A charming witch with dimples and a radiant smile pushed open the door to their booth. "My dear, would you care for some snacks?" Hermione's curiosity about the culinary delights of the magical realm surged. "I shall have 2 of each, please." The witch was poised to fetch the treats when Brooke interjected. "In addition to 2 pies and 2 cakes, let us have everything else." The witch's smile broadened further. "Brooke, we cannot possibly consume so much," Hermione protested. "Not to worry. They are merely small snacks. We can enjoy them gradually." "Perhaps we should reserve some of our galleons," Hermione suggested. "Fear not, it shall be fine." Chapter 12, Arrival at Hogwarts. Hermione sighed in resignation. She typically possessed ample pocket money. Thus, she and Brooke had always been rather extravagant with their expenditures. Yet this time, their supply of galleons was limited, and a bit of financial prudence would be wise. "Alas, it seems I must exercise restraint. Should Brooke find himself in need, I could lend a hand." Ultimately, Brooke settled the bill with a galleon, 7 sickles, and 5 nuts, nearly depleting the cart of its provisions. The space beside them was soon cluttered with an array of snacks. Brooke, too, was taken aback, despite having purchased items in Diagon Alley. The limited selection had made calculations straightforward. He had never paid attention to the conversion rates of these coins, having assumed a standard 1-to-10 ratio until the witch meticulously calculated it with a quill. He was astonished to learn that 1 galleon equated to 17 sickles, and 1 sickle to 29 nuts, a bewildering system indeed. One could only wonder which brilliant mind devised such a conversion. Snacks are invariably the best means of diverting a child's attention, and even a clever child like Hermione was not immune. As she indulged in the treats, her smile became more pronounced, particularly upon witnessing Brooke's distasteful reaction to a fish-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, which only heightened her amusement. Just as she grasped a chocolate frog, hesitating on whether to consume it, the door to their booth swung open once more. A round-faced young boy appeared before them. In a timid voice, he inquired, "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" Hermione shook her head gently. Tears welled further in the boy's eyes. "I've lost it again. It always tries to escape from me." "What is your name?" she asked. "Neville Longbottom," he replied. Hermione stood, introducing herself. "I am Hermione Granger, and this is Brook Lot. We shall assist you in your search." "Really?" he exclaimed. Neville displayed an expression of surprise, while Hermione nodded earnestly. "Thank you. Thank you." Neville hurriedly expressed his gratitude. They then exited the compartment. "Aren't you coming along?" Hermione inquired. peering into the compartment to catch a glimpse of Brook. With a sigh, Brook rose to his feet. Besides her penchant for teaching, Hermione possessed a hidden trait of being overly meddlesome. He had remained silent, hoping that Hermione would momentarily forget about him, but alas, his wish did not come to fruition. Consequently, he followed closely behind her as they ventured out of the compartment, inspecting each one in turn. Each time, Hermione would knock first and then ask, "Have you seen a lost toad?" Yet, she persistently repeated this process without a hint of annoyance. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, accompanied by frantic arm-waving. Hermione hurried over, only to find that the stout figure who had cried out was now nowhere to be seen. Lowering her gaze, she noticed snacks scattered across the floor. "What has transpired? Were you fighting?" Brook appeared at her side, resting a hand on her shoulder to interrupt her inquiry. As the saying goes, one should not possess an arrogant demeanor, yet one cannot be devoid of pride. Without self-awareness, one cannot gain clarity. Without self-identity, one cannot shine. Without self-exaltation, one cannot achieve merit. And without self-importance, one cannot endure. Hermione's lofty, sermonizing tone easily provoked irritation in others. "I apologize, we are searching for a lost toad. Have you seen it?" Brook's stature evidently instilled a sense of pressure in the red-haired boy. "All right, thank you," he replied, drawing his wand and with a gentle flick, levitating the scattered snacks onto the seats. "Thank you," the disheveled boy with glasses expressed his gratitude. Brook smiled slightly and gently nudged Hermione. "Let us be on our way." "Oh," Hermione pouted as she walked ahead. She was aware that her straightforward manner of speaking could occasionally be off-putting. Ever since becoming friends with Brook, they had established an understanding. If she ever spoke inappropriately, Brook could interject at any moment. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Brook's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing contact with the entire Iron Triangle. Reward, 1 lottery draw." Suddenly, it dawned on him that those two were none other than Harry and Ron. They had not finished inspecting the carriage, as the train's announcement of their impending arrival at Hogwarts resonated through the air. The night air was somewhat chilly, prompting Hermione to shiver involuntarily. Brook promptly placed a prepared knit cap atop Hermione's head. He felt no chill whatsoever. The power of Asgard not only enhanced his physical attributes and longevity, but also allowed him to adapt to various environments. Regardless of the weather, he always felt comfortable. "Wow, he is so tall," Hermione remarked in awe. Brook also looked towards the towering figure guiding the first-year students. Standing over 3 meters tall, he resembled a bear. He recognized it was Hagrid. Distinctive traits make characters memorable, such as Dumbledore's nearly meter-long white beard. Hagrid, as his name suggests, was indeed of considerable stature. They followed him along a dark, steep, and narrow path. At the end of this path lay a serene lake, where numerous small boats were moored at the shore. Across the lake, the majestic Hogwarts castle loomed over the sloping hills. Each boat could accommodate no more than 4 individuals. Hence, Brook and Hermione found themselves sharing a vessel with 2 unfamiliar first-year students. The boat glided effortlessly toward the castle. Hermione appeared somewhat anxious, gripping Brook's hand tightly, perhaps unconsciously exerting pressure. The boat swiftly skimmed across the lake's surface, and before long, they reached the castle's edge. Guided by a witch clad in a striking emerald robe, they entered through the grand entrance of Hogwarts. The witch led them to the threshold of the Great Hall, where she began to address them. Meanwhile, a system notification resonated in Brook's mind once again. "Congratulations, host, for entering Hogwarts. You have earned 1 lottery draw. Congratulations, host, for your initial encounter with Minerva McGonagall. You have earned another lottery draw." He found the system rather discriminatory at times. With so many professors at Hogwarts, it was curious that the tasks related to McGonagall and Snape seemed to form a series, while there were scant tasks regarding other professors, some of whom had none at all. For instance, Dumbledore, as the headmaster, had not a single task associated with him. This seemed rather unjust. Unbeknownst to Brook, however, there were indeed tasks related to Dumbledore within the system, albeit not explicitly named. For instance, Seize the Elder Wand was inherently linked to Dumbledore, as the wand rested firmly in his possession. Chapter 13, Hufflepuff, Dumbledore's Subtle Influence. "Brook, look, ghosts!" Hermione exclaimed excitedly in his ear. Brook followed her gaze and beheld a flock of 20 or so milky white, translucent spirits gliding above them. He turned to glance at Hermione again. Shouldn't a young girl seeing ghosts for the first time be frightened? Her exhilaration was perplexing. The commotion caused by the ghosts was short-lived, as all the first years quickly formed a line to enter the hall. The students from the 4 houses were already seated around 4 long tables. Above them floated thousands of candles, illuminating the entire hall. The ceiling appeared transparent, revealing the twinkling stars of the night sky. Brook nodded. This was quintessentially Hermione. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first-year students, and atop it set a pointed, tattered wizard's hat, which was quite worn and rather filthy. Brook frowned slightly. Was this the fabled sorting hat? Though he was not particularly fastidious, its condition was rather appalling. The brim of the hat split open, and it began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge by looks alone. Come, we're me. Fear not. There is no need for alarm. In my hands, though I possess not a single hand, you are utterly secure, for I am a hat that possesses thought." As the melody of the Sorting Hat concluded, a fervent applause erupted throughout the hall. Brook joined in the clapping, genuinely impressed. The singing was indeed splendid, far superior to the mundane tunes he had heard in his previous life. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, declared, "I shall call upon each of you in turn. Upon your name being announced, you shall don the hat and take a seat, awaiting your house assignment." Clearing her throat, she called out, "Hannah Abbott." The spotlight turned to the steadfast Hannah, the epitome of unwavering strength, as she, adorned with golden braids, took her seat upon the Iron Throne. Moments later, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." Instantly, the students at the right table erupted in applause and cheers, clearly the Hufflepuff contingent. Soon, it was Hermione's turn. She sprinted to the stool, swiftly placing the hat atop her head, her pink knitted cap giving her an adorably silly appearance. After a brief 5 minutes, the Sorting Hat reached its conclusion, "Gryffindor." Hermione cast an apologetic glance toward Brook, who responded with a gentle smile. With that, she made her way to the Gryffindor table. Before long, the renowned Harry Potter was called. His name stirred a commotion. It was no surprise when he was sorted into Gryffindor, met with the most enthusiastic applause from the students at that table. Brook shrugged, realizing that his unexpected presence had not altered the course of events. Reflecting on his previous life, he had often thought Harry should have been sorted into Slytherin rather than Gryffindor. The identity of the boy who lived would undoubtedly garner investment from both sides within Slytherin. Once Harry vanquished Voldemort, he would easily secure a high position within the Ministry of Magic. Brook Lot, Professor McGonagall announced his name. Brook approached the stool, retrieving his gloves and hat from his pocket. Once attired, he placed the Sorting Hat upon his head, prompting a flurry of whispers throughout the hall. Even the most oblivious could discern his unabashed disdain from his preparations. Headmaster Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, turned to Snape, remarking, "It seems I may need to consider giving the Sorting Hat a wash. It appears to have face disdain." Snape shot a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, inwardly agreeing, yet retorted dismissively, "A mere spectacle, I see." As soon as the Sorting Hat settled on Brook's head, it protested with indignation. "This is the accumulation of years, the testament of history," it exclaimed loudly. The chatter in the hall grew even more pronounced. The Sorting Hat typically communicated through consciousness with the new students, rendering them oblivious to its words. Yet this time, it spoke out loud. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes deepened with intrigue. He recognized that the Sorting Hat would not act without reason. Indeed, this little fellow had the potential to surprise him greatly. "As long as you are content," Brook replied nonchalantly. "Young man, release your mind, otherwise I cannot assign you to a house." The Sorting Hat's words left all the professors astonished, particularly Severus Snape, whose eyes flickered with a sharp glint. "I wish to choose for myself. That is not permissible. Sorting is my duty." The Sorting Hat fell silent, encountering a unique individual like Brook for the first time. At merely 11 years of age, he had mastered the art of mental occlusion, a feat even the hat could not penetrate. Such talent could scarcely be described as anything less than prodigious. It had heard tales of Brook's exploits in the headmaster's office. "How about I assign you directly to Azkaban?" "Oh, does Hogwarts even have such a house?" Brook placed his hand upon the Sorting Hat, a subtle magical aura emanating from him. "Ahem, merely jesting. I will have to assist you in finding your house through alternative means. Pray, enlighten me." Brook was intrigued by the notion that a hat could think, even devise solutions autonomously. Your ability to master mental occlusion at such a young age signifies considerable intellect, aligning well with the standards of Ravenclaw. "I possess a modicum of cleverness, yet I detest studying. Reading is my least favorite activity. Disliking books is unacceptable." None of the young wizards donned gloves and hats out of disdain for my dirt. "Your audacity to stand apart indicates courage, fulfilling Gryffindor's criteria." "Courage? I possess none. If someone slaps me, I merely present the other cheek. The previous incident was solely due to my obsession with cleanliness." Sigh. The Sorting Hat, devoid of emotion, would have surely inquired about Brook's family otherwise. "Lot. There is no Lot among the 28 families. Although you may be of mixed blood, few hybrids meet Slytherin standards. Thus, you must be sorted into Hufflepuff." A faint smile graced Brook's lips. "See, the Sorting Hat is quite reasonable. Hufflepuff? I actually enjoy eating." Gryffindor. Chapter 14. The Map of Mountains and Rivers. Brook's smile instantly froze. Dumbledore gazed at him kindly, yet that smile bore an ominous undertone. The Sorting Hat was about to assign him to Hufflepuff, but after a moment of silence, it suddenly changed its decision. Had Dumbledore not intervened, he would have never believed it. "Brook." At this moment, the Gryffindor table erupted into enthusiastic applause, rivaling the welcome given to Harry. Though many younger students were unaware of the significance of the Sorting Hat's speech, the older students certainly understood. The upperclassmen applauded, and the younger ones followed suit. Hermione clapped vigorously, her face flushed with excitement. Brook set the sorting hat on the stool and made his way to the Gryffindor table, taking a seat beside Hermione. In both this life and the last, Brook regarded himself as no paragon of virtue, while he would not indulge in reckless abandon upon his transmigration. Becoming a chaotic, evil lunatic, he sensed Dumbledore truly viewed him as a sunflower. Old Dumbledore, just you wait. I shall return in due time. How delightful, Brook. We have been assigned to the same house. Hermione responded. Indeed, it is quite wonderful. Brook's words were not entirely perfunctory. Being in the same house as Hermione would certainly facilitate the completion of assignments. Dumbledore rose from his seat, extending his arms in a warm embrace, proclaiming, Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I would like to share a few words. Foolishness. Whimpering. Dregs. Twist. Thank you all. With a smile, he settled back down. The audience applauded enthusiastically, albeit with confusion. What does that mean? Hermione inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Perhaps it is some esoteric incantation, Hermione. Would you care for some lamb chops? Brook placed a generous portion of lamb on his plate. Lamb chops. Hermione realized her own golden plate had magically filled with food. Please, slice me a bit. Brook cut 2 lamb chops for Hermione, while he himself eagerly gnawed on the bone. Despite having been in England for a year, he remained unaccustomed to using cutlery. Such sizable lamb chops were best enjoyed by tearing into them. They were boiled, with a flavor that was passable, accompanied by a pronounced citrus tang, likely from lemon marinating to eliminate the mutton's gamey taste. However, it lacked any dipping sauce. Although he had ample space for his favorite ingredients and chives, it was not convenient to retrieve them at the moment. Brook found himself quite satiated. Despite the simplicity of the roasted and boiled dishes, the ingredients were exceedingly fresh, emphasizing the intrinsic flavors. As for the kidney pie, he had not even touched it. Though he enjoyed kidneys, he had never encountered them prepared in such a manner, especially with the lingering, unrefined taste that triggered his nausea. The vegetables were limited to carrots and peas. He had no fondness for carrots, and the peas were boiled as well. How could one enjoy them without any seasoning? Meanwhile, Hermione sat beside him, regretting her choices. Although she had indulged in numerous snacks on the train, she was still quite hungry and had unconsciously consumed a fair amount of meat. The array of desserts following the main course left her in a dilemma. Apple pie, syrup pudding, chocolate muffins, fried jam donuts, rice pudding, ice cream, and more. She was torn between desire and restraint. Brook promptly pushed a mango-flavored ice cream toward her. Desserts are cold and devoid of calories. You're deceiving me, Hermione playfully retorted. Yet she began to savor it in small bites, her face radiating satisfaction. As everyone finished their meals, Dumbledore rose once more. Well, now that you are all well fed, I have a few more words to impart. Lastly, I must caution any student who wishes to avoid accidents, or even worse, death, to refrain from venturing near the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. His demeanor suddenly turned exuberant. Now, let us join together in singing the school song. With a gentle flick of his wand, a golden ribbon floated into the air, swirling to form lines of lyrics. Feel free to choose your preferred melody. Ready, sing. Hogwarts. Hogwarts. As the final 2 individuals concluded the last note with the melody of the funeral march, Dumbledore wore a look of satisfaction. The welcoming feast was entirely over. The Gryffindor common room was nestled within the tower on the 7th floor. Through the window, Brook gazed upon the sparse stars scattered across the night sky. After bidding farewell to Hermione, he made his way to the dormitory alone. Inside, there were 6 beds adorned with 4-post canopies, each draped with deep crimson velvet curtains. Hogwarts had assigned all 6 first-year wizards to a single dormitory. Brook greeted the others in the room, made their acquaintances, and then headed off to shower. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, tranquility enveloped the space, as the others had already succumbed to slumber. It was the perfect moment for him to engage in a lottery. He had earned 5 chances to draw. The last 2 completed tasks were successfully entering any house and being served by a house elf. He did recall something about house elves, creatures resembling fairies. However, he was uncertain as to when he had ever been served by one. Nevertheless, an additional lottery opportunity was always a welcome fortune. Brook instinctively offered a prayer to the myriad of deities. The system lottery commenced, a quintuple draw. The prompt from the system resonated in his mind. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have won second prize, 1,000 crates of high-purity malt liquor, a favorite delicacy of the Norwegian Ridgeback. It would significantly enhance its affinity. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have won the grand prize, the map of mountains and rivers. The host may freely alter its internal environment to store items and creatures, due to unforeseen circumstances. The map of mountains and rivers would be bestowed upon the host in the form of a ring. Brook had no shortage of liquor. He possessed hundreds of tons of superior white spirits. Malt liquor was hardly worthy of his table. As for the map of mountains and rivers, it was indeed a treasure. Although its functions somewhat overlapped with his independent space, he retrieved the transformed ring version of the map. Its design was rather ordinary, lacking the ethereal quality portrayed in films. Devoid of any artistic brushstrokes. The band was not made of metal, but appeared to be crafted from some form of crystal. The surface seemed smooth, yet upon closer inspection, intricate textures could be discerned within. Embedded in the ring was a substantial gemstone, with blue and purple hues swirling within it. With a mere thought, Brook found himself within the map of mountains and rivers. Surprisingly, the internal sky was adorned with twinkling stars. The entire space was vast, stretching beyond the limits of his sight. Unlike the picturesque environments depicted in movies, it was merely a barren continent. He boldly pointed towards the sky. Let there be light. Yet, the space remained unchanged, still illuminated solely by the flickering stars. Brook felt a twinge of embarrassment. No matter. He would try again. Let there be mountains. This time, the space finally responded. In the direction he pointed, a towering mountain erupted from the ground in an instant. Suddenly, Brook was overtaken by a wave of dizziness, collapsing onto the ground as if his very essence had been drained. Fortunately, he was well versed in managing such episodes. He took a moment to regulate his breathing before unveiling a concealed door. From within this independent space, he retrieved a considerable amount of chocolate, consuming it rapidly. As he devoured several pieces, Brook gradually regained his strength. He gazed at the mountain peak before him, estimating its height to be over 500 meters. It appeared that this space could not be altered at will. It seemed intrinsically linked to his physical stamina. Chapter 15. Cat Cuddling. The following morning, Brook rose unusually early. In the dormitory, apart from Harry and Ron who were still deep in slumber, the other beds were already vacant. He quickly freshened up before stepping outside. In the common room, he spotted Hermione, engrossed in a book. Good morning, Hermione. Brook, you're awake rather late. If you linger any longer, you'll miss breakfast. Brook smiled faintly. Hermione's words required interpretation. Though they sounded like reproach, they were laced with concern for his missed meal. He was certain she had been waiting for him. Having skipped breakfast herself, shall we go and see what delights await us? Together, they ventured to the great hall. The breakfast spread was quite traditional. Toasted bread, crispy bacon, sausages, fried and boiled eggs, accompanied by butter and an array of jams. Hermione, not particularly hungry, merely consumed a boiled egg. Brook, on the other hand, indulged heartily. Despite the chocolate replenishing his energy, it hardly sufficed to satiate his hunger. Hermione watched Brook with astonishment. Brook, what's with you? Perhaps it's just a growth spurt. I seem to be eating a bit more than usual. She rolled her eyes, refraining from further inquiries, instead assisting him by adding food to his plate. Once satisfied, they hastily made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. Noticing that the first 3 rows were already occupied, Hermione couldn't help but whisper her frustration to Brook. This is all your fault. With you eating so much, we've lost our chance at a good seat. She quickly claimed a spot in the 4th row. Brook shrugged, his attention captivated by the tabby cat perched on the podium. His system contained numerous tasks related to Professor McGonagall, one of which involved petting Minerva McGonagall in her tabby cat form. His motivation wasn't solely to fulfill the task, but stemmed from curiosity about the tactile experience of a human transformed into a cat. However, it felt somewhat inappropriate to disturb the head of his house so early in the term. Yet, his body betrayed him, leading him unconsciously to the front of the classroom. He observed the tabby cat, which was likewise tilting its head in his direction, its eyes reflecting clear curiosity. Brook extended his hand, his fingers brushing against its fur. Oh, the texture is rather pleasant. What a pity, it's a cat and not a catgirl. The tabby cat froze, momentarily stunned. Only when Brook instinctively began to scratch beneath its chin did it spring back to life. Professor McGonagall wore a serious expression, yet a subtle blush graced her cheeks. The entire classroom of young wizards collectively inhaled sharply, particularly Hermione, whose eyes were filled with trepidation. In contrast, Brook appeared unfazed, for ignorance often breeds indifference. As a wizard hailing from a Muggle family, he was blissfully unaware that the cat was a transformation of Professor McGonagall. This was quite reasonable. It was not a true feline, or else he would surely have taken a few breaths of it. Mr. Lot, while you may harbor a fondness for cats or small creatures, it is crucial to understand that many beings in the magical realm can be exceedingly perilous. Therefore, do not venture to touch them lightly without prior knowledge. Understood, Professor. Brook settled beside Hermione. You truly frightened me. Thank goodness the professor didn't expel you, Hermione said. Still shaken, Brook's eyes lit up. Indeed, I could have been expelled. Why hadn't I thought of that sooner? It appeared he needed to meticulously evaluate the reckless tasks within the system. It was a splendid opportunity to earn rewards while risking expulsion, truly perfect. Thank you, Hermione. Hermione raised her chin high. When Professor McGonagall demonstrated, it appeared quite simple. With a casual flick of her wand, a match transformed into a needle. However, despite his repeated attempts, Brook found himself incapable of even the slightest alteration. Thus, he began to stare blankly at the match. At the outset of the lesson, Professor McGonagall had emphasized the essence of transfiguration, imagination. They needed to construct a vivid mental image of the target form and a blueprint of the transformation steps. The clearer the thought, the closer the transformation would align with their expectations. Of course, concentration and magical control were also paramount. Brooke pondered Professor McGonagall's words diligently. His brain-sealing technique endowed him with extraordinary focus. Although his top-tier talent in dark arts did not encompass transfiguration, it afforded him a notable advantage in magical control. The structure of the target form, a needle, was not overly complex. Clearly, the issue lay in the construction of the transformation steps. He needed to refine the process further. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall discreetly observed Brooke. After all, throughout her years of teaching, he was the first student brave enough to physically engage with her. She was filled with anticipation for this 11-year-old genius who had already mastered the brain-sealing technique. She yearned to discover his aptitude in transfiguration. Then, she witnessed Brooke snap off the head of the matchstick. He pointed his wand at the remaining stick and performed the transformation spell. The matchstick began to shimmer with a silvery metallic sheen. Professor McGonagall's pupils widened. While she had encountered many prodigies, Brooke clearly did not belong to the category of those innately gifted in transfiguration. Otherwise, his previous attempts would not have yielded no results. Yet, within just a few minutes of contemplation, he succeeded. This was undeniably perplexing. Brooke cast the transformation spell twice more, successfully converting the matchstick into metal. He then commenced shaping the needle's tail and tip. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached him. She levitated the needle he had conjured into the air, allowing the entire class to behold it clearly. "Behold, Mr. Lot has succeeded," proclaimed a voice, causing Brooke to blush slightly, not due to praise, but rather because of the rather complicated nature of his transfigured matchstick. Had he been forewarned that it was a matchstick, he might have been able to identify it. Yet its form was somewhat abstract. Professor McGonagall offered Brooke a few words of encouragement before prompting the class to continue their practice. Hermione, eager to demonstrate her prowess, began to wave her wand fervently at the matchsticks, wielding it with such fervor that one might suspect she intended harm. As class drew to a close, a transformation finally manifested, and the needle tip emerged. "Mr. Lot, may I have a word?" Hermione's heart raced at this unexpected request. "Surely." Professor McGonagall would reprimand Brooke over the cat incident. Thus, she deliberately took her time packing her bag, hoping to overhear. Chapter 16, Herbology? Merely Culinary Delights. Brooke approached the podium with an air of calm. "Professor McGonagall, your proficiency in transfiguration is commendable. Thank you for your kind words. Might you enlighten me as to why you broke the head off the matchstick?" There seemed to be no harm in sharing, so he began to elucidate. Transforming a matchstick into a needle involves not only a change in form, but also a transformation of its material properties. The matchstick comprises wood and a head of white phosphorus, and altering the nature of both substances is quite a challenge. Hence, I cleverly opted to convert only the wood into metal, gradually adjusting the dimensions and structure of the metal ends until a needle was formed. "A truly brilliant idea," she remarked. "I merely simplified the process to make it more manageable." A smile of approval graced Professor McGonagall's face. "The most challenging aspect of learning lies in the perspective of thought. It seems I must contemplate how to better instruct you novice learners. Professor McGonagall, your teaching methods are exceptional. My insights are a testament to your guidance." The professor beamed even more broadly. 10 points to Gryffindor. "Now, off to your next class. Do not be late." "Certainly, Professor," Brooke replied as he departed the Transfiguration classroom alongside Hermione, who had neatly packed his bag for him. With a sigh of relief, Hermione exclaimed, "Phew, you had me worried. I thought Professor McGonagall might punish you over the earlier incident." Brooke affectionately ruffled her hair. "Since Professor McGonagall chose not to reprimand me publicly, it is unlikely she will pursue the matter further. By the way, could you elaborate on the method you mentioned earlier?" "Of course, but not right now." Hermione's face was awash with confusion. "Look at the time. We are about to be late for Charms class." "Oh." Hermione finally grasped the gravity of the situation, grabbing Brooke's hand as they hurried toward the Charms classroom. The Charms professor, Phileas Flitwick, was shorter even than Hermione and bore a resemblance to a fairy. However, fairies were forbidden from wielding wands, suggesting that Professor Flitwick might possess some fairy lineage. Professor Flitwick's lessons were quite engaging. The afternoon would bring Professor Pomona Sprout's herbology class, held in the greenhouses outside the castle. She was plump and exuded warmth, her laughter reminiscent of a beloved friend. Brooke found himself entranced by the various fungi and plants before him, his singular thought being whether any of them were edible. He feared that after consuming them, he would be left lying on the ground. Professor Sprout introduced these fungi, which can be utilized for medicinal purposes. If he cooked them for over 30 minutes, there should be no issues, right? As Professor Sprout announced the end of the class, Brooke approached him directly. "Professor, Mr. Lot, is there something you need?" "Professor, I am greatly interested in cultivating plants. Could you provide me with a sample of each type from your greenhouse? I wish to attempt to nurture them myself." "That is certainly possible, but you must understand that these plants have very strict requirements regarding temperature and humidity. I am concerned that you may struggle to keep them alive in your dormitory. I can construct a small greenhouse in my dormitory. I am quite adept at that. You can actually build a greenhouse? Brook nodded earnestly. Very well, since you are so keen, give it a try. Thank you, Professor. Brook was elated. Finally, he would have food to eat. Under Professor Sprout's guidance, Brook carefully transplanted each type of fungus into several small pots. Meanwhile, Sprout provided him with a more detailed cultivation process and the requirements for temperature and humidity control. Brook diligently memorized these key points. Although Hermione was unsure of Brook's intentions, she came over to assist. Professor, can these fungi be consumed directly? Consumed? Sprout looked somewhat perplexed. Yes, to better understand the medicinal properties of the plants I cultivate. I often try a bit myself to personally experience their effects. Sprout's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Every good herbalist should test their remedies. Brook, you are quite to my liking. Their medicinal properties are mild and non-toxic. You may attempt to taste a small amount. That is wonderful. Thank you very much, Professor. Brook was exceedingly pleased. However, Mr. Lot, you must remember that not all plants are suitable for self-testing of remedies. If you are ever uncertain, feel free to consult me. Sprout reminded him earnestly. I will, Professor. Could you also provide me with samples of other edible plants? Brook inquired tentatively. If you successfully nurture these fungi, we can consider it. Sprout replied with a smile. Subsequently, he and Hermione each carried several pots and left the greenhouse. Sprout observed Brook's cautious demeanor with satisfaction. Yet she cast a wistful glance towards the 8th floor of the tower. The Sorting Hat had clearly deemed Brook suited for Hufflepuff, yet he was ultimately placed in Gryffindor. Without Dumbledore's guidance, the Sorting Hat would not have changed its mind. What a promising young talent. Hermione, cradling the pot, followed closely beside Brook. When did you develop an interest in cultivating plants? To me, these are not merely plants. Brook replied with a joyful smile, his spirits lifted. Especially with the promise of more ingredients from Sprout to come. Hermione looked at the plants in her arms, puzzled. These are all food. You truly intend to eat them? Absolutely. Very well. Hermione was aware of Brook's peculiar obsession with food, and indeed, his Chinese cuisine was delectable. Hey, Brook, where are you off to? She inquired. I'm taking you to explore the small grove. The school regulations prohibit students from entering the Forbidden Forest, Hermione hurriedly cautioned. Do not fret. We shall remain at the edge and not venture in. Seeing Brook on the verge of entering the Forbidden Forest, Hermione stamped her foot in frustration, but ultimately followed him reluctantly. Brook had no intention of delving deep into the forest. He simply found it more convenient to handle certain matters there. Let us stay here. Chapter 17, Hagrid. A few towering trees effectively concealed them from anyone in the direction of the castle. You aren't planning to cultivate these fungi here, are you? Of course not. Brook replied, a thought crossing his mind, and suddenly the flower pot he held vanished. Hermione stared in astonishment, her face a canvas of questions. Brook placed his hand on her shoulder. Come, I shall take you to a place. Oh, all right. In an instant, Hermione's surroundings transformed. The trees vanished, replaced by an expansive space, with only a barren high mountain before them. Where are we? Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity. My ancestors were wizards. And this is their sole relic. I've only recently discovered how to utilize it. Your ancestors were wizards? Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Only once removed. This place is truly wondrous. We can even see the sun. At that moment, Brook noticed that the stars from the previous night had disappeared, supplanted by a fiery sun. It seemed this space mirrored the external world, with celestial bodies in motion. All right, place the flower pot down. We shall plant them here. Oh, Brook pointed to a nearby clearing. I require a greenhouse of 20 square meters, with a constant temperature between 20 and 30 degrees, and humidity maintained between 85 and 95%. As his words resonated, a greenhouse materialized out of thin air. Brook felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet it was far better than the previous night. This is simply incredible. Hermione's mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate an ear of corn. This is a feature of this space. I can modify it at will. How marvelous. Brook began to plant the fungi using the transplantation method taught by Professor Sprout. Although he had only sown a few specimens, he felt an unusual sense of fulfillment. As if a certain lineage was awakening within him. He suddenly yearned to cultivate more plants, not for consumption, but purely for the joy of planting. Brook gazed contentedly at his work. Hermione was assisting him, and both were now covered in dirt, their faces smudged. Brook placed his hand on Hermione's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, they reappeared in the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, Young wizard, entry into the Forbidden Forest is prohibited. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, her face contorting in dismay. We are finished. Brook furrowed his brow slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. Approaching them was a giant over 3 meters tall. Ah, it's Hagrid. Thank goodness. As Hagrid approached, Brook began to explain. We did not enter the Forbidden Forest. We merely exchanged a few words here. Hagrid regarded them with skepticism, then noticed that while they bore dirt on their clothes, there were no signs of branches having scratched them. A sudden smile of understanding spread across his face. Even the edges of the Forbidden Forest are home to magical creatures. So you must remain vigilant. Are you Hagrid? Hermione inquired cautiously. You know me, Hagrid replied, his expression one of surprise. I heard Potter refer to you that way. Hermione clarified. Ruby is Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I usually patrol the Forbidden Forest to prevent young witches and wizards from wandering in. We truly did not intend to enter the forest, Hermione reiterated, her tone tinged with exasperation. Hagrid nodded his large head, conveying a sense of belief in their words. Brook introduced himself and Hermione to Hagrid. You are students from Gryffindor, then. Hagrid, may we visit your hut for a while? Brook suggested suddenly. Really? You wish to come to my hut? Hagrid appeared exceedingly delighted, even exhibiting a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Of course, as long as you don't mind. You are most welcome. Feel free to come anytime, Hagrid said warmly. Hagrid's hut was not far off, and he happily led the way. Woof. Upon arriving at the hut, a large black dog bounded forward, its tongue lolling out. If this dog stood on its hind legs, it would likely be as tall as Hermione. Hagrid swiftly grasped the dog's collar. This is Fong, he won't bite, he explained while securing Fong's leash to a wooden post. Brook and the others showed little reaction. It was merely a larger dog, quite common. Come on in, the space is a bit cramped, Hagrid invited them enthusiastically as he opened the door. Hagrid's hut was indeed somewhat small, particularly for someone of his considerable stature. The furnishings were sparse, the bed was merely wooden planks propped up on stones. And the bedding was a patchwork of vibrant colors, evoking a rustic charm. As Brook engaged in casual conversation with Hagrid, he gradually realized the innocence that lay within him. To describe Hagrid as innocent would not fully capture his essence. He resembled a child living in an ivory tower, utterly unguarded against the outside world. His emotions were openly displayed on his face, devoid of any pretense. Brook found that he did not need to draw out information deliberately. Even a casual remark would prompt Hagrid to share his thoughts with unrestrained enthusiasm, as if Brook were an old friend. However, Hagrid possessed unique insights on many matters, creating a sense of clarity amidst the confusion that often enveloped others. Take, for instance, the sorting of young witches and wizards at Hogwarts based on their characteristics. Hagrid refrained from commenting on Slytherin House, noting that bloodline was prioritized above all else, followed closely by personality. As for the sorting methods of the other three houses, he had always considered the sorting hat to be a rather absurd notion. Hagrid mentioned an individual, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from disclosing the person's name. I must tell you, this individual graduated from Gryffindor House. One would presume that Gryffindor values courage above all. However, the reality is starkly different. He betrayed his friends and caused their demise. What sort of courage is that? Anger was etched on Hagrid's face. He is nothing but a born miscreant. He ought to have been sorted into Slytherin, just like those from his family. Moreover, I know many who hail from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and they possess extraordinary courage, rivaling that of Gryffindor. Brook listened intently, while Hermione appeared pensive. The sorting hat initially intended to place her in Ravenclaw, but ultimately recognized her remarkable bravery. After much deliberation, it assigned her to Gryffindor. Chapter 18. Hot pot, hot pot. In the midst of conversation, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare dinner. Upon finishing his statement, Hagrid set off to cook. Just as Brook was about to politely decline the offer, she witnessed Hagrid pulling an array of vegetables and meats from the depths of his coat pocket. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Cabbage, water bamboo, enoki mushrooms, lettuce, purple cabbage, oilseed lettuce, and winter melon. The meat had an unusual texture, distinctly unlike beef or lamb. Brook hurriedly inquired, Hagrid, where did you procure these vegetables? Some I grew myself, and others I foraged in the Forbidden Forest, he replied. Isn't there an abundance of such ingredients in the Forbidden Forest? Indeed. Hagrid suddenly became alert. But you must not venture into the Forbidden Forest. It is perilous. Rest assured, I have no intention of entering. However, I would appreciate it if you could assist me in acquiring some vegetable seeds. I wish to cultivate my own produce. Hagrid readily agreed. That would be much appreciated. How much do you require? I shall pay you. Hagrid shook his large head vigorously. Seeds are hardly worth much. It's nothing. Brook did not dwell on the matter. Such is the nature of human relationships. I owe you a little, you owe me a little. As debts accumulate, connections naturally deepen. Nonetheless, such fine ingredients must not be squandered. Hagrid, let us have hot pot tonight. Hot pot. Hagrid and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances. It involves cooking these ingredients in a pot. Brook explained succinctly. A smile broke across Hagrid's face. He was familiar with this method of preparation. He gestured towards the small pot beside the fire. I usually cook them all together. Do not enter the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid exclaimed loudly. He stepped out of the small hut and directly into the space within the ring. With a twinge of regret, he carefully picked 2 mushrooms from each cluster. He was undoubtedly preparing for a spicy hot pot. However, Hermione would not partake in such. She would only have a mushroom broth. At that moment, Hermione was diligently slicing winter melon. Brooke observed her haphazardly cutting the winter melon into uneven slices, skin included, and felt a wave of exasperation. Hermione, allow me to handle the rest. Brooke first set up the duel pot with Hagrid, then began to simmer the Sichuan hot pot base and mushrooms on either side. The enticing aroma of the Sichuan hot pot base wafted through the air. Brooke inhaled the familiar aroma of butter and chili wafting through the air, feeling invigorated. He accepted the knife from Hermione's hand and began to prepare the winter melon. Naturally, the first step was to peel the melon. It must be noted that Hagrid's knife was remarkably large, at least 2 to 3 times heavier than an ordinary kitchen knife. No wonder Hermione had struggled with it earlier. As she observed Brooke's swift movements, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Having never encountered winter melon before, she was unaware that it required peeling. Just moments ago, she and Hagrid had meticulously washed the entire melon several times. Brooke worked swiftly, although the knife felt unwieldy. The allure of the hot pot spurred him on. His knife skills were rather average, but since they were only cooking for themselves, precision was unnecessary. Size and presentation were of little consequence. What mattered most was the taste. With everything prepared, the 2 youngsters and 1 giant gathered around the bubbling yin-yang pot. The neatly cut vegetables and meats were arranged nearby, ready to be immersed in the broth. The dipping sauces were also set in place. Brooke naturally opted for an oil dip enriched with minced garlic and a splash of oyster sauce. Hermione and Hagrid, on the other hand, had their bowls filled with a robust mixture. Then came the awkward moment. There were no chopsticks. Acquiring chopsticks was simple. Hagrid had plenty of twigs that could be whittled down to size. The crux of the matter, however, was that neither Hermione nor Hagrid knew how to use them. Mastering chopsticks is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in an instant. Hagrid, holding one stick in his hand, resorted to fishing directly from the pot. Surprisingly, his method proved to be quite effective, yielding a near-perfect success rate. After sampling the spicy pot's offerings, Hagrid decisively focused on the fiery broth, even pouring a generous bowl of the spicy soup to sip. Meanwhile, Hermione struggled to emulate Brooke's technique. Her success rate dismally low, managing to pick up a piece only once out of 10 attempts. Observing her plight, Brooke picked up another pair of chopsticks and deftly transferred ingredients from the mushroom broth to an empty plate. Hermione, why not use a fork? He suggested. No, I want to use chopsticks, she replied, her expression resolute. Ultimately, the joy of dining is what matters most. You're so intelligent. You'll master the art of chopsticks with a little practice. Noticing her lingering hesitation, he added, I spent 6 months learning to use chopsticks myself. This was no exaggeration. He had only begun using them at the age of 6 and had indeed taken over half a year to become proficient. Finally, Hermione relented. Though she vowed within herself to learn to use chopsticks in the shortest time possible, no need for 6 months. A single day would suffice. Hagrid, what kind of meat is this? It has such a delightful chew, Brooke mused, savoring the tender morsel in his mouth. Though it required some effort to chew, the flavor was exquisite. Hagrid, content, took another hearty sip of the hot pot broth. Are there many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Brooke inquired, his curiosity piqued. Hagrid instantly grew alert. Brooke, the Forbidden Forest is perilous. You absolutely must not venture inside. I have no intention of going in. After all, I have you here. Don't I? With a smile, Brooke remarked, if you could procure the flesh of other magical creatures, I would be quite eager to sample it. No. Hagrid shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. He continued to elucidate. As for the Grabhorn, their reproductive capabilities are remarkably robust, serving as sustenance for numerous clans in the Forbidden Forest. Hence, when I encountered a deceased Grabhorn, I took a portion of its meat for consumption. Hagrid, I must address this matter with you, Brooke stated earnestly. What you are exhibiting is discrimination against magical creatures. Hagrid was momentarily taken aback. How could someone so passionate about magical creatures harbor prejudice? Is not the Grabhorn a magical creature? Its meat is consumable, while that of other magical beings is not. This clearly indicates a double standard, a form of discrimination, and a lack of respect for magical creatures. Hagrid's mind struggled to comprehend this notion. Chapter 19, Raising Dragons? A brilliant idea. In Hagrid's understanding, Grabhorns were akin to cattle and sheep, inherently regarded as food. Conversely, other magical creatures were his treasured companions, thus not to be consumed. Yet, Brooke's argument seemed to hold merit. Why is it that, despite being magical creatures, Grabhorns are treated as food? Soon, clarity dawned upon him. His fondness for dragons was undeniable, yet he had partaken of dragon meat before. The act of consuming flesh did not seem to conflict with his affection for these magical beings. Upon hearing this, Hermione's face blanched in horror. Hagrid's eyes widened, resembling brass bells. You wish to eat spiders, scorpions, and centipedes? If you procure them, I assure you they will be delectable. Hagrid nodded. He did not possess particularly high standards when it came to food. Anything edible sufficed. However, he was always willing to assist others. His burial of magical creatures remained stemmed from a respect for life and a habitual practice. If Brooke desired to eat, then so be it. Hermione, with a modest appetite, soon found herself satiated. While listening to Brooke and Hagrid's conversation, she practiced her dexterity with chopsticks. Hagrid, perhaps caught up in the revelry of eating or drinking, spoke with a speed that rivaled Hermione's. I have raised many magical creatures, including Fluffy, a three-headed dog. I would have taken you to meet him, but I lent him to Dumbledore a few days ago. Suddenly, he paused, seemingly recalling something, and shifted the conversation. In truth, my greatest desire is to raise a dragon. A glimmer of regret flickered in his eyes. However, raising dragons privately is illegal. Dragons? Brooke had a faint recollection of dragons, having seen them in a film, though he could not recall which installment. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. While it could not compare to the great Chinese dragon, it was sufficiently large. Were it feasible to raise one, he would indeed find it intriguing. Hagrid, you mentioned that raising dragons privately is illegal, correct? Yes, indeed. Why do you ask? Hagrid's face began to flush. What if we were to raise a dragon under the auspices of a company or Hogwarts? Dumbledore did discover 12 uses for dragon blood. After all, raising a dragon for academic research seems quite reasonable, does it not? Hagrid appeared as if jolted by a surge of electricity, instantly alert. His eyes widened in astonishment. What did you just say? Given the esteemed position of Dumbledore and Hogwarts within the United Kingdom, it should not pose a significant challenge to apply for the care of a dragon for academic research purposes. As for the responsibilities associated with tending to the dragon, it is clear that Dumbledore is far too occupied, thus the task would naturally fall to you. This way, you would be able to rightfully rear a dragon, wouldn't you? Is this truly feasible? Hagrid exclaimed, his small, bucket-like goblet trembling in his grasp, spilling a considerable amount of its contents. Why not give it a try? Brooke shrugged. He may not be entirely familiar with the Ministry of Magic's tendencies, yet Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this realm, commands respect. What is power? Dumbledore embodies it. While he may appear to be merely a jovial old man with a penchant for mischief, should he truly desire something, who would dare oppose him? Setting aside his formidable personal prowess, the mere title of headmaster is sufficient for him to stand unwavering. Academic authority is the prevailing force in modern society. However, I do not wish to trouble Headmaster Dumbledore. He is exceedingly busy, and I would not want to squander his time over such a trivial matter. Although Hagrid yearned to care for a dragon, he was reluctant to impose upon Dumbledore. Brooke rolled his eyes. How busy can the headmaster truly be? He merely chooses where to rest his head. With a spark of inspiration, he declared, I shall approach him. I am quite intrigued by the idea of raising a dragon myself. Really? Thank you, Brooke, Hagrid exclaimed, his excitement prompting him to lift Brooke off the ground. Fortunately, Brooke's physique was comparable to that of an adult, or he would have surely needed a few days in the infirmary. However, Hagrid, there is one thing you must remember. You cannot disclose to anyone that you have expressed a desire to raise a dragon to me, Brooke cautioned. Although Hagrid did not fully comprehend, he nodded earnestly, vowing to keep it a secret. As curfew approached, Brooke and Hermione reluctantly took their leave. Before they departed, Hagrid gifted each of them a white bandage, known for its excellent hemostatic properties when applied to injuries. Brooke accepted it without hesitation. Within the cabin, he also noticed a carpet woven from the same material. Likely not of great value. He marveled at its soft texture, imbued with a gentle warmth, and resolved to fashion it into a scarf as a Christmas gift for Hermione. Upon entering, Hermione could not contain her curiosity. Brooke, do you truly wish to raise a dragon at Hogwarts? I have read about dragons, and they appear quite fearsome. What if they harm a young wizard? Such concerns are beyond our purview. If Dumbledore permits the dragon, he will undoubtedly implement comprehensive measures to ensure the safety of the students. Are you going to speak with the headmaster then? I cannot approach him directly. Then what will you do? Do not worry, I have my own clever plans. Today, Brooke had earned 2 opportunities for a prize drawing, one for engaging with a cat, and the other for exploring Hagrid's hut. This was also the motivation behind his desire to visit Hagrid. However, the vegetables were indeed an unexpected delight, surpassing even his joy at winning the drawing opportunities. Nevertheless, he refrained from participating in the prize drawing immediately. On one hand, he currently lacks nothing. Whether he participates in the lottery is of little consequence. On the other hand, accumulating lottery tickets can still prove beneficial, as it may lead to a substantial reward. The defense against the dark arts class was nothing short of a calamity for Brooke. The classroom was suffused with an overwhelming stench of garlic. While the powers of Asgard had enhanced his physical abilities, they had also heightened his senses, making the garlic odor assault his senses with greater intensity. Although he typically relished garlic with his meat, and even incorporated it into his noodles and dumplings, being enveloped in the pungent aroma was genuinely distressing. This marked his first resolute decision to sit in the last row, undeterred by Hermione's displeasure. His mind was already overwhelmed by the garlic scent. The moment the bell rang, he bolted from the classroom without waiting for Professor Quirrell to dismiss them, eagerly inhaling the fresh air outside, until he found a remedy for the garlic odor. He could not return to the defense against the dark arts class. No argument would sway him. He dared anyone to expel him. Chapter 20. A quarrel between the young couple, Brooke suffers. Professor Quirrell exhibited little reaction, likely unaware of Brooke's absence due to the lack of roll call. However, Hermione was not so forgiving. Skipping class was a grave offense, an utter catastrophe. She unleashed a torrent of words at Brooke, as if he had committed an unspeakable crime. Brooke, on the other hand, found her fervor rather amusing. To prevent Hermione from reporting him, a habit she had indulged in before, he invited her to the library. For Hermione, there was no problem that could not be resolved with a visit to the library. If necessary, 2 visits would suffice. Brooke was quite intrigued by the Hogwarts library as well. In his previous life, he had come across the adage that university professors might be the most remarkable individuals one encounters, and that the books within university libraries represent the greatest opportunity to expand one's knowledge, often containing rare volumes unobtainable elsewhere. The lecturer for the History of Magic class was a ghost named Professor Binns. He not only recited from the textbook, but did so in a monotone voice devoid of any inflection. Even Brooke, who had a passion for history, found himself drowsy. He could only maintain a semblance of alertness by twirling his wand, which he deemed the utmost respect for history. Nonetheless, such reverence likely would not endure for long. After years of not gazing at the stars, Brooke found his experience in astronomy class delightful. At the astronomy tower, accompanied by the gentle coolness of the breeze, he marveled at the vast expanse of the starry sky. In that moment, he felt as though his soul had been cleansed. In the afternoon, they were to visit the library, with dinner planned at Hagrid's. During breakfast, Brooke received a note from Hagrid, who had procured a variety of vegetable seeds, along with several billywig insects and a 5-legged creature. Upon seeing the name of the billywig, Brooke felt an involuntary salivation, as if the bread in his mouth had suddenly become more fragrant. Last night at the library, he fortuitously discovered a tome titled A Comprehensive Guide to Asian Venoms. Within its pages, there lay a description of the billywig, an insect whose venom induces dizziness and a subsequent ethereal floating sensation. However, once its venom glands and stingers are removed, this creature can be fried or pickled. If Hagrid were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in delight, for he understands me well. The potions class is held in a subterranean classroom, where the walls are meticulously adorned with numerous glass jars, each containing an array of peculiar animal specimens. The potions master is Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, notoriously known for his harshness towards Harry, though his demeanor is equally unkind to others. The art of potion making is a precise science and a meticulous craft. I can impart to you the secrets of elevating your reputation, brewing glory, and even staving off death, provided you are not the sort whose minds are cluttered with trivialities. Despite Snape's cold and emotionless tone, the cadence of his words exudes an undeniable authority. Nevertheless, his focus is evidently fixated upon Harry Potter. He suddenly called out, "If I were to dissolve powdered daffodil root into an infusion of mugwort, what would be the result?" Harry, momentarily bewildered, was at a loss. I don't know, Professor. TSK. It appears that fame does not equate to knowledge. Snape retorted with a disdainful curl of his lips. And where might one procure bezoar? I don't know, Professor. Potter, what is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? Hermione, rising with her hand raised high, pierced the air with her eagerness. Brooke rolled his eyes in exasperation. Snape's tone resembled that of a quarrelsome couple. What business did she have interjecting? One must be cautious not to invite trouble. Brooke felt somewhat dazed. How had he become embroiled in this discourse? Daffodil root and mugwort can yield the elixir of life. Bezoar, a gallstone from a goat, possesses properties that clear heat, detoxify, and restore consciousness. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they are both varieties of aconite, with no discernible difference. Fortunately, Snape's inquiries were all based on the early pages of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, or he would have been equally lost. Snape cast a penetrating glance at Brooke before taking a seat, allowing the potions class to resume. He began instructing them on the preparation of a potion to treat scabies. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. Not only were whispers absent, but even the act of grinding the poisonous fangs of serpents was executed with utmost discretion, as the young wizards instinctively endeavored to minimize noise. Brooke, however, remained unperturbed, diligently following the steps outlined on the blackboard. Snape's instructions slightly deviated from those in the book, yet Brooke was confident that Snape's approach would be superior. Hermione took charge of weighing and brewing, exemplifying the adage that teamwork lightens the burden. The potion for treating scabies swiftly began to take form. Snape circled their workstation 3 times, yet found no opportunity to unleash his venomous critique. Just as they were on the brink of success, a resounding bang echoed through the classroom. Neville had inadvertently burned the cauldron, causing a purple potion to splatter everywhere. Brooke swiftly cast an enlargement charm, making his textbook expand tenfold, serving as a shield to effectively protect both himself and Hermione. Snape shot a surprised glance at Brooke, but refrained from commenting, striding over to help Neville with the aftermath. At that moment, Neville found himself soaked in potion, his body breaking out in painful boils that had him wailing in agony. The other young wizards nearby were also affected, suffering from similar afflictions. Did you forget to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills? Snape felt his blood pressure rising uncontrollably. In all his years of teaching, this was the first time he encountered an explosion of a cauldron. You too. Take him to the infirmary. Potter, why didn't you warn him? Is it to highlight your own excellence through his foolishness? Gryffindor loses a point, Snape stated coldly. An hour later, the potions class finally came to a close. Everyone bottled their concoctions and handed them in at the front. Snape's expression resembled Hermione's. Though his intent was to provide constructive criticism, his words were laced with biting sarcasm. He reviewed each potion, pointing out their flaws, including Harry and Ron's. What is this? A potion for boils? Are your eyes merely for breathing? How much nettle did you add? Do you wish to drive someone to madness with itching? As for the potion completed by Brook and Hermione, Snape merely glanced at it before setting it aside, marking a note on their assignment. Chapter 21. Professor Snape. Raise a dragon. After tidying up his desk, Snape prepared to leave, but noticed that Brook and Hermione had not yet departed. Aren't you going to eat? Brook approached the desk once more. Actually, Professor, I came across an issue of Practical Potions Master in the library, which discussed 12 uses of dragon blood. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of mockery in his tone. Oh, Mr. Lot believes that my instruction is insufficient and intends to self-study? Certainly not, Professor. Brook feigned hesitation. I find potion making to be the most rigorous form of magic, and the interactions between different potion ingredients intrigue me immensely. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes, but was quickly masked. He remained silent, gesturing for Brook to continue. In examining the uses of dragon blood, I discovered that many potions can incorporate dragon blood to enhance their potency, and the potion for boils is one such example. Indeed, it can increase effectiveness by approximately 30%. However, dragon blood is prohibitively expensive, and few would choose to purchase it even with the enhancement. Despite Snape's neutral tone, Brook sensed a shift in his demeanor, as if Snape's psychological defenses had lowered, and he had developed a favorable impression of Brook. You must surely know that dragon blood can serve as a catalyst, accelerating the brewing process for certain potions that require prolonged simmering. Snape non-committally acknowledged this with a grunt. However, the efficacy of other potions remains inadequately substantiated. I pondered, if Hogwarts were to rear a dragon, it would undoubtedly facilitate your experiments while simultaneously reducing costs. Raising dragons? Snape's brow arched slightly. Brook's suggestion indeed piqued his interest. As a master of potions, he was not particularly in need of funds. He could even leverage Hogwarts accounts. Yet, the freshness and quality of dragon's blood consistently posed a dilemma. I am aware that private dragon husbandry is prohibited. However, one could undertake it under the auspices of Hogwarts. Brook refrained from elaborating, confident that Snape's intellect would grasp the essence of his proposal. Snape's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This notion was indeed feasible. If Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic were to submit a request, it could likely be approved. As for whether the old bee would consent, does he not desire the toothsome potion anymore? Why propose dragon husbandry? Snape inquired suddenly. I merely wish to secure benefits for Hogwarts. Snape regarded Brook with an expression that seemed to question his sanity. Brook feigned embarrassment, scratching his head. He quickly reassured, I am aware that my potion-making skills are insufficient. I merely hope for future opportunities. After all, you know, I hail from a Muggle background and lack financial resources. You may leave now. Snape issued the dismissal. Yes, Professor. Brook's mind resonated with the completion notification for the task of enlisting Snape as assistance. Simultaneously, the task updated to enlist Snape's assistance 13. He promptly took Hermione by the hand and exited without a trace of hesitation. Snape observed Brook's retreating figure, a flicker of admiration crossing his gaze. Whether Brook genuinely harbored a passion for potion making or spoke with a modicum of truth was inconsequential. The crux was that this young man possessed not only courage but also ambition. As a Slytherin, Snape held a particular appreciation for those with aspirations. Moreover, Brook's reasoning did hold merit. Nonetheless, it would be imprudent to approach Dumbledore directly with a request to rear dragons. This was no trivial matter. The foremost concern was safety. Without a comprehensive plan, it was uncertain how long Dumbledore would take to consider the proposal. Upon exiting the potions classroom, Hermione whispered beside Brook, "Is this your proposed solution?" Brook nodded. He was uncertain of the dynamics between Snape and Dumbledore, but as the head of Slytherin, combined with the fact that Hogwarts stakeholders were predominantly pure-blood alumni of Slytherin, Snape undoubtedly wielded some influence. Entrusting the matter to Snape was the most viable path forward. Additionally, the prospect of raising dragons could serve as a minor act of vengeance against Dumbledore. If Hagrid were to inadvertently disclose this, Snape would certainly find out, causing Hermione to display a visage of dread. Am I lying? Hermione pondered meticulously. Brook had merely concealed critical information. He had not lied. Do you truly wish to study potions? Why not? Do you not find potions to be rather fascinating? Brook was indeed truthful. He held a genuine interest in the art of potion making. Compared to the foolish act of waving a wand, He found potions to be far more tangible. For a soul from the Grand Sia, the three most desired pursuits were to extinguish the foot basin, cultivate immortality, and till the land. He had already attained a lengthy lifespan, yet he also needed to consider the companion who would share his future. Potions were akin to alchemy, warranting thorough study. Moreover, sincerity remained an everlasting trump card. If he himself could not believe his words, how could he expect others to do so? In the afternoon, they spent their time in the library. Brook naturally sought out books he found intriguing. He was also quite interested in the restricted section, especially considering his exceptional talent for dark magic. Failing to make use of it would be a missed opportunity. There was no need to rush. Time was on his side. After diligent searching, he finally stumbled upon a tome titled The Complete Guide to Essential Oils. After flipping through a few pages, he promptly closed the book and, ensuring no one was watching, secretly tucked it into his ring. This book was too precious. He would savor it later that night in the comfort of his bed. Just after 4 o'clock, Brook pulled Hermione away from the library and headed toward Hagrid's hut. By chance, they encountered Harry and Ron, who were just leaving. They exchanged brief greetings, as they were not particularly acquainted. With a soul over 30, Brook had little inclination to amuse the young children in the dormitory. With the exception of charming young girls like Hermione. Hagrid, we've arrived. Brook called out loudly. Hagrid immediately welcomed them with a warm smile as they entered. Upon entering, Brook noticed a large basket on the floor, filled with billywig bugs, each about 3 centimeters long, adorned in blue with wings sprouting from either side of their heads. Nearby lay a 5-legged creature, already plucked, roughly the size of a typical lamb. Chapter 22, A Culinary Showcase. Brook began to prepare the billywig bugs. He made a small incision in the abdomen, gently tugging at it. The stinger, along with the venom sac and organs, was extracted, leaving only the edible portions. Meanwhile, Hagrid busily attended to the 5-legged creature, meticulously cleaning its remaining parts after removing the heart. Hermione took it upon herself to wash the vegetables. After over an hour of diligent preparation, all the ingredients were finally ready. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 2 roaring bonfires blazed outside Hagrid's hut. The hot pot, filled with delicacies such as brain and tendons from the 5-legged creature, had been simmering for nearly half an hour, exuding an enticing aroma. On the other side, the entire 5-legged creature was being roasted over the flames, with several skewers of kidneys placed beside it. Both Hermione and Hagrid were well versed in the hot pot experience. Requiring no further instruction from Brook, they began to add meat and vegetables and started to feast. This time, Hermione did not ask Brook for assistance. Although her chopstick skills were still somewhat clumsy, she had improved significantly, achieving a success rate of 70%. Brook directly scooped up some cooked brain and took a bite. The texture was exquisitely creamy, rich, and indulgent without being greasy, melting effortlessly in his mouth. Come, everyone, do taste this delicacy. The brain flour is simply exquisite. Hermione quickly guarded her bowl, indicating her refusal. This brain flour, having not been cooked in the broth, would have deterred her from even partaking in this meal. Hagrid hesitated slightly, but eventually took a piece to sample. The flavor was acceptable, yet it lacked the desired chewiness. He preferred the tendons of the 5-legged creature. They were delightful and satisfying. Brook noticed Hagrid's expression and discerned his indifference towards the brain flour. Each individual has unique tastes, and that is perfectly understandable. Thus, the remaining brain flour was entirely his to enjoy. Next came the tripe. Due to the differing thickness of the inner layer of the 5-legged creature's stomach wall compared to that of a cow, the traditional method of boiling could not be applied. After numerous attempts, Brook ultimately discovered that boiling the tripe for approximately 30 seconds yielded the most tender and palatable texture. This time, Hermione did not refuse and followed Brook's method, dipping it in a bit of sauce. Her eyes immediately lit up with delight. Hagrid remained more enamored with his meat, showing little interest in the tripe. The ingredients prepared for the hot pot were rather scant, leaving the 3 of them only partially satiated. Brook then devoted himself to grilling the meat. He had previously marinated the 5-legged creature's flesh with a blend of salt, soy sauce, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, cumin, ginger, and garlic. Although the marinating time was brief, the 5-legged creature itself lacked any gamey taste and was sufficiently flavorful. Additionally, he had brushed a layer of honey on the surface of the meat, rendering it even more appetizing. Every 20 to 30 minutes, Brook would apply another layer of oil and flip the meat to ensure even cooking. Before long, the exterior of the 5-legged creature glistened with a golden hue. He pierced the thicker parts, like the legs and ribs, with a skewer, finding no blood seeping out, signaling that the grilling was complete. Brook sliced off a leg, sprinkled it with pepper, cumin, and chili powder, grilled it for an additional minute, and then presented it to Hagrid. He also carved a small plate of golden, crispy meat, deliberately garnishing it with a hint of rosemary, and offered it to Hermione. After cutting off a leg for himself, he prepared it in the same manner and began to savor it. The texture was somewhat akin to venison, with a crispy exterior and tender, juicy interior. It was undeniably more delicious. Brooke contemplated the idea of breeding the five-legged creature for sustainable development. Of course, the kidney remained his ultimate favorite. Its tender, springy, and crisp texture, with fat and moisture perfectly sealed within, was simply divine. Then there were the fried billwig worms. Their shells were crisp, while the interior meat was succulent and juicy, bearing a subtle tanginess. They were far more delightful than fried locusts. Hagrid, do you know where the kitchens at Hogwarts are located? Brooke inquired. While he relished eating, he did not enjoy cooking. It would be wonderful to hire a chef or two from the kitchens to prepare meals specifically for him. The kitchens are located beneath the Great Hall, near the portrait that leads to the Hufflepuff common room. Hagrid scratched his head sheepishly, but he had forgotten the exact method of entry. Brooke nodded, satisfied to know the location. Tomorrow is a day of leisure, perfect for a leisurely stroll. By the way, the mischievous Weasley twins are sure to possess the knowledge you seek. You might consider inquiring with them. Hagrid suddenly interjected. The Weasley twins? Brooke had a faint recollection of them, limited to merely knowing their existence. However, he could hardly recall their specific exploits in the original work. He diligently planted all the vegetable seeds that Hagrid had brought. This was the inherent control feature of the landscape map. He merely needed to sow the seeds. The tasks of clearing, tilling, covering, and watering were but a mere command away. Otherwise, he would toil tirelessly through the night without completing his work. Brooke gazed at the 5 vegetable greenhouses before him, feeling a surge of ambition. He had sown the seeds of cabbage, lettuce, purple cabbage, oilseed lettuce, and winter melon. Following Hagrid's guidance, he adjusted the greenhouses to optimal temperatures for germination, setting the winter melon to 25 to 30 degrees. He planned to venture out in a few days, not only to acquire additional seeds and suitable fruit trees for transplanting, but also to procure several books on agriculture. He had completely fallen in love with the sensation of working the land. The weekend was a day of freedom for all young wizards. Naturally, Hermione made her way to the library early in the morning, eager to invite Brooke along, but he firmly declined. It was a rare day of rest, and he had no desire to spend it in the library. Brooke woke naturally, only to find that it was nearly noon. The room was empty except for him. Stretching languidly, he ambled into the great hall. Sunlight streamed through the high ceiling, bathing the hall in a warm glow. The long table was laden with a feast of delectable dishes, and students sat in small groups, chatting merrily. Brooke quickly set his sights on the Weasley twins, as the 2 inseparable redheads stood out strikingly in the sunlight. Fred was holding a chicken leg, pretending to feed George, who exaggeratedly opened his mouth as if to devour the entire leg. Their antics elicited peals of laughter from the surrounding students. Brooke approached them directly. Fred, while shoveling bacon into his mouth, said with a conspiratorial tone, "Hey, George, guess what I saw in the corridor this morning?" George raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing expression. "What? Is Peeves up to his pranks again?" No, it's far more amusing." Fred shook his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I saw Filch sneakily moving things into his office. It looked like he had found some treasures from the Forbidden Forest." "The Forbidden Forest?" George's lips curled into a mischievous grin. "Do you think he has finally decided to adopt a Thestral to help him patrol?" Haha, that would be fantastic." Fred burst into laughter, slapping the table. "Just imagine, Filch riding a Thestral, broomstick in hand, prowling the castle like a dark knight, and Peeves trailing behind, flying and hurling dung bombs at him." George chimed in. The 2 were in fits of laughter, and soon, several classmates joined in their merriment. Chapter 23. What are your dreams? Brooke settled into a seat across from the 2. The Weasley twins immediately took notice of him. Fred blinked with a mischievous grin. "Hey, the newcomer? You must be Brooke, right?" George chimed in. "What brings you to our corner today? Have you finally recognized the allure of the 2 most charming individuals in Gryffindor?" Brooke couldn't help but smile in response. "Indeed, I was drawn here by your charm. Quite tasteful." Fred nodded solemnly. George raised an eyebrow. "Then surely you can distinguish between us?" Brooke pretended to scrutinize their faces closely. Little did he know who was who. The twins looked strikingly alike. Even if he were familiar with them, he would likely find it challenging to tell them apart. He pointed casually. "You are Fred. And you are George." A flicker of surprise crossed the twins' eyes, quickly masked. Fred unabashedly replied, "You're mistaken. I am George." George immediately added, "And I am Fred." Brooke noticed the astonishment in their eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come now. You are easily distinguishable." Fred theatrically clutched his chest, feigning shock at being recognized. "How did you manage that?" George inquired with curiosity. Brooke playfully winked. "Well, I took a wild guess." The twins exchanged glances, then dramatically embraced, feigning sorrow. "George, we've been outwitted." Fred lamented. "We, the 2 most renowned pranksters of Hogwarts, have been fooled." Brooke found their antics increasingly amusing. Fred suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. "So, what do you seek from us?" With a smile, Brooke replied, "I do have a query for you. I've heard that you are quite familiar with every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, especially the lesser-known spots." Fred and George exchanged knowing looks, then simultaneously turned to Brooke. Their expressions seemed to convey a shared understanding. It's not ideal for a first-year wizard to be interested in such secrets, Fred said with a mock seriousness. Brooke inquired, "Oh, do you two actually care about that?" George replied earnestly, "Gryffindor has enough points deducted with just the two of us." Brooke assured them, "Fear not. I have ways to remain undetected." Fred, intrigued, whispered, "So, have you mastered the disillusionment charm? Or do you possess an invisibility cloak?" George added. Brooke silently noted these two terms. It seemed these were the twins' means of evading capture. "No, neither. But I have my own methods." Fred lowered his voice. "All right. What do you wish to know?" Brooke was candid. "I wish to learn about Hogwarts' hidden chambers, secret passageways to the outside, the location of the kitchens, and other such secrets of Hogwarts." Fred raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that suggested he was the right person to ask, yet he did not respond immediately. George hesitated somewhat. They indeed possessed knowledge of these secrets, for they held the coveted live point map. However, they could not indiscriminately divulge such information to others. Should Brooke inadvertently expose the locations of those secret passages, their escape would become considerably more challenging. Observing the silence of the two, Brooke discerned their reluctance. In this world, with few exceptions, transactions are primarily driven by mutual benefit. If one fails to attain the desired outcome, it is often due to insufficient offerings. Hence, monetary compensation must be introduced. Brooke transformed into a mentor of aspirations. "What are your dreams?" The twins were taken aback, clearly not anticipating Brooke's abrupt change of subject. "We harbor a grand ambition, to establish the most popular joke shop." Brooke's eyes narrowed with intrigue. What a coincidence. For his system's task included managing the most popular shop in Diagon Alley. Moreover, he happened to possess an idle storefront. With a flick of his ring, a piece of parchment appeared in his hand. Since the Wizarding World embraced spatial equipment, there was no need for concealment. He presented the parchment to the twins, indicating, "Take a look." As they beheld the contents, astonishment flickered in their eyes. It was indeed the deed to a shop in Diagon Alley, bearing the signature of Brook Lot. "How about I exchange this for your information?" Brooke proposed. "Our news isn't worth such a fortune," Fred countered. "What if we sold Ron to Brooke?" "Forget it. He eats too much. We might end up losing money," George concurred. "We cannot accept the deed," George asserted resolutely. Although they yearned to open a joke shop, they would not take undue advantage of Brooke. Even exchanging it for the live point map felt inappropriate. Brooke smirked slyly. He had surmised correctly. The twins' popularity could not solely stem from their eccentricity. They must possess admirable qualities as well. "I propose to invest with this deed. If you lack initial capital, I can provide that too. You shall be the proprietors, and I will not interfere in the operations of the joke shop. What do you say? Shall we become friends?" "Really?" Fred exclaimed, his surprise quickly morphing into excitement. George remained relatively composed, pondering the risk of loss. "And if we incur a loss?" "Even in that case, I would not interfere. My contribution is merely financial, while you invest your dreams. I have faith that you will devote yourselves wholeheartedly to this endeavor." Fred slammed the table, declaring, "It's a deal. But we are still in the preparatory stage and won't open the shop anytime soon. If you wish to withdraw, you can inform us at any time." George, without hesitation, said, "Please wait a moment." He dashed out of the hall. "Brooke, let me first take you to the kitchen." "George will find us there," Fred remarked knowingly. A number of young lions lingered nearby, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Fred was determined to keep the existence of the live point map concealed, even if it was soon to be relinquished. Brooke nodded and immediately followed Fred's lead. Chapter 24. The Perilous House Elf. They exited the Great Hall and had scarcely walked a few paces when they arrived at the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room. A large, lifelike painting of fruit adorned the corridor's wall. Had Brooke not known it was merely a painting, he would have certainly believed the fruit to be real, as it appeared indistinguishable from the actual thing. "This is the entrance to the kitchen," Fred remarked, pointing at the painting. Curiously, Brooke inquired, "How does one enter?" "You simply need to tickle the pear. Of course, you may try tickling other fruits as well, but do remember to don a raincoat first," Fred replied, stepping forward to gently tickle the pear depicted in the painting. Suddenly, the pear wiggled and let out a series of giggles. The painting then slowly swung open, revealing a spacious kitchen behind it. Brooke gazed at the creatures within, resembling fairies, and the term house elf sprang to mind. He recalled the previous task involving being served by a house elf, which had puzzled him at the time, but now he finally understood. At that moment, several of the house elves were busy preparing meals, while the others joyfully washed dishes. Fred led Brooke inside. Upon seeing them, one of the house elves eagerly approached. "Hello," the little elf exclaimed, bowing as it spoke. Fred's tone carried a hint of pride as he said, "We often come here to borrow some snacks, so we're quite familiar with them." Brooke stepped forward. "Greetings, I am Brook Lot." "Good day, Mr. Lot. How may I assist you?" the elf replied. Simultaneously, another house elf approached, carrying a large platter piled high with waffles and 3 cups of golden pumpkin juice. Fred casually grabbed a waffle and began to eat. "What is your name?" Brooke asked. "Sir, my name is Anna," the elf responded. "I was wondering, are you often busy with your duties? May I hire you?" Upon hearing this, Anna shuddered with excitement, her voice becoming somewhat shrill. House elves do not accept payment. The other working elves turned their attention towards them, their expressions turning unfriendly. Fred quickly grasped Brooke's arm, quietly explaining, House elves believe that serving their masters is a matter of course, and they are exceedingly loyal, never disobeying any command, even if it leads to their demise. Furthermore, accepting money as compensation is considered a grave insult to them. Brooke was taken aback. Such creatures exist in this world? This is surely the dream of every capitalist. He awkwardly addressed Anna. I apologize. I come from a Muggle family and am unfamiliar with your customs. Please forgive my indiscretion. Anna appeared startled by Brooke's apology, her body swaying as tears welled in her eyes. Mr. Lot has actually apologized to Anna. It deeply bowed to Brooke in gratitude. Mr. Lot should apologize to Anon. It is indeed Anon's fault. Brooke was utterly confounded by Anon's actions. He organized his thoughts and stated, I am somewhat unaccustomed to British cuisine, so I hope that if you have the time, you could assist me in preparing some dishes that are more to my palate. Gazing into Anon's tear-filled eyes, he hastily added, It's not that your cooking is unappetizing. I truly enjoy it, but at times, I find myself yearning for something different. Anon's tears began to flow freely. It is our failure to serve Mr. Lot well that has led to his disappointment. Brooke was left utterly speechless. After his rebirth, he had gained a new perspective on many matters, experiencing a profound sense of enlightenment. Even in front of Dumbledore, he would dare to wield his wand and engage in a duel. However, when it came to Anon, he felt utterly powerless. Despite being the one who sought her assistance, the current situation made it seem as though he were the one bullying her. Anon, I will teach you to cook, and then you will be able to prepare meals that satisfy Mr. Lot. How does that sound? Anon was determined to create dishes that would please Mr. Lot. She immediately stopped crying, squared her shoulders, and stood tall, as if she had received a vital mission. Brooke finally sighed in relief. The little elf was indeed quite intimidating. He resolved to be more cautious with his words in the future. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door as George rushed in, panting heavily. He waved his hand, and then grabbed a jug of pumpkin juice from the table, gulping it down. Fred, seemingly noticing Brooke's discomfort, suggested, Let us step outside to discuss this. Eventually, the three of them left the kitchen, warmly attended to by the little elf, their pockets filled with waffles. Although Brooke was not particularly fond of them, he filled his pockets nonetheless, for Anon had an air about her that suggested she would cry if he did not. The kitchen is truly my favorite place, Fred exclaimed. George led them into an empty classroom on the first floor, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Each portrait was an eye of the professor's. If one wished to engage in any mischief, one must be especially careful. Brooke nodded, appearing to absorb this lesson. This was something he had not known. He had originally intended to traverse Hogwarts freely using the spatial door to evade the professor's gaze. However, it seemed these portraits could be quite troublesome, as nearly every corridor was adorned with several. Do you know the disillusionment charm? Could you teach it to me? Fred chuckled. To be honest, we are not very proficient at it ourselves, but we can certainly teach you the incantation and the method of casting it. It is essential for us to navigate Hogwarts without hindrance. George produced an apparently worn piece of parchment from his pocket. Brooke leaned in with curiosity. George spread the parchment across the table. Truth be told, I am rather reluctant to part with it. But it is the best token of gratitude for your trust in us, Fred sighed. Indeed, everything you wish to know, it shall reveal to you. And it guarantees your safety, George added. Although Brooke was uncertain of the precise purpose of the parchment, the twins' description suggested its significance to them was paramount. Initially, he sought merely to find a cook and learn a couple of secret passages that led out of Hogwarts. A gentleman does not usurp what others cherish. Thus, you need only disclose those passages and let the parchment remain in your possession. The twins, however, shook their heads. Rest assured, we acquired it in our first year. The information it holds is already etched in our memories. Chapter 25. The exceedingly challenging disillusionment charm? With a cheat, George drew his wand and tapped the parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Instantly, fine ink lines resembling strands of hair appeared, intertwining and converging. At the top of the parchment, several large green letters materialized. Mischief Managed Supplies. The proud contributors, Bigfoot, Wormtail, Mooney, and Prongs, presented the Marauder's map. Brooke was not overly surprised. He had suspected it might be a map when the twins unveiled the blank parchment. However, upon seeing the 4 aliases inscribed, he instinctively stroked his chin, pondering why Wormtail seemed so familiar. George pointed at 3 ink dots clustered together on the map, where 3 exceedingly small names, those of the twins and Brooke, were inscribed. Does this thing also reveal everyone's location? Brooke was genuinely astonished. If it fell into the hands of the professors, it would undoubtedly become a tool for catching nocturnal students. He noticed Hermione standing motionless in the nearby library, presumably still engrossed in her book. In the upper left corner, the headmaster's office revealed Dumbledore and Snape in conversation. Even the ghosts were not spared from the map's scrutiny. These routes lead to Hogsmeade, Fred remarked, indicating one of the ink lines extending towards the edge of the map. You're leaving Hogwarts to visit Hogsmeade, aren't you? Brook nodded, despite knowing nothing of Hogsmeade. Yet, this was Fred's best rationale for him. There are a total of 7 routes. Filch knows 4 of them. George pointed out the 4 he identified. As for the remaining 3, one entrance is at the Whomping Willow, which is unusable. However, the other 2 are known only to us. So you can use them without concern. We owe them a great debt of gratitude. Fred exclaimed. What noble souls they are, tirelessly working for the new generation of mischief makers. George concurred. Don't forget to erase it once you're done. Just say mischief managed, and it will revert to blank parchment. The twins chimed in unison. Brook nodded earnestly. Although he had acquired this knowledge through investment, the twins could have easily divulged the information they possessed without revealing such a precious artifact as the Marauder's map. This bond of friendship he would cherish. And he was increasingly convinced that the twins were friends worth cultivating. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak. It is evident that the development of your humorous merchandise necessitates financial support. With a mere stroke of his finger on the ring, 400 gold galleons materialized upon the table. Take these for now, no need to decline. They are counted as part of the investment, Brook elucidated. The better you develop the product, the more profit we shall reap. The twins gazed at the small pile of galleons, their eyes widening in astonishment. Just as they were about to refuse, the notion that this was part of an investment prompted a mutual glance, leading them to accept without further hesitation. At that moment, they felt invigorated, determined to work even harder, striving to honor Brook's trust. Subsequently, Fred began to share some insights regarding house elves. In the ancient conflict between wizards and house elves, the wizards emerged victorious, compelling them to sign contracts of servitude. These contracts dictated that house elves must dedicate their lives to their masters. Some particularly twisted elves even took pride in displaying their severed heads upon their master's walls after death. Only upon receiving a piece of clothing from their master could they attain freedom. Yet, most elves succumbed to despair and often met their end through suicide. As students of Hogwarts, we essentially serve as their masters, as long as our interests do not conflict with those of Hogwarts. They will comply with our requests and do so with great joy, George interjected. However, you must be cautious. Our authority is inferior to that of the professors. Should you engage in improper conduct, be wary of them. Or might I procure a loyal house elf? Brook pondered, intrigued. Selecting subordinates necessitates unwavering loyalty above all else. History has witnessed a plethora of treacherous ministers wielding power, such as Wei Zhongxian. Regardless of how they are reviled by posterity, their loyalty to the emperor was unwavering. They would exert every effort to fulfill his desires. The twins chimed in, it is virtually impossible. The number of house elves at Hogwarts is likely the highest. Yet all their contracts are with Hogwarts itself. Even Headmaster Dumbledore lacks the authority to sell them. The remaining elves are in the hands of pureblood families. They lack neither wealth nor the inclination to sell, for who could refuse such devoted and capable servants? Our mother often expresses a desire for a house elf. Yet our family is too impoverished. Fred glanced at George, genuinely saddened for their mother. Indeed, George nodded in agreement. The two then embraced in a playful manner. Brook remained silent, merely committing the notion of acquiring a house elf to memory. In this world, few things are entirely unsellable. The refusal to sell often stems from the inadequacy of the offered price. The twins then proceeded to instruct him on the casting of the disillusionment charm. After an hour of practice, Brook had merely memorized the hand gestures and incantation. The actual execution remained an enigma to him. He surmised that it would take months before he could successfully cast the disillusionment charm. The twins continued to explain alongside him. The Transfiguration spell is a subject reserved for advanced extracurricular studies, and many individuals, even upon graduation, find themselves unable to master it. It took us over a year of diligent effort to barely achieve some proficiency, and even then, we must move with utmost slowness, lest we expose our flaws. Brook does not consider himself a prodigy, nor does he expect to learn it in a single attempt. However, it is not ideal to continually trouble the twins. While his mind may falter, he possesses other resources. Thus, he summoned his other ally, Hermione. After confirming her presence in the library via the Marauder's map, he promptly sought her out and brought her along to study with the twins. Hermione's enthusiasm for learning is unparalleled. Not only did she meticulously take notes on everything the twins explained, but she also posed numerous questions regarding details that even the twins had overlooked. Under the rapid-fire barrage of her inquiries, the twins found themselves somewhat overwhelmed, their hair nearly standing on end. Eventually, they endured until dinner time, fleeing the empty classroom as if escaping for their lives. Before departing, they reminded Brook and Hermione to practice independently and to reach out with any questions they might have. Brook chuckled as he observed Hermione, remarking, "Look at you, you frightened them off." Hermione merely huffed, "Do you still wish to learn?" Brook immediately capitulated, "Yes, Lady Hermione. Your wisdom is vast. I humbly seek your guidance." With a smirk, Hermione lifted her chin and exited the room. Chapter 26. Dumbledore. How annoying. In the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, it was not that he wished to refuse sustenance. Rather, Severus had thrown a major dilemma into his enjoyment of sweets. Severus. We must approach the matter of raising dragons with great caution. If you merely require dragon's blood for potion making, I can reach out to my acquaintances to procure some. Severus remained expressionless, yet internally, he bristled with disdain. He dared not voice his thoughts, but as a master of potions, he far surpassed Dumbledore in acquiring potion ingredients. 10 pounds of dragon's blood each month. Make the arrangements. Dumbledore felt a pang of toothache, desperately in need of a dental remedy. Yet, before him stood Severus, his sole supplier of potions. The concoctions prepared by other potion masters had become ineffective in alleviating his discomfort. Could we perhaps reduce that? How about 10 grams a month? I can allocate a specific budget for the purchase of dragon's blood. Severus continued to gaze at Dumbledore with his trademark impassivity, making the headmaster exceedingly uncomfortable. Dumbledore clenched his teeth. What about 20 grams? Severus remained silent. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. All right, I can apply to the Ministry of Magic regarding the matter of dragon rearing. However, as you are aware, Hogwarts has limited space. The consequences of a dragon escaping would be unfathomable. Severus's lips barely moved as he uttered a name, Newt Scamander. The suitcase? Dumbledore murmured. That suitcase was expanded with your assistance. Do not suggest that it is beyond your capabilities. Very well, he conceded. Even if the space issue is resolved, who will be responsible for their care? Surely, you do not intend to tend to the dragon yourself? Dumbledore continued to grapple with the final hurdles of this predicament. Dumbledore followed his gaze and caught sight of Hagrid's hut. With a heavy sigh, his azure eyes deepened in contemplation. Severus, the idea of raising dragons did not originate with you, did it? Snape's lips curled slightly, affirming that it indeed did not. Can you guess whose proposal it was? A name unexpectedly surfaced in Dumbledore's mind, Brook Lot. Congratulations, you are correct, he replied with a wry smile. Alas, that little fellow has truly taken action. What is your impression of the boy Lot? Snape assessed mildly. He possesses considerable talent and shows reverence for knowledge. To hear such a commendation from you is quite rare, Dumbledore remarked. Snape merely grunted noncommittally. Severus, I hope you can pay more attention to him. I do not wish for him to stray from the right path. During the holidays, you had me keep an eye on Lot without divulging the reason, which I could accept. However, you assigned him to Gryffindor. Perhaps you should leave that matter to Minerva, Snape retorted with discontent. That was the Sorting Hat's decision. Enough with such childish excuses, Snape scoffed disdainfully. Did he truly believe that he was unaware? Even the usually amiable Sprout had quarreled with Dumbledore over Brook's situation. Is Minerva truly suited for this task? Snape questioned, gazing at Dumbledore's weathered face, almost tempted to cast a spell, but ultimately refrained. His aptitude for potions is commendable. I shall nurture it. Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore paused. Let us not forget about Harry. Understood, Snape replied impatiently. Harry's eyes resemble lilies. You must be cautious. Before Dumbledore could finish, Snape turned and strode out of the office. Left alone, Dumbledore gazed into the distant sky, his thoughts adrift. He recalled McGonagall and Sprout's assessments of Brook. Once, Tom Riddle had also been diligent during his time at school, excelling in potions and transfiguration. Charming and courteous, he had left a favorable impression on all the professors. Brook mirrored that same promise. Moreover, Brook's wand was crafted from the same wood as Tom's. Dumbledore hoped fervently that Brook would not follow the same path as Tom. Brook luxuriated in 2 days of slothful sleeping before embarking on his busy academic journey. For him, studying was not a burdensome chore. He even found joy in it. Yet, rising early proved to be a daunting task. If only Hogwarts classes could commence in the afternoon. One morning, as he awoke, he found Hermione sighing despondently in the common room. What's the matter, Hermione, feeling boiled? Brook instinctively reached to ruffle her hair. Hermione deftly evaded him, pointing at a notice on the bulletin board. Flying lessons begin this Thursday. Flying lessons? In Brook's mind, a vivid image of a wizard soaring through the sky on a broomstick immediately materialized. Why not just go for it? The knowledge we are acquiring now is entirely new to us, isn't it? You always manage to grasp things swiftly, and you are the top student in our class. He encouraged. But flying is different. It's not like the other subjects, Hermione protested, suddenly rising to her feet. I must go to the library to find some books on flying. Brook quickly grasped her arm, urging her to sit back down. Let us have our meal first. We have class soon. In the evening, I will find someone knowledgeable to explain it to us. Brook had grown accustomed to Hermione's habit of rushing to the library whenever faced with a challenge. However, mastering the art of flying was an indispensable skill for a wizard. Consulting someone directly would be far more practical than poring over books. Since Brook was not well acquainted with the upperclassmen, he pondered for a moment before deciding to enlist the help of the twins once again. Initially, the twins assumed that Brook and Hermione had come to pester them about the disillusionment charm, their expressions reflecting a mix of annoyance. But upon learning that the duo sought assistance regarding flying lessons, their faces brightened with enthusiasm. "You've come to the right people. We are the beaters for the Gryffindor Quidditch team," they declared proudly. "You head to the Quidditch pitch. We'll fetch something special." With that, the twins dashed away energetically. "What are they up to?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. "They're probably going to get some brooms," Brooke speculated. "No amount of theoretical knowledge can substitute for practical experience. Let us wait for them at the training ground." Chapter 27, Merlin's Pants. Not long after Brooke and Hermione arrived at the pitch, the twins returned, each carrying 2 flying broomsticks. Fred, slightly out of breath, handed one dark brown broomstick to Brooke and another to Hermione. "Here you go, the Clean Sweep 7. The broomsticks used by the Quidditch team. While they may not rival the Nimbus 2000, they are certainly superior to those antiquated models we used in class," George remarked with a wink, lowering his voice mischievously. "But be careful, if you break them." He trailed off ominously, and together with Fred, they exclaimed, "Wood will skin us alive." The two dramatically clutched each other, shivering in mock terror. However, if they were to be damaged, Fred's expression suddenly shifted to one of cunning. "How about Master Brooke buys 2 Nimbus 2000s to settle the debt? They could be lent to the team for training." Brooke pondered thoughtfully as he caressed the dragon skin grip of the broomstick. Today, all the first-year wizards were engrossed in discussions about flying and Quidditch. He realized that Quidditch required 7 players. If Nimbus 2000s were reasonably priced, purchasing 7 to lend to the Quidditch team might earn him the admiration of the entire Gryffindor house. It seemed an unassailable investment. "How much is a Nimbus 2000? Brooke mused. "By Merlin's beard," George exclaimed, nearly choking on his own saliva. "You can't be serious. They cost 500 galleons each." Brooke gasped in astonishment. In that shop on Diagon Alley, he spent merely 1,000 galleons. Astonishingly, 2 flying broomsticks equated to the price of the entire establishment. It was akin to the Lamborghini of the Wizarding World. With nearly 2,000 galleons remaining in his vault, he had initially believed himself to be quite affluent. It appears he had underestimated the situation. Suddenly, Hermione interjected, reminding him that school rules explicitly forbade first years from possessing brooms. She stood protectively in front of Brooke, her finger nearly poking his nose. "Ah, indeed," Fred chuckled, stepping back slightly, his gaze flickering to Brooke's twitching lips. The flying lesson commenced. George adeptly shifted the conversation. Practical instruction was far more exhilarating than theory. The twins urged Brooke and Hermione to mount their brooms immediately, each taking charge of one as they began their guidance. "Maintain your balance," George instructed while riding his broom in reverse, envisioning the spine as the second broomstick handle. "Well done, Hermione. You can gently pull the broomstick to gain a bit more height and increase your speed." George rode alongside Hermione, providing protection, yet she ascended at a snail's pace, merely 2 meters off the ground. His vigilance seemed rather superfluous. A faint blush graced her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anxiety. However, no amount of encouragement from George could persuade her to elevate the broomstick's altitude. In stark contrast, Brooke was far more audacious. Initially, he followed Fred's instructions diligently, seated steadily on the broom and relishing the gentle caress of the breeze. Yet, scenes of soaring through the skies from his past life replayed in his mind like a film. Suddenly, he pushed himself up, standing atop the flying broom. The wind howled past his ears, and he felt as if he had melded with the very cosmos. At that moment, Brooke experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. He finally grasped why the wizarding mode of flight felt somewhat peculiar. As a descendant of the great Sia, he inherently possessed the pride of standing amidst heaven and earth. As the saying goes, ride the righteousness of the heavens and master the essence of the 6 energies. This was the freedom he sought. By Merlin's trousers. Fred's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He hurriedly maneuvered his broom to accelerate behind Brooke, wand firmly gripped in hand. "Slow down. Slow down. Brooke ahead." As Brooke was about to collide with the stands, he forcefully pressed his right foot down on the broomstick's head. The broom shot vertically upwards alongside the stands, tracing a perfect semicircle at 30 meters high. "I must be mad. What am I witnessing?" Fred momentarily forgot to control his broom, his gaze fixated on Brooke. George's voice soared, nearly breaking with excitement. "Incredible. Brooke." After reveling in his newfound freedom, Brooke gradually guided the broom to hover 5 meters above the grass. Hermione's shriek pierced the air. "Brooke!" Upon witnessing Brooke's perilous maneuver, her anger eclipsed her fear, and the broom surged towards him. In a flash, the 2 figures collided midair. "What the?" Brooke embraced Hermione's waist, positioning his back towards the ground to shield her. He incessantly cast the levitation charm upon himself, striving to mitigate their descent. The twins were momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Once they regained their composure, they hastily performed the slow-down charm. Though their aim was slightly off, and the spell failed to achieve its intended effect. With a soft thud, Brooke and Hermione landed on the grass. Brooke felt a jolt of pain radiate through his back. However, it seemed that his levitation charm had worked to some extent. The impact felt akin to merely tripping over, leaving him relatively unscathed. Hermione, are you all right? He inquired. Her voice trembled as she replied, I am fine, Brooke. What about you? This is all my fault. I'm all right, just a bit heavy, that's all, Brooke teased. What do you mean? Hermione retorted playfully as she clambered off Brooke. Brooke, in good spirits, appreciated the opportunity for jest, affirming that he truly was unhurt. Hermione's fear and concern gradually dissipated amidst Brooke's light-hearted banter. At that moment, the twins hurried over, landing beside them with expressions of concern etched on their faces. How are you both? Are you injured? Fred inquired anxiously. Brooke offered a faint smile. I'm fine. And Hermione is too. George sighed in relief, exclaiming, Thank Merlin. It's a relief to know you're both okay. You truly frightened us just now. He and Fred assisted Brooke to his feet, with Fred excitedly grasping Brooke's shoulders. If Wood saw this, he'd undoubtedly recruit you for the Quidditch team. It's a pity first years can't join. Otherwise, we'd have a seeker on our hands, Fred lamented. Why not plead with Professor McGonagall? George suggested. In unison, the twins urged, Brooke, you'd want to join, wouldn't you? Well, I'll think about it, Brooke replied, revealing his disinterest in Quidditch. His guiding principle was simple. If he could sit, he wouldn't stand. If he could lie down, he wouldn't sit. Thus, he preferred to be a spectator rather than a participant in such activities. Of course, there was one sport that stood apart from this sentiment. The twins pressed Brooke a bit more, but upon seeing his resolute demeanor, they chose not to pursue the matter further. Their tactfulness earned Brooke a newfound respect. He had little patience for those who clung stubbornly to their desires. Afterward, Brooke found himself on the receiving end of Hermione's mild reproaches. He simply listened with a smile. Chapter 28. Hermione's New Tactics in Flying Class. Unbeknownst to them, Thursday had arrived. Hermione appeared unfazed, while the other young witches and wizards remained filled with trepidation, particularly Neville. To him, flying on a broomstick seemed as fearsome as a flood, even more so than Snape. In his panic, Neville resorted to seeking Hermione's expertise regarding flight. Hermione, ever patient, combined the flight guidance from Quidditch through the ages with the tips imparted by the twins. She passionately conveyed her so-called insights to Neville. In essence, it could be distilled down to two words, balance. As Hermione mentioned the term horizontal angle for the third time, Brooke could no longer endure it. Neville, rather than delving into these intricate theories, it would be wiser to place your trust in Snape and Madame Pomfrey. Neville wore a puzzled expression, innocent and naive. As long as you don't perish, they should be able to revive you. Neville was on the verge of tears. Brooke, Hermione delicately caressed the soft flesh at Brooke's waist. With an effortless twist, as if honed through rigorous training, she caught him off guard. Ouch! Brooke gasped, astonished, gazing at Hermione as if he were meeting her for the first time. When had this little girl mastered such a technique? And with such precision and force? Was this an innate skill possessed by all girls? Hermione, however, remained unfazed as she twirled a lock of hair with her other hand, as though the previous action had been merely a figment of imagination. She reassured Neville, ignore Brooke's nonsense, as long as you don't fly too high. Even if you accidentally break an arm or a leg, you will be swiftly healed. Oh dear, I didn't mean it that way. You'll be just fine. Don't worry. After speaking, she flashed a toothy grin and shot a fierce glare at Brooke, giving his waist another playful twist. This is all your fault, Brooke. Brooke was left utterly speechless. However, Neville did not remain despondent for long, as an owl delivered a memory orb to him. He picked it up, knowing that if he held it tightly and it turned red, it would signify that he had forgotten something. Neville, I believe you must have forgotten your backpack. Brooke reminded him. Ah, Neville exclaimed, leaping up in a panic. In his hurried turn, he collided with Draco Malfoy, who had inexplicably appeared near the Gryffindor table. Without even glancing at who he had bumped into, Neville quickly uttered an apology and rushed towards the tower. Meanwhile, Draco sat on the ground, bewildered. At 3:30 in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze blowing, it was an ideal day for flying. The little lions and snakes gathered on a flat stretch of grass. Brooke stared at the 21 brooms neatly arranged before him, truly resembling the antiques the twins had described. The mold stains seeping through the wood grain reminded him of the sign outside the second-hand shop in Diagon Alley. Madame Hooch, who taught the flying lessons and also served as the referee for Hogwarts Quidditch matches, stood at the front of the line, her gaze sternly surveying the crowd. What are you waiting for? Stand next to your brooms. Brooke chose a broom that appeared to be in decent condition and stepped forward. He extended his right hand and declared up. Madame Hooch continued to instruct. As the other young wizards shouted up, in unison, Brooke found himself inexplicably exclaiming, "Sword, come." Yet, the broom beside him remained motionless, as if it had not heard him or simply did not comprehend. Most young wizards shared his predicament, with only a handful successfully summoning their brooms. Hermione was among the fortunate few. Hermione lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with delight as she cast a triumphant glance at Brooke. The look in her eyes seemed to convey, "Let us see you dare to say my theory is useless." Brooke nodded towards Neville, whose broom remained steadfastly still, a clear indication of his ineptitude as a student. Hermione extended her small hand, mimicking a twisting motion. Brooke, weary of squabbling with a mere child, turned away, which only served to swell Hermione's pride further. The spell taught by Senior Autumn proved to be remarkably effective, though the expression on Autumn's face at the time bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her aunt. "Keep playing dead, and I'll send you to the kitchen as firewood," Brooke threatened, clearly miffed at the broom's lack of respect. With a swift motion, the broom leapt into Brooke's hand, acknowledging his authority. Neville, watching nearby, was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Trembling slightly, he directed a threat at the broom. "Rise up, or I'll chop you into firewood." The broom, however, rolled mockingly on the ground, brimming with disdain. Neville's round face contorted into a frown, reflecting his frustration. Perhaps Mrs. Hooch was indeed pressed for time, as she proceeded with the next phase of instruction without ensuring that everyone had successfully summoned their brooms. Brooke and Hermione, having been trained by the twins, maintained impeccable posture. "When I whistle, you shall push off the ground and soar 1 or 2 meters high," she instructed. Overwhelmed with anxiety, or perhaps fearing he would be left behind, Neville propelled himself upwards without waiting for the whistle, shooting straight into the sky. Brooke gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his audacity, which was attributed to his possession of a space door, a skill that ensured his safety. Nevertheless, he anticipated Neville's bravery. Truly, he was a Gryffindor at heart. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. As Neville ascended, he began to slide down the broom. Brooke, who preferred to keep his talents under wraps, exhibited a tendency for caution, likely stemming from his inherently modest nature as a person from the Great Summer. Yet, when it came to saving someone, he felt an undeniable obligation. Casting a spell was futile. Neville moved too swiftly to be accurately targeted. If only he had 100 wands, he mused, a broad coverage spell could potentially hit something. Unfortunately, he possessed not 100 wands. Brooke produced his wand and pretended to wave it theatrically. The moment Neville lost his grip, 2 space doors materialized, one beside him and one directly beneath Neville. He tumbled through the lower door and emerged from the one next to Brooke. Once on the ground, Neville appeared pale and terrified, too frightened to open his eyes, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for why Brooke hadn't managed to help Hermione previously, he explained that he had been caught off guard by her. The surrounding young wizards were left in astonishment, some covering their mouths, their eyes wide with shock. Some whispered quietly, their faces etched with concern. Others even recoiled a few steps in fright. "Silence!" Madame Hooch's sharp command startled the treetop gnomes, compelling them to retreat into their hollows. She hurried to Neville's side, carefully assessing his condition. Aside from a bit of dirt on him, he appeared unscathed. However, to be prudent, she resolved to escort Neville to the infirmary. "All right. The child is fine." She helped Neville to his feet. "I will take him to the infirmary. No one is to touch their brooms. Otherwise, you can expect to be expelled from Hogwarts." She then turned to Brooke, saying, "Thank you, dear." "It's my duty, Madame Hooch," Brooke replied. "You are truly a good child." 10 points to Gryffindor. Neville managed to move his lips slightly, seemingly wishing to thank Brooke, but still reeling from the earlier shock. He could only convey his gratitude through his eyes. Brooke offered him an encouraging smile without uttering a word. The moment Madame Hooch departed with Neville, the young wizards erupted into a state of joyous chaos, akin to huskies freed from restraint. The Gryffindors and Slytherins, already at odds, immediately engaged in a fierce exchange of banter, embodying a sense of "what are you concerned about? What are you going to do about it?" Brooke pulled Hermione down beside her, handing her a handful of a peculiar seed. As they munched on the seeds, they keenly observed the unfolding verbal duel. These seeds were an ingredient in the potion of Veritaserum, with only the flower stems being used. The seeds were typically discarded. Brooke had requested some from Professor Sprout, as they resembled sunflower seeds but were 3 times larger. After being roasted, they exuded a subtle, creamy flavor, delectable to the palate, accompanied by an elusive fragrance. The only drawback was that they could not be consumed in excess, lest one inadvertently speak the truth. Suddenly, Draco dashed onto the grass like a golden retriever, seizing something. "Isn't that the memory ball of that big fool?" Harry shouted. Instantly, all eyes turned to the two of them, adopting expressions of eager spectatorship. The only sound piercing the air was Brooke's continued munching. Draco's face contorted slightly as he retorted, "Potter, what do you think of me placing it in the tree?" Ignoring Harry's presence, Draco sprang into action, mounting his broom and soaring into the sky. Naturally, Harry would not back down in the face of Draco's provocation. Without hesitation, he hopped onto his broom and pursued him. Hermione, about to voice her concern, was interrupted as Brooke popped a seed into her mouth. "Brooke, why are you stopping me? Harry could get expelled," Hermione exclaimed, visibly anxious. "Just enjoy the show," Brooke replied, feeding her another seed. Hermione glared at Brooke, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, resembling an adorable little hamster. In retaliation, her mischievous hand reached toward Brooke's waist once more. Brooke hastily remarked, "Have you forgotten Harry's reputation?" Hermione's fingers rested on Brooke's waist. Unmoving, yet her expression was one of perplexity. "Harry, the savior, was not merely a title. Even if both you and I were expelled, Harry would remain untouchable. Although Hermione struggled to comprehend, she placed her faith in Brook's discernment. In a huff, she chewed the sunflower seeds in her mouth. Yet her hand instinctively twisted in a circle. Hiss, this little girl must be out of her mind. Does she truly believe Brook cannot hold his own? At that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by the theatrical display of love and rivalry unfolding in the air. Draco incessantly provoked from the front, while Harry took direct action, showcasing the audacity of the young lions. Sensing the tide turning against him, Draco dropped the memory ball and tactically retreated. Harry executed a graceful vertical descent, chasing after the fallen memory ball. Listening to Hermione's commentary, Brook's fists unconsciously clenched. Slow down. Oh no, don't. Hurry up. Even faster. No. Hermione ultimately covered her eyes with her hand, leaving a small gap between her fingers to steal a glance. Just as Harry raised the memory ball, preparing to revel in his triumph, Professor McGonagall arrived and whisked him away like a chick under her arm. Brook brushed the fragments of sunflower seed shells from his hands. He stretched languorously, then reclined comfortably on the soft grass. Harry won't lose points, will he? Hermione asked, her face filled with concern. He shouldn't, Brook replied, comfortably closing his eyes and relishing the gentle breeze caressing his face. Do you remember what I told you? What? If Professor McGonagall intended to deduct points, she would do so on the spot. Since she chose to take Harry away, there are likely other arrangements in place, Brook explained. Hermione sighed in relief. As long as there were no point deductions. Being a girl, she naturally wouldn't lie down like Brook. Instead, she propped herself up with her hands, adjusting her position for greater comfort. What was that spell you just used? A spatial portal, which suddenly appeared in my mind. It resembles bloodline inheritance. I cannot teach you. Hermione refrained from pressing further, and together they basked in the tranquility that the gentle breeze brought. Chapter 29, Midnight Fright. Just as Brook was about to consume the last piece of Yorkshire pudding, he spotted Harry excitedly taking a seat beside Ron. Brook exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione. However, she paid him no heed and instead perked up her ears, wearing an expression of curiosity, eager to discover what Professor McGonagall had done to Harry. Before long, Draco swaggered in with his two lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, flaunting his presence. Brook too quietly strained to listen. How could one resist the allure of gossip? Yet, after a brief while, he found it rather dull. It turned out they were merely arranging a duel. Why even bother with a duel? Why not just settle it directly? Couldn't they allow others to enjoy their gossip in peace? Excuse me, Hermione ultimately could not hold back and spoke up. Harry and Ron, alerted by the sound, simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at Hermione. What is it? Harry inquired, with Brook watching from the side. Hermione refrained from exhibiting the annoyance often portrayed in the original text. Although she typically enjoyed meddling, her tone was considerably softened. I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Malfoy. She mentioned. Eavesdropping is just eavesdropping, Ron muttered softly. Hermione paid Ron no heed. If you get caught wandering at night, it will cost Gryffindor numerous points. This is none of your business, Harry retorted, slightly irked. He had already established a rivalry with Draco on the train, and this was an excellent opportunity to confront him face to face. He was determined not to miss it. Hermione, when a man speaks, he must act. Let them handle it themselves. Brook interjected. However, Gryffindor has plenty of points. Losing a few isn't catastrophic, Hermione remarked, watching as Harry and Ron stood to leave, and resignedly fell silent. Yet, she was not one to easily concede. As the clock struck 11:30, Harry and Ron stealthily got out of bed. To their surprise, Brook also rose. Are you going to lecture us too, Brook? Ron asked, puzzled. Brook shrugged with a look of exasperation. I'm here to help you resolve a small predicament. A small predicament? Harry questioned, perplexed. You'll find out once we step outside, Brook replied, leading the way to the common room. The Gryffindor common room was shrouded in darkness, save for the dying embers of the fireplace. I knew you would be waiting here, Brook said, addressing a shadowy figure. Suddenly, a lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione in her pink nightgown. Brook, what are you doing here? Hermione asked in surprise. Of course. It's because of you. Brook playfully tousled Hermione's hair. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, reminiscent of a kitten caught sneaking candy, making her all the more endearing. Brook's involvement in this affair was not solely to reassure Hermione. He was genuinely intrigued by wizard dueling and wished to witness it firsthand. This is against school rules, Hermione frowned. Only those who get caught are deemed to have broken the rules, Brook countered, seeing Hermione ready to argue further. If the professors truly disallowed students from wandering at night, they would simply seal the entrance to the common room after curfew. Hence, this behavior is implicitly tolerated. You have a convoluted logic, Hermione huffed. Then I shall go as well. Brook was taken aback by Hermione's eagerness to join this rule-breaking venture. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Bemused, they were the protagonists of the duel, after all. Did no one care to consult them? However, Upon reflecting on the disparity in skill levels, 2 underachievers versus 2 overachievers, they decided to acquiesce. We should leave quickly, otherwise, we will be late, Harry urged. Thus, the 4 of them crawled out through the opening in succession. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the lofty window, casting dappled shadows upon the corridor floor. Hogwarts was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility during the night. Brook wore a relaxed and joyful expression as he strolled leisurely down the hallway, savoring the novelty of his first nocturnal adventure. In stark contrast, Hermione displayed a visage of anxiety, her eyes darting about, ears perked up, attentively listening for any subtle sounds around her. Relax, Hermione, Brook whispered softly. Shoo. Hermione quickly gestured for Brook to silence himself. Observing her tense demeanor, he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Leaning closer, he murmured, Hermione, have you noticed those portraits? With a look of confusion, Hermione replied, what about the portraits? Haven't they always been here? A mischievous grin spread across Brook's face. Those portraits are the professor's eyes and ears. Our escapade has already been detected. Hermione gasped, on the verge of a scream, but Brook swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Stay calm, stay calm. Hermione tugged at Brook's hand, her expression still fraught with tension. It's fine. As long as we aren't deliberately causing mischief, they won't inform the professors, Brook reassured her. Really? They seem quite fortunate, she replied. Fortunately, they had not encountered Filch or Peeves along the way, arriving unscathed at the third-floor display room. The display room featured a row of crystal glass cabinets, shimmering softly under the moon's glow. Harry and Ron drew their wands, nervously fixating on the doors at either end of the room, as if Draco might leap out at any moment to cast a curse upon them. Brook, however, was captivated by the trophies, medals, shields, and statues gleaming in golden and silver hues. He wandered before the glass cabinets, lost in his own thoughts. Harry, come take a look at this. Is this your dad? Brook remarked, pointing at a trophy. Harry, already on edge, jumped at Brook's voice. What? Come see this. Brook beckoned him over. The other 3 were drawn to the trophy Brook indicated. This cup is awarded to James Potter, seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to the team, 1972 to 1978, Harry traced the glass cabinet with his fingers, momentarily entranced. Ron exclaimed excitedly, Harry, your father was the seeker. No wonder you're so talented. At that moment, a voice echoed from the adjacent room. I heard a noise. It's over there. Hurry. Oh no, it's Filch. Harry's expression shifted. Run. Ron bolted ahead, and Hermione promptly seized Brook's hand, following suit. Brook was taken aback by Hermione's grip. What are we running for? With Filch's footsteps growing ever closer, echoing like a death knell, the 4 of them dashed through the corridor like headless chickens. Brook raised his hand, preparing to conjure a spatial portal ahead. However, he suddenly furrowed his brow. A disturbance in the space. It wasn't his. Suddenly, Harry collided heavily against a door, which was locked. This is it. We are doomed. Ron looked at the door in despair, his face etched with fear. Stand aside. Hermione forcefully pushed the 2 aside, snatched Harry's wand, and uttered a spell toward the door lock. Alohomora. A click echoed, and the door swung open. They rushed inside, hastily closing the door behind them. Then, they pressed their ears against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. Brook suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to look. A large dog, nearly 5 meters long, was staring at them intently with its 3 heads and 6 fierce eyes. Brook immediately summoned a portal behind him and nudged Hermione. Hermione, go. At that moment, Hermione also caught sight of the large dog, standing frozen in fear. Just as Brook was about to pull Hermione away, he heard her say, Are you Fluffy? The 3-headed creature tilted its heads, gazing curiously at Hermione. Its previously menacing expression instantly transformed into one of adorableness, losing all semblance of intimidation. In truth, it had merely intended to frighten them away, as its orders were to prevent anyone from entering and to only intimidate young wizards, not to harm them. Thus, upon hearing its name, it immediately softened its demeanor. We are friends of Hagrid. Hermione appeared composed, though her fingers trembled incessantly. Brook cast another wary glance at Fluffy, recalling that Hagrid had mentioned owning a 3-headed dog. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. If Fluffy displayed any signs of aggression, he would swiftly pull Hermione into the portal. Upon hearing Hagrid's name, Fluffy seemed to relax further. It slowly lay down, resting all 3 heads on its paws. Yet its 6 large eyes continued to observe them with curiosity. Perhaps we should leave. Harry and Ron, though recognizing that Fluffy would not attack them for the moment, still felt apprehensive. Brook wholeheartedly agreed. If he were alone, he might be intrigued to play with Fluffy, but with Hermione by his side, it was wiser to avoid any risks. Brook's gaze remained fixed on Fluffy. Harry, Ron, you go first. Oh, thank goodness, Ron exclaimed, seizing Harry and diving into the portal. Brook waved at Fluffy. Apologies for disturbing your rest. We must take our leave. I'll bring some treats next time. He tugged at Hermione, only to find her mesmerized by Fluffy's paws. With a firm pull, he yanked her into the portal. Was this girl simply oblivious to danger? Or was she brimming with courage? One could only conclude that she truly embodied the spirit of Gryffindor. Thank you, Brook. Harry expressed his gratitude immediately. If it hadn't been for Brook that night, they might have been harmed by Fluffy or captured by Filch. Either outcome would have been dire. It was nothing. Brook waved his hand dismissively. Why on earth do they keep such a terrifying creature in the school? Ron lamented. Livy must be guarding something, Hermione murmured. I just noticed a trapdoor beneath its claws. Brook suddenly realized that Hermione had been observing that trapdoor. Are you satisfied now? Night wandering, HM. Hermione shot an annoyed glance at Brook. Don't imitate them. No more night wandering in the future. With that, she turned away in a huff. Ron watched her retreating figure and asked Brook, how do you tolerate her? Brook patted Ron on the shoulder. You'll understand when you grow up. Ron scratched his head, looking puzzled at Harry. Chapter 30. The Pitfall of Draco. The following morning, Brook and Hermione were seated at the dining table, leisurely enjoying their breakfast. Harry and Ron approached them. Thank you so much for last night. Brook, Harry expressed his gratitude once more. You've already thanked me, haven't you? Brook replied with a smile. Harry shyly grinned, about to say something more when Draco approached with an incredulous expression. You're still not expelled? Although Harry found last night's experience thrilling, he had no intention of thanking Draco. Instead, he felt even more annoyed. Oh, how peculiar. Why would I be expelled? I merely disdain dueling with the likes of you. Indeed, not only that, but you also snitched to Filch. I fail to see your nobility, Harry retorted fiercely. Draco, infuriated, was about to retaliate. Brook smirked slightly. I believe Mr. Malfoy should discuss matters of compensation. Compensation? What would I owe you? Draco replied, bewildered. Sit down. I have no habit of looking up to anyone, Brook said unhurriedly. Draco scoffed, thinking a mudblood was unworthy to command him. Brook surveyed the surroundings, lowered his voice. Or perhaps Mr. Malfoy wishes for everyone to know that you stood up your appointment last night. And what of it? I was merely deceiving these two fools. Draco shot back. Harry and Ron immediately scowled, ready to retaliate. Is that so? Brook's gaze sharpened. What if Snape or Slytherin learned that you failed to fulfill your agreement to attend the wizarding duel? What would happen? Draco's voice began to tremble. Though he could not comprehend it, he instinctively felt a sense of dread at Brook's next words. Brook gestured toward the seat in front of him. Reluctantly, Draco sat down. If they find out that last night you cast aside Slytherin's honor to escape a fair wizarding duel through deceit and betrayal, what do you think would happen? Brook's voice was soft, but to Draco's ears, it thundered. He shivered uncontrollably, finally grasping Brook's implication. If this matter were to become known within the house. Though his Malfoy status might shield him from severe repercussions, disdain and ostracism were inevitable. If you speak of this, Harry and Ron's night wandering will also come to light. Well, it's their penalty, not mine, Brook remarked nonchalantly. Besides, I imagine they would be quite willing to perish alongside Master Malfoy, wouldn't they? Ron yearned to express his concern, yet was silenced by a tug from Harry, forcing him to swallow his words. So what do you propose? Draco asked with a hint of exasperation. That depends on Master Malfoy's sincerity, Brook replied. After all, Harry and Ron have suffered considerable psychological distress due to your actions. So there's the matter of compensation for emotional damages. Compensation for emotional damages? What on earth is that? Draco momentarily failed to grasp the concept, but quickly realized it was merely a euphemism for requesting money. I'll offer 10 galleons. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 galleons. Even if divided among 4, he would receive 2 galleons, 8 sickles, and 14 nuts. He had never encountered such a sum before and was tempted to agree instantly. Is the Malfoy family's reputation truly worth only 10 galleons? Brook's face fell with disappointment. What about 20? Draco's confidence waned, and he spoke cautiously. In his mind, the Malfoy family's prestige was priceless. Perhaps I should consult others. Maybe one of Malfoy's rivals would pay a higher price for this information. Brook closed his eyes, signaling a disinterest in further discussion. Draco's face flushed with indignation. 300 galleons. That is all my pocket money for the year. If you are still unsatisfied, we shall perish together. That would involve you and Harry, not me, Brook shrugged. However, considering Master Malfoy's earnestness, I shall take a slight loss to forge a friendship. Draco, gritting his teeth, thought only a madman would wish to befriend him. He withdrew his coin pouch and flung it onto the table. Brook extended his hand, a genuine smile adorning his face. I truly wish to be your friend. Humph. Draco stood in a huff, refusing to acknowledge Brook's hand, and strode away. Do come visit again, Master Malfoy. As Brook finished his sentence, Draco stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Hermione nudged Brook with her shoulder. What a heartless act. She stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Noticing the mischievous smirk on Brook's face, she realized he had succeeded in his scheme. Thus, she remained a silent observer throughout. And in the end, Draco was indeed outwitted. Harry laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. This is truly delightful. Today has been one of my finest. Meanwhile, Ron's eyes fixated on the coin pouch, his mouth watering incessantly. Harry, While this money is primarily owed due to your actions, Hermione and I also contributed. How about we split it 4 ways? Brook suggested. I'll pass. You 3 can divide it, leaving each with 100. Harry quickly waved his hand. He still had a considerable amount of galleons in his vault and was unconcerned about this sum. Moreover, the sight of Draco's humiliation filled him with satisfaction, leaving no room in his mind for thoughts of monetary gain. This simply would not do. Brook tossed the wallet to Ron, saying, if you do not take it. How shall I? If I do not take it, you must. With trembling hands, Ron caught the wallet, exerting immense willpower to refrain from peering inside at the gleaming galleons. Very well. Harry nodded. That's the spirit. Ron, would you mind helping to distribute it? Brook inquired, although he would never accept charity from others. This money was rightfully his as it was Brook who had secured it for them. He felt justified in possessing it. Pure blood is an honor. Yet it is also a form of bondage, Brook mused. Harry was uncertain whether this remark was directed at him or merely a reflection of Brook's thoughts. Yet it left him contemplative. However, before he could grasp the deeper significance, another delightful occurrence unfolded before him. A slender parcel, carried by 6 long-eared Scottish puffskeins, fluttered down to Harry's feet, accompanied by a letter. Upon reading the note, the smile on his face was impossible to contain. He quietly explained to Brook. Inside is a Firebolt 2000. Would you care to join me outside for a look? Professor McGonagall prefers not to have too many people know. I think I shall pass. You may go, Brook replied, glancing at the owl. How had he forgotten about it? It was said to make a splendid broth. Perhaps he would try it one day. When Harry pulled Ron outside, he appeared somewhat dazed, his gaze fixated on the pouch of coins in his arms. What if we split it? 1 share for Harry. 1 for me, 1 for Brook, and 1 for Hermione? Chapter 31, The Duke of Honey. The hours of study were refreshingly unadorned. One moment opened his eyes to lessons. The next closed them into slumber. Hermione truly was an extraordinary presence, her learning speed akin to a rocket's ascent. Under her tutelage, Brook's disillusionment charm made remarkable progress. After more than a month of diligent effort, he finally succeeded in casting the spell, albeit with minor imperfections that could be discerned upon close scrutiny. Yet for Brook, it sufficed that he was not easily recognized by others. Are you plotting something mischievous again? Hermione suddenly inquired. Why do you ask? Brook replied, perplexed. Humph. If you weren't up to no good, why would you learn the disillusionment charm? She retorted, her cleverness shining through. With a smile, Brook gazed at Hermione. You've guessed it, and yet you still teach me? Just as if I didn't teach you. You wouldn't consider mischief. Hermione muttered softly, at the very least. Mastering the disillusionment charm will prevent me from being caught and losing points. Hermione, you truly are delightful, Brook said, ruffling her hair. This was the essence of double standards. If it were anyone else, Hermione would be thanking her stars for not informing a teacher. By the way, what do you actually intend to do? Brook shrugged. As for me, I haven't quite decided yet, but I plan to step outside. Outside? Leaving Hogwarts? Absolutely not. Hermione exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Brook hurriedly signaled for silence. Fortunately, they were in an empty classroom, devoid of any other presence. Otherwise, he might have found himself in peril before his mission even began. It will be perilous for you to leave Hogwarts. Hermione expressed her concern, her face etched with worry. I am merely heading to Hogsmeade, the weekend retreat for third-year wizards and above. Moreover, I can access the space within the ring at any moment, so there is no danger, Brook clarified. Hermione pouted. Then I shall accompany you. I will scout the path first, and next time, I shall take you along. Oh, very well. Hermione replied, somewhat disheartened, yet she acquiesced. Just be careful. When I undertake my tasks, is there anything you doubt? Brook retorted with confidence. Just make sure you don't get caught, or else. Hermione faltered, struggling to formulate a threat against Brook. How about I accompany you to the library every day? Brook proposed with a chuckle. As if you aren't already exempt from that, Hermione muttered softly, her voice barely audible, akin to a mosquito buzzing. Only Brook's exceptionally keen ears could discern her words. With an air of pride, Hermione was resolute. She would not be swayed by mere snacks. Come the weekend, Brook rose unusually early, for he had numerous tasks to accomplish. Fearing that time would not suffice, he donned a disguise within the confines of the ring, altering his appearance. Then, he retrieved his wand and gently tapped it against his head. When he reappeared in the dormitory, his form blended seamlessly with the surrounding hues, akin to a chameleon. He stealthily approached the portrait of the fat lady, who, upon noticing no one present, muttered, "What is the point of being invisible in broad daylight?" Brook then made his way to the statue of the one-eyed witch on the 4th-floor corridor. He lightly tapped the statue with his wand. Separate, the statue's hunchbacked form opened, revealing a passage wide enough for a person to traverse. Inside lay a stone slide, and without hesitation, Brook took a seat upon it. The slide was long and exhilarating, twisting and turning, reminiscent of the ice slides he had once enjoyed in the Northeast. After approximately 5 minutes, he reached the bottom, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. Lumos. He illuminated his wand, gazing at the towering stone slide extending upwards. The surface was uneven and sinuous. Brook began to sense the spatial markers within Hogwarts. His maximum range for spatial gateways was 20,000 meters. When he could not sense anything, he would leave a spatial marker, allowing him to return directly through the gateway in the future, as he wished to avoid enduring such trials again. Of course, the spatial gateway could also be directed at will, but he was uncertain of what lay on the other side. If Dumbledore happened to be in Hogsmeade, that could pose a significant challenge. After nearly an hour of trekking, he finally spotted a long staircase, stretching endlessly before him. For someone like Brook, who preferred to take it easy, it was an exhausting ordeal. Even with his adult-like stamina, he found himself gasping for breath by the time he reached the top. He truly wondered how the twins managed to persevere. It was only when he laid eyes upon a door that he realized he had arrived at his destination. He had not ventured beyond a range of 20,000 meters. Next time, he wouldn't even need to traverse the secret passage. He listened intently, noting the absence of any sound, and once again cast the disillusionment charm upon himself. With a swift push, he flung open the door and leapt onto the surface. To his surprise, he found himself in a cellar, cluttered with chairs and boxes. He cautiously made his exit. At that moment, the Honeyduke's candy store was eerily quiet. Behind the counter, a witch lay sprawled there, deeply asleep. Brook approached the shelves, waved his wand, and instantly dispelled the charm. He then began to stroll around the Honeyduke with great confidence, for he had promised to bring a gift for Hermione. Thus, he activated his shopping frenzy mode. Various flavors of chocolate, milk caramels, pear hard candies, licorice wands, fizzing bee sweets, candy quills, pink, softly glowing coconut ice, and explosive center-filled candies that would set your friend's tongue ablaze, sour lollipops that made your teeth chatter and squeak, ice mice that made your mouth smoke, and mischievous candy peppermints that could fill an entire room with bubbles of bluebell color, lasting for days without bursting. Brook merely glanced at each item before tossing them into his basket. Perhaps due to the commotion he was causing, he finally stirred the sleeping witch. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and groggily lifted her head. Upon seeing the ever-growing pile of candies in Brook's basket, her previously hazy eyes sparkled with delight, turning into crescent moons of joy. This was a significant customer. She hurriedly stood up and warmly exclaimed, "Hello, I am Madame Flume, the proprietor here. I see you have purchased quite a lot. Let me fetch you an empty basket." She swiftly handed Brook a new basket while taking away the overflowing one, as if fearing he might fill it to the brim and decide against making a purchase. "Take your time choosing," she encouraged. After a considerable while, Brook finally selected all his candies, filling precisely 3 baskets to the brim. Madame Flume's smile never faltered, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. "That will be a total of 21 galleons, 3 sickles, and 6 nuts." Brook paid the amount and stored all the candies within his ring. Chapter 32. Brook felt sour. After leaving the Honeyduke, Brook made a beeline for the elegant wizarding attire boutique. This establishment was renowned throughout the wizarding community in England. Though modest in size, it was exquisitely decorated. The display window showcased a few splendid wizarding robes. A subtle blend of herbal and fabric scents wafted through the air, creating a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. A lady clad in a deep purple robe stood behind the counter, meticulously cutting fabric. Upon seeing Brook enter, she instantly adorned her face with a professional smile. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" This lady was none other than the shopkeeper, Alicia. Brook stepped forward and gently placed the white bandage he held upon the counter. "Hello. I would like to request your assistance in crafting a scarf from these materials." Alicia reached for the bandage, donning her glasses to scrutinize it closely. Initially, her expression remained serene. However, as time passed, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and her face was etched with astonishment. "This is, astonishingly, the hair of a unicorn," she exclaimed, her voice imbued with disbelief. "You intend to use it to craft a scarf?" Her gaze toward Brook was akin to that of one observing a madman. "The manner in which you have handled and preserved it is utterly barbaric." She gently caressed the somewhat disheveled strands, her face filled with sorrow. "According to market value, each strand of unicorn hair is worth 5 golden galleons, and you possess over 300 strands. Even with some damage, its worth would not fall below 1,000 galleons. In her shop, she certainly had garments valued over 1,000 galleons. Yet, those possessed various magical properties. Rather than clothing, they were more aptly described as enchanted gear. She could hardly fathom that anyone would utilize such a precious material merely to create a scarf. Even pureblood families would not be so reckless. Brook was equally astonished. He had initially thought the white bandage was simply comfortable to the touch and exuded warmth. He never anticipated it to be unicorn hair. He could not conceive that Hagrid would gift him something so valuable. Apparently, Hagrid possessed an 8-meter by 8-meter carpet woven from unicorn hair. Just how wealthy is Hagrid? At that moment, Brook conceded he felt a pang of envy. Yet, he maintained an outward calm, feigning prior knowledge of the hair's origin. "So, can you create it?" Alicia sighed in resignation. "Of course, I can, but I do not recommend it." She quickly regained her professional demeanor, explaining that processed unicorn hair would emit a silver glow, making it not only unappealing to wear but also excessively conspicuous, essentially a walking galleon, inviting danger. Brook pondered for a moment. Then, what do you suggest? Alicia rummaged through the shelves. In a short while, she produced a small tuft of white fur and presented it to Brook. He accepted the tuft, gently rubbing it between his fingers, marveling at its soft and comfortable texture. This is plush fur. I recommend using unicorn hair as the lining, with the exterior crafted from this plush fur. This method not only conceals the silver sheen, but also maintains comfort and warmth. Brook nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as you suggest. He firmly believed that entrusting professional matters to experts was always the best course of action. In that case, we must sign a contract. Alicia stated solemnly, the material is too precious. I cannot proceed without a contract. She retrieved a parchment contract from beneath the counter and handed it to Brook. He examined the contract carefully, negotiating with Alicia regarding the delivery time and payment terms as supplementary clauses. Once everything was confirmed, he inscribed his name on the contract. Alicia stored the contract away, assuring him that the finished scarf would undoubtedly meet his satisfaction. I will send both the completed scarf and any surplus unicorn hair to you via owl. Brook also handed Alicia 50 galleons. In the world of wizards, one significant aspect is that once a contract is signed, no one can retract their agreement. Of course, exceptions exist, such as in the case of Dumbledore. However, establishments like the elegant wizarding apparel shop, which hold their reputation in higher regard than life itself, would never tarnish their name for a mere unicorn hair. Brook bid farewell to Alicia and stepped out of the shop. It was nearing noon, and Hogsmeade was beginning to bustle with activity. He did not linger in the village, but instead sought out a secluded corner to leave a spatial mark. Subsequently, he opened a portal and proceeded southward. After numerous spatial leaps, he finally arrived at the Garsend farm in Surrey, on the outskirts of London. This farm is the largest in England, sprawling across 941 acres and cultivating over 30 varieties of fruits and vegetables, which could largely satisfy Brook's needs. More importantly, his uncle, Oliver Burstead, is one of the farm's shareholders. Brook's visit was not solely to procure fruits and vegetables. He also sought seeds and fruit trees, and Oliver was the person who could facilitate this for him. When Brook's parents perished in a car accident, Oliver had considered adopting him to provide a warm home. However, at that time, the newly transported Brook was unwilling to be bound and politely declined. Throughout the past year, Oliver's care for him had never waned. Every couple of weeks, Oliver would make the effort to visit him, bringing seasonal fresh produce from the farm. He even insisted on slipping money into Brook's hands, fearing he would be reluctant to spend. Brook, it seems you have finally come to see me, Oliver's voice came from behind. Brook turned around, and a smile immediately graced his face. Isn't it just school? You know Eton is a boarding school. I had a hard time sneaking out today. Oliver wore an enigmatic smile. Do I still need to come all the way to see you? I'm more concerned about you being out alone. If there's anything, just let me know, and I'll come over. I've grown up, Haven T.I. Just because 2 months have passed, Brook's height had increased remarkably, now standing at 161 centimeters, and if his face matured a bit more, no young rogue would dare to provoke him easily. Oliver patted Brook's shoulder. You've grown taller and stronger. What brings you here this time that requires your uncle's assistance? Brook suddenly inquired. I have a friend at school who needs some fruit trees and various vegetables. Could you possibly help me deliver them to the warehouse next week? He then asked, Brook, are you attending Hogwarts? Brook was taken aback. What is going on? Were his parents not deceased in a car accident, but rather hidden figures of significance? Chapter 33, The Mystery of Brook's Heritage. How did you know? Are you a wizard as well? Brook questioned. I went to Eton to find you, but there was no information about you. I trust you wouldn't deceive me, which leaves only one possibility. This school is not one you can discuss openly. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Oliver's eyes. Neither your mother nor I are wizards. Our branch actually descends from the Burstead family, one of the 28 wizarding families. Because your grandfather is a mute, he ventured into the Muggle world. He grasped Brook's shoulder, exclaiming, Brook, I am genuinely delighted. Brook felt somewhat uncomfortable under Oliver's intense gaze. Perhaps this was the obsession of his uncle. Suddenly, he recalled Dumbledore's words about having a distant relative who was a wizard. At the time, he thought Dumbledore was merely deflecting and offering him an easy way out. It turned out he truly had such a distant relative. After a moment of silence, Brook inquired, Uncle, how many members are left in the Burst family? The Burst family has fallen into decline. Apart from our branch, there are probably only 4 or 5 others. However, I haven't been in touch with them for quite some time, so I am not entirely sure of the specifics. Let me find out more, and we can discuss it later. The Burst family was indeed sparse in numbers. If he could inherit some legacy, he would, of course, not refuse. Take your time to ponder. There's no rush, he thought, aware that Oliver had misunderstood his intentions. However, he also knew he could not persuade Brook at that moment. He needed to give him time to digest the information and approach the matter gradually. By the way, You want these fruit trees to be placed in equipment that has been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, correct? Indeed, Brook explained. Hogwarts vegetables and fruits are rather monotonous. I wish to cultivate some of my own so that I can have them readily available. Very well. I do not have much here apart from an abundance of vegetables and fruits. Take whatever you fancy. Do you need me to call someone for assistance? No need for that. I can manage it myself, and it's best if no one sees. All right, I will notify everyone to take a break. The entire farm is yours to experiment with. Once the farm staff had vacated, Brook set to work. Strawberries, cherries, plums, currants, mulberries, broccoli, cauliflower, beets, dahlias, raspberries, and more, all varieties from the farm were transplanted into his ring. This endeavor continued until the deep hours of the night. He even requested numerous books from Ollivander regarding the cultivation and care of these plants. He did not want his hard-earned farm to fall into neglect within a few days. As he surveyed the vast expanse of the farm he had nurtured with his own hands, he mused that a few more additions would make it even more perfect. In the dormitory, the others had succumbed to slumber, with Ron's snoring and Neville's teeth grinding echoing through the room. Brook was too exhausted to even change his clothes, collapsing directly onto his bed. Originally, he had thought that a small quantity of each fruit and vegetable would suffice. After all, with Hermione, Hagrid, and the Weasley twins included, preparing enough for 10 people would be more than adequate. Yet, Ollivander seemed to fear he would not have enough to eat, as he had gifted him 100 cherry trees alone. The vegetables in his ring were so abundant they were astonishing. He had even managed to create 200 greenhouses. Now, it seemed that not only 10 people but the entirety of Hogwarts would not be able to consume all that he had. This left him even more troubled. These vegetables and fruit trees could not simply be left unattended. Fertilization, irrigation, harvesting, and pruning each required meticulous attention. It appeared that he must seek a discussion with Dumbledore. Oh well, I shall sleep first, Brook muttered to himself. He had just shut his eyes when he suddenly sat up with a start. It seemed he had forgotten something of utmost importance. Brook hastily rose and departed from the dormitory, making his way to the Gryffindor common room in a flurry. At that moment, the fire in the hearth was nearly extinguished, with only a faint glimmer of embers remaining. In the corner, a lamp still flickered. A young girl clad in a pink bathrobe was sprawled over the table, soundly asleep. Brook sighed. Hermione was aware of his outing today, and he had suspected she would be waiting for him. Hermione groggily opened her eyes and, upon seeing Brook, became somewhat alert. Who is waiting for you? She replied defiantly, raising her delicate chin to reveal her fair neck. I merely stayed up too late reading and dozed off unexpectedly. Brook remarked, the weather has turned chilly, and the common room is not warm. It would be unfortunate if you caught a cold. He was not foolish. Hermione smiled with a sense of pride, pulling out a small tin from her pocket. Inside, a cluster of flames resembling blue bellflowers burned brightly, continuously providing her with warmth. Brook ruffled her hair affectionately. You are quite clever. The shops must be closed at this hour. He chose to speak honestly, knowing that this bright young girl was not easily deceived. Moreover, there was no need for subterfuge. She would inevitably discover the truth. Ollivander, you must be off to gather vegetables. Hermione had encountered Ollivander a few times when she played with Brook and knew he was a farmer. Well, soon we shall have an abundance of fruits and vegetables. Which girl does not adore fruits? The reason I don't eat them at Hogwarts is simply because they aren't available, Hermione replied. Brook presented her with a large bag of candies. A gift for you. I purchased it from Honeydukes. Hermione gazed at the oversized bag of sweets. Why did you buy so many? I want to be able to finish them all. Why not share with your roommates? Brook explained. It's only wise to strengthen your bonds with them through shared treats. Hermione nodded in agreement. While her relationship with her roommates was not poor, they lacked common interests, which made her feel somewhat excluded. In contrast, she had developed a good rapport with Autumn, a senior from Ravenclaw. Although she claimed not to care, or had grown accustomed to it, Brook's attentiveness warmed her heart. Brook, you've been busy all day. You should rest now. Hermione yawned. Indeed. You should also get some sleep, Brook replied. Hermione, content with her bag of candies, made her way toward the girls' dormitory. Chapter 34. The innate cultivator Brook now felt a profound sense of awakening within his veins. A feeling akin to a farmer who would not allow anyone to hinder his cultivation. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would dive into his ring, tending to his vegetables and fruit trees with unwavering dedication, watering, fertilizing, and reveling in the joy of watching them grow, bit by bit. Even in matters as mundane as weeding, which he could effortlessly accomplish with a mere incantation, he now preferred to wield the hoe himself, relishing this most primitive form of labor. Each day was a whirlwind of activity. Brook hastily shook his head, insisting that he could not afford to delay. The peaches were ripe and needed to be harvested immediately, lest they spoil. Hermione let out a resigned sigh, pressing him, but you cannot skip the banquet. Brook had become utterly enraptured by the farm. Whenever he wasn't in class, he was dutifully tending to the crops. It was quite exasperating. No, Brook. You cannot continue like this. You're on the brink of obsession. You must attend tonight. Hermione's voice rose slightly, her demeanor resolute. Neglecting his studies in favor of farming was a grave misallocation of his time. She would not let Brook fall into such a decline. Brook, observing Hermione's serious expression, felt himself grimace. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Fine, you go ahead, and I will join you shortly. Hermione replied, Sigh? 1 hour, at most 1 hour. You must come, or do not expect me to acknowledge you again. She extended a finger, her tone grave. Brook began to bargain, but upon seeing her expression, he relented. All right, just 1 hour, I will definitely be there. Satisfied, Hermione nodded in approval. She lifted the basket of large, succulent peaches and urged him to hurry. Without further delay, Brook vanished in place, entering his ring to continue his bustling yet joyful life as a farmer. Although Hermione threatened to ignore him, he knew it was merely a scare tactic. The girl could not truly carry it out. However, Brook was not one to deceive her. Thousands of tiny Snapes fluttered about the walls and ceiling, while another multitude swirled above the dining table like ominous clouds. Hollowed-out pumpkins flickered with candlelight within, and the dishes appeared on golden plates, reminiscent of the start of term feast. Hermione distributed peaches among those seated nearby, her food tasting bland and uninviting. Just then, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, a look of sheer terror on his face. A troll, in the dungeons. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos, students panicking, screams and shouts filling the air. Dumbledore had to use his wand to conjure fireworks. And with the sharp explosions, the crowd gradually quieted. Percy straightened up, boldly declaring, Follow me. As long as you listen to me, there is nothing to fear. Hermione had no mind to heed Percy's commands. Her thoughts were solely with Brook. He had not yet arrived at the banquet, and she wondered if he was still at the farm or on his way. What if he encountered the troll? It was all her fault. If only she and T insisted he attend the feast. If anything were to happen to Brook, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, she subtly extricated herself from the group and made her way towards the adjacent corridor. Hermione was uncertain of Brook's whereabouts. Yet she was certain that the empty classroom on the first floor, where Brook had entered the ring, was the right destination. Ron, look at Hermione, Harry urged, tugging at Ron's sleeve in a hushed tone. Ron appeared bewildered, questioning her destination. Brook hasn't arrived. I suspect Hermione intends to inform him, Harry conjectured. The troll is still wandering about. It's exceedingly dangerous. Ron expressed his growing concern. We must follow her. If we encounter trouble, we can assist, Harry asserted with determination. Ron hesitated, as he and Hermione were not particularly close. Brook has aided us, Harry reminded him. Recalling the 75 galleons, Ron gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Meanwhile, Brook emerged from the ring, his face alight with joy. People are indeed compelled into action, a sentiment that rang true. Under normal circumstances, he might have taken an entire evening to accomplish his task, yet in order to honor his hour-long promise to Hermione, he miraculously mastered the flying charm. His progress could be likened to a rocket's ascent. The levitation charm allowed ripe peaches to detach from their branches, while the flying charm enabled him to precisely collect them into a box, achieving near perfection. He felt he had discovered the motivation to learn magic, making his life considerably easier. However, the moment Brook stepped out, his smile vanished in an instant. He hastily covered his nose with his hand. What is that foul odor? His sense of smell was far more acute than that of an ordinary person, rivaling even that of a dog. The overpowering stench assaulted him like a sharp dagger, penetrating his senses. It was akin to 1,000 dung bombs exploding simultaneously around him. He swiftly pointed his wand at his head, conjuring an irregular, translucent glass dome that appeared above him, a rather rudimentary bubblehead charm. Due to the pervasive odor of garlic in defense against the dark arts class, Brook had consistently refused to attend, citing his inability to tolerate it. Thus, Hermione had procured the bubblehead charm for him. Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, it sufficed in blocking the foul smell. Upon pushing open the classroom door, Brook was confronted by a figure towering over 3 meters, blocking his path. Initially believing it to be Hagrid, he prepared to greet it, but upon closer inspection through the foggy glass dome, he was taken aback. The creature before him possessed an eerie gray skin tone and an extraordinarily disproportionate physique, with legs scarcely half a meter long, resembling stout tree stumps that supported its massive form. Clutched in its hand was a hefty wooden club. What is a troll doing at Hogwarts? The creature's sudden appearance seemed to momentarily confuse its small, tennis ball-sized head. The two stood there, locked in a mutual stare. Brook's eyes widened in shock. Roar. The troll finally reacted, unleashing a deafening roar as it raised its club and swung it fiercely towards Brook. Brook remained entirely unperturbed, poised to retreat into his ring, when he was suddenly startled by Hermione's piercing scream. Ah! Harry and Ron hastily gathered the scattered stones from the ground and hurled them at the troll with great force. Hey, you big oaf! Look over here! Ron shouted loudly, attempting to draw the troll's attention. Meanwhile, Harry vigorously struck the ground with a metal pipe he had picked up, producing a jarring sound. Hermione, on the other hand, shouted to Brook, Brook, Wait for the right moment and run in the opposite direction. Chapter 35. A bit of bullying the troll. Brook raised his hand to his forehead, his expression one of utter exasperation. What on earth is happening? Whether through the ring or a spatial portal, could he not simply escape at will? It was one thing for Harry and Ron to misunderstand his abilities. But how could Hermione be so confused? With a casual gesture, he conjured a shimmering portal out of thin air. He stepped through, instantly appearing beside Hermione. This sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly bewildered. The troll stood frozen, its walnut-sized brain incapable of comprehending how Brook had vanished only to reappear moments later. Harry and Ron were equally perplexed. They had been striving to create an opportunity for Brook to escape, yet it seemed he needed no assistance at all. Hermione, in her flustered concern for Brook, had completely overlooked the fact that the spatial portal itself was a formidable escape mechanism. However, she quickly regained her composure, grasping Brook's hand. You open the portal, and let us flee swiftly. Brook shook his head. Hermione, since you're here, allow me to showcase my capabilities. So you need not constantly fret for my safety. It is merely a troll, and I possess countless methods to vanquish it. Initially, he had intended to hide within the ring merely out of laziness. Now, this presented an opportunity to reassure Hermione while inciting worry in certain others. Though the troll had yet to grasp the situation, it resolved to cease its contemplation and simply crush this perplexing little figure. It raised its club and swung it violently in Brook's direction. Hermione screamed in terror. Danger! 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 Fear not, Brook replied calmly. I have many tricks up my sleeve. The spatial portal can serve both as an escape and a means to fight. With an air of nonchalance, he raised his hand. A portal materialized directly beneath the descending club. Simultaneously, another portal appeared beside the troll. In a remarkable twist of fate, the whistling club passed seamlessly through the two portals, striking the troll with tremendous force, sending its immense body crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The troll was left dazed and slumped against the wall in utter confusion. Meanwhile, Hermione, Harry, and Ron stood by, their mouths agape in astonishment. You see, had I positioned the portal at the troll's head, it would have exploded by now. With a flick of his wand, Brook severed one of the troll's feet with a perfectly smooth incision. The troll howled in agony. A cutting spell, if I wished. I could dismantle the troll into 8 pieces. Immediately thereafter, Brook gently brushed the ring, and 2 modern weapons materialized upon the ground. Ron exhibited no reaction, merely harboring a hint of curiosity. However, Hermione and Harry were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. This is the Jekigalai light machine gun, which I prefer to call Big Plate Chicken. With a single magazine, it can easily turn a troll into a sieve. And this, he continued, is a 7-rocket launcher, capable of obliterating tanks with a single shot, sending a troll soaring into the sky. Wait, please don't. Hermione hastily interjected. Hogwarts would be blown to smithereens. To demolish Hogwarts, one would require missiles, and I possess quite a few of those as well. Do not underestimate me. I could effortlessly raise 100 Hogwarts to the ground, let alone one. However, for dealing with such a minor troll, these tools are unnecessary, Brook said with a chuckle. I merely wish to convey that I am truly formidable, and you need not worry about me. At that moment, the troll struggled to rise from the ground, seemingly unwilling to relent, intent on launching another attack on the group. With a casual wave of his hand, Brook conjured a spatial portal beneath the troll's feet. The creature had no time to react and plummeted directly into the abyss. Just as it was halfway down, Brook dismissed the portal, leaving the troll's body wedged underground. Unable to escape despite its frantic thrashing, emitting only furious roars, Brook's hand reached through the portal and delivered a sharp slap to the troll, momentarily stunning it. Cease your noise. You are now a mere teaching aid, he stated, turning to Hermione. In truth, if you remain calm, you too can defeat it. Me? Hermione exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Is that really possible? Why not? Brook began his lesson. With all this debris on the ground, you could use the Transfiguration charm to transform the rubble into steel balls. The troll would slip upon stepping on them. Then, employ the levitation charm to direct these steel orbs at its head, and you shall easily conquer it. That actually sounds feasible, she mused, her interest piqued. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Hermione nodded enthusiastically, her eagerness palpable. However, before Brook could free the troll to allow Hermione to showcase her skills, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Professor McGonagall led the charge, followed closely by Snape and Quirrell. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before them, particularly the troll ensnared in the ground, still thrashing and roaring, disbelief etched across their faces. Quirrell, in particular, turned pale, clutching his chest, his legs buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. Professor McGonagall's chest heaved violently, her voice trembling with a mixture of fury and shock. Snape surveyed the four with a scrutinizing gaze, especially focused on Brook, harboring a strong suspicion that only Brook could have orchestrated such a spectacle. Just as Hermione was about to speak, Brook interjected with a complaint. Professor, the safety of Hogwarts is alarmingly inadequate. What? Professor McGonagall stammered. Her anger momentarily eclipsed by sheer bewilderment at Brook's audacity. A hint of amusement flickered across Snape's previously impassive countenance. With a flick of his wand, he swiftly rendered the roaring troll unconscious, then crossed his arms, assuming a posture of detached amusement as he observed the unfolding drama. As I stepped out of the classroom, I was abruptly assaulted by a troll, leaving my heart racing uncontrollably. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and inquired about my presence there. She discerned the implication in Brook's words. He had not attended the banquet and thus had not received any notification. The responsibility for this troll encounter indeed rested upon the shoulders of us professors. Brook shrugged and patiently explained, since the start of the term, whenever I have free time, Hermione and I have been practicing magic in that empty classroom, and the two portraits there can attest to that. Professor McGonagall's gaze was fixed on Brook, awaiting his continuation. After class today, I came here to practice the bubblehead charm. As usual, Brook indicated the bubble perched atop his head. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall fully understood. Although it was not yet perfected, it was indeed impressive for a first-year wizard. Phileas would likely award you points for this. Thank you for your praise. I was so engrossed in practice that I completely forgot about the banquet, Brook clarified. That is why they came to inform me about the troll, concerned that I might be in danger. Chapter 36, An Unsettled Dumbledore. Then why didn't you notify us? McGonagall directed her gaze towards Hermione and the others. Perhaps concern led to confusion. Brook interjected on their behalf. As friends, they were so worried about me that they overlooked the simplest course of action, choosing instead a brave path, willing to risk for a friend. How very Gryffindor, wouldn't you agree? Snape let out a slight huff. He was tempted to remark that they were reckless and foolish lions, but in the presence of Professor McGonagall, he refrained. However, his eyes were filled with admiration for Brook. Should he suggest a resorting for Brook? He believed that if Brook were to unleash his mind from its constraints, he would undoubtedly be placed in Slytherin. Professor McGonagall regarded the trio with noticeably softened eyes, a hint of admiration glimmering within them. While understandable, you have still violated school rules. Each of you will lose 5 points. Harry and Ron exchanged looks of surprise. Losing points was merely a trivial matter. Yet Hermione felt a pang of discomfort. It was not because it was the first time Gryffindor had lost points due to her actions. She had no regrets about notifying Brook. It was simply that had she not caused a disturbance, Brook would have been perfectly fine. This weighed heavily on her heart. Professor McGonagall then turned her gaze back to Brook, her expression softening into a gentle smile, one they had never before witnessed from her. Brook, your inadvertent involvement in the troll incident is the responsibility of us professors. Your assistance in subduing the troll earns Gryffindor 30 points. And this event will be recorded in the archives. Thank you, Professor. Brook silently acknowledged Professor McGonagall with a gesture of respect. This balancing of points not only upheld the fairness of the school rules, but also conveyed what behaviors were worthy of encouragement. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell. Brook politely bid farewell to the 3 professors. Subsequently, the quartet made their way toward the Gryffindor common room. Thank you, Harry, Ron. Brook expressed his gratitude. Harry quickly waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. We hardly helped at all. In fact, we only added to the chaos. Otherwise, you could have earned more points for Gryffindor. Ron stammered in silence, his face suddenly flushing red. Both Harry and Ron felt increasingly awkward, yet their hearts brimmed with happiness. It was then that Brook learned from Hermione that she had originally come alone, and Harry and Ron had noticed her departing from the group and had taken the initiative to assist her. Although Brook was reluctant to become entangled in the tumultuous relationship between Harry and Voldemort, he recognized that Harry was indeed a friend worth having. Regardless of skill level, he was genuinely there when needed. Brook looked down upon the leftover scraps in the common room, and since Hermione and the others had not eaten enough, he decided to bring them into the ring space to enjoy a hot pot meal. However, he did not reveal the entirety of the space to Harry and Ron. Instead, he led them directly into the house within the space. The external area was shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Harry was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Brook possessed such a magical space. Although Ron was filled with envy at Brook's independent dwelling, he remained remarkably composed. He patiently explained to Harry the principles behind the undetectable extension charm. In no time, a steaming hot pot was served at the table, and a rich aroma wafted through the air. The gathering enjoyed the meal immensely, particularly Ron, who seemed to have devoted all his talent points to the art of eating. Eating hot pot naturally required chopsticks, yet this posed a challenge for Harry and Ron. They clumsily maneuvered one chopstick in each hand, carefully trying to grasp the ingredients from the pot, which proved to be a painstakingly slow endeavor. Had it not been for Brook deliberately slowing down his movements, Ron would have struggled to get even a slice of meat to his mouth. As Ron continued to eat, he suddenly gave up, not on eating, but on using chopsticks. He picked up his wand and cast a levitation charm on the slices of lamb in the hot pot, which obediently floated into his bowl. He then leisurely enjoyed his meal with a fork. Brooke, Hermione, and Harry watched in astonishment, utterly amazed by his ingenuity. Furthermore, Ron possessed an unusual obsession with spice. He showed no interest in the clear broth, fixating solely on the spicy pot. His lips turned crimson from the heat, beads of sweat pouring down his face, and his red hair seemed to shine even brighter. Yet, he continued to inhale deeply while relentlessly shoveling food from the spicy pot into his mouth. Meanwhile, while Brooke and the others savored their meal, Dumbledore was in quite a state of discomfort. To him, the giant troll invasion was merely a minor incident that did not affect his mood in the slightest. In fact, he had long known who the puppet master was. He merely kept this piece on the board to nurture Harry. However, when the portrait recounted verbatim what Brooke had said to Hermione at that time, his expression instantly turned grave. He gazed at the 7 rocket launchers and the light machine gun left by Jagger, unsure whether Brooke had forgotten them or had intentionally left them behind, and fell into a profound silence. Despite residing in the magical realm, Dumbledore remained ever vigilant about the advancements in the Muggle world, refusing to allow himself a moment as complacency. The prophecy of Gellert Grindelwald often surfaced in his mind. Even if the entire world doubted Grindelwald's words, Dumbledore held steadfast belief in them. This conviction made him acutely aware of the formidable power of these modern weapons. He had witnessed firsthand the catastrophic explosion caused by those 2 large bombs in the footbath. If Brooke truly possessed such armaments, the destruction of Hogwarts would be no mere hyperbole. Furthermore, Brooke was well aware that the portrait would convey messages to him, yet he brazenly displayed weapons that were clearly not intended to combat trolls. This raised even more intriguing questions. He couldn't help but murmur, "Are you demonstrating your power? If you have no business, I shall take my leave." Snape, standing nearby, grew increasingly impatient. He could not catch what Dumbledore was muttering. After presenting those 2 peculiar items to Dumbledore, the latter fell into contemplation. 5 minutes passed in this manner. Did he truly consider his time worthless? Moreover, he bore an injury on his leg. Had Professor McGonagall not been preoccupied with the aftermath of the troll incident, he would not have bothered to report to the headmaster's office at all. "I won't perish." Coughing slightly, Dumbledore awkwardly inquired, "Has Mr. Lockhart exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Does skipping defense against the dark arts count?" Snape shot a provocative glance at Dumbledore. He had applied for the defense against the dark arts class countless times, only to have it snatched away by that buffoon Quirrell. "I've known that for ages. Is there anything else?" Dumbledore's deep blue eyes fixed intently on Snape. Observing Dumbledore's serious demeanor, Snape also adopted a more earnest tone. Lockhart had acquired numerous plants from Pomona, yet no one knew where he had planted them. Moreover, he had supplied the kitchen with a significant amount of vegetables, likely utilizing items enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. He paused before adding, "To speak of odd occurrences, Lockhart has been virtually absent after lessons, and Miss Granger has recently been going to the library alone. It seems he is neglecting his studies." "That would be Miss Granger," Dumbledore corrected, then fell back into contemplation. "No matter, I shall take my leave. Please keep an eye on Mr. Lockhart for me. I wish to know what he has been up to." "Humph," Snape scoffed. "Potter, Quirrell, and Lockhart. Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Dumbledore's aged face flushed with embarrassment. "Just do your best." Snape ignored Dumbledore further and hobbled away. Dumbledore gazed at the 2 modern weapons on the table, once more lost in thought. "It seems time for a meeting. I suspect you think the same, young one." Chapter 37. A confrontation with Dumbledore. The incident involving the troll invasion at Hogwarts did not create a significant stir within the campus. The young witches and wizards continued with their daily activities. Albeit this description may not be entirely accurate, Ron was an exception. He eagerly recounted his valiant encounter with the troll to anyone willing to listen. Neville served as his most devoted audience, gazing at Ron with admiration, which filled Ron with immense satisfaction. However, Ron was acutely aware of what to say and what to withhold, possibly out of concern that Brooke might steal the limelight. He refrained from uttering a word about the secret of Brooke's ring's spatial enchantment. Coming from a pure-blood wizarding family, Ron naturally possessed a deeper understanding of magical artifacts like the undetectable extension charm than the average person. He had never heard of a ring-shaped object employing such a charm, and the one Brooke possessed might very well be illicit. Ron knew he could not bring trouble upon Brooke due to his own indiscretion. The troll incident had also reunited the trio, or rather, it should now be referred to as a quartet. However, Brooke was often preoccupied with farm duties, which left Hermione passively joining Harry and Ron. Cautiously, Ron edged closer to Hermione. "Hermione, could I possibly borrow your homework for reference?" "No. The assignments must be completed independently to truly grasp the knowledge," Hermione replied decisively. Ron, feeling a twinge of defiance, muttered under his breath, "Then why are you willing to help Brooke with his homework?" Hermione retorted, her argument firm yet slightly defensive. "His spellcasting is superior to mine. He hardly needs to write assignments for reinforcement." Indeed, Brooke had previously copied her work, but since the establishment of the farm, his workload had significantly increased. Hermione had taken it upon herself to assist Brook with his assignments, believing that if he was going to copy, it was more efficient to complete them herself. Harry nudged Ron, exasperated. Ron, do you not understand your own standing? Comparing yourself to Brook is absurd. Hermione, we're merely improvising on our assignments. If we could take a look at yours, we might actually learn something valuable. Could you please make an exception? Hermione, observing Harry's pitiful expression, felt she could not be overly stringent. With a huff, she stood and walked towards the bookshelf. I'll go find a book to read. Ron watched her retreating figure, a look of despair on his face, lamenting, what are we to do? The potion assignment is simply too challenging. Harry patted Ron on the head, exasperated. You fool. Hermione hasn't taken her homework with her. Ron paused, momentarily stunned, before realization dawned on him. Ah, right. Quick, quick. The two hurriedly spread Hermione's assignment out in front of them and began to copy furiously. After hastily harvesting peaches on the farm, Brook finally found some leisure time. He busied himself for a while before making his way to the library, seeking to research some domestic magic or spells suitable for agricultural use. However, just as he approached the library entrance, Hermione hurriedly dashed out, colliding directly into him. Oh, I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, pressing her forehead and repeatedly apologizing. Brook couldn't help but find her flustered demeanor amusing. Hermione, what's the rush? He inquired. Ah, Brook, I was just looking for you, Hermione replied, lifting her gaze to reveal a flicker of surprise in her eyes upon seeing him. Looking for me? Is something amiss? It's not me looking for you. It's Professor Dumbledore who summoned you, she said, producing a note from her pocket and handing it to Brook. Upon receiving the note, Brook read the contents. Miss Granger, please assist in delivering this note to Mr. Lot. Mr. Lot, I hope you can make your way to the headmaster's office at your earliest convenience. The entrance is located at the stone gargoyle in the center of the third-floor corridor. The flavor of the lemon sherbet is delightful. Brook's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he had been anticipating. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to wish to see him so soon. His desire for the house elves of Hogwarts had long been insatiable. Although he could command his own house elf, and, to perform tasks, many matters felt constrained without Dumbledore's directives. This was also the reason behind his deliberate display of modern artifacts, intending to capture Dumbledore's attention and compel him to investigate, ultimately forcing him to meet. While he could proactively seek out Dumbledore, doing so would relinquish the initiative in their negotiations. The headmaster has summoned me. I shall take my leave, he declared. Yes, yes, Hermione nodded vigorously. In her heart, Dumbledore held an unparalleled stature. Her choice to enter Gryffindor was significantly influenced by him. Brook's opportunity for a private audience with Dumbledore evoked a twinge of envy within her. Gently ruffling Hermione's hair, Brook then turned and ascended to the third floor. He had passed the stone gargoyle on multiple occasions during class, thus was well acquainted with the route. The gargoyle before him was uniquely shaped, its outline resembling that of a lioness, yet its nose and eyes bore a striking resemblance to a human's. Lemon sherbet. Thank you. Brook murmured appreciatively before stepping onto the staircase. No sooner had he lifted his foot to ascend than the wall behind him swiftly closed. Simultaneously, the staircase began to rotate slowly upward. A magical elevator? How intriguing, he thought. Soon, the staircase reached its apex and came to a steady halt. Brook descended and approached an oak door adorned with a knocker shaped like a griffin. He politely rapped on the door. Enter, came Dumbledore's voice from beyond, and the door swung open of its own accord. Brook stepped into the headmaster's office, which greeted him with a circular room. The claw-footed table bore the sorting hat atop its shelf. Portraits of past headmasters adorned the walls, all currently asleep, occasionally emitting soft snores. Fawkes, the phoenix, dozed on a golden perch. Rather than resembling a phoenix, Brook thought it looked more like a chicken with a few curly tufts atop its head. On the desk lay a peculiar device, whirring and emitting puffs of smoke. Two weapons, deliberately left behind by Brook, also occupied the surface. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore, he greeted. Mr. Rot, please take a seat. Would you care for a drink? Dumbledore inquired gently. No, thank you, Professor. Brook declined outright, with a sleepy sunflower in hand. He was certainly well versed in the effects of Veritaserum. He would not easily consume anything offered by Dumbledore. Chapter 38. Dumbledore, have I erred? I wish to apologize for the events of last night, which placed you in a precarious situation, Dumbledore expressed with regret. You needn't apologize. Accidents can occur anywhere. Can they not? Brook replied. How have you been faring at school these past 2 months? Hogwarts is filled with remarkable individuals, and the conversations here are delightful. I truly adore it. Dumbledore nodded, pleased, before shifting the topic. This must be what you forgot last night. Might you enlighten me as to its nature? This is a muggle weapon, akin to a wand. I keep it for self-defense. I must have forgotten to take it last night due to the tension. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore felt a touch of exasperation. The young man was clearly indicating his awareness of the subterfuge. If you have the time, I would continue our idle chatter. It seemed the prior interaction with Brook had fostered some resistance within him. I hear you have been rather busy lately. Is there anything I can assist you with? That should not be necessary. I believe there could be. Then there is. Speak freely. I possess something akin to what Newt Scamander has. But mine consists of an abundance of crops, which I find difficult to manage alone. Hogwarts has a multitude of house elves. You may select a few to assist you, and I shall ensure they remain silent regarding your matters, myself included. Dumbledore promptly provided a solution. Brooke nodded, trusting Dumbledore's assurance. Additionally, there are simply too many fruits and vegetables. They will rot if left unattended. Based on market prices, Hogwarts will procure them. Professor Pomona will discuss this with you. You are aware of my love for learning. However, the books in the library are too eclectic, and searching for what I need consumes a considerable amount of my time. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, retrieving an old notebook from the cabinet behind him. This contains some of my insights from my youth on the study of magic, primarily concerning transfiguration and combination magic. You may find it suitable for extracurricular reading. Feeling satisfied with the exchange, Brooke decided it was time to take his leave. I quite like Hogwarts. It shall become my second home. A content smile finally graced Dumbledore's face. I hope every young wizard can experience the warmth of home here. I believe I shall, and if there is nothing further, I shall not impose. Brooke rose to bid farewell. Wishing you a delightful weekend. Thank you, Professor. His spirits were lifted, for the conversation with Dumbledore had unfolded smoothly. Dialogue between intelligent minds often flows with unspoken understanding. Dumbledore did not inquire about the origins of the weapon, nor did he compel him to relinquish it entirely. Since he had acquired one, it was likely he could procure more. Coercion would only yield adverse results. Dumbledore seemingly aimed to bind him to Hogwarts through emotional and material incentives. As long as he refrained from employing those peculiar weapons within Hogwarts, all would be well. Taking advantage of the moment, Brooke proposed his own conditions, 3 reasonable stipulations that fell within Dumbledore's realm of acceptance. Should he overreach and present more unreasonable demands, provoking Dumbledore's ire, he would face dire consequences. After all, given his current strength, the notion of defeating Dumbledore was utterly fanciful, unless he intended to remain forever hidden within the confines of the ring, awaiting Dumbledore's demise. Ultimately, he chose not to take the weapons from the table. This served to indicate that he possessed many such items and was indifferent to this particular pair. Furthermore, it communicated to Dumbledore that he wished to handle these weapons at his discretion, without excessive interference. As soon as Brooke exited the headmaster's office, a cacophony erupted within. You have indulged that young man far too much. Phineas Nigellus Black's voice was particularly sharp. In my opinion, he should be shown some consequences for daring to use Hogwarts as leverage against you. This is simply outrageous. Which ear of yours heard Lot threaten Albus? He clearly holds Hogwarts in high esteem and wishes to regard it as a second home. What is wrong with offering him some benefits? Do you wish for Hogwarts to be filled with ungrateful wretches? Delilah Devant responded immediately, nearly naming those ungrateful wretches as students of Slytherin. Isn't the accumulation of such weapons a threat? She continued. Every young wizard possesses a wand and could inflict harm upon Hogwarts. Do you intend to strip young wizards of their right to wield wands? Phineas was left speechless, his frustration boiling over as he retorted, You are long-haired and short-sighted. What did you say? Delilah shrieked, charging into Phineas's portrait and delivering a flurry of blows. The other portraits cheered her on, shouting encouragement. Well done, Delilah. Kick him where it hurts. Enough. Dumbledore's commanding voice cut through the tumult, instantly restoring silence to the raucous headmaster's office. Only Phineas, pinned beneath Delilah, continued to mutter. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, declaring, Mr. Lot is a student of Hogwarts. As headmaster, it is incumbent upon me to provide appropriate assistance. Everard slowly interjected, however, this child does require close supervision. After all, if those weapons are truly as you describe, Hogwarts cannot afford the risk. Dumbledore understood that although a verbal agreement had been reached with Brooke, the peril remained. The usually reticent Felita's Pole raised his voice, stating, Those who cherish cultivating plants typically do not instigate trouble unless provoked. Dumbledore, how did you manage to irritate that young man? Dumbledore fell silent, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He did not feel he had erred in handling the Brooke incident. Even if given a second chance, his decisions would remain unchanged. The sole misjudgment, perhaps, was not assigning Brooke to Hufflepuff. His initial choice of Gryffindor stemmed from a belief that McGonagall was more stringent, thus better suited to discipline Brooke. Little did he anticipate Brooke's fervent passion for cultivation. Philida had conveyed much about Brooke, particularly his remarkable talent and enthusiasm for planting, which greatly impressed him. Dumbledore, your approach to managing and interacting with children is flawed, reminiscent of the young Tom Riddle, she remarked, causing Dumbledore to lapse into deep contemplation, rendering the headmaster's office utterly silent. Chapter 39. A sport that warms the heart and is delightfully entertaining. Dumbledore was remarkably efficient in his tasks. That very evening, Anan was dispatched to Brooke's side. Mr. Lot, Anan reporting for duty. Anan bowed deeply before Brooke. Headmaster Dumbledore has instructed that from now on, I shall heed your commands exclusively, relinquishing all other responsibilities at Hogwarts. Anan was utterly enamored with Brooke. At Hogwarts, even performing a task involved competing with other house elves. Yet, in Brook's company, an endless array of tasks awaited. This was nothing short of a paradise for house elves. Anan, allow me to show you something. Anan nodded eagerly, its heart racing with anticipation for the new endeavors ahead. Brook placed a hand on Anan's shoulder and led it into the ring space, pointing towards the expansive farmland. Brook smiled and said, "This is where you will be working from now on. The entire farm is entrusted to your care." Wow, so much work, so many tasks. Anan exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Anan is truly fortunate. Thank you, Mr. Lot. As it spoke, Anan bowed deeply once more. Although accustomed to Anan's reactions, Brook couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. To assign work without compensation was one thing, but to receive gratitude in return was quite another. Dumbledore has granted me a few slots for house elves. Anan, do you think we should recruit a few more to assist with these tasks? Anan's eyes immediately welled with tears. Mr. Lot, do you doubt Anan? Do you think Anan cannot complete these tasks? Brook realized he had overlooked this aspect. The dedication and pride of house elves regarding their work was often intensified to an extreme degree. He should have thought to simply recruit a few more himself. Anan, I certainly know of your capabilities. There is nothing in this farm that you cannot accomplish. However, the workload is indeed substantial. In addition to tending to this land, you must also deliver produce to the Hogwarts kitchen, and you are expected to assist me in cooking as well. I fear you may be overwhelmed with it all. I can manage, Anan declared, puffing out its chest resolutely. Tears continued to swirl in her eyes, exuding a palpable aura of "if you disagree, I shall weep before you." Very well, I place my trust in you. However, should I perceive that you are overly fatigued, I shall still consider adding more assistance. Brook knelt down and gently patted Anan's slender shoulder. It is not a matter of distrust. I genuinely wish for you not to overexert yourself. I hope you can continue to serve me for several more years. If you were to exhaust yourself, where else might I find such a splendid little sprite? Anan's already large eyes widened even further, and a faint blush graced her ginger-toned skin. Mr. Lot, you are exceedingly kind to Anan. She longs to dedicate her life to working for you. Even Brook, whose fortitude was akin to that of a city wall, felt a twinge of discomfort. Anan, please go and prune the fruit trees. The cabbage, lettuce, cauliflower, kale, oranges, and winter jujubes are nearing ripeness. I would greatly appreciate your help in harvesting them. At your command, Anan replied enthusiastically, charging towards the farm like a warrior preparing for battle. After the herbology class, Sprout called out to Brook. Brook, I heard you have an abundance of vegetables and fruits that you wish to sell to Hogwarts. Is that correct? Indeed, Professor. As you know, I find immense joy in cultivating plants, which has led to a bountiful harvest. Yet, I have been occupied with my studies at Hogwarts and have been unable to sell these goods to Muggles. Left unattended on the farm, they will inevitably spoil, which is quite regrettable. Brook's demeanor towards Sprout was markedly earnest. My dear child, why did you not mention this sooner? Sprout, who despised the waste of food, expressed her discontent. I felt somewhat embarrassed to trouble you, and frankly, my farm has produced quite a surplus. What is there to be embarrassed about between us? Sprout chided gently. If Hogwarts cannot consume them, I shall assist you in selling them in Hogsmeade. Brook felt a wave of gratitude wash over him at Sprout's words. In merely 2 months of acquaintance, she was willing to offer such unreserved assistance. This bond was invaluable. Thank you, Professor. There's no need for thanks. You are my student, and it is only right to assist you. Sprout's smile grew ever more benevolent. When the crops are ready, have the house elves deliver them to the kitchen. They are adept at freshness charms, so there is no need for concern regarding spoilage. And with me here, you shall not suffer any financial loss. I have absolute faith in you, Professor. What more could Brook say? He resolved to cherish this friendship deeply. Should he encounter any rare herbs in the future, he would be sure to present them to Sprout. By the way, take a pot of devil's snare. It is truly delightful when prepared as a salad. Sprout mischievously winked after her remark. It seems that your motives for cultivating herbs extend to culinary pursuits. Professor, I hesitated to disclose this, fearing you would disapprove, Brook explained. Somewhat sheepishly, Sprout leaned closer to him, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. I must confess, my initial interest in cultivating herbs was indeed for the sake of culinary delights. Moreover, I have sampled most of the herbs. Brook's eyes instantly sparkled, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Professor, do you have time this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. I'm afraid I cannot this evening, my dear child, Professor Sprout replied with a regretful shake of his head. I have an engagement with Minerva and the others. Perhaps in a few days. A delightful surprise will soon come to fruition, and when it does, I shall bring it along. We can invite Hermione, Hagrid, and others for a splendid feast together. Very well, Professor. Since Sprout wished to keep an air of mystery, Brook was content to await the forthcoming meal. The chill winds of November quietly swept over Hogwarts. The surrounding mountains donned a pristine white blanket. Brook and Hermione, bundled up snugly, strolled leisurely by the Black Lake. Brook, are you truly not cold? Hermione inquired, casting a glance at Brook, who remained clad in a mere thin wizarding robe. She, on the other hand, was fully equipped, having donned 2 layers of thermal underwear, thick woolen gloves, and a fluffy hat that enveloped her completely. Brook flexed his limbs and genuinely felt no chill. Observing Brook, who appeared unperturbed amidst the wintry landscape, Hermione felt a pang of envy. She tucked her neck deeper into her attire, wrapping herself more tightly. No, I wish to walk outside, Hermione insisted stubbornly. Shall we engage in some exercise then? Exercise? A form that will warm you up and is exceedingly enjoyable. Hermione glared at Brook, her expression suggesting that any further provocation would result in dire consequences. Chapter 40. Mischievous Hermione. Brook turned his gaze toward the Black Lake. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast a slicing charm upon the ice. The surface was instantly cleaved, revealing a thick layer of ice, exceeding 10 centimeters in depth. Let us go ice skating. Hermione immediately covered her face with her hands, mortified. What is the matter? Hermione, do you not wish to partake? Brook questioned, somewhat perplexed by her reaction. No. Hermione hurriedly waved her hands. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. But I cannot skate. Fear not. I shall teach you. Brook had learned to skate in his previous life. Though his skills were average, they were sufficient to instruct a novice. All right. Thus, they stepped onto the Black Lake. Beneath their shoes, sharp ice blades materialized. Although Brook's transfiguration skills were commendable within their year, they paled in comparison to Hermione's, especially after her insightful perusal of Dumbledore's notes, which had propelled her skills to new heights. Had Brook attempted the transformation, the ice blades would have certainly lacked such precision and sharpness. Hermione, ice skating is quite simple, do not be afraid. Brook first steadied Hermione on the ice. Now, spread your legs slightly apart, bend your knees a bit, just like this. He held Hermione's small hand, demonstrating the movement. Hermione bit her lip, suppressing a laugh. Now, let us first try to glide slowly on one foot, as if walking, but lighter and slower. Excellent. Hermione, you are doing splendidly. I now release my hands, allowing my feet to alternate slowly, just as I felt moments ago. He let go, standing by to offer protection. Hermione pretended to be tense as she glided forward a few steps, then suddenly accelerated, racing across the ice. She spun and leaped, her movements fluid and graceful, akin to those of a professional figure skater. Brook's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been outsmarted. Thank you, Professor Brook. Your teachings have been truly effective. Hermione's lips curled into a triumphant smile, her eyes gleaming like crescent moons. She even performed a graceful bow, reminiscent of a figure skater's professional salute. Oh, how daring of you to deceive me. Brook exerted pressure beneath his feet, also beginning to accelerate towards Hermione. Come on, chase me. In an instant, the ice resonated with Hermione's joyful laughter and Brook's feigned threats of anger. Though Brook possessed far greater physical strength than Hermione, his ice skating skills were merely mediocre. Meanwhile, Hermione darted and twirled, as nimble as a little fox, making it impossible for Brook to catch her. Ultimately, it was only when Hermione deliberately slowed her pace that he managed to grasp her. Brook extended both hands and playfully ruffled Hermione's hair. Let us see if you dare to do that again. Spare me, I won't dare, I promise. Hermione pleaded, though her expression remained playful. While their frolics were lighthearted, Hermione always regarded her studies as paramount. Indeed, that very evening, Brook found himself reluctantly dragged to the library by Hermione. In her words, Brook had already squandered too much study time due to the farm incident. What choice did Brook have? He could only comply. After all, Hermione was still completing his assignments for him. If she were to become upset and withdraw her assistance, it would be Brook who would suffer the consequences. As soon as they settled at a table in the library, Harry came rushing in, breathless, with Ron in tow. He plopped down right in front of Brook and Hermione. The excitement on Harry's face was palpable. Harry, what is the matter? Brook inquired, intrigued by Harry's demeanor. Harry glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before lowering his voice to confide. I've discovered a great secret. The troll was released by Snape. Ron displayed little reaction, evidently having been informed in advance. Brook, however, wore a bewildered expression. Hermione appeared genuinely astonished. How did you find that out? I bet he intended to steal whatever was being guarded by the troll. Releasing it was merely a diversion to shift everyone's focus. Brook felt compelled to applaud Harry's astute deduction. Such a sharp mind. It would be a waste not to write novels. He is a professor, surely. He wouldn't engage in such behavior. Hermione frowned slightly, still finding it hard to believe. What does it matter if he is a professor? Ron quickly chimed in to support Harry. Look at how he usually treats Harry, how he targets Gryffindor. I agree with Harry's assertion. He then turned to Brook, who had remained silent throughout the exchange. Hermione and Harry also directed their gazes toward him. Brook shrugged nonchalantly, expressing his disinterest in such speculative games. Whether Snape intended to steal or not was of no concern to him. It was true that he enjoyed the juicy stories. Yet he preferred those that were readily available rather than those that required intricate reasoning. How could it be of no concern? Snape was attempting to pilfer something from Dumbledore's collection. Harry retorted anxiously, unable to comprehend Brook's calm demeanor. This was precisely why Brook preferred to avoid mingling with overly excitable children. His mental age and thought processes did not align with their exuberance. Harry, you mentioned that the items under the care of the keeper are Dumbledore's, correct? Indeed, when Hagrid took me to Gringotts to withdraw some money, we retrieved something from Vault 713, which was said to be Hogwarts' utmost secret. It must be significant, right? Harry nodded fervently. So, tell me, is it safer in Dumbledore's possession, or in a place guarded by a three-headed dog? With that statement, Brook left the three of them momentarily speechless. Hermione, having been influenced by Brook over the past year, reacted more swiftly. Are you implying fishing? Harry and Ron remained bewildered, still debating who was more formidable, Dumbledore or the Keeper. Seeing their lack of comprehension, Hermione couldn't help but sigh. Dumbledore is undoubtedly the greatest white wizard of our time, with unparalleled combat prowess. Brook might even be able to best the Keeper, let alone Dumbledore. Hey, Hermione, if you wish to praise Dumbledore, simply do so. There's no need to compare me to him, Brook protested. Chapter 41, The Hidden Prize. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance. So, the safest place should be with Dumbledore. Yet, he chose not to keep that item on him, but rather outside, deliberately waiting for someone to steal it. This must be part of Dumbledore's plan. But what does this have to do with whether Snape intends to steal? Indeed, what is the connection? Hermione turned to Brook. I am quite touched by your thirst for knowledge, Brook chuckled. But what does this matter to you? Harry opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. He was utterly fed up with Snape's constant targeting of him and was determined to find incriminating evidence against Snape to ensure his departure. Yet, he could not voice such sentiments, lest it appear that his judgment was purely influenced by personal emotions. All right, if you wish to engage in a detective game, I shan't oppose. Brook's demeanor shifted to seriousness. However, I must caution you. Anyone capable of orchestrating a scheme so intricate that it even troubles Dumbledore is undoubtedly formidable. And this situation is fraught with danger. Until you possess sufficient self-defense capabilities, safety must always be your foremost priority. He had no idea how much his mere presence as a small butterfly would alter the course of events. Yet, with the system at his side, if he still found himself unable to confront Voldemort years later, he might as well seek a block of tofu to end it all. At present, he has accumulated 9 chances for the lottery, caressing Minerva McGonagall's tabby cat form, exploring Hagrid's hut, requesting assistance from Severus Snape, skipping class once, asking Professor Caractacus Binns a question during History of Magic class, brewing a potion that satisfies Snape, evading Argus Filch's pursuit, accumulating 20 points for his house from Minerva McGonagall, exploring the headmaster's office. These tasks have all been accomplished. With the completion of one more task, he shall achieve 10 consecutive draws. Brook's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the restricted section of the library. One of the tasks assigned by the system is to retrieve a book from the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. This is the easiest task for him to complete at present. Seizing the opportunity, Brook is not one to dawdle. That night, as everyone in the dormitory succumbed to slumber, he sat up. He took out the Marauder's map and gently tapped it with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The lines on the map swiftly shifted, clearly revealing the locations of everyone within the castle. Dumbledore was on the 8th floor. The other professors were also in their respective chambers. Filch and his cat were patrolling the 6th floor. Snape was wandering on the 4th floor, apparently on duty tonight. The twins were in the kitchen, likely unable to sleep and indulging in snacks. Mischief managed. After confirming everyone's positions, Brook skillfully stowed the Marauder's map away. After casting the disillusionment charm on himself, he stepped through the secret passage and arrived at the library. At that moment, the library was enveloped in darkness, exuding an eerily tranquil atmosphere, reminiscent of certain campus ghost stories. Brook's eyesight was exceptionally keen. Even in this dim environment, he could discern the titles of the books on the shelves with clarity. He crossed the rope that separated the restricted section and entered it, finding the ease of access somewhat unsettling. The books in the restricted section varied in appearance. Some had covers that were decayed, emitting an aura of antiquity. Others shimmered with an eerie glow. Some bore what resembled bloodstains. A few books seemed almost alive, whispering faintly into his ears. Brook's gaze swiftly scanned the shelves, ultimately landing on a book in relatively good condition. Its cover appeared to be crafted from pure gold, exuding an air of opulence. Without even inspecting the title closely, he casually seized it and placed it within his ring. Simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in his mind from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of retrieving a book from the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. You have earned 1 lottery draw. With the task accomplished, Brook did not linger any longer and departed. Though he was filled with curiosity about the books in the restricted section, the allure of the system's reward was far greater. There would be ample time to explore those books later, as they were not going anywhere. Upon returning, Brook followed his usual routine of taking a shower and even donned a fresh set of clothes. This would be his first time experiencing 10 consecutive draws. One must greet with the utmost solemnity. the Jade Emperor, the Supreme Laojun, the Tathgata, the Supreme Unity, the victorious Fighting Buddha, the third Prince Neza, and the Divine Lord Erlang, bestow your blessings upon me. Brook devoutly bowed in reverence towards the 8 cardinal directions, having intentionally included several deities in his supplications. The map of mountains and rivers is a treasure of the Supreme Unity. He did not seek material gain, but hoped that through fervent worship, he might continue to receive extraordinary equipment. The wool must be sheared vigorously. Upon concluding his worship, he boldly waved his hand. A system lottery, a 10 consecutive draw. However, the ensuing results left him profoundly disappointed. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Brook gazed at the screen as 8 instances of "thank you for your patronage" appeared, his heart plummeting to despair. How could his luck in a 10 consecutive draw be worse than that of a 5 consecutive draw? Congratulations, host, you have received the grand prize, Flying Pig. Flying Pig, living creature, possesses the ability to fly, can transform into various tools, has the capacity for memory and imagery, and boasts peak carving skills. Brook's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This is promising. The Flying Pig is inherently adorable and could even metamorphose into the fiery wheels beneath Nez's feet. Suddenly, the wheel before him erupted in a dazzling golden light, compelling him to shut his eyes. Congratulations, host, you have received a hidden grand prize, Transformation of the Womb. One of the 36 transformations of the Celestial Generals. Transformation of the Womb, the ability to freely alter one's appearance, becoming other individuals, animals, or objects. Based on the host's current circumstances, the required magical energy has been converted to mana control. The host may utilize it without concern. Brook was taken aback. This system actually possessed hidden grand prizes? Transformation of the Womb was precisely the ability employed by Yang Jian during his battles with the Monkey King. With this, he could embody all forms. A truly remarkable skill for concealment and self-preservation. Brook could not help but indulge in fantasies. The 36 transformations of the Celestial Generals. If he could procure one of these transformations with each 10 consecutive draw, each would possess the overwhelming power to alter the very heavens and earth. Regardless of which he drew, he would instantly ascend to divinity. Well, perhaps he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Even if he were to truly draw one, would he dare to utilize it? With his meager reserve of mana, he would likely perish before he could even execute it. He felt immense gratitude for having included Neza and Yang Jian in his prayers. The Flying Pig was a gift from the Supreme Unity to Neza. The 36 transformations of the Celestial Generals were among Yang Jian's renowned skills. Just look at the treasures bestowed by these 2 eminent figures. Then consider the Monkey King, to whom he has always devotedly prayed, yet has yet to receive anything in return. Truly a disgrace to the 3 rebellious figures of the Heavenly Court. Chapter 42. The Quidditch match commences. Time draws near to the midnight hour. However, Brook could hardly contain his excitement and found himself unable to sleep. He unhesitatingly entered the ring space, eager to experience the rewards he had obtained. How surreal. Brook gazed into the mirror at Hermione, unable to suppress his awe. Not only did his appearance mirror hers perfectly, but even his attire and voice were indistinguishable. If he were to appear at Hogwarts in this guise at this very moment, no one would suspect a thing. Suddenly, with a mere flicker of thought, his body began to twist and transform. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a majestic lion. Shortly thereafter, he transitioned into a regal eagle. Running and soaring felt like second nature, requiring no period of adjustment. He adeptly commanded these 2 utterly distinct forms. After relishing the marvel of transformation, Brook summoned the Flying Pig. He circled around the creature, which was round and plump, with large, fan-like ears drooping adorably at either side of its head. Its stout little legs supported its chubby body, rendering it quite endearing. "Hello there, Flying Pig." The pig responded with a couple of grunts, acknowledging Brook's greeting. "Let us see you transform into a sports car," Brook said enthusiastically. The Flying Pig tilted its head. Its small, dark eyes filled with confusion. "You can't transform?" The pig shook its head. "Is it because you don't know what a sports car looks like?" The pig nodded vigorously. "What about a fire wheel?" The pig emitted a sound, and suddenly, a circle of blazing red light enveloped its body. In an instant, it began to spin rapidly, faster and faster, rendering its form nearly indistinguishable. Accompanied by a crackling sound, its body split in 2, morphing into a pair of fiery wheels. The flames danced and leapt, radiating waves of intense heat. Brook cautiously extended his hand, attempting to touch the edge of the flames. To his surprise, he felt no burning sensation. With newfound confidence, he stepped onto it. It felt nothing like standing on wheels. Rather, it was as smooth as walking on solid ground. A smile crept onto Brook's lips. "Let us fly." The fire wheel immediately lifted him into the air, and he soared freely in the space of the ring. "Brook, it's time to wake up." A clear voice pierced through the haze of sleep. Brook rolled over, continuing to slumber. It seemed he was imagining things. He could have sworn he heard Hermione's voice. "Brook, The voice called again, louder this time. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, a familiar face came into view. Hermione, what are you doing here? He asked, suddenly more alert. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, this was his dormitory, not the girls' dormitory. The Quidditch match is about to start. Hurry up and get out of bed, Hermione urged. Brook had played late into the night, finally succumbing to exhaustion just before dawn. His brain was still catching up. Wait. Hermione, why are you in the boys' dormitory? To wake you up. Hermione explained impatiently. Hogwarts rules allow girls to enter boys' dormitories, but not the other way around. As she spoke, she picked up Brook's wizarding robe and handed it to him. Isn't this blatantly discriminatory? Brook muttered under his breath. What? Do you want to go into the girls' dormitory? A dangerous glimmer flickered in Hermione's eyes. Ahem. Although Brook indeed thought so, he could not voice it. I mean, it would only be fair if no one could enter. All right, rise quickly. I shall wait for you outside. Hermione turned towards the door, urging him to hurry. Could I possibly refuse? I have little interest in Quidditch. Brook attempted a final struggle. Lately, the burden of completing 2 assignments felt quite exhausting. Fine, I shall get up. It is utterly impossible for me to complete my assignments. Not in this lifetime. Brook yawned widely and sluggishly exited the dormitory. He stretched his arms, turning to Hermione. To be honest, didn't you express disinterest in such sports? Who claimed I was uninterested? Hermione shot Brook a glare. I frequently watch football with my father. Thank you very much. I simply prefer not to discuss it. Brook suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. Better not mention football. The thought of it gives him a headache. Nevertheless, this summer's football must be decent, right? Should we rescue it? The Quidditch match was scheduled for noon. Who decided on such an hour? Engaging in physical activity right after a meal cannot be good for the stomach. By the time Brook and Hermione arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the stands were already filled to capacity. It seemed that the entire faculty and student body had turned out. Brook, Hermione, over here. Ron called out, waving his arms amidst the crowd. Following the sound, Brook and Hermione approached, spotting Neville, Seamus, and others. Their dormitory mates were all present. They had crafted a massive banner from bed sheets, boldly proclaiming Potter for victory in large letters, with a majestic Gryffindor lion illustrated beneath. They were rallying support for Harry. Everyone appeared excited, while Brook, with bleary eyes, continued yawning. Did you not sleep well last night? Hermione inquired. A bit, indeed. Brook rubbed his eyes. Now that we are here, we might as well watch. Alas, it was my mistake to insist you come. What are you saying? As if you could truly compel me. Brook noticed the movement on the field and promptly shifted the topic. Look, Harry and the others are coming out. Hermione's attention was drawn away. The Gryffindor Quidditch players donned vibrant red uniforms, while the Slytherins sported green attire. They emerged from their respective changing rooms, making their way to the center of the pitch. The Gryffindor lineup included chasers Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, beaters Fred and George Weasley, keeper Oliver Wood, and seeker Harry Potter. As for Slytherin, it was Marcus Flint and others. The faculty and students in the stands erupted into enthusiastic applause. Madame Hooch, serving as the referee for this match, held her broom tightly in hand, with a box at her feet, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the teams. She first opened the box, releasing the golden snitch and the bludgers into the air. Then she signaled the players to mount their broomsticks. Subsequently, Madame Hooch blew her whistle with great force, the sharp sound piercing the sky. At the same time, she tossed the quaffle high into the air. In an instant, 15 broomsticks shot forth like arrows into the heavens. Johnson, with remarkable reflexes and agility, was the first to seize the quaffle, marking the official commencement of the match. Chapter 43. Hermione ignites the flames. The quaffle was swiftly passed between Johnson and Spinnet. Flint, seizing the opportunity, successfully intercepted the ball and charged towards the goal. He and Dramione Pewes faced Wood in a 2-to-1 situation. He intended to pass the quaffle to Pewes, but Wood, with his vast experience, made a precise interception. The Gryffindor chasers quickly adjusted their formation into a trident shape, advancing towards the Slytherin goal. Pewes executed a beautiful arc in flight, capturing the quaffle. However, he was struck by a bludger hit by Fred, or perhaps George, causing him to lose grip of the ball. She surged towards the Slytherin goal, deftly avoiding the bludger's assault as she drew closer to the goal. Johnson took a powerful shot. Slytherin's goalkeeper, Blatch, dove swiftly to save it. Yet, the ball slipped past his fingers. Goal! Gryffindor scored. The stands erupted with raucous cheers from the Gryffindor supporters. Hermione's face flushed with excitement as she embraced Brook tightly. That was amazing, we scored. At that moment, Hermione's eyes were closer to Brook than ever before. She suddenly noticed how flawless Brook's skin was, smooth and devoid of any blemishes. She longed to feel its texture, curling inward like an ostrich. Make way, please. Just then, Hagrid's towering form struggled through the crowd. To create space for him, Hermione nearly pressed herself against Brook. Hagrid, why did you arrive so late? Brook inquired. I was watching from the hut. But the atmosphere here is much better, isn't it? Indeed, but it would be even better with some skewers, Hermione remarked, poking at the air. The elasticity is impressive. You really can't forget about food, can you? Food is the sustenance of life, she replied. Have you spotted the snitch? Hagrid raised his binoculars. Straining to search the sky, Brook followed suit, scanning the air with her gaze. I don't see it. His vision was already much sharper than that of an average person, making it evident how challenging it was to locate the elusive snitch. The match continued, both sides exchanging offense and defense. The Gryffindor players exhibited a style focused on teamwork and high skill, while Slytherin, though possessing some technique, leaned more towards physical confrontation. How can he do that? Hermione muttered discontentedly as she witnessed Flint nearly knock Harry off his broom. Madame Hooch should have called a foul, though Brooke voiced agreement. She inwardly disagreed. In combative sports, physical contact is unavoidable. Much like in football, one cannot play without engaging in collisions. However, he would never argue with Hermione about this. When a girl expresses her grievances, it is best to align with her sentiments. Do not inquire how he knows this. His back aches. What has happened to Harry? Brooke noticed that Harry's broomstick was wildly twisting. Hermione and the others also turned to look. Soon, more people became aware of Harry's peculiar behavior, and a chorus of gasps erupted from the stands. Surely, his broom is not out of control. A hint of panic crossed Hermione's face. Could it be that something went awry with the broom when Flint collided with him? Ron speculated. Impossible, Hagrid refuted. The Nimbus 2000 is currently the pinnacle of craftsmanship. A mere bump could not possibly harm it, unless subjected to exceptionally powerful dark magic. But how could that be? Upon hearing this, Hermione snatched Hagrid's telescope and anxiously began searching the crowd. Brooke, it's Snape. Brooke did not take the telescope, but instead followed Hermione's gaze. Snape's lips moved, as if he were incessantly muttering something. Brooke, be ready to open the portal. With that, Hermione squeezed her way towards Snape. Brooke sighed in exasperation. What was this girl planning? Was she going to confront Snape head-on? His eyes remained fixed on Harry, prepared to open the portal at the moment Harry lost his grip. Yet, his peripheral vision was constantly on Hermione. He watched as she struggled through the throng, seemingly colliding with Professor Quirrell. Then, she stealthily crouched beside Snape. A burst of blue flames ignited the hem of Snape's cloak. Goodness, she's actually setting fire. Truly, that's just like her. Brooke couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, all attention was focused on Harry. Otherwise, if this were discovered, mere point deductions would be enough to make her weep. With Hermione's audacious maneuver, Harry's broom miraculously returned to normal. Harry climbed back onto the broom and swiftly dove toward the ground. Just when everyone thought he would request a broom replacement, he began to gag. Suddenly, a golden object was expelled from his mouth and landed in his hand. Harry raised his hand triumphantly, exclaiming, I caught the golden snitch. Brooke was momentarily bewildered. When did Harry swallow it? Nonetheless, the match was declared over. The final score, 170-60. Gryffindor triumphed. After the match, the four of them went to Hagrid's hut. The once somewhat humble abode had undergone a remarkable transformation. A brand new kitchen had been added outside, fully equipped with utensils. Nearby, an unfinished washroom was also taking shape. The interior style was drastically different from before. The previously dull and antiquated walls had been entirely repainted in a bright white. The fireplace had been moved to the right and painted brown. Once, the clutter that filled the room has been meticulously organized upon a towering shelf that reaches the ceiling. The original dilapidated wooden table in the center of the cottage has been replaced by an exquisite marble table, complemented by several solid wooden chairs that exude an air of grandeur. The bed has also been transformed into a spacious 3-meter by 5-meter structure, primarily crafted from steel. The bedding is of premium custom quality, featuring soft fabrics and intricate patterns that unmistakably signify luxury. In the corner of the room stands a large wardrobe made entirely of wood. What was once a somewhat cramped space for the tall Hagrid now appears considerably more spacious after this thoughtful renovation. All of this was orchestrated by Brooke, who provided suggestions while Hagrid sourced the materials and oversaw the construction. Hagrid preferred to avoid excessive trouble. Otherwise, Brooke's initial idea was to demolish and rebuild entirely. Furthermore, Hagrid's collection of rare materials, particularly the carpet woven from unicorn hair, was entrusted to Mr. Weasley for sale, facilitated through the twins. The estimated value of Hagrid's possessions, excluding those on the shelf, is over 1 million galleons. However, considering the potential market impact of a large sale, the final price may settle around 700,000 galleons. Brooke, of course, ensured that Mr. Weasley would not labor in vain, offering him a 3% commission. While this commission rate may seem modest, the vast transaction amount represents a significant fortune for the Weasley family. Presently, the twins have recognized Brooke as their leader. Percy has also relayed news from home, gifting all his class notes to Brooke as a token of gratitude, while Ron remains blissfully unaware of these developments, left in the dark. Chapter 44. The Mature Catgirl Who Mooches Meals. Hagrid skillfully brews tea for everyone, using the pu'er sent by Brooke. However, aside from Brooke, the others opt to sweeten their tea with sugar, a veritable waste of fine leaves. Subsequently, Hermione recounts in detail what she has just witnessed. Ron erupts in indignation, exclaiming, "I knew it. It must be Snape's doing. He wants to kill you, Harry. Impossible. Why would Snape do such a thing?" Hagrid firmly disagrees. Harry then elaborates on his previous suspicion that Snape intended to steal from Lupin. "Have you seen Lupin?" "Wait, why would you have seen Lupin?" Hagrid's eyes widen in curiosity. "Is that the crux of the matter?" Harry, feeling anxious, insists that the main issue is Snape's intent to steal that item. He believes Hagrid, much like Brook, fixates on the oddest details. Unthinkable, Snape would never. Hagrid shakes his head vigorously. Then why would Snape want to harm Harry? At this moment, Hermione staunchly sides with Harry. She burns Snape's cloak, restoring Harry's broom to its normal state. Is this merely a coincidence? She does not believe so. I am uncertain as to why Harry's broomstick behaved in such a manner. Hagrid furrowed his brow, striving to elucidate. However, it is inconceivable that Snape would wish to harm Harry, and the guardian that Livius protects is entirely unrelated to you. This matter pertains solely to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. That implies a certain individual named Nicholas Flamel is involved, does it not? Harry inquired eagerly. Hagrid, visibly agitated, glanced imploringly at Brook, who, along with the others, turned their gaze toward him. With a resigned sigh, Brook remarked, "The Sorting Hat truly did not misplace Harry. Your conjecture holds a degree of validity, Harry." Instantly, Harry donned a self-satisfied expression, his eyes seeming to convey, "You finally concede that I am correct. But have you considered the probability of a broomstick malfunctioning to the extent of endangering Harry's life?" Brook posed a question. What could the likelihood be? Harry was situated over 50 meters above the ground. Ron interjected, gesturing dramatically to emphasize the height. Falling from such a distance would surely result in death or severe injury. Allow me to assure you, the chances of Harry dying, or even sustaining an injury, are effectively non-existent, Brook asserted with unwavering conviction. Why is that? Harry's mind was awash with questions. Without mentioning that I could open a portal to rescue you at any moment, Professor McGonagall and the others were ready with their wands. With their caliber of skill, saving you would have been effortless. But that does not eliminate Snape as a suspect, Harry countered. True. Yet unless Snape's mind were clouded with folly at that moment, he would not dare to attempt murder in such a public setting, Brook continued, anticipating Harry's rebuttal. You would do well to investigate Snape's standing within the realm of potions. If he truly wished to kill you, it would be easier than squashing an ant. And no one would ever trace it back to him. Regardless of your arguments, I remain convinced that it was Snape, and I shall pursue this matter further, Harry declared stubbornly. That is your prerogative, is it not? Brook shrugged, unwilling to press the issue further. He felt he had exhausted his efforts. Moreover, he suddenly realized that he might be somewhat unwell. Lecturing had been the bane of his childhood, yet he found himself imparting similar wisdom to Harry. It appeared he must temper his approach. It was only natural for a child to be a bit naïve. Why must he endeavor to alter their perspectives? Ultimately, the gathering concluded on a sour note, with Brook and Hermione remaining behind to share a small hot pot meal with Hagrid. The Black Lake was already frozen over. Yet Hagrid had procured a basket of large, spherical fish from an unknown source. These creatures resembled pufferfish, but were devoid of toxins. The entire fish, save for the head, contained no spines, perfect for a hot pot. Brook, do you genuinely believe it was not Snape? The events of the afternoon were rather coincidental, Hermione whispered conspiratorially in Brook's ear, eager to keep Hagrid from overhearing, for he would undoubtedly object. Though Brook was not entirely familiar with the narrative, he recalled that Snape had taught at Hogwarts for several years. If he truly wished to eliminate the Savior, he would be targeting Dumbledore's prized possession. He could hardly survive under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. I want to help Harry investigate further, Hermione declared resolutely. Of course, go ahead. I will support you, encouraged Brook. A faint smile graced Hermione's face. For the first time, Brook reached for the hot pot with chopsticks. The tender, succulent fish burst with flavor on his palate. As they indulged in the hot pot and sang merrily, an unexpected guest arrived. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the fish that wafted through the windows of Hagrid's hut, reaching Hogwarts and attracting the mature cat lady, Professor McGonagall. I've always heard you would have private meals at Hagrid's. I never expected it to be true, Professor McGonagall said with a gentle smile. Hermione immediately stood up. Her voice tinged with nervousness. Professor McGonagall. Hagrid scratched his head awkwardly. Minerva, if you don't mind, please join us for a bite. We have many questions about Transfiguration we'd love to ask you. Brook, unlike the others, directly extended the invitation. Professor McGonagall hesitated. She was indeed drawn by the aroma and was quite eager to eat. However, dining with students felt somewhat incongruous with her usual image and status. Yet, her peripheral vision kept darting towards the pot, a telltale sign of her hunger that Brook noticed. Thus, he took her hand and guided her to a seat. Professor McGonagall was taken aback by this unexpected gesture and shot a playful glance at Brook. He promptly served a piece of fish onto her plate and ladled a generous bowl of fish soup before her. Hermione quickly fetched knives and forks. Gazing at the fish before her, Professor McGonagall felt her throat involuntarily constrict in anticipation. She retrieved a bottle emanating a pink glow from her pocket. Brook, unreserved, poured everyone a glass of the fizzy drink. All right, Hagrid's cup is quite large. That amount is barely sufficient for him to take a sip. Welcome, Professor McGonagall, Brook said, raising his glass. Everyone lifted their glasses and took a sip, collectively exhaling. A cascade of pink bubbles erupted from their mouths, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Chapter 45. Curious about Nicodemus? Just ask. However, Hermione, Harry, and Ron found themselves with an additional task, to search for Nicodemus. Yet, locating an entirely unfamiliar name in the vast expanse of the library proved to be a monumental challenge. Utilizing her deductive reasoning, Hermione compiled an extensive list of books. When Harry and Ron laid eyes on the list, their faces instantly donned expressions of distress. Nevertheless, they dared not voice their grievances. As this endeavor had initially been proposed by Harry, Brook chose to remain uninvolved, neither participating nor obstructing, allowing this youthful detective agency, devoid of Conan, to indulge in their chaotic pursuits. At this moment, he was engrossed in Dumbledore's notes while stealthily indulging in freshly harvested winter jujubes. Each fruit was plump and round, bursting with a delightful crunch and sweetness upon biting. He devoured them one after another, unable to stop himself. Hermione sat beside Brook, having spent over half a month searching, yet finding not a single clue regarding Nicodemus. The incessant crunching sound of Brook's jujube consumption was a constant irritation to her nerves, causing her blood pressure to rise. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hermione hissed under her breath. Even if you are not helping, could you refrain from making such noise? Brook looked at her in surprise. Was it that time of the month? Why was her temper so frayed? Yet, at Hermione's age, it seemed a bit premature for such outbursts. Haven't you found anything yet? Brook turned his gaze to Ron. Ron, are you truly a pureblood? Ron was taken aback by the sudden question. Why was the heat of the moment directed at him? He was indeed a pureblood. But did that mean he was expected to know everyone? What had he done to deserve such scrutiny? He pouted in indignation. I am. Then why not ask your father? Brook replied nonchalantly. Since Nicodemus is associated with Dumbledore, he is certainly not a nobody. As a member of the 28 sacred families, Mr. Weasley is likely to know. What if he discovers something? Ron expressed his concern. Brook nearly rolled his eyes. Is that information classified? It's merely a name. What could Mr. Weasley possibly uncover? Hermione, Harry, and Ron immediately felt uneasy. Brook's reasoning was compelling, leaving them with no rebuttal. Even if we consider it from another angle, Brook continued, Mr. Weasley might suspect something. But the Hogwarts students wouldn't know, right? Percy, the twins, surely they might have some insight. Asking his 3 older brothers would yield better results than asking him. Hermione sprang up like a coiled spring, grabbing Brook by the neck and shaking him vigorously. Why didn't you say so sooner? Brook chuckled. You didn't ask me before. Ultimately, the 4 of them were unceremoniously expelled from the library by Madame Pants. Now, Brook could eat his jujubes in peace. Concerned that Ron might inadvertently disclose something, Hermione resolved to inquire personally. Before Brook could react, she hurried off. Brook doubted her ability to find anyone successfully. She soon spotted the twins, who were engaged in light-hearted conversation with friends, while Percy was in the corner, speaking to a younger wizard. Great, Brook muttered, as Hermione clearly couldn't find either of them. Wait for me a moment. He approached the twins directly. Hey, you're here. Upon seeing Brook, the twins immediately rose to salute him respectfully. Their exaggerated gestures led Brook to believe they must have learned such antics from house elves. The surrounding students looked on in astonishment. Brook looked at the twins with a hint of exasperation. Could you at least call me Brook? The twins responded, sure thing, boss. Brook continued. Are you familiar with Nicholas Flamel? He stated his intention directly, unconcerned about the small wizards around them overhearing. Fred was the first to respond, of course. He is the greatest alchemist and one of our idols. Many of the joke products we developed utilized alchemy. We've learned far more from Flamel than from our professors. George explained. Upon hearing this, Brook felt a sense of direction. In any field, those who reach master level tend to leave a significant mark in history. With the keyword alchemist, the search would be much easier. You know, Professor McGonagall might be upset by that, George said, glancing nervously around as if fearing McGonagall would suddenly appear before them. Then he returned to his playful demeanor. Did I say anything? Boss, you must have misheard. Fred curiously asked, by the way, why are you asking about Flamel? I recently discovered that alchemical items are quite fascinating, especially with Hagrid's situation. You know how it is. So I thought about collecting some, and I stumbled upon Flamel's name, which is why I wanted to ask you. Brook casually fabricated a reason. Fred frowned. His items are not easy to come by. He hasn't produced anything in many years. He is over 600 years old and has been retired for over 400 years. Over 600 years? Brook was taken aback. The average lifespan of a wizard is around 200 years, with a few reaching 250. The fact that Nicholas Flamel had lived over 600 years was astonishing. How could you not know? He is the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The stone not only turns metal into pure gold, but also produces the elixir of life, granting immortality. The twins chimed in unison. It is truly the most coveted item. Is it truly that extraordinary? Brook marveled. Since ancient times, the pursuit of longevity has been an unchanging desire for most people. It was likely that the object being guarded by Quirrell was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. After discussing alchemy with the twins for a while longer, he waved goodbye and departed. His understanding of alchemy was merely superficial, having only heard about it in passing, let alone possessing any substantial interest. The reason for engaging the twins in such conversation was solely to render his deception more believable and to avoid raising their suspicions. He approached the small table where Harry and Ron were seated. You all heard that, right? Won't this raise suspicions? Harry asked with a hint of concern. Don't worry. Some questions, the more openly you address them, the less attention they attract, Brook reassured. Then does that mean someone at Slytherin intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Harry recalled Brook's previous dismissal of his theory and thus phrased it differently. Don't mind me. Harry, you can speak as you wish. This is your matter. Brook waved his hand dismissively. Ron scratched his head in confusion. The Young Detectives Club? Ah, the name I've given to your team, abbreviated, Brook explained with a smile. Harry nodded in agreement. That's a splendid name, especially the abbreviation. It sounds quite formidable. Chapter 46, Quirrell's Favor. Under Brook's guidance, the trio took a significant step closer to uncovering the ultimate mystery. Consequently, Harry and Ron became increasingly convinced that Snape was the individual attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. After all, who wouldn't desire such an incredible treasure? Even Brook found himself tempted. Although he already possessed an extensive lifespan, he needed to consider his future partner. If given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to explore it. After all, with the ability to shape-shift, he had the means to involve himself. A 2-week holiday would allow Hermione to spend quality time with her family. As for Brook, he planned to visit the Burstead Manor. Based on the information and analysis provided by Mr. Weasley, only 2 members of the Burstead family remained in the magical world. One was Brook's grandfather, Hassan Burstead, and the other was Millicent Burstead, who entered Hogwarts in the same year and attended Slytherin House. Therefore, the entire Burstead estate was likely to be inherited by him. After all, Millicent was destined to marry, and at that point, the Burstead family's wealth would likely be absorbed by other pureblood families. This was clearly an outcome Mr. Hassan wished to avoid. Mr. Lolo, please stay a moment. As soon as Defense Against the Dark Arts class concluded, Professor Quirrell immediately called Brook. Hermione gasped in terror. Earlier, due to the overwhelming scent of garlic in the classroom, Brook had chosen to skip class. It seemed that his absence had been discovered, and he was uncertain how many points would be deducted. Brook patted Hermione's shoulder and calmly approached. Professor Quirrell, he said. Quirrell stammered. Thank you for your compliment. Brook wanted to mention that he had been overwhelmed by the smell and dared not attend, but that would be rather impolite. Professor, I am personally allergic to the scent of garlic, so please forgive me. Not at all. Quirrell waved his hand. However, your ability to master 5th-year spells is indeed remarkable. As the professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, I can offer some assistance to talented students. Brook narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something amiss. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, Professor. He accepted the book handed to him. Goodbye, Professor. Have a pleasant Christmas holiday. As soon as Brook stepped out of the classroom, he noticed Hermione pressing her ear closely against the door, eavesdropping. Is it really necessary? He asked. Did Professor Quirrell deduct any points from you? No, on the contrary. He praised my talent and gifted me a book. Brook waved the book in his hand. How is that possible? Not only did he not deduct points, but he also gave you a book? Hermione remarked, enviously. Did you want me to lose points? Brook teased with a smile. Of course not, but that's just too biased. Hermione mumbled. Let me see it. Just as Hermione struggled to comprehend Quirrell's actions, Brook too was filled with confusion. In the heavens, where can one find pies falling from the sky without reason? He had little rapport with Chilo and had even been skipping classes. Not to mention, even if Chilo were to extend a hand in friendship, he would begrudgingly accept any task, even if it involved cleaning the toilets. Thus, he remained quite wary of Chilo's actions. Coupled with the book he received, he resolved to ascertain if there were any traps before proceeding. That evening, Brook opened the book given to him by Chilo. The cover bore no title. Upon turning to the inner pages, he discovered that the spells recorded within were quite ordinary. Binding spell conjures a magical rope to bind the target's body. Slowing spell significantly slows the target's movement, resulting in delayed muscle responses. Stinging spell induces a sensation akin to being stung, causing rapid swelling. Confounding spell disrupts and misleads the target's thoughts. The tome contained a dozen spells, each remarkably practical and well-suited for novice wizards. This left Brook more perplexed. Could it be that Chilo genuinely offered assistance due to his faith in Brook's potential? Had he underestimated Chilo's intentions? The thoughts eluded him. He decided to dismiss them. If Chilo harbored any ulterior motives, he would undoubtedly seek Brook out again. The following morning, Brook did not board the Hogwarts Express. Brook, your magic is truly convenient for travel. Hermione exclaimed. Brooke recalled Dumbledore's departure. Wizards must possess methods for long-distance movement. I have seen Dumbledore employ such a technique. If you are interested, you may wish to explore it. After a moment's contemplation, Brooke replied, how about tonight? I will prepare dinner and invite you all to join. Splendid. I shall eagerly await it. I am looking forward to your stir-fried dishes. Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight. Resembling a greedy cat. Throughout the semester, she had shared meals with Brooke. While hot pot and barbecue were delightful, she had been yearning for Brooke's stir-fried creations. Once Hermione departed, Brooke gazed at his dust-laden home, feeling a pang of discomfort. Fortunately, he need not toil himself. He touched the ring upon his finger. In an instant, Unnan appeared before him and bowed slightly. Brooke, you called for me. The manner of address and greeting had been enforced by Brooke through command. For Unnan's customary politeness left Brooke feeling somewhat uneasy when assigning tasks. Unnan, please tidy up the house. At your command, Unnan replied and promptly began to bustle about. Chapter 47, A Warning from the Ministry of Magic. Brooke ventured out to procure meat for the evening's meal, while Unnan stood by, vigilantly observing a man nearby. I am Leo Bronte, an officer from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The department had detected magical fluctuations in Kensington, and upon investigation, traced the source of these fluctuations directly to Brooke's residence. Typically, if only harmless spells were detected, the department would merely send a warning letter. However, considering that Brooke is a first-year wizard who has yet to receive the notification prohibiting spellcasting during the holidays, he was specifically sent to clarify the situation. To his surprise, the one who opened the door was a house elf, and Brooke was not home. It was evident who had performed the magic. This left him in a bit of a quandary. Hello, Leobrant. May I inquire what brings you here? Brooke asked. Leobrant then explained the matter regarding the young wizard's inability to cast spells outside of school. During his explanation, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Unnan. A glimmer of realization flashed in Brooke's eyes, suggesting that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures assumed it was he who had been casting spells. Hence the warning. Leobrant, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted, that is indeed the case. Brooke shrugged his shoulders, stating, as you can see, I live alone, and my house elf requires my care, which inevitably involves the use of magic. Leobrant was also troubled by this predicament. After all, it is not illegal for an elf to perform magic. However, this situation could not be ignored. Thus, he resolved to report the matter truthfully and leave the complications to his superiors. After all, he was merely an employee, and this was not his concern. I will report this matter accurately, and you will be informed of the outcome via letter. However, your house elf must refrain from using magic until a resolution is reached. That is agreeable, Brooke readily replied. Leobrant took out his wand and prepared to depart. Oh, by the way, Unnan is a Hogwarts elf lent to me by Dumbledore. Brooke casually added. Leobrant, who had been poised to perform a disapparation spell, suddenly froze. He then waved his wand and vanished from sight. For Brooke, Leobrant's visit was merely a minor interlude that did not dampen his spirits. On the contrary, it enhanced his mood. At that moment, his home had been impeccably tidied up by Unnan, with the floor reflecting shadows like a polished surface. It was simply delightful. I've caused you trouble, Brooke, Unnan lamented, drooping its head and clutching its large ears. Tears welled in its eyes, gazing at Brooke with the innocence of a child who had erred. Brooke quickly approached Unnan, crouched down, and patted its shoulder. How could you possibly cause me trouble? This is clearly a good thing. A good thing? Unnan's eyes brimmed with confusion, tilting its head to one side. Indeed, it is a splendid opportunity, for as a result of this, I may soon be able to cast spells freely in my home. Brooke explained with a smile. Really? That is wonderful. Although Unnan did not fully grasp the advantages of casting spells freely, it was immensely pleased to learn it had not caused Brooke any trouble, but rather had been of assistance. At your service. The actions of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures were remarkably swift. In less than 4 hours, an owl flew through the window with lightning speed. It dropped a letter at Brooke's feet before elegantly soaring away, leaving no trace of its presence. Brooke retrieved a piece of stationery and began to read. Mr. Lot, due to your unique circumstances, the Ministry of Magic will dispatch personnel tomorrow morning at 9 to implement enchantments to prevent any magical essence leakage. During this period, please refrain from allowing house elves to use magic. Additionally, please be reminded that under Article 13 of the International Wizarding Federation Secrecy Act, any magical actions that might attract Muggle attention are considered serious violations. If discovered, one must bear the corresponding responsibilities. Wishing you a pleasant holiday. Mafalda Hopkirk, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. A smile graced the corners of Brooke's mouth. The outcome was even more favorable than he had anticipated. His mention of Dumbledore at the end was not in vain. Otherwise, the ministry would likely not have been so accommodating. As dinner approached, Hermione and her parents arrived at Brooke's home. Just as Brooke opened the door, Hermione swiftly darted inside, heading straight for the dining room. Her small hand quickly snatched a piece of braised pork, which she eagerly popped into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Mrs. Granger smiled as she handed Brooke a chocolate cake and some irregularly shaped cookies. Leaning slightly closer, she whispered to Brooke that the cookies were made by Hermione. Though they were not visually appealing, their taste was delightful. Brooke politely accepted, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Please, come in." As Mr. Granger passed by Brooke, he patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you." Most of those matters were intertwined with Brooke, thus his heartfelt gratitude was sincere, especially since Hermione had taken care of all his assignments. Mrs. Granger, noticing her daughter reaching for the sweet and sour ribs, gently swatted her hand away with a playful reproach. Hermione, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue. Brooke's cooking was simply too enticing for her to resist. Preparing this feast had indeed required considerable effort, and thankfully, Annin had assisted with the ingredient preparations. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge for him alone. The enticingly colored, rich yet not greasy braised pork and the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside sweet and sour ribs were both Hermione's favorites. In addition, there were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mapo tofu, lettuce and oyster sauce, dry-fried green beans, cola chicken wings, and to cater to British tastes, fried fish, chips, baked potatoes, and mashed potatoes. Gathered around the dining table, the warm light enveloped them. Brooke directly placed a cola chicken wing into Hermione's bowl. "Try this, you should love it." "Thank you." Hermione eagerly bit into it, her eyes instantly curving into crescents. The chicken wing was tender and sweet, juicy and flavorful, providing immense satisfaction to her palate. "Brooke, your culinary skills are truly impressive," Mr. Granger praised, giving a thumbs up. Mrs. Granger added with a hint of teasing, "I wonder which girl will be fortunate enough to enjoy your delightful dishes every day." Hermione's cheeks flushed, likely due to the spiciness of the mapo tofu. Chapter 48. The Unfeeling Carriage. On the following morning at 9 o'clock, a sharp knock resounded at the door of the Brooke household. Brooke opened the door to reveal a man clad in slightly ill-fitting muggle attire, his striking red hair a vivid spectacle. The man cheerfully announced, "At last, we meet, Brooke. I am Arthur Weasley." "Good day, Mr. Weasley. Please come in," Brooke replied, stepping aside to welcome Arthur into the house and pouring him a cup of pre-brewed red tea. "Yesterday, due to your involvement, there was quite a heated debate at the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. By the way, I am the head there," Arthur remarked. Lifting the teacup to his lips, he waved his hand dismissively, showing no inclination for credit. "It is not my doing," they argued passionately. And then Bronson remarked, "Your house elf is from Hogwarts," and, at this point, a smile threatened to escape his lips. A moment of silence ensued. The director decisively decreed that Bronson be reassigned to Plymouth, likely forfeiting any future holidays. Brooke nodded. Mr. Weasley was rather intriguing. His words could be interpreted as follows. Firstly, he indicated his non-involvement in such departmental decisions, suggesting limited influence. Secondly, he implied that Dumbledore's name carried weight and could be beneficial in future predicaments. Lastly, he subtly hinted at the director's assertive style, indicating that this matter had been unilaterally determined by him, suggesting Brooke should demonstrate some acknowledgement. Their conversation naturally shifted to the materials from Hagrid. Nearly a third of the materials had successfully been sold, and the British market was nearing saturation. The remaining stock would have to be dispatched elsewhere. At this juncture, in terms of liquidity, Hagrid had become comparable to the venerable old families. As mandated by the department, a protective enchantment was required to prevent the leakage of magical traces from Brooke's residence. However, Arthur's presence was not merely for this purpose. After all, he and Molly had already purchased tickets to Romania, and their plans had been delayed for Brooke's sake. "I will place all necessary charms, concealment, obfuscation, and protective ward, among others, though it will take at least 10 hours. If you have pressing matters, feel free to attend to them," Arthur remarked as he surveyed the house. "May I learn alongside you?" Brooke inquired. He would certainly be relocating in the future, and it would be prudent to master such spells himself. Of course, these are all quite common incantations. The Hogwarts Library has a book titled The Home I Love, which contains a comprehensive array of spells. You might consider borrowing it when you have time. With a flick of his wand, Arthur cast a spell that rendered the house difficult to discern from the outside. Thus, passers-by would remain oblivious to the magical workings in progress. Over the ensuing hours, he imparted some of his own practical tips to Brooke, drawn from extensive experience. Brooke listened intently, absorbing every word, even those he did not fully comprehend. By the time Arthur had completed his magical arrangements, twilight had quietly descended. Brooke had intended to invite him for a dinner as a gesture of gratitude, but Arthur graciously declined, mentioning that Molly must have prepared a meal, suggesting perhaps another time. Understanding this, Brooke nodded in agreement. He then handed Arthur a hefty bag of gold galleons, requesting his assistance with some matters at the ministry. Arthur accepted without hesitation, taking the money willingly. In truth, Brooke could have refrained from this expenditure, as he mostly resided at Hogwarts, where the ministry rarely interfered with his dealings concerning Muggle artifacts. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, Gifts are unnecessary for trivial matters, yet who would overlook significant ones? Seizing this fortuitous opportunity was essential. In the days that followed, Brook fully embraced his retirement. His routine consisted of tending to his garden, planting various flowers and plants. When fatigue set in, he would recline in a rocking chair, sipping tea and listening to music. Of course, Hermione was a constant presence in his life. The young girl had finally outgrown her previous stature, now standing over 14 meters tall, requiring thick-soled boots. She enthusiastically tugged at Brook, eager to venture to the amusement park. Brook, I want to experience all the thrilling rides. The sheer excitement radiating from Hermione made it impossible for Brook to refuse. He willingly accompanied the spirited girl. From thrilling drop towers to swinging pendulums and roller coasters, Hermione relished each ride. The piercing screams of exhilaration echoed in Brook's ears, creating a buzzing sensation. Nevertheless, her favorite remained the carousel, particularly the golden horse she adored, even if it meant waiting an extra turn. As the music played, the carousel spun gracefully, and Hermione's smile remained unwavering. Brook stood by, quietly observing. Naturally, their outing concluded with indulging in ice cream. Together, they scooped from a lavishly oversized sundae, savoring the rich flavors. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon, Christmas Eve arrived. Brook, unusually early to rise, emerged from the warmth of his bed at 10 o'clock and began his morning routine. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. With finely chiseled features, an air of distinction, and a striking presence, he resembled a distinguished gentleman. Looking quite handsome today. Before long, a carriage appeared at Brook's doorstep, its unique and splendid design capturing attention. Yet, passers-by paid it no heed, continuing on their hurried way. From the carriage emerged a house elf, adorned with long rabbit-like ears and skin wrinkled enough to trap a fly, dressed impeccably in formal attire. The elf gently rapped on Brook's door. As soon as Brook opened it, the elderly elf bowed respectfully, executing a perfect 90-degree angle. Master Brook Lot, I am your family's butler, Modi. The master has sent me to escort you to the estate. Brook furrowed his brow slightly. My surname is Lot. Please do not misname me in the future. Very well. Young Master Brook, may we depart? Morty maintained his respectful demeanor. Certainly. Morty gracefully guided Brook to the carriage. Rather than a mere carriage, it resembled a mobile abode, devoid of any horses or mystical creatures to draw it. The vehicle's body was exquisitely crafted from rare laurel wood, with silver threads intricately tracing complex inscriptions across its surface, emanating a gentle moonlight. Atop the carriage was a mythical creature fashioned from gold, which Brook did not recognize. The door handle, also made of pure gold, was sculpted into the form of a griffin, its eyes adorned with rubies, each no less than 5 carats. Inside the carriage, opulence reached new heights. Clearly enhanced by an imperceptible expansion spell, the interior was more spacious than Brook's own residence. The carpet was as white as freshly fallen snow, devoid of any blemish. As Brook stepped upon it, he felt an extraordinary softness, akin to treading upon clouds. At the center of the carriage stood a delicate table, its surface crafted from smooth jade. Upon it rested crystal goblets and silver cutlery, brimming with an assortment of delicacies and fresh fruits. The temperature within was exceedingly pleasant. Observing the carriage, Brook felt a sense of assurance. Chapter 49. The mastermind behind the scenes, Harson. Once Morty saw that Brook was comfortably settled, he elegantly snapped his fingers. The carriage began to glide forward with a gentle motion, devoid of any jarring sensation, as smooth as if it were soaring through the air. The path taken was a perfectly straight line, seamlessly navigating between houses and mountains as if an invisible tunnel had been carved through them, traversing another realm. As time passed, the carriage gradually came to a halt. The moment Brook disembarked, he beheld a figure with raven-black hair, tall and robust, Mirelson Burst. Pushing a wheelchair was the silver-haired Harson Burst, who, despite his age, radiated vitality. Oliver stood upright beside them. The instant Mirelson spotted Brook, her eyes glimmered with jealousy and resentment, nearly overflowing from their sockets. The carriage Brook had ridden was exclusively designated for the head and heir of the Burst family. Harson's decision to employ this carriage for Brook's retrieval signified the revocation of her heir status. What had once seemed so close, the family fortune, now dissipated like a fleeting illusion. How could she not be consumed by jealousy? Yet, she dared not reveal a hint of her feelings in Harson's presence. Unbeknownst to Mirelson, even if Brook had not appeared, the family inheritance would not necessarily have fallen into her grasp. The moment Harson's parents passed away, he had begun to reclaim his vitality. For years, he had toiled in silence, though with little success. Last year, he had initiated contact with the Wesley family, hoping to secure a union with a woman from their lineage to preserve the Burst bloodline. Harson cast a sidelong glance at Morty, who discreetly shook his head in response. Hassan maintained an unchanging expression, still adorned with a gentle smile. You must be hungry. Let us first partake in a meal. Naturally, the guest would follow the host's lead. Hassan raised his hand slightly, and Millicent promptly guided him forward. Take your time, Hassan's voice was soft, yet Millicent shuddered slightly, her pace immediately slowing to match that of Brook. Brook observed the entire scene. It appeared that Mr. Wesley's intelligence was not entirely accurate. The letter had described Hassan as amiable, yet Millicent's reaction suggested that this Mr. Hassan was not as straightforward as he seemed. Noticing their lack of further action, Brook began to admire the estate. The grand entrance was crafted from heavy oak, and a wide gravel path meandered ahead. On either side, meticulously trimmed hedges framed the way. The main building of the estate was a Gothic castle, its towering spires reaching for the heavens. The walls were adorned with climbing vines, their sharp thorns glistening ominously in the sunlight, clearly more than mere decoration. As for the interior of the castle, it exuded opulence beyond compare. Throughout his walk, Brook encountered items of gold and silver. Even the frames of the portraits hanging on the walls were fashioned from pure gold, not to mention the nearly 10-meter-wide crystal chandelier. Modi was already awaiting them in the dining hall. A long table, sufficient to seat 30 guests, was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. A glance revealed a menu of French cuisine, devoid of any potato dishes. Coq au vin, confit duck, foie gras, French steak, pan-seared duck breast, lobster thermidor, ratatouille, a seafood platter, and bouillabaisse. One by one, they took their seats, with Hassan deliberately inviting Brook to sit at his left. Brook accepted without hesitation. He gently touched the plate before him, realizing it was made of pure gold, not the kind typically found at Hogwarts. Both Hassan and Millicent adhered strictly to dining etiquette, every gesture executed with grace and precision. Oliver, on the other hand, moved awkwardly, meticulously using the various utensils, cautiously picking and cutting different foods. Mr. Burstead, do you have chopsticks? Brook inquired. Modi, Hassan called simply. Modi immediately retrieved a pair of immaculate chopsticks, inlaid with blue gemstones, alongside a chopstick rest, swiftly placing them beside Brook's plate. Brook picked up the chopsticks, lightly running his fingers over them, the material possessing a curious texture that was neither wood nor ceramic. Millicent's eyes flashed with disdain at the sight. The ivory chopsticks from the Mughal Empire were over 400 years old. Hassan cleared his throat lightly, and Millicent promptly fell silent. Brook paid little mind to these subtleties and chose to indulge himself. Dining was simply about enjoying the culinary experience. There was no need for pretense. As a formal French meal, the dessert and ice cream course was naturally not to be missed. Macarons, Clairs, Mont Blanc, Soufflés, and an array of flavored ice creams were elegantly presented by Modi. However, Brook was not particularly enamored with the desserts. There is nothing quite as delightful as enjoying a cup of tea. Hence, no one made a move. Have you finished your meal? Would you care for some dessert? Hassan inquired with a smile. He nodded slightly, gesturing towards Morty. How about accompanying this old man to the study for a brief chat? Certainly. Hassan skillfully maneuvered his wheelchair, slowly departing from the dining table, with Brook rising in tandem. Morty snapped his fingers, and the dishes on the table vanished in an instant, leaving only Millicent's hand awkwardly suspended in midair, having just touched the souffle. Hassan led Brook to the study, where a rich, antiquated aroma of books enveloped them. Towering bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with an array of volumes. The two sat across from each other at an old-fashioned table. Hassan personally took the tea set from the side and began to brew tea, soon handing a cup to Brook. What do you think of this estate? Opulent. A commendable assessment. The Burst family has an innate affinity for gold, a legacy built over generations. Hassan squinted slightly. And you have a fondness for gold as well. Do you not? I refer to the gold you acquired from Lloyd's Bank. Brook's heart raced with surprise. Could it be? He frowned slightly. But why? Have you guessed? Hassan replied, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Indeed, the Burst family holds shares in Lloyd's Bank, and I was the one who sought out Dumbledore. I provided him with your location. Otherwise, he would not have found you so swiftly, even if he had managed to uncover your trail. Hassan leaned back in his wheelchair, his expression serene. What do you think? Do you harbor resentment towards me? Chapter 50. The most lethal imagination. Since when have you been monitoring me? Monitoring? I assure you, I do not stalk you. Hassan shook his head. Your branch has existed in the Muggle world, and to ensure your safety, as well as that of the Burst family, I have people check in periodically. Brook's fingers, which had been tapping, stilled, and he leaned forward. So, when did this start? 6 months ago. The person I sent happened to see you practicing that peculiar magic. Hassan gestured with his hands to form a square. From that moment, I began to take an interest in you. Brook maintained a stoic expression. Why inform Dumbledore? Hassan suddenly chuckled. If my reasoning does not satisfy you, what do you intend to do? Kill me? You should not have asked me to assist you with your wheelchair earlier. Brook's fingers brushed over the ring on his hand. It seems we both have our ways of grasping each other. Brook frowned slightly. What do you mean? Patience, Brook, Hassan replied slowly. I understand you and know that you do not wish to become a wizard. Do you recall the individual who passed by you and mentioned Lloyd's Bank? How can you be so certain that I would go? I cannot be certain. It is merely a gamble. I wager that as a member of the Burst lineage, upon hearing news of vast riches, you would be unable to resist the temptation. In truth, Robbing the bank had indeed been part of Brook's plan. Gold, money, and jewels, anything that allows him to save her life, holds equal value. It can only be said that the message conveyed by the individual from the Hassan faction resonates perfectly with his desires. You have indeed wagered correctly, Brook admitted. So, your intention in informing Dumbledore was to persuade him to draw me into Hogwarts, to keep me within the magical realm? Precisely. Are you not concerned that he might send me to Azkaban? Hassan chuckled. Have you not yet realized? Your unique magic, the spatial binding spells, are utterly ineffective. In other words, no matter where you are, you cannot be confined. A surge of frustration surged within Brook, an impulse to lash out at himself. He wished he could strike himself across the face. He had previously contemplated that the abilities of the Door fruit differed from magic. Yet, Dumbledore's calm demeanor and his swift locating of Brook led him to mistakenly believe that the abilities of the Door fruit could be restricted by magic and easily tracked. What vexed him most was Hassan's implication that what he had taken was akin to his own wealth. Proceed. If I were to escape from Azkaban, I would not remain in the magical realm, which contradicts your expectations. Because I know you, and I understand Dumbledore even better, Hassan asserted confidently. He would not resort to such measures. Even if he were to confine you in Azkaban, my position as a shareholder of Lloyd's Bank allows me to nullify that accusation. Brook applauded, a truly brilliant scheme, meticulously devised, perfectly attuned to human nature, with fail-safes in place. However, his smile faded. Give me a reason not to end your life. There is no need. As long as you are willing to bear the name of Burst, you may take my life. Hassan's expression remained calm, as if he had already transcended the concept of life and death. And if I refuse? Brook loathed being made a fool of. Dumbledore had done so. And now Hassan seemed to follow suit. He was not yet confident in challenging Dumbledore, but Hassan appeared to be a worthy opponent. Save your life in exchange for your acceptance of the name Burst. My life as compensation, Hassan proposed. Explain. You have been poisoned, but it was not by my hand. Hassan elucidated. After all, your heart does not belong to Burst. Changing your name would be futile. Have you encountered anything unusual at school? A book. The one by Quirrell. With a flick of his wrist, the book materialized on the table. Hassan brandished his wand, touching the tip to the book, murmuring an incantation incomprehensible to Brook. Like a haunting melody, a faint wisp of black smoke began to emerge from the pages. With a gentle flick of his wand, the smoke was captured within a conjured, empty vial. Who provided you with this book? Hassan narrowed his eyes. Will you allow me to handle it? Brook shook his head. Such matters should not be entrusted to others. That would render his rebirth meaningless. Can you cure this poison? The Three Corpses Brain Elixir. A slowly acting toxin commonly used by Albanian priests, requires an antidote consumed monthly to preserve life. And what else? This poison was originally devised by our ancestors. Initially intended to control the Albanian priests, hence there exists a curable antidote. Brook pondered for a moment. The Bursted family possesses an extravagant wealth that he has long sought to attain. Changing a surname is merely a trivial matter. His insistence stems from the desire to leverage this as a bargaining chip. I can adopt the Bursted surname, but it must remain undisclosed until I reach adulthood. Very well. Hassan readily consented. As for your life? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Brook's eyes. Your intellect is commendable. Why not work for me? Hassan erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment. Should Brook choose to resort to violence, he would not remain passive. Moreover, Brook would forever be barred from inheriting the Bursted lineage. The Bursted family requires a master who is astute, shrewd, resolute, composed, and farsighted, rather than a lion driven by impulse and folly. Hassan then commenced the process of antidote preparation for Brook. May I retain the design on my neck? Brook inquired. It turns out that Hassan discerned Brook's poisoning due to a peculiar mark, roughly the size of a grain of rice, adorning his neck. This mark served as evidence of the three-corpse brain deity potion administered. The smile on Hassan's face broadened. It seems you intend to turn the tables. Perhaps. Brook contemplated the magical stone, and in light of his poisoning, the motives behind the theft of the magical stone became evident. Ironically, he too yearned for that very stone. I cannot preserve it, but I can assist you in creating an identical one, Hassan replied. Very well. The process of detoxification is, in fact, rather straightforward. After consuming the antidote, one merely needs to spend half an hour in the restroom. Once the legs grow weak, the poison will be expelled. Upon Brook's emergence from the restroom, Hassan had already prepared his art supplies. Seeing Hassan standing there, Brook couldn't help but ask, "Are your legs all right?" When did I ever claim my legs were ailing? Hassan replied with a cheerful gaze directed at Brook. Well then, I suppose I shall retract my question. It is entirely normal for the elderly to require a wheelchair. Yet, there exists another possibility, an intention miscalculated. If Brook were to strike, he might find himself ensnared by Hassan's cunning. Chapter 51, Christmas. As Brook departed from the Bursted estate, a palpable rage was etched upon his face. Hassan maintained a stoic demeanor, though that evening, Miraisen heard the unmistakable sound of shattering objects. Startled, Miraisen instinctively clutched the cat nestled in her arms, which, too, was frightened by the sudden noise, letting out a startled meow. Despite her body trembling involuntarily, her eyes sparkled with delight. Brook had undoubtedly angered Hassan, prompting his hasty exit, even foregoing the carriage. Furthermore, due to Brook's presence, Miraisen received a directive from Morty, forbidding any mention of Brook within the household and insisting that Brook's surname be acknowledged as Lot. Unable to contain her joy, Miraisen leaped 3 meters high. This was simply marvelous. The inheritance remained with her. It was, without question, the finest Christmas gift she could have wished for. Simultaneously, Brook was at home unwrapping his Christmas presents. Hermione's gift is a hand-knitted brown scarf, adorned with a simplistic embroidery of a lion, albeit rather unappealing. It is perplexing how she manages to find time to knit this scarf amidst her daily immersion in the library. Professor Sprout's present is a pot of explosive corn, a magical plant unique to the summer season. A gentle poke causes the kernels to burst, transforming into delightful popcorn, soft, sweet, and utterly delicious. Professor McGonagall's gift is a pure white kitten, magically transformed, and it is simply adorable. The best part is that this kitten requires no feeding, no litter box, and sheds no fur. One simply enjoys petting and cuddling it each day. Hagrid contributes a gigantic spider leg, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length. Just imagine the size of the spider that must have belonged to. Soon, there will be a feast. Oliver presents a gift of monetary value, a check for £10,000. As unpretentious as ever, he has also bestowed upon him the key to the Burstead family vault. Brook has already dispatched his Christmas gifts in advance, including a custom scarf made from unicorn hair for Hermione, and a cookbook of Lou cuisine for Professor Sprout, sufficient to last him 8 years. Given the 8 major culinary traditions of summer, he has also meticulously prepared gifts for the other professors, including a mere 5 milliliters of dragon blood for Snape. Where are the dragons? It has been over 4 months with no news. The efficiency here is quite dismal. This is accompanied by a hastily scrawled note regarding his thoughts on dragon blood's potential for elasticity potions, the handwriting messy and the ink slightly smudged, clearly written in a rush. Snape is only privy to the plot a few hours earlier than he. A massive turkey occupies the center of the dining table. Brook recalls last year's experience. The meat was rather dry, the texture coarse, and it carried an unpleasant odor. The other dishes are more conventional: potatoes, fried fish, roasted meat, sausages, and a generous salad. The vegetables are sourced from Brook, otherwise they would not be present. The dinner is presided over by Mr. Granger. Perhaps due to the presence of 2 wizards, he forgoes the customary prayer and simply declares the meal to commence. Notably, Mr. Granger has indulged in some wine, and his tongue flows like an unbridled fountain as he recounts Hermione's embarrassing past. For instance, when Hermione was 7, a little boy ignored her and spread unflattering rumors about her. The more she brooded, the angrier she became, eventually landing a punch on the boy's face, causing him to wail in tears. In the end, Mrs. Granger drags Mr. Granger upstairs by the ear. Brook is doubled over with laughter, thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Hermione, both embarrassed and anxious, gives Brook a sharp twist at his waist, but he remains unfazed, chuckling merrily. In the garden, flowers are cultivated. One can simply pick whatever they desire. When idle, one can lounge in a rocking chair, petting the cat, sipping tea, and listening to music. When weary, a short nap suffices. Such days are simple yet serene. However, the tranquil days are always fleeting. Unbeknownst to him, the start of the Hogwarts school year was swiftly approaching. He received a gift, a cloak of invisibility. Over the course of 3 nights, he ventured out under its cover and stumbled upon a magical mirror known as the Mirror of Erist. In that mirror, he beheld the one thing he longed for most dearly, his parents. As Brook caressed the cloak, his expression grew somewhat complex, perhaps due to the proximity of the film's timeline to his own journey through time. He recalled that the cloak was said to be a relic of sorts, believed to grant immortality to its possessor. Of course, there were 2 other artifacts, though their identities eluded him. "Harry, may I ask you something?" Brook inquired. "What is it?" Harry turned to face Brook. "Why did you feel the need to venture out at night to see the Mirror of Erist? Couldn't it wait until daylight?" Brook was not intentionally being contentious. He genuinely struggled to comprehend Harry's choice. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent. Indeed, why must it be at night? Why? Once the term commenced, they resumed their structured academic routines, just as Brook had anticipated. "Mr. Quirrell, how did you spend the Christmas holidays?" Quirrell stammeringly asked, his gaze subtly shifting to the peculiar, grain-sized mark upon Brook's neck. "Regarding the book I gifted you, do you have any queries?" Brook feigned a look of mild frustration. "The content of the book is rather challenging, exceeding my current understanding." "Well, you may visit my office tonight. I can offer assistance to promising students." "Thank you. I shall come by this evening." Brook appeared somewhat exhilarated, firmly grasping Quirrell's hand. "Hurry along to class. Don't be late. See you tonight." "See you tonight, Professor." Brook released his hand and turned to leave, a slight smile gracing his lips. A pawn, perhaps, but who might that pawn be? Chapter 52. The time for performance has arrived. In preparation for his meeting with Quirrell, Brook had taken meticulous steps. Although he anticipated there would be no conflict, he preferred to err on the side of caution, preparing for the worst. As the saying goes, when lacking strength, one must endure. When possessing strength, one must act with authority. He first retrieved a light machine gun, deftly loading it and disengaging the safety. He ensured it was ready to fire at a moment's notice. The only regret was that he felt he would appear more impressive wielding a Gatling gun. Alas, he currently did not possess one. He would need to devise a means to acquire several in the future. Additionally, he produced 2 fully automatic handguns, both ready for immediate use. Furthermore, he had deliberately left an outside. Should he not emerge from the office within an hour, she was to promptly notify Dumbledore. Of course, these weapons and arrangements were merely contingencies. His true reliance lay in the abilities granted by the Mara no Mi and the ring he possessed. With these 2 artifacts at his disposal, he was confident that if he wished to flee, no one could detain him. With everything in readiness, Brook raised his hand and rapped gently on the office door. "Please, come in," came the familiar stutter of Professor Chelou from within. "Good evening, Professor Chelou." As Brook stepped into the office, the door closed softly behind him. "Good evening, Mr. Brook." Chelou was seated calmly in his chair, his demeanor markedly relaxed, in stark contrast to his usual tense and cautious self. "Professor, you seem different," Brook remarked, his eyes filled with confusion. "Surprised?" Chelou's stutter vanished momentarily, replaced by a smug expression. Brook took a measured step back, swiftly drawing his wand, his hand trembling slightly. "You must harbor some unspeakable secret if you fear I might reveal it to the other professors, to Dumbledore himself." "Huh, tell Dumbledore. I look forward to seeing whether he can save your life." Chelou laughed harshly, his gaze filled with disdain. "What do you mean?" Brook's voice quavered. Chelou gestured lazily towards a small mirror on the desk, which flew toward Brook. "Take a look at the mark on your neck." Brook feigned searching around his throat, ultimately discovering a strange mark at the base of his right neck with an expression of feigned horror. "What is this?" "A poison that will not take your life immediately, but its effects are uncertain thereafter," Chelou replied with a hint of menace. "Don't think of seeking antidotes from Snape. This is the 3-body brain poison, an Albanian toxin with no known cure." A flicker of resolve crossed Brook's eyes as he gripped his wand tightly, pointing it at Chelou. "Where's the antidote?" Chelou casually tossed a small vial toward him. Brook hastily caught it, dropping his wand in the process. He stared at the vial, reminiscent of a sweet. Caught in a moment of hesitation. The 3-body brain poison required an antidote monthly. Otherwise, the afflicted would suffer excruciating pain akin to being devoured by ants, leading to death within 7 days. "If you wish to test it, you may wait." Brook, overcoming his hesitation, swallowed the antidote. "What do you want me to do?" "You are aware of the room on the 4th floor, as Dumbledore mentioned at the start of term. I need to obtain something from within. I have heard you are on good terms with Hagrid. I need to know how to navigate the 3-headed dog and what defenses the professors have set in place. And do not bother asking about Flitwick. You think too highly of me. If I inquire, do you not worry about being exposed? If you are exposed, I can flee, but you will meet your demise." Brook hesitated, weighing the risks and benefits. "Rest assured, I will also fulfill my part. You may come to me at any time to exchange information. However, should you fail to procure a single useful piece of intelligence, you can forget about obtaining any more antidotes." Chelou paused, seemingly dissatisfied with the stakes he had laid out, and continued to entice Brook. "It is not merely my desire for that object, it is for my master. If you perform well, the master will certainly take you under his wing. And at that time, I shall accompany you alongside the master as we ascend to the pinnacle of power." Brook gritted his teeth, declaring, "I shall do it. But you must ensure that the antidote is delivered to me on time." "Excellent. You may take your leave now. Remember my words. If I escape, you shall await your demise." Chiaro waved his hand, signaling Brook to depart. Brook nodded and turned to leave, the office door opening and subsequently shutting behind him. "Master, will he truly keep silent?" Chiaro murmured to himself within the confines of the room. No one is devoid of the fear of death, especially not an 11-year-old wizard. A chilling voice resonated, seemingly emanating from within Chiaro himself. "But master, you already possess me. Why?" Chiaro's voice bore a hint of grievance. The voice retorted, "Is it not due to your foolishness that you sought to eliminate Potter? Dumbledore must certainly harbor suspicions, but he may not be of any use." Chiaro muttered under his breath. Truly foolish. When Chiaro conversed with the other professors, they invariably spoke of Brook, their words laden with admiration and fondness for him. Not to mention Brook's relationship with Hagrid, who nearly extolled Brook as the finest student Hogwarts had ever seen. To Chiaro, the probability of Brook extracting information surpassed his own by a considerable margin. He had been similarly adored by the professors during his time at school. Phew. Upon exiting the office, Brook exhaled deeply. He felt utterly exhausted. The art of pretense was indeed not a task for the faint-hearted. Several times, he nearly succumbed to laughter. Fortunately, he clenched his jaw, managing to suppress it. Were it not for the necessity of making Chiaro the scapegoat, he would not have exerted such effort. He opened his palm, revealing the antidote. In truth, he had discreetly opened a small portal within his mouth, allowing the antidote to enter his private space. The information Quirrell divulged tonight was quite intriguing, and he had already deduced the mastermind behind it, none other than Voldemort. Alas, had he known he would traverse into the realm of Harry Potter, he would have watched the films 100 times over. Now, he felt like an unsophisticated native. Nevertheless, the intelligence that Quirrell required was indeed something he needed to acquire. Firstly, to keep Quirrell stable, and secondly, he had left a spatial mark on Quirrell. Quirrell would succeed, and the Philosopher's Stone would soon be in his grasp. Chapter 53, A Tip for Neville. Brook did not overly concern himself with Quirrell's affairs. Even if he meticulously investigated all the defensive measures, Quirrell would not act immediately, especially with Dumbledore still present at the school. What did you say? Ron suddenly shouted, inadvertently getting himself and Harry expelled from the library by Madame Pants. Adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity, Brook and Hermione promptly followed suit. Upon exiting, they found Ron still fuming. His face flushed as he exclaimed, Harry, he must be trying to harm you. At this moment, Harry resembled a startled ostrich, his head nearly retreating into his clothing. The students around him cast curious glances, and then proceeded to lead the way toward the common room. Ron, rubbing his shoulder where he had been struck, muttered in a tone of grievance, it's becoming increasingly violent. Whoever marries her will be unfortunate. Harry hurriedly covered Ron's mouth and glanced at Brook and Hermione walking ahead. Noticing their lack of reaction, he sighed in relief. Upon entering the common room, Hermione eagerly inquired, "What's the matter?" Harry quietly explained, "It's nothing, really. It's just that Snape will be the referee for tomorrow's match." "Harry, just feign illness," Ron suggested, looking at Hermione, hoping she would persuade Harry to reconsider. As for Brook, he would undoubtedly side with Snape, so Ron refrained from asking him. "I think it's just a match. Perhaps, Harry, you should sit this one out," Hermione said, influenced by Brook's previous remarks. She found it hard to believe that Snape would harm Harry in front of an audience. However, Snape's decision to officiate the match was indeed suspicious, practically emblazoning the word villain across his forehead. "No, I cannot withdraw. There are no substitutes in our team, and Gryffindor is bound to lose," Harry replied, casting a glance at Brook. Although he did not entirely agree with Brook's earlier perspective, at that moment, he hoped to hear words that would bolster his confidence. Following Harry's gaze, Hermione and Ron also turned their attention to Brook. Brook was reluctant to speak further. Harry and the others were mulling over this issue repeatedly. While they were not tired of discussing it, he was exhausted from repeating himself. Clearing his throat, he finally said, "Tomorrow, I will attend the match," ready to use the portkey to rescue Harry if necessary. Instantly, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Brook's assurance, he felt a newfound sense of security. Just then, Neville stumbled into the common room, his legs tightly bound together, evidently under the influence of the leglocker curse. Laughter erupted among the surrounding students. But Hermione was the only one who rushed forward to help Neville break the spell. "What happened?" she inquired. "I encountered Malfoy outside the library, and he used the leglocker curse on me," Neville replied, looking quite dejected. "Come on, I'll take you to report this to Professor McGonagall," Hermione insisted, attempting to pull Neville along. "I don't want to." "Wait, Hermione," Brook quickly intervened. He turned to Neville and asked, "Are you quite displeased with Malfoy?" "I am. But I don't want to cause trouble," Neville muttered, looking down. "I'll teach you a trick. If Malfoy tries to bully you again, you can use this. And perhaps he will fear you in the future." "I don't think I can. I can't learn anything. This method is quite simple. You will surely master it." "What do you say? Would you like to learn?" Brook pressed on. If Neville hesitated any longer, Brook felt there would be no need to continue playing the Good Samaritan. In the end, Neville mustered his courage and agreed, "I'll learn." Brook leaned closer to Neville, whispering a few instructions in his ear. "Can this really work?" Neville questioned. Unsure, Neville found Brook's words utterly unreliable. "Why don't you give it a try next time? Don't say you lack the courage for even this." "I can do it. Thank you. Brook, this is the second time you've helped me." As Neville encouraged himself, he turned to leave. "What did you say to Neville?" Hermione inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Harry and Ron joined her, their expressions brimming with eagerness for knowledge. "I'm simply not telling you." Brook chuckled heartily before making a quick exit. "How frustrating," Hermione exclaimed, her fists clenched. "But I really want to know." The following afternoon, under the radiant sun, Brook walked alongside Hermione and Ron towards the Quidditch pitch, which was once again teeming with spectators. "Brook, it will all depend on you soon," Hermione said, a hint of concern in her eyes. "No need to worry. Look who has arrived," Brook said, pointing ahead. "Professor Dumbledore," they exclaimed in surprise. "Now I hope Snape will take action," Ron muttered under his breath. Brook cast a surprised glance at Ron. "Well done. This kid has a bit of a dark side," he thought. The match commenced. Unlike the previous game where Harry hovered in the air to observe, this time he circled the pitch incessantly. Clearly, Wood had devised a new strategy due to Snape's role as referee. Snape began to exert his unique influence, frequently awarding penalties to Hufflepuff for various reasons. The Hufflepuff players seemed to feel these calls were grossly unjust, their shooting actions quite pronounced, with skillfully intercepted penalty shots, preventing them from reaching the goal. While everyone was engrossed in the match, Draco, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, approached Ron from behind. He deliberately jabbed Ron on the head with his elbow. Ron turned around in anger, ready to retaliate, only to see Draco feigning innocence. "Oh, I didn't realize someone was here." Ron, focused on the game, had no time for Draco's nonsense. He shot him a fierce glare before turning back to the match. "I wonder if Potter will fall off his broom this time. I bet a galleon. Weasley, care to take a wager?" Draco continued to provoke. "You think Weasley would scoff at a galleon? How much do you want to bet?" 75. "Do you have it?" Draco's face flushed with anger, realizing the source of Ron's newfound wealth. It was his own money. Infuriated, yet unable to place a bet, he decided to vent his frustrations elsewhere, with Neville conveniently nearby. Chapter 54, Malfoy, I know you fancy Harry. Longbottom, can your brain, slower than a troll, comprehend this Quidditch match? Draco's tone dripped with contempt. Clenching his fists tightly, Neville recalled Brooke's words. He abruptly stood up and shouted at Draco. "Malfoy, I am fully aware of your admiration for Harry." At that moment, Hermione suddenly pointed excitedly at the pitch and exclaimed, "Look, Harry." The crowd's gaze instantly converged upon him. He was soaring on his broomstick, diving like a bolt of lightning, gaining speed with each passing moment. The spectators gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed intently on Harry. Just as he flew past Professor Snape, he swiftly reached out with his hand, grasping something in midair. He then stabilized himself, hovering gracefully, his arm raised high, tightly clutching the golden snitch. "Brooke, we have won!" Hermione shrieked, joyfully embracing Brooke beside her. Ron sprang up like a coiled spring, turning around to throw a punch behind him. He glanced around, perplexed, asking, "Where's Malfoy?" Neville, equally bewildered, replied, "He ran away." "Did you hit them?" "No. I merely spoke a word." "What did you say to him?" "Nothing much, just that Malfoy." Before Neville could finish, he was interrupted by Brooke. "Neville, spill it. It won't work next time." Neville promptly covered his mouth with both hands. Hermione placed her delicate hand on Brooke's waist, demanding, "What is it?" Brooke leaned closer to Hermione's ear and whispered, "I told Neville that Malfoy likes Harry." Hermione felt the warmth of his breath and her cheeks flushed slightly. "How is that possible?" she gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. "How do you know?" Brooke shrugged innocently. "I have no idea." "Then why would you say something so ridiculous?" "Isn't it useful? What if Harry finds out?" Brooke winked. "So we must ensure he never knows." A mischievous smile spread across Hermione's face. "All right, I promise not to tell." After the match concluded, Brooke and Hermione intended to wait for Harry to congratulate him before heading to Hagrid's hut for a feast. However, despite their anticipation, Harry was nowhere to be found. Hermione frowned slightly. Where could Harry be? Why is he taking so long? "I don't know. Perhaps he ran off with Malfoy," Brooke casually remarked. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance. "You're just making that up. Shall we check the broom shed?" Hermione nodded. "All right, if we don't find him, we'll head straight to Hagrid's." On their way to the broom shed, they finally encountered a breathless Harry. "Quick, Harry," he glanced around. "Let's talk by the edge of the woods. I have something important to tell you. It's too tiring to walk over there. Come with me into the space," Brooke suggested. Hermione rolled her eyes, knowing Brooke would run 2 miles for a snack, but he was reluctant to take even a single extra step. Harry nodded and followed Brooke into the house within the ring. Brooke poured each of them a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. "Drink some water first, and then speak slowly," he advised. Harry picked up the cup and gulped it down in one go, licking his lips afterward. "I just followed Snape into the Forbidden Forest." "You actually went into the Forbidden Forest?" Hermione exclaimed in shock. Harry, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Hermione, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is Snape." "Ahem, please continue." "I overheard Snape threatening Quirrell, seeking his assistance to obtain the stone, and he wished to learn the method through the use of the leaky cauldron. From their conversation, it seems there are numerous protective mechanisms surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, and Quirrell must have aided in casting some spells as well. Are you suggesting that Quirrell is safeguarding the stone while simultaneously opposing Snape?" Hermione's mind was increasingly befuddled. She trusted Brooke's judgment, yet all evidence pointed to Snape, leaving her in a quandary, unsure whether to believe the facts or Brooke's intuition. Brooke felt a bit uncomfortable and hastily took a sip of orange juice to calm his nerves. "Brooke, trust me. Snape is undeniably the one who seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Harry asserted earnestly, fixing his gaze on Brooke. "Perhaps I misjudged the situation," Brooke replied with resignation. What more could he say? Harry felt elated. He had finally convinced Brooke to see things his way. Brooke and Hermione then made their way to Hagrid's hut. "Do you genuinely believe it is Snape?" Hermione, well acquainted with Brooke, knew that when he began to use reduplication, it typically indicated either nonchalance or jest. "Oh, you've seen right through me," Brooke chuckled. Hermione ignored his jest. "You must know something more. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so insistent. Especially since the current evidence points to Snape." Investigating the truth is your affair. I merely partake as an observer, Brooke retorted playfully. Fine, if you choose not to divulge. I shall uncover the truth on my own. Hermione, slightly irritated, continued onward to Hagrid's hut. I am quite curious to see if you will be left speechless upon discovering the truth, Brooke murmured, watching Hermione's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout, donned in a simple apron, was busily engaged in the kitchen. Her pleasantly plump figure harmonized perfectly with the environment, with her wand deftly waving. Each dish she prepared seemed to leap into the adjacent steaming wok. Shortly thereafter, the spatula began to stir autonomously, producing a delightful, sizzling sound. The wok danced atop the stove, ensuring that every morsel of vegetable received even heat. Various spices emerged in an orderly fashion, precisely pouring into the pan. A vibrant dish, rich in aroma and flavor, emerged, instantly filling the kitchen with an enticing fragrance. Brooke's eyes sparkled with delight. Professor, I wish to learn this, he exclaimed. Thank you, Professor, Brooke said, nearly drooling as he inhaled the delightful aroma. What is this? Freshly harvested venomous tentacula. It tastes exquisite, Sprout replied, living up to her reputation as the head of Hufflepuff. In the culinary realm, she was indeed a master. Stir-fried venomous tentacula, cold-dressed devil's snare, braised flubberworm, and sautéed puffskein meat, all of which enchanted Brooke, Hermione, and even Hagrid. Sprout, meanwhile, merely watched with a warm smile, her expression filled with fondness. Chapter 55. What to do when you can't sleep at night. Brooke found great amusement in observing the professors indulging in drinks, recalling the previous antics of Professor McGonagall. In her everyday demeanor, she often presents a serious facade, which makes it difficult for others to approach her with ease. However, after indulging in a drink, she transforms into a delightful figure, occasionally erupting into fits of silly laughter. The typically cheerful and gentle Professor Sprout, in this moment, resembles a bashful young girl, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. To Brooke's astonishment, it is Hagrid who surprises him the most. Usually rugged and boisterous, under the influence of alcohol, Hagrid becomes even bolder, daringly kissing Sprout. Instantly, her face turns crimson, more vibrant than Ron's hair, as she shrinks back, unable to lift her gaze, her small hands nervously twisting together. Brooke holds a favorable impression of each professor. Despite their varied personalities, they are all exemplary in knowledge and their dedication to students. Even the often venomous Snape exhibits a remarkable sense of responsibility towards his pupils. Although Neville's mistakes in potions class are numerous, Snape has never given up on him. Under his stern guidance, Neville has now mastered the ability to concoct several potions independently. To Brooke, a true educator is one who never abandons any struggling student. The atmosphere at the gathering grows increasingly jovial, to the point where time becomes forgotten and the consumption of alcohol escalates. As for Brooke and Hermione, they abstain from drinking, adhering to the prohibition against underage alcohol consumption. Meanwhile, Hagrid, cradling a barrel, has succumbed to slumber. Sprout's eyes begin to glaze over as she mumbles incoherently. What are we to do, Brooke? Hermione asks, glancing at the inebriated pair with a hint of exasperation. We can't just let them sleep on the floor. He first employs the levitation charm to gently transport Hagrid to the bed. Then, he places a glass of warm water on the bedside table, which Hermione subsequently enchants to maintain its warmth. He also sets a metal bucket by the bed, just in case Hagrid requires it during the night. As for Professor Sprout, Brooke lifts her effortlessly into his arms. She writhes slightly, murmuring to herself, but upon hearing him, she ceases her movements and sinks into a deep slumber. Brooke opens a spatial portal before him, now able to do so without the need for physical gestures. His thoughts alone direct the openings, allowing him to access anywhere with ease. The scent of botanical fragrances fills Sprout's office, where an array of magical plants nearly occupies every inch of the room. He gently lays her upon her bed, tucking her in with a similar warm water glass and the same protective charm. The only difference is that he finds a large-mouthed vase. Since sleep eludes him, he decides to forego it entirely, transforming into the likeness of Quirrell. He becomes invisible and makes his way to the fourth-floor corridor. Ignoring the door, he passes seamlessly through it, demonstrating his newly developed skill of controlling doors, a power granted by the door fruit. Anything that is physically regarded as a door is subject to his will, akin to how one might summon swords with a simple call, commanding them to return. At his mere utterance of doors, come forth, countless doors would heed his command, orchestrating a grand convergence. At this moment, the three heads of Lu Wei rested upon his forelegs, deep in slumber, producing a sonorous snore. As Brooke approached, Lu Wei's nostrils twitched slightly, as if sensing an anomaly. Instantly, all three heads perked up, their 6 eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Brooke had no intention of confronting Lu Wei. He once again employed his transformation spell, instantaneously morphing into a bee. Skillfully dodging the claws of the trapdoor beneath Lu Wei's feet, he passed through unscathed. Following the opening, Brooke descended into the unknown. A dim light, emanating from an unspecified source, barely illuminated his surroundings, allowing him to discern the environment. The mass of vegetation was extraordinarily lush, completely obstructing the passage. Not even a bee could navigate through it. Suddenly, the mass of plants stirred. A robust tendril rapidly coiled towards Brook's ankle. The devil's snare. Brook remained unfazed. He was well acquainted with this entity, having learned about it in class and even tasted it before, its flavor reminiscent of cucumber, refreshingly crisp. He gently pointed with a finger. Incendio. A blaze of crimson flames ignited at his feet. The devil's snare, inherently drawn to dark and damp environments, recoiled from the light and warmth. As if encountering its nemesis, it not only released Brook's ankle, but also revealed a stone corridor previously obscured by the tendrils. Brook sauntered down the corridor at a leisurely pace. In the silent passageway, the occasional drip of water echoed like a metronome. As he walked, he arrived at a brightly lit chamber. The ceiling arched high above, and an array of birds, countless winged keys, fluttered chaotically in the air. Brook tentatively took a step forward. The flitting keys posed no threat to him. At this juncture, Brook's long-buried memories resurfaced, specifically recalling the plot of the first film, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. During the climactic challenges, he peered through the door, catching a glimpse of the vast chessboard belonging to Professor McGonagall, followed by Snape's potion riddle, and well, he couldn't recall everything. However, he remembered that Harry ultimately thwarted Quirrell. This much was certain. His gaze shifted to the side of the door, where two Firebolt 2000 brooms stood. This was excessive. He could hardly believe that Dumbledore would need to seize a key upon arrival, when he could simply leave a spare key behind. Casually, he collected the two brooms. He would inform Quirrell on his end. Given Quirrell's prudence, he would likely prepare his own broom for this challenge. As for these two, they were essential to take. Without flying tools, it seemed unlikely that Hermione and the others would pass this trial. It was risky. Should Dumbledore discover the brooms were missing, he might procure additional ones. Nonetheless, it was of little concern. He could always return, perhaps even acquiring more Firebolt 2000s. If he could gather the entire Quidditch team's brooms for Gryffindor, it would be simply splendid. As for whether Dumbledore would be alert upon discovering the broom was missing, had he not been aware of it already while fishing? To safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, what harm is there in spending a little more money? Chapter 56. The second confrontation between Brook and Quirrell. Professor, you seem unwell, Brook remarked. Nearly a month had passed since Brook last visited Quirrell's office. Quirrell appeared increasingly gaunt, his complexion as pale as parchment. I am fine, Quirrell replied in a hoarse voice, revealing a subtle hint of fatigue. How has the inquiry fared? Brook spoke plainly. I require a year's supply of the antidote. You still? Quirrell began to retort, but abruptly ceased, his expression shifting to one of palpable tension. Brook furrowed his brow slightly, his wand still directed at Quirrell, while his left hand discreetly slipped into his sleeve, poised to withdraw a firearm at any moment. Only half a year's supply, Quirrell managed to articulate, the words escaping him with difficulty. The remainder must be prepared fresh. That is acceptable. But I demand you pledge an unbreakable oath and provide me with the antidote's formula before we proceed. A flicker of surprise crossed Quirrell's eyes. It seemed Brook had gathered quite an array of information. Brook withdrew the firearm from his sleeve with determination. Either you sign the contract, or I shall inform Dumbledore. I am confident that, should I pay the necessary price, he will ensure my survival. Quirrell fell silent, yet the tremors of his body betrayed his inner turmoil. However, without witnesses, an unbreakable oath cannot be made. Yet, I can establish a blood oath. What is that? Brook inquired. A contract provided by fairies, Quirrell explained. The violator shall suffer a fate worse than death. I have a ready-made contract. You may verify it without exposing its contents. First, give me the half-year's supply of the antidote. This time, Quirrell did not hesitate. He conjured the potion before Brook with a floating charm. Brook did not even touch it, simply stowing it away. Now may I speak? Quirrell implored, urgency lacing his tone. The three-headed dog? I do not know. The rest includes the devil's snare, keys that fly, and a massive chessboard with black and white pieces. Snape is responsible for the decryption to locate the potion. And Dumbledore's? Quirrell pressed. Are you mad? Brook shot him a scornful glance. You expect me to inquire of Dumbledore? Quirrell faltered. You have done well. You haven't aroused suspicion, I hope? None. But should you steal the Philosopher's Stone, I might encounter difficulties. You actually know about the Philosopher's Stone? Quirrell exclaimed in astonishment. I have unearthed so much information. How could I not know of it? As long as Dumbledore possesses no evidence, he will not act against you, Quirrell reassured him. Brook remained noncommittal. Quirrell had yet to finish regarding the three-headed dog when Brook brusquely interrupted. Surely, you do not intend to pin everything on me. Surely not, Brook mocked without restraint. Very well, let us establish the blood oath. Quirrell retrieved an ancient parchment from his pocket. The text upon the parchment was written in blood-red ink. He gently tapped it with his wand, and the parchment immediately glowed with a crimson light. Subsequently, I ascended slowly into the air. I, Quirrell, shall hand over the antidote to the three-headed brain potion to Professor Burbage before attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. After solemnly articulating this, Quirrell cast a glance at Burbage. Burbage, vowed not to divulge Quirrell's secret regarding the theft of the Philosopher's Stone to anyone before he departs from Hogwarts. Upon the completion of the oath, Quirrell once again directed his wand at the parchment. The crimson glow gradually faded, and the parchment fluttered down to the ground. Burbage levitated it into his grasp using a levitation charm. Professor Quirrell, what transpires next is of no concern to me, he uttered coldly. I hope you refrain from seeking me out, for I shall not listen. Master, why must I acquiesce to him? Quirrell muttered in discontent. The voice of Voldemort resonated, imbued with a chilling and ruthless tone. Are you questioning me? Quirrell's body quivered uncontrollably. Master, I would never, I dare not. In truth, Quirrell was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute, having graduated from Ravenclaw. However, his understanding of human nature was severely lacking. Given Burbage's usual demeanor, it was evident that if he did not resist, Voldemort would surely suspect foul play. After all, no one wishes to place their life in the hands of another. Voldemort contemplated, believing that if he could secure Burbage's genuine loyalty, the Philosopher's Stone would already be within his grasp. Nonetheless, he was confident that upon his resurrection, he could recruit Burbage to his cause. After leaving the office, a smile crept across Burbage's face. He was indeed as Voldemort perceived him. Yet, more significantly, he wished to forget this matter. It was far too cumbersome. He had nearly lost track of time this time. If a month passed without his action, he would surely be exposed. Furthermore, scheduling the delivery of the formula before Quirrell's undertaking was a deliberate strategy. Firstly, it was to assure Quirrell, making him believe he would not easily betray. Secondly, he had no time to constantly monitor Quirrell's activities, which alleviated his concerns. Burbage had managed to handle Quirrell. Yet Hermione began to stir once more. She had resumed her essential annual revision regimen. Burbage could hardly fathom that, despite attending a school of magic, he was still not free from the burdens of review spells. Fortunately, he had two other unfortunate souls ahead of him to bear the brunt of it, which made him feel significantly relieved. Hermione, isn't the exam still quite far off? Harry yawned, exhibiting no interest in revision whatsoever. Far off. There are only 10 weeks left. Hermione exclaimed with frustration. I should have begun preparing much earlier. Burbage quietly cast a silencing charm on himself, isolating her incessant chatter from his ears. Hermione took her studies very seriously. At this moment, anyone who dared to interfere would surely meet misfortune. Burbage, are you even listening to me? Hermione chided, shaking his arm indignantly. Burbage hastily lifted the charm. Oh, my apologies, I was momentarily distracted. From now on, you must complete your assignments on your own, otherwise, you will surely fail the exam, Hermione declared sternly. Burbage immediately adopted a pitiful expression, gazing at Hermione with pleading eyes. Hermione inhaled and exhaled repeatedly, her petite chest rising and falling rhythmically. Very well, I can assist you with your homework, but you must pay close attention. No problem, Brooke immediately agreed, his expression changing as swiftly as turning a page. Hermione's chest experienced another wave of motion, feeling somewhat manipulated. How frustrating. Oh, is that Hagrid? Harry suddenly pointed towards the bookshelf. Brooke rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was Hagrid truly that difficult to recognize? He spotted Hagrid struggling to navigate through the library's shelves in his signature moleskin coat. Wait, don't call him. I'll see what he is looking for, Ron interjected, stopping Harry. This was their first encounter with Hagrid in the library, and he was quite curious. Thus, he quietly crept closer to the shelves to discreetly observe Hagrid's actions. Chapter 57, On the Proper Stance of Snape. After Hagrid had taken his books and departed contentedly, Ron murmured, Dragons. He.s. researching information about dragons. It seems Brooke's suggestion was accepted, Hermione remarked nonchalantly. What suggestion? Harry inquired with curiosity. Hermione felt there was nothing to conceal. If Hogwarts truly had dragons, Harry and the others would eventually hear about it from Hagrid. So, she recounted how Brooke had originally proposed the idea of raising dragons. We should hurry to take a look, Ron exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. His brother Charlie raised dragons in Romania, and he was incredibly knowledgeable and curious about them. Harry promptly supported Ron's proposition, as he had grown impatient with his reading. Thus, the four of them were once again successfully expelled from the library by Madame Pants. Unfazed, they hurriedly made their way to Hagrid's hut. At that moment, the hut's curtains were drawn tightly, leaving not a sliver of light. Ron eagerly knocked on the door. Who is it? Who is there? Hagrid opened the door just a crack, and upon seeing Brooke and the others, he sighed in relief. After letting them in, he quickly shut the door behind them. Hagrid. It's just raising a dragon. Why the secrecy? As soon as Ron entered, he began searching the room. How did you find out? Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered. You'll have to tell us sooner or later if the school is raising dragons. Hagrid, what are you afraid of? Ron remarked dismissively, observing Hagrid's anxious demeanor. Brooke sensed something amiss. Hagrid, that dragon egg isn't something Hogwarts purchased, is it? Hagrid stammered, appearing uncomfortable and struggling to articulate a response. Brook, noticing Hagrid's reaction, understood the situation. You acquired it illegally? Hagrid reluctantly admitted, yes. Hagrid, did you buy it? This is a Norwegian ridgeback. It must have cost quite a sum. Ron asked in astonishment. Actually, I won it. Last night, I played cards with a stranger in the village and won it, Hagrid replied with pride. This creature is not easy to care for, Ron cautioned. I've been studying. Hagrid enthusiastically began to recount his experiences in dragon raising as detailed in his book. Hermione cast a resigned glance at Brook, fully aware of Hagrid's unwavering desire to rear a dragon. Nearly every time they gathered for a meal, Hagrid would mention this aspiration. However, privately raising a dragon is no trivial matter. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Brook reassured, patting Hermione's shoulder. He was the type to assist friends rather than adhere to reason. Although he had not known Hagrid for long, he was moved by Hagrid's sincerity. Hagrid had provided him with rare materials that exceeded what he could sell. Such a friend deserved his support. To refrain from helping would be akin to inviting misfortune. Suddenly, Harry interjected, Hagrid, could you tell us what other defenses guard the Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy? Hagrid's previously exuberant expression froze in an instant. However, Hermione and Ron were captivated by the topic, gazing intently at Hagrid, while Brook remained fixated on the dragon egg. He wondered how things were faring with Snape. If all was resolved, could they not consume the dragon egg? I cannot say, and I believe you already know too much. This is not something you should concern yourselves with. Hagrid's tone turned serious. Hermione, using the tone she typically reserved for soothing her mother, playfully said to Hagrid, Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore entrusted you with such an important task as retrieving the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts. He must have a great deal of faith in you. He would surely inform you about such trivial matters regarding the obstacles. Hagrid's face flushed with a rosy hue, and his lips curled into a smile at Hermione's words. However, this had an unintended effect, as it reminded him of Dumbledore's trust. With such confidence placed in him, he felt compelled to keep his silence. Thus, he shook his head vigorously, impervious to Hermione's charms. Brook, feeling a twinge of discomfort, cleared his throat, and, still fixated on the dragon egg, spoke. Who else could it be? Presumably, all who could design defenses are involved. Herbology, transfiguration, charms, potions, and let's not forget Quirrell's dark arts defense. Surely, all of these are in play, correct, Hagrid? Hagrid cast a wistful glance at Brook, conceding, indeed. Has Snape also participated? Harry pressed. Yes, he is responsible for guarding the Philosopher's Stone. I truly do not understand why you harbor suspicions toward him. By the way, you are the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, right? And Dumbledore, I've only shared this with him. That's good. You must not disclose this to anyone else. Not even the professors, Harry urged. Rest assured, Hagrid replied, thumping his chest with a resolute sound. Days passed, one after another. Finally, on the third day, Potions class arrived once more. After class, as the other young wizards busied themselves packing their bags and preparing to leave, Brook remained quietly seated, unmoving. Is something the matter? Professor Snape asked without lifting his gaze, continuing to grade assignments. Brook approached the podium, expressing, thank you for your Christmas gift. He held a favorable impression of Brook, who exhibited remarkable diligence in his studies of potions and achieved commendable results. What was even more admirable was that, despite being a member of Gryffindor, Brook consistently maintained a genuine respect for him. Professor, I have some alternative ideas regarding your paper on the concept of dragon blood in a shrinking potion. Brook prepared to address Snape. Snape finally raised his head to look at Brook. In your proposition, you suggest adding 10 milliliters of dragon blood after incorporating the shrinking spider silk pouch to enhance the potion's efficacy, Brook articulated with clarity. Oh, what insights do you possess? Snape inquired, his tone remarkably calm. I merely have a few thoughts. While enhancing the effect of the shrinking spider silk pouch, which is the primary ingredient, is indeed crucial. Perhaps utilizing fire lizard scales as a binding agent to facilitate the amalgamation of the ingredients could further augment the potion's potency. Brook continued to elaborate on his perspective. Snape's interest peaked. It had been years since anyone had dared to discuss improvements on potions with him since Lily's passing. Stability, you say? Yes, Professor. I believe that during the 7 stirring processes involving fire lizard scales, adding 1 milliliter of dragon blood each time might yield superior results. Brook elaborated further. Chapter 58, Snape's Reminiscence. Though merely a concept, such an idea could only arise from a mind as vibrant as yours, Snape remarked. The inclusion of the swelling frog tongue is intended to destabilize the potion, thereby enhancing the effect of the fire lizard scales. If one were to follow your method, would the shrinking potion still be viable? Snape's words dripped with venom, yet his previously tranquil gaze now sparkled with appreciation. Brook, somewhat flustered, scratched his head. How could I have overlooked that? Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Snape, not wishing to dampen Brook's enthusiasm for potion making, awkwardly added. Having ideas is certainly better than having none. Ah, what a pity. If only I had dragon blood on hand. I would genuinely like to experiment with it, Brook lamented. I shall procure some dragon blood, I will notify you when it is available, Snape replied nonchalantly. Splendid. Thank you, Professor. Brook suddenly recalled something. By the way, Professor, has Headmaster Dumbledore agreed to the dragon's care yet? At this, a flicker of irritation crossed Snape's face. Each time he approached Dumbledore, he was met with assurances of soon, yet nearly a year had elapsed with no progress. He truly does nothing but delegate, doesn't he? He has consented. But transporting a dragon is no trifling matter, Snape remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Professor, if I were to say hypothetically, what if I could acquire a dragon egg? Brook ventured cautiously. A dragon egg? From where? Snape fell silent abruptly. After a moment, he continued. Stay away from those dubious individuals. Oh, understood. Well then, goodbye, Professor. Brook's expression dimmed as he turned to leave. Under conditions of safety. If you can procure a dragon egg, I shall reimburse you for the expenses, Snape spoke, his voice softer, revealing a trace of reluctance. As long as Brook can procure the dragon egg, he intends to act on his own accord before consulting Dumbledore. Should the esteemed professor dare to disagree, does he truly believe that Severus Snape is devoid of temper? Indeed. Splendid. Thank you, Professor. A smile returned to Brook's face. Once Brook's figure had completely vanished from the doorway of the classroom, Snape gradually leaned back, sinking deeply into the embrace of his chair. His gaze fixed upon the ceiling, gradually becoming unfocused. Lily Evans possessed a talent for potion making that was hardly inferior to his own. They once shared such an unspoken understanding, frequently collaborating to study and refine potion recipes. Suddenly, a smile graced Snape's countenance. In those days, they had been rather impoverished, with meager allowances. Lily always devised various means to extract ingredients from Horace Slughorn, solely to support his potion experiments. However, as time passed, Snape's lips still curled upwards. Yet tears began to cascade from the corners of his eyes. His shoulders trembled involuntarily. Hermione had been waiting outside the classroom. Upon seeing Brook emerge, she immediately inquired in a hushed tone, "How did it go?" Brook remained silent, merely signaling with his hand. A sigh of relief escaped Hermione's lips, her previously tense expression instantly relaxing. Like Brook, she had long regarded Hagrid as an invaluable companion in her life. From the depths of her heart, she wished for no troubles to befall Hagrid due to the dragon egg. "Let us go straight to Hagrid's for a meal. I need to discuss this with him," Brook declared. Thus, they made their way to Hagrid's hut. The hut remained shrouded in thick curtains, the interior stiflingly warm. Upon entering, Brook directly inquired, "Is the fire out?" Hagrid's eyes brimmed with reluctance. "Brook, I truly adore dragons. Can't you at least allow me to witness its birth?" Noticing Hagrid's misunderstanding, Brook quickly reassured him. "Hagrid, what are you thinking? The dragon is yours. You will need to care for it as it grows." Hagrid's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? You're not taking it away?" Brook scratched his head, pondering how Hagrid could sometimes be more childlike than Harry. "I've spoken with Snape. He has agreed. Provided I obtain the dragon egg, he will handle everything else." Hagrid's mind struggled to comprehend. "You secured a dragon egg? Brook, where did you acquire it?" Brook felt a surge of frustration. Hermione interjected. "Brook will claim this dragon egg as his own acquisition, then present it to Snape, who will manage the situation." Hagrid inquired cautiously, "So, will the egg still belong to me?" Snape won't care for the dragon. Even if he did, he lacks the time. Thus, it will be your responsibility, Brook patiently elucidated. "Oh, that's wonderful, as long as I can raise it." Hagrid's face lit up with joy. Yet, he quickly grew serious. "Brook, this won't cause you trouble, will it? If so, I can forego raising the dragon." His voice dwindled, the final words seemingly exhausting his last reserves of strength. Brook gently patted Hagrid's elbow, reassuring him that there would be no trouble and that he should simply await the hatching of the dragon. "By the way," he inquired again, "can the egg be removed from the fire?" "Indeed," Hagrid replied. "The fire merely accelerates the incubation, as long as it is removed within 2 years. The egg will remain viable." Brook nodded in agreement. "All right, let me hold on to it for now. I will hand it over to Snape in a couple of days." Soon after, the three of them gathered around for a delightful hot pot meal. Brook was quite fond of hot pot, relishing it endlessly. Eating it every day, however, was rather unrealistic. His body could hardly endure it. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to indulge in 6 meals over the course of a week. Hagrid, too, was in high spirits, enjoying a drink in the middle of the day. In recent days, he felt both joyous and anxious, fearing that the secret of the dragon egg might be discovered and seized by others. Thankfully, Brook was by his side. The hot pot meal lasted a mere 2 hours before Brook was whisked away by the increasingly agitated Hermione to the library. With less than 10 weeks remaining until the final exams, she was determined that Brook should not solely focus on feasting, but also dedicate time to his studies. Additionally, the professors had assigned a considerable amount of homework recently, leaving her quite busy as she juggled 2 sets of assignments alone. Chapter 59, The Stern Snape. On a Monday morning, the Great Hall of Hogwarts once again descended into its characteristic chaos. The long-awaited mail time had arrived for the young witches and wizards. Hundreds of Scottish pygmy owls swooped into the dining hall, circling the tables in search of their respective owners. Upon identifying their targets, they swiftly dove down, delivering letters and parcels onto the tables, laps, or heads of the young wizards. Meanwhile, the students' own owls settled leisurely on the tables, partaking in the feast. Two pure black owls worked together to carry an oval-shaped parcel into the hall. Unlike the other owls that carelessly dropped their deliveries, these two handled the parcel with great care, gently placing it in front of Brook before turning and flying away. Brook promptly stored the parcel within his ring and glanced at Snape, who was also looking in his direction. Their eyes met, and Snape immediately rose to head towards his office. Brook hastily followed suit. The two made their way into the potions office. "Is it here?" Snape inquired. "It is," Brook replied. Without further ado, he retrieved the parcel, unwrapping the thick layers to reveal a beautifully painted egg, now stark white. With a flick of his wand, he cast a spell to cleanse the egg, revealing its original dark hue. Snape reached out to examine the egg closely. "What dragon is it?" "The Norwegian Ridgeback." "You need not concern yourself with anything further," Brook responded. Snape produced a small pouch from his pocket and extended it towards Brook. Brook hesitated to take it. "This." "Just take it," Snape urged, his tone remaining flat. "Very well." Brook then took the small package and said, "Professor, there is one more thing." He hesitated before continuing. "Hagrid and I share a very good relationship. He wishes to retrieve the dragon egg tomorrow at noon." Snape interrupted him, turning to sit behind his desk. "Do you require my assistance in expelling you?" "Thank you, Professor." "Farewell," Brook replied, departing with understanding. He subsequently secured the dragon egg and made his way directly to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. "Severus, is there something amiss?" Dumbledore inquired. Snape placed the dragon egg upon the headmaster's desk. Dumbledore's pupils dilated, and his brow furrowed. "This is a dragon egg." Snape uttered a muffled word. Yet Dumbledore comprehended his intent. "Where did you procure this?" "I purchased it." Dumbledore recalled seeing Brook receive a package during breakfast. "From where did Brook acquire it?" "I did not inquire, but he has recently been quite close with the Weasleys," Snape reminded him. Dumbledore felt a flicker of realization but quickly dismissed his thoughts. If Arthur Weasley were involved, he would have surely informed him at the earliest opportunity. He maintained that confidence. Recently, Arthur had assisted Hagrid in selling a batch of rare materials, worth an astonishing sum. Were it not for Dumbledore's efforts to suppress the matter, the school governors would have sought a share of the profit. Then there exists an alternative possibility. Arthur may have introduced some buyers to Brook, and Brook contacted them independently to secure the egg. "Do you intend to rear it at Hogwarts?" "What other option do I have?" "Regarding the Ministry of Magic," Dumbledore began, but was interrupted by Snape. "I have been preoccupied with researching new potions. I have no time to concern myself with trivial matters, including the creation of the tooth-strengthening solution." Dumbledore sighed. "Take it to Hagrid for now, and I shall handle the rest." 3,000, Snape stated before turning to leave. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, exclaiming, "What a headache." Hogwarts funds were already stretched thin. The flying brooms on the 4th floor had also been lost. He had to reallocate a portion of the budget to purchase 2 Nimbus 2000s. He feared Harry would be unable to catch up otherwise. Now, he faced an additional expenditure of 3,000 galleons, which was truly a burden upon burden. As for the missing brooms, he had investigated, but all evidence pointed to Quirrell. Yet, it was inconceivable that Quirrell would take such a risk for a trivial gain. Who, then, could it be? He considered Brook, yet that was merely an instinct. He found no tangible proof, not even the unusual glowing door Brook had used had appeared. Could there be another individual intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone? But why would they desire the flying brooms? Dumbledore found himself perplexed. After leaving the office, Brook hurried to the charms classroom. Snape had been remarkably generous, directly providing him with 3,000 galleons. Typically, dragon eggs were priced around 500. Even for a Norwegian Ridgeback, the cost would not exceed 1,000. Yet, Snape had paid the maximum, allowing Brook to acquire even the rarest of dragon eggs. One must concede that the Master of Potions possesses both confidence and wealth. Thus it is. The dragon egg spun in Severus Snape's hands, successfully undergoing a transformation of identity and thereby becoming a legitimate possession of Hogwarts. At that moment, Hagrid was affectionately rubbing the egg against his face. Brook, reluctant to intrude, quietly departed. A few mornings later, an owl delivered a note from Hagrid. The note read, "The dragon is about to hatch." Ron was so elated he nearly leapt from his seat. He contemplated skipping class to rush to Hagrid's hut. But Hermione intercepted him. In her presence, the notion of skipping class was utterly unthinkable, save for Brook. Thus, Ron began to voice his incessant pleas. "Hermione, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness the hatching of a baby dragon. Don't you want to see it?" "I would like to, but we must attend our lessons." "But we might miss it." "That is not an option," Hermione firmly insisted. "Harry, you have to help me," Ron pleaded. However, before Harry could speak, Brook interjected. "If we miss it this time, we can always purchase another dragon egg." Ron promptly fell silent, muttering to Harry all he knew about dragons, which was beginning to irritate Harry. Finally, the bell signaling the end of defense against the dark arts rang. Ron sprang into action, pulling Harry along towards Hagrid's hut. Hermione, equally curious about the dragon's birth, quickly gathered her books. Yet Brook did not allow her to leave, instead guiding her to a nearby classroom. A portal opened, leading directly to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, his face glowing with excitement, welcomed them as they arrived. You came at the perfect time. He ushered them inside, but after 5 minutes, he suddenly realized, where are Harry and Ron? As Hermione was about to explain, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. They're here, Ron exclaimed upon seeing Hermione open the door, momentarily stunned. How did you? He then slapped his forehead. The portal. Come on, hurry inside. It's about to emerge. Chapter 60, Behold the Baby Dragon. At that moment, a slender crack had appeared on the dark dragon egg. As the crack widened, a series of clicking sounds emanated from within. 6 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the egg. Suddenly, accompanied by a sharp, screeching sound, the shell completely shattered. A small dragon wobbled into view before them. Much like all newborn mammals, the dragon was quite unsightly. Its skin was wrinkled, and its body was thin and frail. Isn't it beautiful? Hagrid gazed at it with rapture, extending a finger to gently stroke the dragon's head. However, the dragon showed no regard for this gesture and promptly bit down without hesitation. Look, it recognizes its mother, Hagrid exclaimed joyously. At that moment, Harry noticed a figure by the window. Isn't that someone? Indeed it is. It was that Platinum Malfoy, Ron remarked, having also caught a glimpse of the fleeting shadow. Brook's lips curled into a slight smile. Malfoy? I must go investigate. Upon casually opening a portal, it fortuitously obstructed Draco's path of escape. Draco came to an abrupt halt. Latte you. Draco, why are you running? Brook interjected. I must inform the professor and my father about your illegal dragon breeding. You shall all be expelled. Draco declared, raising his chin defiantly. Brook rolled her eyes. This foolish boy was far too earnest. In Hogwarts, such naivety would not survive even a single episode in a different setting. You haven't even drawn your wand. What gives you the audacity to threaten me? In a flurry, Draco began to search his person for his wand. Just as he retrieved it, aiming it at Brook, she swiftly seized his wrist. A sharp pain shot through Draco's arm, causing the wand to clatter to the ground. Brook, having attended numerous extracurricular classes in her past life, possessed a modicum of martial knowledge. She preferred to avoid physical confrontations, especially with reckless children, choosing instead to confront them with genuine exam questions. However, with someone as arrogant as Draco, force appeared to be the most direct and effective form of communication. I am the son of a board member. You cannot harm me. Draco stammered, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Brook pondered for a moment. Hadn't T. Hassan mentioned that he too was a board member? Fear not. For I am a lover of peace, disinclined towards violence, she assured him. Then what do you intend to do? Draco rubbed his recently released wrist. Brook draped an arm casually over Draco's shoulders. As I mentioned before, I wish to befriend you. Draco had never experienced such familiarity before, feeling utterly uncomfortable. I shall never befriend a mudblood like you. Do not speak so definitively, Brook replied with a smile. I heard Goyle call you little dragon. Do you not have a particular fondness for dragons? Whether I like dragons or not. Draco's voice faltered. For 10 galleons. I shall take you to see one, Brook tempted. Draco's eyes widened. Are you robbing me? This is a friend's rate. For anyone else, it would be no less than 100 galleons. Draco gritted his teeth. I want to touch it. Very well, provided you are not afraid of being bitten. Reluctantly, Draco fished 10 galleons from his wallet and handed them to Brook. While Brook did not particularly need Draco's money, she found amusement in his disgruntled demeanor. Moreover, this could evolve into a lucrative venture. Although the dragons were technically owned by the school, there was no allocated funding for their upkeep. Hagrid might be wealthy and willing to spend, but he could not be allowed to suffer losses. There had to be a clear distinction between public and private interests. After all, Hagrid kept the dragons for free and didn't he require the school to cover their food expenses? Was it unreasonable to charge a modest admission fee? Brook, why have you brought Malfoy here? Ron scowled at Draco, positioning himself defensively in front of him. Draco met Ron's gaze with unwavering defiance, tilting his head and offering a challenging look. Oh, Weasley, what is the matter? Is this your home? Ron, Draco is a paying customer, Brook interjected with a smile. Did you hear that, Weasley? I have paid, so step aside. Draco tilted his head back and forcefully pushed Ron aside. Ron, somewhat bewildered, questioned, pay for what? Draco leaned closer to the little dragon, his eyes filled with profound fascination. Is it a Norwegian Ridgeback? It's truly magnificent. Brook and Hermione exchanged glances that conveyed a shared understanding. Another Hagrid moment. Have you named it yet? Draco inquired. Nobber, I wish to call it Nobber. Although Hagrid held a disdain for Slytherin, he recognized Draco's adoration for the dragon, which led him to view Draco in a more favorable light. That's not a pleasant name. I think it should be called Loki, Draco retorted with a look of disdain. What a ridiculous name. How can Loki compare to something as powerful as Thor? They began bickering once more, entirely dismissing Hagrid's input. Brook, undeterred by their squabble, seized the little dragon again. Draco slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "I want to name it Loki. How much will it cost?" The group glanced at him in astonishment. Ron clenched his teeth. "I'll offer 50 galleons." He had been meticulously saving the 75 galleons he had received earlier. 50 was the maximum he could afford, and the remainder was just enough to purchase a new wand and a robe for his sister Ginny. He was still using Charlie's old wand. "Only 50? How dare you speak?" Draco boasted, having just received an allowance from his mother, Narcissa, and feeling rather affluent. Brook paid no attention to their squabbling, knowing they had no right to contest the naming of the dragon with Hagrid, even if it came to a monetary exchange. Not even Draco's father, Lucius, would be able to sway Hagrid. He grasped the skin at the back of the dragon's neck and lifted it effortlessly. The little dragon began to struggle, but given its size, the effort was utterly futile. "I believe none of your names are suitable." "Why?" Draco and Ron exclaimed in unison, glaring at each other. Meanwhile, Hagrid looked at Brook with a face full of distress. "This dragon is female," Brook pointed out, indicating the absence of male anatomy between the dragon's legs. "If that's the case, then what shall we call her?" Ron, at a loss for a decent name, faltered. "Whatever you come up with won't be great," Draco mocked. "I think we could call her Belinda." "A girl-less name?" Hermione suggested. "Or how about Florina?" Chapter 61, A Fair and Open Vote. Brook turned to Hagrid. "What do you think?" Hagrid scratched his head, having assumed it would be male. He had spent days racking his brain to settle on the name Knobber. Now, faced with the necessity of conjuring a new name instantly, he found himself at a complete loss. "Don't rush, Hagrid," Brook reassured him. "There's no need to finalize the name today. Take your time." After a moment of deliberation, Hagrid realized that both Belinda and Florina were quite lovely. Perhaps they could choose between the two? "All right, let us have a choice then." "I choose Belinda," Draco urged eagerly. Brook's lips curled into a smile. "We have always valued democracy. Since Hagrid believes both names are acceptable, let the remaining 5 of us cast our votes." Voting. Draco gazed incredulously at Brook, then shifted his gaze to Hermione, finally resting on Harry and Ron. "Is this what they call democracy?" "All right, those in favor of Belinda, please raise your hands," announced Brook. Draco had already anticipated the outcome. Though he was reluctant, he stubbornly raised his hand straight. 1 vote. Brook diligently recorded the tally. "Now, those in favor of Florina, please raise your hands." Harry and Ron immediately shot their hands up, casting challenging glances at Draco. At that moment, Draco felt isolated. Otherwise, he would have shown them. Hermione, struggling to suppress her laughter with one hand over her mouth, raised the other hand. Brook also raised his hand, 4 votes. Thus, after a fair and transparent voting process, Florina emerged victorious with a count of 4-1. Brook solemnly announced the results. Hermione could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Draco wished he could simply walk away, but he couldn't bear to leave the little dragon behind. "What do you plan to do next?" "Keeping a dragon is illegal," Brook remarked humorously. "What? Are you not going to report it?" "Humph," Draco scoffed. "Didn't you tell him?" Hermione inquired, looking at Brook. "I didn't have the chance." Brook replied helplessly. Hermione retorted, poking him. "I think you did that on purpose." "Am I really that wicked?" Brook feigned innocence. "What on earth are you two talking about?" Draco was utterly exasperated. How could these two remain so unfazed while they were merely babbling? "The dragon is purchased from Hogwarts, so it's not illegal. It's legitimate," Hermione explained. "How is that possible? Why didn't my father tell me?" Draco asked, shocked. Brook wanted to say that perhaps your father is unaware as well, but refrained from discouraging Draco. "Dumbledore likely decided to keep it from your father, fearing he might disapprove. This cannot stand." Draco was infuriated. Although he adored dragons, he could not compromise on principle. A dragon signifies immense interests. Such matters must be disclosed to his father. Without further ado, Draco rushed out in haste, neglecting to bid farewell. Hermione questioned in confusion. "What has gotten into him?" "Who knows? Perhaps he went to the restroom," Brook casually replied. "Being the 6th wheel feels wonderful. Dumbledore, let us take our time." Brook and the others did not linger, as they had afternoon classes to attend. In just a week, Florina had tripled in size. This little creature, akin to a husky, wreaked havoc whenever no one was watching. The redwood chairs and wardrobe bore tooth marks, and the bedding was utterly ruined. Thankfully, with the assistance of Brook and Anon, Hagrid would likely be spared from overwhelming chaos. "Squat down." Brook was training Florina to follow commands. However, Florina was not inclined to obey. She exhaled a puff of smoke from her nostrils and lunged at Brook with claws bared. Then Florina charged forward once more. Brook delivered another punch, repeating the action several times. Eventually, Felina realized she could not possibly win and lay down on the ground, disregarding Brook entirely. Hermione expressed her concern. "Brook, isn't this a bit too harsh?" Hagrid wore a pained expression, saying, "Brook, she's still a baby." Although Felina was small now, in just 2 months, she would grow as large as Hagrid, making it crucial to train her now, lest she become uncontrollable later. Brook felt a twinge of frustration. The dog training methods taught by Pan seemed ineffective on this dragon. Moreover, Felina's thick skin made his strikes feel like mere scratches. Hagrid could inflict physical damage on Felina, but he lacked the heart to do so. "Brook, you must be tired. Take a break, and it's time for Felina to eat," Hagrid urged. Seizing the opportunity to allow Brook some respite, he placed a bowl of brandy and a plucked chicken before Felina. She, with her emerging sharp teeth, swiftly tore off a large chunk of chicken, devouring the meat and gulping down the liquor. In less than 3 minutes, the entire chicken had vanished into her belly. Brook caught a whiff of the alcohol in the air, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. "Hagrid, are you feeding her alcohol?" "Indeed. The book mentioned that Norwegian ridgeback dragons can be given alcohol from a young age to help foster a bond," Hagrid explained. With a flick of his wrist, Brook produced a black bottle of liquor. Felina showed little reaction, continuing to sip her brandy. However, when Brook opened the bottle, her gaze fixated on it with intensity. Brook poured a little liquor on the ground, letting the scent waft through the air. "What do you think, little one? Would you like a drink?" Felina lunged towards Brook. She shook her head, eager to charge again. "Hagrid, hold her down." Hagrid, unwilling to see Felina endure further punishment, placed his hand, larger than Felina's head, firmly on her, rendering her struggles futile. Brook approached Felina with the bottle, offering her a sip. After drinking, she wore a look of contentment, her gaze towards Brook softening considerably. "Would you like more?" Brook asked with a smile. Felina nodded eagerly, her large eyes blinking adorably. "I have plenty of this liquor. Behave, and I shall give you more. Do you understand?" Brook continued, and Felina nodded in agreement. "Hagrid, you may release her." Hagrid lifted his hand, but kept it hovering above Felina, wary of her proximity to Brook, fearing she might suddenly lash out. "Felina, squat," Brook commanded. Instantly, Felina obediently crouched. "Stand up." She rose promptly. "Good girl." Brook rewarded her with another sip of liquor. After finishing, Felina affectionately nudged her head against Brook's outstretched hand. Hagrid watched with a twinge of jealousy, unable to suppress his murmurs. "Florina, do you no longer love me?" Despite his attempt to speak softly, his words resonated clearly throughout the room. Coughing lightly, Brook summoned a crate of high-purity malt whiskey from the ether, containing no less than 30 bottles. "Hagrid, these are for you, from now on. You shall be responsible for feeding Florina, but you must train her, do you understand?" Hagrid's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly opened a bottle and brought it to Florina's mouth. She gulped it down vigorously, showing no signs of stopping. In no time, she polished off an entire bottle. Content, Florina nudged her head affectionately against Hagrid's large hand, causing him to beam with joy. Suddenly, Hagrid became anxious. "No, Brook." Brook meticulously outlined the training requirements for Florina, clearly stating that he would periodically check on her progress and the quantity of whiskey consumed. Brook understood that this might seem harsh to Hagrid, but it was far better than the possibility of Florina suddenly becoming wild and harming him. Draco observed Florina, who was as docile as a puppy beside Hagrid, feeling a pang of envy. "Brook, could you sell me a crate of that whiskey?" "Certainly," Brook replied with a grin. "But I believe you haven't settled your payment yet." While Brook and his companions volunteered to assist, Draco was required to pay for his help. Hearing this, Draco's face flushed with embarrassment. Since Florina's birth, he had visited daily, each time paying 10 galleons. He had also lavished numerous gifts upon Florina, and his wallet had significantly thinned as a result. Now, he could scarcely produce even 10 galleons. Otherwise, he would have paid up front and not be in this predicament now. "Could I perhaps owe you for now?" His cheeks reddened as his voice dwindled. Brook smirked slightly and placed the 70 galleons that Draco had previously handed over onto the table. Upon witnessing this, Draco grew flustered. "Brook, what do you mean by this?" "I assure you, the Malfoys are not lacking in funds. I will remedy this immediately." Brook reached out, draping an arm around Draco's shoulder. "What are you thinking?" "What is this?" Draco noticed that he was not as averse to Brook's intimate gesture as he had been before. "Collecting payment. But it's merely a test to see how sincere you are in your affection for the dragon. After all, your relationship with us has not always been the most amicable, has it? Does this mean I have passed your test?" Brook turned to Hagrid. "Hagrid, I formally invite Draco to join our dragon-rearing group. Hermione and I both consent. What say you?" "Agreed." Hagrid found himself rather fond of Draco now, despite Florina's disinterest in the gifts he had bestowed upon her, which she had promptly torn to shreds. Nevertheless, Hagrid appreciated the sentiment. "Harry, Ron, what about you two?" Brook glanced once more at Harry and Ron. After a moment's hesitation, Harry nodded. Ron, however, wore a reluctant expression. He truly wished to protest. Yet, with consensus among the group, his dissent would be futile. Thus, he could only mutter under his breath, "All right then. You see, everyone welcomes you," Brook remarked. Draco, momentarily taken aback, felt a mix of emotions, touched yet somewhat unsettled. He had known Goyle and Crabbe since childhood, but they were more like sycophantic followers than genuine friends. In this moment, however, he experienced a sense of validation. He raised his chin, adopting a haughty demeanor, and said, "Well, I shall reluctantly permit you to call me Draco." Brook patted Draco's shoulder and suggested, "Go fetch a bottle of wine for Florina." Draco eagerly scampered off to retrieve the drink. Ron approached quietly, asking Brooke, "Why did you suddenly bring Draco into the fold?" Hermione and Harry instinctively leaned closer, ears perked up. "Doesn't it bother you that Draco often troubles you?" Brooke countered. "It does. There have been several times recently when I've wished I could just punch him." Ron couldn't help but complain. "But he won't do it anymore." Ron was puzzled. But Hermione and Harry understood. Brooke held no objections to Draco's antics towards Harry and the others. After all, Draco had never troubled him or Hermione. In fact, Brooke was rather amused by the situation. Yet, the wisdom of great leaders taught him the value of amassing friends while minimizing foes. Uniting all possible allies would better enable him to create mischief for Dumbledore. Moreover, with his status as a member of the Burst family, he recognized that every student in Slytherin could potentially become a valuable connection. Draco was merely the first step in his endeavor to cultivate pure-blood alliances, intending to make Dumbledore regret ever admitting him to Hogwarts. In the days that followed, Harry and Ron found themselves in increasingly dire straits, Draco included. As exams loomed ever closer, Hermione's study schedule not only remained intact, but grew ever more extensive. Harry and the others also had to carve out time to look after Florina, further diminishing their study time. Consequently, Hermione established a rule. They could play with Florina, but only after completing their daily study plan. The following day, they would earn an hour of free time. As for any defiance, it was unthinkable. They had never dared to oppose Hermione. And playing with Florina inevitably required Brooke's wine. Thus, they had no room for rebellion. Meanwhile, Draco, who was chuckling to himself, found himself targeted by Ron. After a brief discussion, Ron and Harry decided to drag Draco along to the library for their studies. Though Draco struggled the entire way, a hint of enjoyment flickered across his face. He had never experienced such camaraderie since his birth. Under Hermione's relentless pressure, the bond among the three misfits grew visibly stronger. Especially Draco's act of sharing the confections made by his mother, Narcissa, with Harry and Ron serves as ample proof. Chapter 63. A Fright in the Forbidden Forest. "What are you saying?" Hermione's sharp exclamation pierced the air, successfully capturing the attention of all the young wizards in the hall. The once bustling hall fell into an immediate hush, with everyone curiously turning their heads to observe them. Calm down, Hermione. How can you expect me to remain calm?" Those three deducted 100 points from Gryffindor, 100 points. Hermione's voice, though subdued, was laced with frustration. After nearly a year of diligent effort in class to earn points, it felt utterly unjust that Harry and Ron, with their reckless actions, had caused such a loss. Brooke gently patted Hermione's back, attempting to soothe her. "What's done is done. Scolding those two won't change anything." Hermione fell silent, sitting there, breathing heavily, clearly fuming. Brooke couldn't care less about the house points. What is the point of quarreling over trivialities like that? However, he was genuinely intrigued by the unfolding drama. Harry, with his head lowered, hesitantly stammered, feeling embarrassed. He hadn't slept a wink all night, dreading Hermione's reaction, and indeed the entire Gryffindor's response to the incident. "Well, Draco, Ron, and I went to see Felinia yesterday, and then Draco suggested we could try riding her. You know, Felinia is now capable of carrying our weight," Ron explained. "Get to the point," Hermione impatiently interrupted. "We just played with Felinia for a while, and then Professor McGonagall caught us after curfew, so it's all Draco's fault." Ron's voice dwindled to a whisper. "You." Hermione was so furious she could hardly speak, her chest heaving dramatically. "We never expected Professor McGonagall to be so harsh in deducting so many points," Ron mumbled. Brooke thought these three were quite the daredevils. Felinia's back was covered in prickles, and although they weren't fully developed and sharp, they were still uncomfortable. "Harry, Ron, do you remember what I said?" "What?" they replied, puzzled, looking at Brooke. "Sneaking around at night doesn't matter. It's clear McGonagall was upset. Why were you so foolish as to let her catch you?" Brooke elaborated. "But we were being very careful," Harry protested, feeling wronged. Harry and Ron were bewildered. How had they not considered this? The suitcase for carrying Felinia was large enough to accommodate all the young wizards at Hogwarts, let alone just the three of them. "Come on, don't look so downcast. It's not that serious," Brooke consoled. With Brooke's persuasion, Hermione ceased her pursuit of trouble. Yet, Harry and Ron faced a difficult time. They, especially Harry, had become the targets of disdain. Throughout Gryffindor, aside from Brooke, Hermione, and Neville, no one offered them a friendly face. Even Harry found himself unwelcome on the Quidditch team. At that moment, the disparity between the two houses became glaringly evident. Draco, likewise, incurred a deduction of 50 points for Slytherin. Yet, within the confines of Slytherin, he appeared utterly unfazed. The little serpents did not harbor any resentment towards him for this incident. On the contrary, they collectively rallied and significantly widened the point gap between themselves and the other three houses. Slytherin remained firmly entrenched at the pinnacle of the House Cup standings, reigning supreme. It was only then that the little serpents ceased their frenzied point-gathering spree, for the expressions of the other house heads would have been even more dismal otherwise. This situation led Brooke to re-evaluate her perception of the Gryffindor students. The little lions might not exert themselves or accumulate points. Yet this also indicated that they did not care as much about the House Cup as they pretended. Thus, it seemed a bit unreasonable for them to ostracize Harry and Ron over point matters. Of course, the deduction did have its silver lining. Harry learned his lesson and significantly reduced his visits to Fleur. Even amidst the demands of Quidditch practice, he managed to consistently exceed the revision schedule Hermione had devised. This transformation rendered Harry the epitome of an ideal student in Hermione's eyes, serving as a motivator for Ron and Draco. However, such days of tranquility were short-lived. The inevitable arrived one fateful breakfast when both Harry and Ron received identical notes. The notes read, "Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall." Draco also approached, clearly indicating that the trio of misfits was inescapably caught. Later that night, as 11 o'clock drew near, Brooke and Hermione gathered in the common room to bid farewell to Harry and Ron. Their gesture of sending them off was already quite generous. Yet, Hermione was deeply concerned for them. For her, Brooke had always been her sole friend, and the sudden addition of Harry and Ron made her cherish this new camaraderie all the more. The air was thick with a fragrant atmosphere. Hermione, ever observant, sensed something amiss. Harry trembled as if he had experienced some profound shock. Ron, too, wore a pale visage, his lips tightly sealed, exuding an impression that he might retch at any moment. "What is the matter with you?" Hermione inquired with genuine concern. Harry suddenly grew agitated. "We encountered Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest." "No, don't utter that name," Ron whispered in a panic. Brooke furrowed her brow and asked, "Is your punishment related to the Forbidden Forest?" "Indeed," Harry nodded, beginning to recount the events that transpired in the forest. Recently, there had been reports of unicorns dying in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid had taken them there for an inspection. They were already aware of this, as Hagrid had informed them last week, and it was their first time witnessing him in such a furious state. Harry continued his tale. They followed the blood trail of the unicorn deeper into the forest. However, the trail diverged into two paths. Consequently, Hagrid and Draco formed one group, while Harry, Ron, and Yaya comprised the other. "We found the dead unicorn." Harry's voice trembled as he spoke. However, a hooded figure was draining its blood. The hooded individual was poised to attack us, but fortunately, Firenze the Centaur appeared just in time to save us. Chapter 64. Professor Quirrell, welcome to my world. Why do you believe it to be the mysterious figure? Brooke inquired. It was Firenze who informed me. The blood of a unicorn can prolong life. Yet it also carries a curse of life. Only Voldemort would exploit such blood to extend his existence, for once he acquires the Philosopher's Stone, he can resurrect himself. Harry grew increasingly agitated, even beginning to whirl about. However, Bane, another centaur, believed Firenze's intervention to be a grave error. As the prophecy tied to the planetary alignment suggested, he would rather Voldemort hasten my demise. Could you refrain from uttering that name? Ron appeared on the verge of collapse. Ignoring Ron, Harry continued his analysis. Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort. Harry, Brooke interjected loudly. Harry paused, taken aback. Do not speak that name. Ron cannot bear it. We ought to respect our friend's feelings. Brooke's tone was unusually grave. Only then did Harry turn to Ron, noticing his trembling form. I apologize, Ron. I became overly excited. Now, let us sit down and have something to eat. I believe you should celebrate. A smile graced Brooke's face. Celebrate. Not only Harry and Ron, but even the usually anxious Hermione appeared bewildered. We are a step closer to the truth. Is that not worthy of celebration? But it is Voldemort, the mysterious one. He seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone and wishes to kill me. The unknown adversary is indeed the most terrifying. Yet you, Harry, have triumphed over him once. Now it should be he who fears you. Harry felt as though he were gaining wisdom. Why could he never keep pace with Brooke's thoughts? Moreover, Harry, the mysterious figure only wishes to steal the Philosopher's Stone, not to take your life. If the sky were to fall, there are taller individuals to bear it. Do you consider Dumbledore merely a decoration? Brooke remarked. Harry furrowed his brow, laden with concern. But if the mysterious one were to resurrect, the entire wizarding world would plunge into darkness. How old are you, Harry? 11. Harry, somewhat perplexed, responded. Aren't you the same age as me? Why ask that? If the salvation of the wizarding world relies upon an 11-year-old child, then that world is doomed indeed. Brooke waved his hand, halting Harry's retort. Harry, you are no longer fighting alone. You have us now, do you not? Harry opened his mouth, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. As for the centaur's prophecy, I particularly cherish the saying, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. This is for you. Upon finishing his words, Brooke began to serve meat, noting that overcooked meat would lose its flavor. Harry's gaze flickered with surprise. Brooke did not believe that a few words could alter Harry's perspective. After all, he was not one for eloquence. Those words were merely the obligation of friendship. As time passed, the examination period finally arrived. The sweltering weather rendered the examination hall akin to a vast steam chamber. As the young wizards entered the examination hall, beads of sweat began to trickle down their brows. With the exception of Brook, the examination utilized professional quills, each imbued with anti-cheating enchantments. In addition to the written assessment, a practical examination awaited them. The task in charms was to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across the entire desk. This posed no challenge for Brook. Had it not been for the fear of startling Professor Flitwick, he could have effortlessly cast the spell silently and wandlessly. After all, the dance spell was considered a form of dark magic. In Transfiguration, the task was to transform a mouse into a snuff box, with the intricacy of the box directly affecting the score. Since mastering the art of transformation, Brook had deepened his understanding of Transfiguration significantly, rendering it an effortless endeavor. The potions exam required the brewing of a forgetfulness potion. Brook suspected that Snape had deliberately designed the task to mock those young wizards who had forgotten the brewing steps. However, for Brook, it remained a mere drizzle. The final subject was History of Magic, which proved to be quite challenging. After all, who among ordinary people could recall the inventor of the self-stirring cauldron? To circumvent the risk of failing, Brook devised a clever strategy. He enlisted the help of his flying pig. While he was too lazy to memorize the history, the flying pig could certainly assist. Thus, donning gloves crafted from the flying pig, he began to answer the questions. In truth, it was the flying pig that was maneuvering his hand to write. When Professor Binns announced the end of the examination, a cheer erupted from all the young wizards. Regardless of their performance, summer vacation had officially begun at that moment. Brook did not join Hermione and the others in seeking out Flitwick at Hagrid's hut for some leisure with Feline. Instead, he had received a notification from Quirrell during the break between the Defense Against the Dark Arts exam, instructing him to meet in the defense office after the History of Magic examination. "Professor, are you preparing to take action?" Brook inquired. "Knowing too much is not beneficial for you," Quirrell replied, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes, as if he contemplated eliminating Brook before proceeding. Brook, without even drawing his wand, retorted, "You are overthinking it. Our collaboration has been quite pleasant, and I would not resort to such measures." Quirrell's gaze flickered, betraying an unnatural demeanor as he spoke. Suddenly, Brook asked, "Oh, by the way, has Dumbledore departed?" "An owl from the Ministry is on its way. You should receive it within the next 2 or 3 hours," Quirrell replied, realizing the implication of Brook's question. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, merely out of curiosity." Brook extended his hand. Then, "Professor Quirrell, could you share the potion's formula with me?" As Quirrell reached for his pocket, in that fleeting moment, the spatial marking on his hand began to glow, and a portal descended abruptly from above him. Quirrell had no time to react and vanished from his spot. Brook's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped through the portal. Upon crossing the threshold, Quirrell found himself disoriented, surrounded by an expanse of white, devoid of any recognizable features. He attempted to cast Disapparition to escape, but discovered that his magic had failed him entirely. Before long, Brook also appeared in this space. Chilo, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Brook, where are we?" Brook opened his arms, his face radiating joy. "Professor Chilo, welcome to my world." Chapter 65, Captivity of Voldemort. "What do you mean?" Chilo's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of dread. "Nothing much, just thought we could play a game." Brook produced a modified J. Gurgaliov light machine gun, enhanced by the twins. "I hope you can endure a bit longer." Although the twins currently possess limited capabilities, they have managed to upgrade the magazine. Originally capable of holding only 100 rounds, it had been transformed into a colossal magazine accommodating 700 rounds, significantly enhancing the machine's endurance. Without hesitation, Brook pulled the trigger. The machine gun erupted with a rapid fire, bullets spewing forth like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a piercing whistle as they rained upon Chilo. Chilo shouted urgently, "Iron armor, shield me." An invisible barrier materialized before him, just as he intended to retaliate. The iron armor spell, though capable of deflecting bullets, shattered after withstanding just 10 shots. His eyes widened in terror as he hastily cast another iron armor spell, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Daring not to linger, he sprinted away, casting iron armor spells as if they were an endless supply. Before Brook's first volley of bullets had concluded, another machine gun materialized in his other hand. When impoverished, resort to tactical maneuvers. When affluent, unleash a barrage of firepower. Brook embodied this adage with fervor. Chilo found himself so severely suppressed that he had no opportunity to counterattack, forced instead into a desperate dance of evasion. "Brook, stop. Let us talk. Let us discuss." But Brook disregarded his pleas. What was there to discuss? Didn't the villains perish from excessive chatter? From the moment Chilo had poisoned him, he had been as good as dead. What could one say to a corpse? Brook was eager to see whether Chilo could withstand the onslaught of 26 machine guns and 200 bullets. However, Chilo had been chosen by Dumbledore to teach the defense against the dark arts, indicating he possessed considerable skill. After 10 minutes of adaptation, he gradually discerned the pattern of the iron armor spell's destruction. Each time he replenished his shield, there was an approximate 4-second interval. Brook scoffed. unleashing fire from both machine guns simultaneously, one suppressing Chilo while the other dealt with 2 hunting dogs. His strategy relied on an unceasing barrage of bullets. Chilo attempted repeatedly to conjure hunting dogs, but to no avail. He finally comprehended that such trivial tactics could not possibly perturb Brook in the slightest. Thus, he focused solely on replenishing his iron armor while continuously retreating, striving to create distance between himself and Brook. Yet, Brook would not allow him to escape so easily. With every step Chilo took back, Brook advanced forward, maintaining a constant distance between them. Finally, after half an hour, due to a moment of carelessness in failing to promptly replenish his iron armor, Chilo was struck by a bullet. His body instantly transformed into a sieve, devoid of any vitality. However, Brook did not entirely relax. First, he fired a few more shots at the locations of Chilo's head and heart. Then, employing a levitation spell, he confiscated Chilo's wand. Only then did Brook let out a long sigh of relief. He had somewhat overestimated his stamina. Each large plate of chicken weighed approximately 9 kilograms. Standing upright while shooting with one hand had long since caused his arms to ache. Had he not been singularly focused on eliminating Chilo in one fell swoop, he would have collapsed onto the ground to continue firing. Otherwise, he would have had to confine Chilo in this independent space, gradually wearing him down. Although that would also afford him vengeance, it lacked the immediate satisfaction he sought. Just as Brook contemplated stretching his sore arms, a swirling black mist erupted from Chilo's form, surging directly towards him. Instinctively, Brook pulled the trigger, but the bullet merely passed through the mist, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Without hesitation, he prepared to open a portal to escape. However, the moonlight, concealed in his sleeve, flew forth on its own and unleashed a bolt of lightning at the black mist. The electric arc, imbued with formidable might, struck the mist instantaneously, eliciting a piercing wail from within. Brook promptly grasped the moonlight, caressing it gently. Well done. The moonlight seemed to comprehend Brook's words, quivering with joy and emitting a humming sound. Moments later, the black mist receded 20 meters, coalescing into a shadowy visage, its 2 pupils glowing with a crimson light. The mist emitted a deep, hoarse voice. Brook Lot. Voldemort? Brook speculated. You are quite astute. Indeed, it is Lord Voldemort. How did you transform into this ghastly form? Voldemort appeared unfazed by Brook's taunt. You have slain Chilo, although by means of a muggle weapon, it attests to your capabilities. You are impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Voldemort. Are you doing this to claim a reward from Dumbledore? From the moment Chilo poisoned me, he deserved his fate. Did he not? Indeed, you are commendable. The red glow in Voldemort's eyes intensified. He spoke slowly, his voice laced with temptation. Join me. Assist me in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, that I may be resurrected. I shall bestow upon you all that you desire. Wealth, status, power, everything you wish for. I can grant you. A smirk graced Brook's lips. Is that so? It sounds quite appealing. Excellent. I admire your ambition, Voldemort remarked appreciatively. Brook looked at Voldemort with a mocking expression. However, I must decline. What did you say? Voldemort's voice turned furious. The black mist began to churn violently. A wretched creature, neither man nor ghost, dares speak to me in such a condescending tone. You are overstepping your bounds. Brook retorted with scorn. You dare mock me. Voldemort, now consumed by rage, charged forward once more. Moonlight, acting of its own accord, unleashed another bolt of lightning. Voldemort emitted a wretched scream once again. You are but a captive. Consider how you ought to address me. Brook opened the portal and stepped through, leaving Voldemort to seethe in impotent fury within the confines of the independent space. To Brook, Voldemort was merely a trivial interlude. A dark lord incapable of escaping even the boundaries of the British magical realm, at best inciting skirmishes of village scale. He was hardly worthy of Brook's concern. This was precisely why his memories of Harry Potter paled in comparison to those of Fantastic Beasts. He genuinely held Voldemort in disdain. Gently stroking the moonlight, he inquired, Can you vanquish that dark mist? The moonlight trembled slightly in response. Is that a no? It quivered again, this time with diminished intensity, as if in self-reproach. You have done splendidly. Had it not been for you just now, I might have found myself in peril. You saved me. After calming the moonlight, Brook produced the Marauder's map. The moment Dumbledore departed from Hogwarts marked the instant he seized the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 66. Brook and the Encounter. Transforming into Quirrell's likeness, Brook reclined in a chair, allowing himself a moment of respite. Periodically, he cast furtive glances at the Marauder's map to ascertain Dumbledore's whereabouts. It was not until 2 hours had elapsed that the ink blot representing Dumbledore finally vanished from the map. Only then did Brook rise, stretching his stiff neck before departing the office and striding purposefully down the corridor towards the 4th floor, reminiscent of that fateful night. He swiftly arrived at the checkpoint for the flying keys, where he spotted 2 brooms, Nimbus 2000s, resting beside the heavy oak door. A look of disdain crossed his face. Has Dumbledore fallen on hard times? Even the flying brooms have been downgraded. Nevertheless, he collected the brooms, now possessing 6 Nimbus 2000s and 2 Nimbus 1000s in his ring. Not to mention Harry's. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was well equipped, all taken from Dumbledore's resources. Next, Brook approached the enormous chessboard chamber. As he stepped into the room, it illuminated instantly, revealing a vast chessboard occupying the entire space. The black and white pieces stood neatly aligned on either side, each towering 2 meters high. Clearly, winning the chess game would grant passage. However, Brook had no interest in playing chess, and given his meager skills, he likely would not prevail. Thus, he transformed into a bee, soaring along the high, arched ceiling. Upon entering the next room, an overwhelming stench assailed him, causing him to stagger and fall. Stars dancing before his eyes as nausea churned within him. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for fresh air, gradually regaining his composure. At that moment, the troll noticed Brook, roaring as it brandished a massive club and swung it down furiously. Brook deftly evaded the attack, his wand moving like a conductor's baton, ultimately pointing at the troll. Banshee's wail. The troll's mind was instantly flooded with the excruciating shrieks of the banshee, leaving it writhing in agony. It knelt on the ground in anguish, howling in despair. The giant felt as though its head might explode. It struck its relatively small head with a palm larger than a fan. The outcome was predictable. Having escaped the torment of the banshee's wails, the giant peacefully collapsed to the ground, blood slowly spreading across the surface. Without hesitation, Brook stepped into the next room. As he crossed the threshold, a surge of purple flames erupted behind him, sealing his retreat. Simultaneously, black flames flickered at the doorway ahead. This was the potion riddle challenge. In the narrow room, a table stood in the center, neatly adorned with 7 bottles of various shapes, accompanied by a roll of parchment. Brook picked up the parchment and took a glance. It contained a riddle about directions and sizes, a matter of logical reasoning. Such puzzles were within his capability, albeit potentially time-consuming. Thus, he carelessly discarded the parchment to the floor. He raised his wand towards the doorway obstructed by the black flames. An orange-red flame, enveloping a blue fire, surged forth from his wand, directly incinerating and consuming the black flames at the entrance. With a flick of his wand, he extinguished the fierce fire. At that moment, the walls surrounding the doorway were left pockmarked and charred. He successfully entered the final room. This chamber was sparse, save for a magnificent mirror standing at its center, towering 3 meters high. Its golden frame was edged and supported by 2 claw-like feet. Brook approached the mirror. Inscribed at its top was a cryptic line, Aristre Tobacaferating Wohes. He could not decipher its meaning. However, the name Eris reminded him of the mirror of Eris that Harry had once mentioned, which revealed the deepest desires of one's heart. Brook felt a surge of curiosity, eager to discover his most fervent wish. Thus, he lifted the mental barrier he had imposed upon himself. The vision within the mirror momentarily stunned him. Inside a room entirely crafted of gold, there lay an intricately carved bed adorned with elaborate patterns. Even with a dozen people lying upon it, it would not appear crowded. As for the scene above the bed, it was of a rather personal nature. Brook would vehemently deny that this image represented his greatest desire. Yet his eyes were fixed upon the mirror as if they were nailed in place, unable to shift away. Simultaneously, the group commenced their actions. While Harry was playing with Fleur, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Hagrid had long yearned to raise a dragon, and coincidentally, a stranger had just brought a dragon egg and lost it to Hagrid. Could such coincidences truly exist in the world? Thus, through inquiry, Hagrid inadvertently revealed the method to subdue the dragon. Music could hypnotize the creature. This revelation left Harry, Ron, and Hermione utterly unsettled, especially with Brook and Dumbledore missing, and Professor McGonagall unwilling to believe them. Harry resolved to personally safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione and Ron, as steadfast friends, unhesitatingly chose to support and join him. Under the cover of night, the trio stealthily approached the chamber outside the corridor on the 4th floor. Hagrid's flute lulled Fluffy into a deep slumber, allowing them to pass undisturbed. Hermione's bluebell flames drove back the devil's snare. They arrived at the challenge of the flying keys. Originally, it was Brooks who had taken the broomstick to prevent Hermione and the others from progressing. However, one could blame Brooks for previously giving Hermione the wallet that had been enhanced with the undetectable extension charm by Snape. To navigate the challenge, Hermione stuffed it with every conceivable item, including several books, and of course, Harry's Nimbus 2000. With Harry's exceptional flying skills, they successfully obtained the key and entered the enormous chessboard challenge. Ron played a brilliant game of wizard's chess, sacrificing himself to enable Hermione and Harry to triumph in this round. As for the subsequent 2 challenges, the troll was vanquished by Brooks, and the blocking flames were extinguished by him as well. Harry and Hermione entered the final chamber without impediment, where they found Quirrell gazing vacantly at the mirror of Eris. "Professor Quirrell, what are you doing here?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Hermione swiftly aimed her wand at Quirrell, declaring, "Harry, the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone is not Snape, it is Quirrell." Chapter 67, The Unfortunate Harry. At that moment, Brooks was roused by the voices of Hermione and Harry. He turned to face them, instantly struck by a wave of incredulity. Had he not taken the broomstick away? How had these two managed to reach this point? Why you? Harry felt utterly foolish. Despite Brook's numerous warnings, he had stubbornly believed that Snape was the one attempting to pilfer the stone. Yet now, the true mastermind was Quirrell, the very person he had trusted implicitly. This staggering psychological blow was difficult for him to accept. Indeed, compared to the loathsome Snape, Quirrell's stammering and timid demeanor was far easier to distrust, was it not? As Brook spoke, he approached the mirror of Erist. "Don't move," Hermione shouted, waving her wand, Petrificus Totalis. Brooks casually flicked his wrist, and a dark shield materialized out of thin air, deflecting the spell. He promptly concealed the mirror. Petrificus Totalis. Petrificus Totalis. Rictusempra. Rictusempra. Hermione continuously changed positions, seeking a chink in the shield's defense. However, the black shield seemed to possess an instinctive awareness of the spells, shifting to counter each one effortlessly. "Harry, what are you hesitating for? You must stop him, stop Voldemort," Hermione urged, her voice filled with urgency. Finally, Harry snapped to attention, raising his wand and launching an attack from the opposite direction of Hermione. Wingardium Leviosa, Tarantaligra, Expelliarmus. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, the shield deflected attacks from the left and right with impeccable timing. Meanwhile, Brook was deep in thought, pondering which spell to employ. Although he was capable of using the petrification charm, it was not classified as dark magic, and his results would likely pale in comparison to Hermione's. As for the more aggressive spells, like the one that conjures a toothy club, he found it utterly absurd. He was no Harry, and he couldn't afford to lose that person. Other combat spells, such as the Banshee's Wail or Fiendfire, wielded excessive power. Suddenly, a few suitable incantations flashed through his mind. With a flick of his wand, he transformed the ground beneath Hermione's feet into a small patch of marshland. Caught off guard, she found her feet ensnared in the mire. As she attempted to escape, a magical rope shot forth from Brook's hand, binding her tightly. Hermione struggled fiercely, but the rope constricted ever more, rendering her unable to break free. With Hermione dealt with, only Harry remained. Despite his less than stellar spellcasting, Harry's athletic prowess far surpassed Hermione's, making him a challenging target as he darted to and fro. Brook, left with no alternative, resorted to a newly researched area spell that inflicted relatively minor damage, the levitation charm, followed by a powerful repelling force. A tremendous surge of repulsion struck Harry, who happened to be running sideways toward the wall, intent on reaching Hermione to assist her. The force of the spell, combined with Harry's own momentum, resulted in a collision with the wall, his head striking it with a dull thud. In an instant, he lost consciousness, collapsing limply to the ground. Brook winced at the sight. He had intended to cast a sleep charm on Hermione before checking on Harry's condition. However, at that moment, he sensed a powerful spatial disturbance. A flash of crimson light erupted in the room as Dumbledore appeared, gripping Fawkes by the talon. He surveyed the unconscious Harry and the bound Hermione before turning his gaze to Brook. Something felt amiss, though he could not pinpoint the cause. "Don't worry, Miss Granger," Dumbledore said with a reassuring smile. "Good evening, Quirrell." Brook wore a faint, enigmatic smile of his own. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, sensing an even greater oddity emanating from Quirrell. "Fawkes is quite convenient," Brook remarked with a shrug. He felt no trepidation in facing Dumbledore once more. The ring would allow him to endure until Dumbledore's demise. The transformation spell could reduce him to mere dust, and unless Dumbledore incinerated the room with fiendfire, discovering him would be impossible. His spatial portal could now activate instantaneously, enabling him to match Dumbledore's speed. Moreover, he had two hostages on his side, ensuring his victory. "Quirrell, you were once an exemplary student at Hogwarts. Intelligent and kind, the allure of Voldemort must not obscure your true nature," Dumbledore said earnestly. "Headmaster, do you not think it is somewhat too late to speak of such matters?" Brook retorted, gesturing towards the tip of Harry's wand, which was ablaze with orange-blue flames. "Would you trade your life for Potter's?" Dumbledore's eyelids twitched, not out of fear from Brook's threat, but rather at the unmistakable presence of blue flames, indicative of dark magic. Suddenly, two ropes appeared at his feet without warning, swiftly coiling around Brook like serpents. Brook reacted with remarkable speed, dodging the bindings just in time. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed the dark flames, incinerating the ropes into ash. Seizing the moment, Dumbledore swiftly pointed his wand at Harry, who was drawn back towards him as if tethered by an invisible force. Fawkes also darted towards Hermione, using his claws to grasp the ropes binding her. With a flash of fire, they vanished from the room. Well, that escalated quickly, Brook mused, initially intending to leverage his two hostages to challenge Dumbledore. However, he had not anticipated Dumbledore's quick response. Resigned, he directed his wand to the ground. Misty enchantment. A thick, milky fog enveloped the room. Dumbledore waved his wand nonchalantly, dissipating the mist instantly. Yet, Brook had already transformed into a mere speck of dust, carried away by the gust of wind created by the swirling fog, settling upon Harry. The primary reason for his retreat was that he felt trapped. Whether by Muggle weaponry or the powers of the Devil's Fruit, both were easily recognizable by Dumbledore. Brook had maintained the guise of Quirrell in order to firmly pin the blame for the theft of the Philosopher's Stone upon him. Moreover, with Quirrell's demise, the whereabouts of the stone would remain an eternal enigma. Wealth should never be ostentatious, especially when it pertained to an artifact capable of granting immortality. He had no wish to be perpetually on guard against thieves. Chapter 68. A Turn of Events. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes swept rapidly across the room. He waved his wand, reciting incantations in a melodic manner. Finally, he sighed deeply. He then quickly approached Harry, examining him closely and feeling relief wash over him upon confirming he was still breathing. Subsequently, with a flash of red feather, he waved his wand. Release. The bindings on Hermione were undone. Clean slate. The muck on Hermione's body was removed. A glimmer of realization flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. He finally grasped what was amiss. There was no scent of garlic. No, there was a trace, but it was too faint. Moreover, the calm, slightly teasing tone was far from Quirrell's usual demeanor. Thank you, Headmaster, Hermione said gratefully. What of Harry? She inquired, relieved yet anxious. By the way, Ron is still at the chessboard. He was knocked down by the knight. I will take you to him. Mr. Weasley should be fine, Dumbledore reassured her, gently waving his wand, causing Harry to float and follow closely behind him. Hermione followed closely beside him, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. Headmaster, may I pose a question? I failed to apprehend Quirrell, and the Philosopher's Stone vanished with him. Dumbledore interjected. Ah, Hermione exclaimed in surprise, her face etched with concern. What shall we do? Isn't the Dark Lord on the verge of resurrection? Do not fret, Miss Granger. My mind remains quite sharp, Dumbledore said, playfully winking. The key lies in finding the stone. But it must be someone who does not wish to exploit it, who shall possess it. Clearly, Quirrell is not that individual. Hermione felt a slight sense of relief. They arrived at the chessboard obstacle. Ron lay unconscious, yet in a far better condition than Harry. By the way, did Mr. Lockhart not accompany you? Dumbledore inquired, seemingly casually. Hermione's expression turned troubled. If Brooks were here, perhaps Quirrell would not have escaped. He must be tending to his garden. Isn't that what an inn is doing? Dumbledore continued to probe. An inn has indeed been of great assistance, but Brooks prefers to take matters into his own hands. Mentioning Brooks eased Hermione's tension, and she began to chatter animatedly. I cannot fathom why he is so enamored with gardening. He insists on visiting his vegetable patch daily. Even when there is nothing to tend to, he must inspect it. Moreover, what could be resolved with a mere spell, he insists on accomplishing with a spade. And he often works tirelessly throughout the day without rest. He has even developed several new spells to enhance his gardening. He modified the levitation charm, naming it the Divine Convergence, solely to facilitate the better dispersal of pollen. Has he been at the farm since completing his exams? Mr. Lockhart's hobbies are indeed peculiar, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. One that seemed to harbor an elusive significance. The essence of Brooks, now but a whisper of dust upon Harry, listened intently to Hermione's words. He had not anticipated that his pretense of studying alongside Hermione for the perfect alibi would instill in her a sense of guilt. He resolved to find a way to remedy this. As for Dumbledore, he likely harbored suspicions about him. Yet, what could be done? After all, he had a history. Suspicions were one thing, but Dumbledore possessed no concrete evidence. That evening, Brooks encountered Hermione waiting for him in the common room. While Harry and Ron were confined to the infirmary for the night, Hermione recounted the events leading to their encounter in detail. How should I commend your audacity? You truly are bold, Brooks said, not feigning exasperation but genuinely perplexed. This was not a film, it was a tangible world. Were it not for his preemptive resolution of Lockhart, he could scarcely fathom the repercussions triggered by his little butterfly effect. Two fledgling wizards, barely versed in magic, dared to confront an adult sorcerer, one bearing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. They might not even comprehend how perilous their situation truly was. We were equally concerned that the Philosopher's Stone might be stolen, which is why we acted. Hermione stuck out her tongue, a bit embarrassed as she explained. Had it not been for Dumbledore's timely arrival, coupled with Quirrell refraining from unleashing that formidable fire attack upon her and Harry, their fates would have been uncertain. If you were present, you would have supported me, right? Together, we would protect the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said, gazing expectantly at Brooke. Indeed, Brooke replied. Let's learn from this experience. As long as it does not compromise our principles, we must firmly stand in solidarity with one another. After all, what has transpired cannot be altered. In such circumstances, it is wise to avoid unnecessary trouble, as there may be unexpected rewards. At that moment, as Brooke concluded his words, sparkles of excitement nearly burst forth from Hermione's eyes. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone had reached its conclusion. Brooke, who had initially looked forward to a peaceful break, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The twins, accompanied by Wood, approached him with great fervor. Fred leapt up and clung to Brooke's leg, startling him to the point where his hair stood on end. Boss, help! George attempted to latch onto Brooke's other leg, but Brook swiftly pinned him against Fred. They became a comical pile, emitting a cry of dismay. Seizing the opportunity, Brook extricated his leg and regarded the two on the ground with a mix of exasperation and amusement. What are you two up to now? Hello, I am Oliver Wood, captain of the Quidditch team. Wood extended his hand in polite introduction. The situation is that Harry has been injured, although he has regained consciousness. Madame Pomfrey won't release him. We're doomed for tomorrow's match. The twins lamented in unison, looking up from the floor. You fly exceptionally well. Even better than those two, Wood stated. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join the Quidditch team as a reserve seeker. Brook, however, held little interest in Quidditch. Were it not for Hermione's enthusiasm for the sport, he would hardly consider attending, let alone participating in a match. The twins gazed at him with pleading eyes. Please, boss. Brook sighed. Have you forgotten? I am still a first-year student and cannot participate in the matches. But you've completed your exams, haven't you? Wood quickly countered. Fine. Brook thought to himself, deriding his own weakness. I really am too soft-hearted. Chapter 69, The Nimbus 2001. Let us hurry, then, and get you acclimated. You can use Harry's Nimbus 2000. We've already spoken to him, and he has agreed, Wood said excitedly. As a seeker, it would be futile for me to engage in team training. Brook contemplated. Here's the plan. Wood, gather everyone at the training ground, and I will join you in no more than an hour. Wood furrowed his brow slightly, but remembering that Brook was a last-minute addition, his demeanor softened considerably. The twins, aware of Wood's temperament, feared he might say something to provoke Brook, and quickly scrambled to their feet, each taking an arm to lead Wood outside. Boss, we'll be waiting for you at the training ground. Brook then made his way directly to the Quidditch shop in Diagon Alley. Under the enthusiastic introduction of the shop attendant, he acquired 6 of the latest Nimbus 2001 brooms. The price, compared to the Nimbus 2000, was not significantly higher, as it merely featured some enhancements in performance, costing an additional 50 galleons for each broom. Thus, Brook promptly produced 300 galleons. In the respectful gaze of the shopkeeper, he stowed away the flying broomsticks. As for the 6 Nimbus 2000 brooms and 2 shooting stars he had obtained from Dumbledore, he transformed into a guise resembling that of Chilo. Under the astonished gaze of the second-hand shop owner, he sold them all. The owner, being an honest man, did not take advantage of Brook, recognizing that he was selling brand-new brooms. As a result, Brook managed to acquire the 6 Nimbus 2001 brooms for a mere 1,000 galleons. As for why he went through such a time-consuming endeavor of selling and then repurchasing, who can say whether Dumbledore had marked them? Better safe than sorry. Brook also took the opportunity to visit Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion shop, where the items were indeed exorbitantly priced. The shopkeeper, Alicia, possessed a graceful figure and an exquisite demeanor, her eloquent speech captivating enough to entice Brook to linger a while longer. By the time he finally arrived at the training grounds, he was half an hour late. Wood's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pan, yet he did not explode, calmly introducing Brook to the team. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness, Brook stated directly. At this, Wood's demeanor softened slightly. His greatest concern had been that Brook would behave arrogantly and disrupt the team's cohesion. Such behavior would not only jeopardize their chances of victory, but also bring embarrassment. All right, everyone continue practicing the tactics as before. Brook, as it is your first formal training. Gemini, pay special attention to the movements in his direction, Wood instructed. Wait a moment, Brook interjected. The others looked on in curious confusion. Brook then produced the 6 pristine flying broomsticks from his ring. Nimbus 2000. Fred exclaimed. Boss, you really bought them. George excitedly picked one up and cradled it, only to soon realize something was amiss. No, wait, this isn't the Nimbus 2000. Fred, too, picked one up. What do you mean it's not? This is clearly. He paused, staring at the golden label on the broom handle, momentarily stunned. Gemini, Nimbus 2001. They shouted in unison. Wood and the other team members had initially held back, as Brook had not explicitly stated that the brooms were for them. However, upon hearing the twins' exclamations, they could no longer contain their excitement. Each seizing a Nimbus 2001 and fixating on the labels, Wood delicately caressed the broom in his hands, murmuring, "It was just released last week. Boss, I adore you," Fred exclaimed, moving to embrace Brook. However, Brook raised his hand to stop him, stating, "This is not meant for you. Is there none for me?" Fred noted that there were only 6 brooms. He did not expect to be left out entirely. Wearing a face of disappointment, "Boss, you have truly saddened me." "Enough," Brook interjected, explaining that the broom was merely lent to the team. They possessed only the right to use it and could not take it upon graduation. "That is acceptable," Fred replied, immediately brightening. "What about your broom, boss?" George inquired with curiosity. Brook once again polished his ring, and a uniquely designed broom materialized in his hand. Rather than resembling a traditional flying broom, it appeared more akin to a slender missile. Its sleek, straight body boasted smooth lines, while the bristles at the rear resembled flames erupting from a missile launch. It was also equipped with a compact seat. This broom, of course, was conjured by the flying pig. In terms of both speed and comfort, it far surpassed the Nimbus 2001. More importantly, it required no control from Brook. The flying pig could soar on its own. Although Wood was astonished by the broom's appearance, he chose not to voice his thoughts. After all, they already possessed 6 Nimbus 2001 brooms. What was one more? He firmly believed that the broom in Brook's grasp must be superior to the Nimbus 2001. Ladies and gentlemen, we now possess 7 of the most powerful flying brooms. Wood exclaimed with excitement. However, we cannot afford to become complacent. Now that everyone is on their brooms, we have only a few hours to better acclimate ourselves to them. The other team members were equally exhilarated, particularly the twins, who immediately took to the skies with exuberance. Wood patted Brook on the shoulder, thanking him. Brook smiled, stating, "Everything is for Gryffindor." During the ensuing training, Brook became the most uninteresting member of the team. Each time the golden snitch was released, it took less than 5 minutes for the flying pig to locate it with precision. Essentially, the flying pig would find and chase the snitch, and Brook merely needed to reach out to catch it. Witnessing this, Wood trembled with excitement. A genius, an unparalleled genius. He even entertained the notion of having Brook replace Harry as the official seeker. Of course, he also noted Brook's boredom. The others continued to practice diligently. No one objected, as Brook's remarkable performance was evident to all. Thus, the team trained fervently, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. The following day, when the Gryffindor Quidditch team appeared on the field, each equipped with a Nimbus 2001, the stands erupted in cheers, especially among the Gryffindor supporters. The roars of the little lions were deafening. However, the Ravenclaw supporters bore grim expressions, initially buoyed by the prospect of victory due to Harry's absence. They were now struck a blow by Gryffindor's formidable lineup. The overall strength of Ravenclaw was already inferior to that of Gryffindor, and with the latter now equipped with the latest Nimbus 2001, the score gap was bound to widen. In this moment, the Little Eagles could only silently hope that the substitute Brook would prove to be a disappointment. Simultaneously, they placed all their hopes upon Blightman, wishing he could seize the golden snitch before the score widened to a daunting 150 points. However, Brook's actions swiftly dispelled the eagerness of the Eagles. As Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, Angelina was the first to snatch the quaffle. With her exceptional flying skills and the remarkable performance of the Firebolt 2001, she surged towards the Ravenclaw goal like a finely honed blade. Meanwhile, the flying pig, accompanied by Brook, hastened towards the golden snitch, which it had already marked as its target. When the snitch came into Brook's line of sight, he instinctively reached out and grasped it firmly in his hand. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. The whistle that Madame Hooch had just removed from her lips tumbled to the ground. As Angelina prepared to shoot, she noticed the opposing keeper staring blankly into the sky. Reflexively, she glanced in that direction and was momentarily frozen. Suddenly, applause erupted, followed by a crescendo of cheers and shouts that engulfed the entire stadium. The other members of Gryffindor rushed towards Brook, lifting him high and tossing him into the air. Brook felt a twinge of embarrassment. The celebration was over too quickly. The experience was almost non-existent. Announcer Lee Jordan, gripping the microphone, excitedly leapt onto the table, exclaiming, "Brook Lot has caught the golden snitch. I wager it took no more than a minute, perhaps even less than 30 seconds. 150-0, Gryffindor wins." At this moment, Professor McGonagall, her pointed hat askew, blushed with pride. The conclusion of this match signified the official end of the Hogwarts 1991-1992 Quidditch Cup. Gryffindor emerged victorious, boasting a flawless record. Professor McGonagall personally presented the trophy to Brook and his teammates, her eyes filled with pride as she bestowed gentle hugs upon each of them. Well done. The Gryffindor common room transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Fred had procured a generous supply of food from the kitchen, while George brought forth an assortment of fireworks and party poppers, along with a large barrel of butterbeer. As the fireworks burst and the poppers crackled, the small feast commenced. Brook, being the star of the match, could not escape the attention, especially since everyone was now aware that the Firebolt 2001s used by the Quidditch team were provided by him. The affection for Brook soared, with several upperclassmen seeking to toast and engage in various affectionate gestures. Brook struggled to break free from their embrace. "Hermione, what is the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing, just congratulations," Hermione replied, appearing somewhat distracted. "Where did you go earlier?" Brook asked. After the awards ceremony, Hermione had promptly come to congratulate him, only to vanish soon after. It was not until the small gathering was nearing its end that she reappeared. "I recently visited Hagrid and inquired about certain matters." Hermione's face was filled with conflict, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "Is there a scandal?" Upon noticing Hermione's hesitance, Brook realized there was indeed a sensational revelation. With a sigh, Hermione glanced around to ensure no one was watching before she quietly revealed that Snape and Harry's father were rivals in love. Brook produced some sunflower seeds and soda, intrigued. The three of them, Snape, James Potter, and Lily Evans, had entered Hogwarts together. Snape and Lily seemed to share a childhood bond, their relationship quite intimate. However, something transpired that created a rift between them. At that point, James began courting Evans, and they ultimately became a couple, giving rise to Harry. Why did you ask about this? Did Hagrid bring it up? Brooke inquired. Do you remember when we visited Harry last night, and he mentioned that Snape had been trying to protect him all year? The reason is that James once saved Snape's life. But why does Snape harbor such hatred for James? It seems too simplistic to attribute it solely to mutual enmity, Hermione elucidated. Brooke jested. So you, the Holmes of Hufflepuff, decided to investigate? Hermione clenched her small fists. Do you recall Professor Snape's question to Harry in their first class? Brooke shrugged. How could I possibly remember that? It was a year ago. A hint of sadness flickered in Hermione's eyes. In truth, the flower in question resembled a daffodil, and according to the Victorian language of flowers, it signifies my regrets follow you to the grave. Coupled with the bitterness and sorrow represented by wormwood, the professor's intended message likely conveyed profound remorse over Lily's death. A regret that would linger until his last breath. Brooke was taken aback. Hermione, you truly excel in language arts. Your interpretation is simply brilliant. However, after Hermione's analysis, the fragmented memories Brooke held of Snape began to coalesce, ultimately crystallizing in the haunting image of Snape before his demise. Snape grasped Harry's robes, drawing him close, and gazed intently into his green eyes. Within that gaze lay regret, pain, and an unspoken longing, until the light in his eyes gradually faded. A tragic hero. Snape's animosity toward Harry stemmed from a rivalry for love, yet his affection for Lily compelled him to protect Harry in silence. Honestly, I find myself feeling a bit sympathetic toward Snape now, Brooke reflected. Do you think we should inform Harry of this? Hermione hesitated. It doesn't really matter, after all. It's about Harry's parents, and he will inevitably learn of it sooner or later, Brooke shrugged. With the seeds consumed, the remaining details seemed trivial. As for how Harry would feel upon discovering Snape's sentiments, whether with sympathy or disdain, it mattered not. The next day, by some means, Hermione and the others' escapades became common knowledge among all the young wizards. For instance, the room on the fourth-floor corridor was designed to protect the Philosopher's Stone, and even the challenges devised by the professors were widely discussed. Ultimately, it was Quirrell who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but he was thwarted by Hermione and her companions. Presently, Dumbledore has destroyed the stone. In Chapter 71, The End-of-Year Feast, Brooke initially believed that the news regarding the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone was intentionally released by Dumbledore. The intention was to provoke Quirrell into a state of panic, thus inadvertently revealing his true motives. Alternatively, it could be that the stone was never truly placed within the mirror of Ariste. The blood-red stone that Quirrell had previously extracted was merely a counterfeit. Through conversations between Dumbledore and Hermione, Brooke had gleaned the crucial aspects of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. He desired it, but hesitated to utilize it. For someone adept in the art of occlumency, this was a mere trifle. However, when Brooke observed Ron standing amidst a crowd of classmates, animatedly recounting his heroic exploits with fervent gestures and vivid expressions, he realized his error. One must admit, Ron's storytelling prowess was exceptional. Had he performed in a tea house, he would have drawn a full house and floral tributes. Are you still seeking firewood? Brooke jested. Hermione, her small fists clenched, remarked, if it weren't for the throng surrounding Ron, I would certainly give him a proper lesson, perhaps even rendering Mrs. Weasley unable to recognize him. She shot a furious glance at Brooke. Do you dare to laugh? Brooke's lips could hardly suppress a grin. I am inherently jovial. Hermione extended her hand, poised to strike at Brooke's waist, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. How did Ron learn about the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone? Did you not say that Quirrell took it? I don't know. Perhaps Dumbledore mentioned something to Harry in the infirmary, which in turn informed Ron. Hermione pondered aloud. But if it truly has been destroyed, that would be splendid. Why? Brooke inquired, somewhat perplexed. What other reason could there be? It means that the Dark Lord cannot be resurrected. Brooke nodded in understanding, though he could not fully grasp Hermione's perspective. This misunderstanding stemmed from the fundamental differences in thought processes between the people of the Great Xia and those of the West. Would one cease to cook simply because the pot is absent? The Western mindset believes that by eliminating the enemy's means of approach and fortifying defenses, one can rest easy. In contrast, the philosophy of the Great Xia is one of total annihilation. Not only must the enemy be completely eradicated, but all potential sources of future trouble must also be extinguished in their infancy. At that moment, an owl flew in through the common room window, dropping a letter before taking flight again. The envelope was addressed solely to Mr. Brook Lot, with no further embellishments. Since the incident involving the poisoning, Brooke had become increasingly cautious of such ambiguous correspondences. He retrieved a pair of snow-white gloves from his ring, the gloves shimmering with a silvery gleam, crafted from unicorn hair, capable of warding off the majority of poisons and curses. Only after donning the gloves did he open the envelope. The letter contained extensive details on how the Philosopher's Stone could transmute base metals into gold and the methods for concocting the elixir of life. The letter elucidated the principle behind the elixir of immortality, which is merely the name familiar to outsiders. Its true designation is the soul lock potion. Upon consumption, a person's soul becomes firmly ensconced within the corporeal form, regardless of the body's deterioration, as long as the soul remains tethered to the flesh. One shall not succumb to death. However, this potion bears a significant drawback. Once initiated, it necessitates annual consumption. Otherwise, the soul will disperse in an instant, and the body will decay within moments. The letter bore no signature, yet Brook was certain it was sent by Dumbledore. The reason behind it eluded him. At last, the year-end banquet commenced. The grand hall sparkled with the green and silver decor representative of Slytherin House, celebrating their 7th consecutive victory in the House Cup. A banner depicting a massive serpent adorned the wall behind the faculty table. Brook felt little concern regarding which house would triumph, yet Hermione incessantly lamented beside him. If only Harry and Ron hadn't lost those 100 points, Gryffindor would have claimed this year's House Cup. Her regret was palpable. Brook yearned to convey that Slytherin had merely spared the other houses their dignity. After all, the Little Snakes could easily have amassed a score surpassing the combined total of the other 3 houses. However, at that moment, Brook had no desire to console Hermione, nor did he pay much heed to Dumbledore's annual summation. His mind was solely occupied with the anticipation of the feast. The dishes before him were unlike the steaks, lamb chops, and meat pies enjoyed by others. They were prepared by Anne, who had returned from her culinary studies under Professor Sprout, featuring flavors Brook had never encountered before. The aroma was utterly tantalizing. Dumbledore began announcing the scores of each house. Hufflepuff with 352 points, Ravenclaw with 376 points, Gryffindor with 412 points, and Slytherin with 472 points. The Slytherin table erupted in exuberant cheers. Indeed, Slytherin had performed admirably, but recent events warranted consideration. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, Mr. Ron Weasley exhibited self-sacrifice in the face of adversity, awarding Gryffindor 20 points. Miss Hermione Granger remained composed, assisting her peers, granting Gryffindor another 20 points. Mr. Harry Potter displayed remarkable courage, adding yet another 20 points to Gryffindor's tally. A profound silence enveloped the hall, swiftly followed by a cacophony of astonishment. It dawned on all present that the scores had tied. Gryffindor and Slytherin were level. The faces of Snape and many upper-year Slytherins paled. As an ominous premonition settled in their hearts, Dumbledore would never engage in such a futile act. A tie was inconceivable. There must be further developments. Their gazes were fixed intently upon Dumbledore, who raised his hand, signaling for silence. Mr. Neville Longbottom, in the presence of his friends, steadfastly maintained his position, demonstrating immense courage, earning Gryffindor an additional 10 points. The hall erupted in jubilation, with thunderous cheers emanating from the Gryffindor table. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined in the celebration. It seems the decor here could benefit from some alterations. Professor Dumbledore clapped his hands, transforming the originally silver and green hall into a vibrant gold and crimson. The great serpent, a symbol of Slytherin, morphed into the Gryffindor lion. Brook, we have triumphed. We have triumphed, Hermione exclaimed. Her face flushed with excitement as she pushed Brook's shoulders, shaking him with glee. Brook smiled slightly wonderful. Although Gryffindor emerged victorious, the manner of their triumph was not entirely honorable. Ron and Hermione fared well, but as the chosen one, Harry and Neville, who became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, would undoubtedly face Slytherin's ire. Yet, what did that matter to him? In the grand scheme of things, the most pressing concern was sustenance. Thus, he savored a piece of salt-baked chicken wing, its exterior golden and crispy, crunching delightfully with each bite. The meat was firm yet springy, and with each chew, a faint melody resonated in his mind. There were Niddick-esque stir-fried tomatoes, mushroom risotto, and the noxious tentacle soup. Huckerlap. While these dishes paled in comparison to Professor Sprout's culinary creations, they were sufficient to satisfy Brook's palate. Chapter 72. How could Voldemort be defeated? A waste. The following day, the young wizards beamed with excitement, for they were finally departing Hogwarts, embarking on a holiday that would last over 2 months. Concurrently, the results of the final exams were officially announced. With the assistance of the Flying Pig, Brook achieved a perfect score in History of Magic, thus narrowly edging out Hermione to claim the title of top student in the year. Hermione, of course, had to settle for second place, which left her quite displeased. Harry and Ron also achieved commendable results, successfully passing their exams. Soon after, a notice regarding the prohibition of magic for underage wizards during the holidays was distributed to everyone. Brook casually crumpled it and tossed it into the bin. The presence of authority and discrimination was indeed pervasive. Many young wizards from wizarding families were scarcely affected by this regulation, which merely served to hinder the growth of those from Muggle backgrounds. However, this decree held no bearing for him either. As for Harry and Ron, they could leisurely board the train. After all, he was not a bus, allowing anyone to hitch a ride at will. Brook, how do you plan to spend this summer? Hermione inquired. Would you like to join us for a trip to Gaul? Gaul? My nose cannot endure it. Hermione looked perplexed. What does that have to do with your nose? Brook shrugged. You'll understand when you go. As per his usual routine, Brook instructed and to tidy up the room while he ventured to the burrow to meet with Hassan. You come to me at the very start of the holiday. There must be something significant on your mind. Harrison placed the brewed red tea before Brook, who took a sip. Not bad. However, I am merely curious if you possess any magic capable of obliterating souls. The Avada Kedavra curse would suffice. Did I not provide you with unveiling dark magic? That is ineffective. I have attempted it. Even the killing curse fails. Whom do you intend to slay? Voldemort. You would do well to refer to him as the Dark Lord. His name has been cursed, and uttering it will reveal your location to him. Many rebels fell victim to this treachery years ago, resulting in countless fatalities, Brook remarked calmly. I have captured him. What? Harrison exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. ISNT he in Albania? How could this be? A sudden thought struck him. Dumbledore lured the Dark Lord with the Philosopher's Stone, did he not? Quirrell poisoned me. I could not let him escape, so when I killed Quirrell, I captured Voldemort, who was possessing him, Brook explained. Was the Philosopher's Stone truly destroyed by Dumbledore? Harrison inquired eagerly. I am uncertain. I had placed a spatial mark on Quirrell beforehand, which led me to him when he attempted to flee. However, I searched him and found no Philosopher's Stone. Harrison pondered this. It is reasonable. This may have been an elaborate scheme devised by Dumbledore, and the stone was likely concealed on him. Quirrell's efforts may have been in vain. The Philosopher's Stone is a relic of the past. Given your understanding of Voldemort's situation, is there any way to eliminate him? Brook asked once more. Harrison resumed his seat, clasping his hands in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he spoke slowly. Do you harbor a grudge against Voldemort? One might say so. Quirrell's poisoning was likely orchestrated by him. By slaying Quirrell, have you not avenged yourself significantly? What are you implying? A sly smile crept across Harrison's face. Do you not relish employing individuals like me? Killing him would be a waste. Why not have him work for you? A glimmer of interest sparked in Brook's eyes. Intriguing. Voldemort still wields considerable influence within pureblood families, and he has planted the dark mark upon his Death Eaters, enabling him to control them. This notion appears promising. To lurk in the shadows as a mastermind? He fancies that. Harrison regarded Brook with admiration. This lad possesses insight. The key is to be merciless. He is perfectly suited to be the master of the burrow. With Voldemort shielding you, everything you wish to pursue will become considerably easier. How would one exert control? Brook inquired. I need to ponder further on the methods of controlling Voldemort. Suddenly, Brook recalled something that might aid in this endeavor. Ah, indeed, Voldemort's immortality is likely tied to Horcruxes. It was while perusing Unveiling Dark Magic that he encountered the term Horcrux, recalling that Voldemort had created several. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows chronicles their quest to find and destroy these Horcruxes. How could he dare to create Horcruxes? Harrison gasped in astonishment. No wonder he has always claimed to be immortal. It is indeed laughable that he has created Horcruxes. Is there a problem? Brook inquired, somewhat perplexed. He had perused the method of crafting Horcruxes, which involves preserving fragments of the soul within an object. As long as this object remains intact, one can be reborn. This bears resemblance to certain ancient techniques of the Great Xia dynasty, such as concealing one's own blood imbued with the essence of the soul. If the original body is destroyed, one can still resurrect through a drop of blood. The principle is quite similar. Fragmenting the soul leads to distortion and fragmentation of the individual. This is the despicable trick of Erbo, for true immortality is unattainable. Furthermore, once the soul is divided, one shall never reach the next stage. Hassan spoke solemnly, urging Brook not to entertain the thought of creating a Horcrux, as this is absolutely impermissible. Rest assured, I have no such intentions, Brook reassured him. Hassan gazed at Brook with lingering concern, yet he chose not to press the matter further. Even if Brook were to entertain such notions, he would be unable to dissuade him. If Voldemort were to utilize Horcruxes, that would pose a significant problem. Should he wish for mutual destruction, the main soul could commit suicide, allowing the fragment to take its place. This matter shall be entrusted to your ingenuity. I have no desire to strain my intellect over it. Brook leisurely sipped his tea. Hassan found himself both amused and exasperated. However, if control over Voldemort could be achieved, it would indeed greatly benefit the Burstead family, and this matter certainly warranted his attention. Very well, I shall take care of it. How do you intend to spend this summer? Eating, farming, and sleeping. Brook repeated the answer he had previously relayed to Hermione. Chapter 73, The Humble Abode. You truly are something, Hassan remarked, observing Brook with a sense of helplessness. Brook exhibited none of the vitality one would expect from a typical youth. His peculiar interests bordered on the absurd. Yet, his talent was undeniably formidable. Hassan had initially intended to enlighten Brook about certain matters, planning to teach him gradually when Brook had time. After all, as a member of the Burstead family, one ought to be familiar with the unforgivable curses. However, Brook casually flipped through the pages of the book and mastered all 3 unforgivable curses with astonishing ease. It was utterly preposterous. From that moment on, Hassan resolved to allow Brook to pursue his own whims, recognizing that true genius often comes with its peculiarities. By the way, what led to the downfall of the Burstead family? Brook inquired with curiosity. Hassan let out a deep sigh, a bittersweet expression crossing his visage. He then gradually recounted the origins of their plight. A millennium ago, there existed an ancestor named Adrian Burstead, who was swiftly uncovered by Regnark I. The fairies, seeking to punish Adrian for his deceitful actions, cast a vile curse upon the entire Burstead family. Consequently, a multitude of mute members began to emerge within the family. This is why the Burstead family possesses extensive holdings in the realm of Muggles. It serves as a contingency for the family. As Hassan's generation arrived, the situation had worsened considerably. Only he and Violetta Burstead remained as wizards within the family. Mirasan's parents had tragically passed away due to an accident, and it seemed the Burstead family was destined to come to an end with Mirasan's generation. However, the arrival of Brook has brought a turning point for the family. Furthermore, there is delightful news. Oliver's daughter, Evelyn, recently exhibited a surge of magical energy. This signifies the emergence of another wizard within the family. Brook furrowed his brow. After all these years, has the family not sought a remedy for this curse? Many of the fairy magics from the time of Regnark I have long been lost. And now, even if we desired to lift the curse, we cannot even locate its source. Hassan watched Brook's vanishing figure and shook his head. He then rose and made his way to the family's underground library. Brook commenced his leisurely retirement, tending to the garden, planting flowers. He would often recline in a rocking chair, caressing his cat, sipping tea, and listening to music. Whenever fatigue struck, he would take a short nap. Life was blissfully comfortable. Nearly 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. His daughter, Evelyn Burst, received a letter from Hogwarts, indicating that she would be able to attend the school this year. Oliver hoped that Brook could assist in caring for Evelyn. Without hesitation, Brook agreed. He had met this little cousin a few times before. She had a performative personality and could be a bit dramatic. However, ever since he gifted her several sets of practice workbooks, Evelyn had become exceedingly well-behaved in his presence. She finally understood what Brook meant when he mentioned being unable to tolerate the smell. The sanitation conditions in Gaul were appalling. The air was thick with a pungent odor of urine, and heaps of trash littered the streets, continuously emitting a foul stench. Upon returning to England, Hermione visited Brook's home daily. There was no other option. Brook's residence was enchanted to conceal magical fluctuations and leaks, while hers was not. If she wished to practice magic, she had no choice but to come to Brook's abode. Thus, Brook provided her with a spare key, in case she arrived while he was napping in his ring space and unable to answer the door. With 2 weeks remaining before school commenced, both Brook and Hermione received an invitation letter. It was sent by Arthur Weasley, inviting them to his home, the Burrow, for a visit. The letter also mentioned that Harry would be present. Hermione was quite curious about what a wizarding household was like. As for Brook's opinion, it was of little consequence. After all, Brook was either busy tending to his crops or sleeping. Visiting the Weasley household would merely be a change of scenery for his slumber. The following morning, a burst of vibrant emerald flames erupted from Brook's fireplace, reaching a height of nearly 2 meters. Soon after, Arthur stepped out of the fireplace. "Long time no see, Brook." "Hello, Mr. Weasley," Brook replied with a smile as they shook hands. "This must be Miss Granger. I am Arthur Weasley." The 3 of them traveled via the Flu network directly to the Burrow. Upon arrival, they found Harry, Ron, the twins, Percy, Molly, and Ginny all waiting for them by the fireplace. After exchanging pleasantries, Brook and Hermione were each escorted to their designated rooms. Initially, Molly had intended for Brook to share a room with Harry and Ron. However, after the Gemini's formidable demands and a bit of subtle coercion directed at Ron, they successfully secured the rights to share a room with Brook. Meanwhile, Hermione found herself sharing a chamber with Ginny, who was also set to attend Hogwarts this year. "I can't shake the feeling that you are the favored child," Fred remarked as he shut the door behind him, beginning his playful critique. "Indeed. Mother is exceedingly gentle with you. She has never treated us this way," George chimed in. "Perhaps Molly has a particularly good rapport with the neighbor," Brook quipped as he reclined on his bed. The twins were momentarily perplexed, their heads adorned with a multitude of question marks. "What on earth is neighbor Wong?" Fred scratched his head, responding thoughtfully. "My mother does maintain cordial relations with our neighbors, but there is no wizard by the name of Wong." "Oh, perhaps I misremembered," Brook admitted, a clear case of his mouth racing ahead of his mind. Such references do not exist in Britain, and the twins were completely lost. "By the way, let me show you our latest prank invention," Fred suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. With Brook's financial backing, their progress in the realm of prank inventions had been remarkable. George produced a ball the size of a tennis ball, declaring, "This is a swamp bomb. Once thrown, it rapidly generates a vast expanse of swamp. An absolute essential for evading filch." "A clever idea, but the market potential may be limited," Brook assessed. "Why is that?" The twins asked in confusion. If one's face is seen, there's no escape. If not, as long as they aren't foolish, they can generally get away. Chapter 74, A Joke Toy Store? Ridiculous. That's a military factory. The twins were momentarily stunned. This aspect had never crossed their minds. While this creation was a veritable marvel for them, its practicality for other young witches and wizards was indeed questionable. After a moment of contemplation, Brooke suggested, however, you might consider selling it to the Ministry of Magic. What would they want with prank items? Fred queried, bewildered. That depends on your positioning. Although it may appear to be a prank item on the surface before Brooke could finish, the twins spoke in unison. In reality, it is also a prank item. Amused, Brooke asked, do you still wish to hear more? Absolutely. George quickly made a zipping motion across his mouth. This could potentially have a remarkable effect during the skirmish at Knockturn Alley. Consider selling it to Aurors as combat gear. The twins were taken aback. Is that even possible? No wonder you are our leader. Your mind is sharp. Fred frowned, pondering the complexity of the situation. However, this might be tricky, as our father does not have a favorable relationship with the Auror office head, Scrimgeour. Then sell it to the dark wizards in Knockturn Alley, Brooke suggested. Wouldn't that be risky if the ministry comes snooping around? George expressed his concern. You are merely a toy vendor. How the buyer utilizes it is none of your concern, Brooke remarked with understanding. One could hardly forget the audacious individual in Gaul who wielded fireworks as a makeshift Gatling gun against the police. After all, that contraption was inherently explosive. Yet, gas canisters, steel pipes, and tractors had directly influenced the situation in the Middle East. There exists a rather curious instance where a well-established toy factory specializing in remote-controlled boats was directly assimilated. Such occurrences in the realm of the Great Xia are virtually innumerable. The twins exchanged a knowing glance and proceeded with their business. Moreover, one must not narrow their perspective solely to educational institutions. After all, students possess limited purchasing power, while the arms trade reigns supreme. Initially, he merely drew upon memories from a past life, casually uttering these words. Yet, unexpectedly, these seemingly innocuous remarks would later give rise to a military factory masquerading under the guise of a toy store. The twins had intended to engage in a thoughtful discussion with Brooke regarding toy development. However, Ron and Harry abruptly entered the scene. Ron immediately voiced his grievances, exclaiming, Brooke, you're truly inconsiderate. Brooke, taken aback, queried what he had done. Ron continued, why didn't you inform me that my father was the one assisting Hagrid in selling materials? It's caused me embarrassment. His face flushed a deep crimson. The twins erupted into hearty laughter, with even Harry stifling giggles behind his hand. What a revelation. Brooke instantly perked up, casting a glance at the twins, eager for more details. Subsequently, their mother collected the money and handed Ron 100 galleons, claiming it was for his schooling expenses. Ron's face was even redder than before, and he dashed into the room, not emerging for dinner that evening. The twins, still chuckling, remarked that since that incident, they had ceased to tease Ron. Brooke, however, remained solemn. He patted Ron on the shoulder, acknowledging his restraint over the past year, having spent not a single canute and instead provided for his family, truly commendable. Ron's face deepened in color, matching the hue of his hair. Just then, Mrs. Molly's penetrating voice resonated from downstairs. Children, it's time for dinner. Come along. The group filed out, and upon descending the stairs, they encountered Hermione and her companions. Ginny, adorned in a brand-new princess dress, hid behind Hermione, secretly observing Harry. Mr. Arthur had already departed for work. Molly was exceedingly hospitable, continually serving Brooke and Hermione sausages and fried eggs, anxious that they might not be satisfied. By the end of the meal, even someone with Brooke's considerable appetite felt somewhat overwhelmed. He had no choice but to tackle not only his portion, but also the extra serving Hermione had discreetly passed him. In the afternoon, Ron took on the role of tour guide, with Harry accompanying him, as they showed Brooke and Hermione around the burrow. The architectural style of the burrow is rather abstract. The house appears to be haphazardly assembled from various modules, exhibiting a whimsical, crooked appearance. It evokes a sense of stepping into a Picasso painting brought to life. Its precarious semblance radiates a unique beauty that could only be described as enchanting. Hermione wandered around the burrow, continually expressing her astonishment, likely envisioning that a wizard's abode ought to resemble this, as it embodies the very essence of magic. Meanwhile, Ron felt increasingly awkward, as if his toes were about to carve out a 3-room apartment in the floor. Do all the residents nearby belong to the wizarding community? Brooke inquired with curiosity. Only a few. Over there is Ottery St. Catchpole, where many muggles reside, so there are seldom wizarding families that choose to settle here, Ron explained, gesturing in a particular direction. Will they not discover your presence? Hermione pondered over the peculiar house, wondering how any muggle could remain uncurious upon seeing it. A muggle-repelling charm has been cast, ensuring that no one will notice, Ron elucidated. This charm subtly prompts muggles to steer clear of the vicinity, and even if someone were to approach, they would swiftly forget the reason for their presence. Initially, Harry had lived quite comfortably with the Dursleys, who remained blissfully unaware of his inability to perform magic outside of school. However, all of this tranquility was shattered by a house elf named Dobby, who not only disrupted Uncle Vernon's dinner party, but also led Harry to receive a warning from the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Consequently, Uncle Vernon became aware of the rule against Harry casting spells outside of school, leading to his furious confinement. He was granted merely a few slices of bread and a can of soup each day, had Ron and his friends not arrived in their flying car to rescue him. Harry feared he might not have lived to see the joy of Hogwarts. Hermione was incensed, exclaiming, "This is child abuse, Harry. You could report them." Taken aback, Harry faltered, for he was utterly ignorant of the law. Hermione explained, "Withholding food and imprisoning you violates the Children's Protection Act and the Children and Young Persons Act, England and Wales. You have every right to contact the authorities." After a moment of hesitation, Harry dismissed the idea. "Perhaps it's best not to," he sighed. Hermione, exasperated, insisted, "How can you let them off the hook? You must wield the law to protect yourself." Harry, feeling helpless, replied, "After all, they have raised me for so many years. Their demeanor may be lacking, but I was generally well fed." Hermione stomped her foot in frustration, clearly dismayed by his reasoning. Chapter 75, Dobby? Draco inquired. Brooke gently patted Hermione on the shoulder. "Harry, while staying with the Dursleys, did Dumbledore provide them with any compensation?" "Compensation? I don't believe so. Uncle Vernon never mentioned it," Harry responded uncertainly. "Have they ever physically harmed you?" "Never. At most, they make me do chores." "This long confinement is a first," Harry replied. "Your decision not to report them is prudent," Brooke rationally assessed. "After all, they have raised you without financial compensation and supported your education, which is quite generous. They also bear considerable risk without knowledge of your true circumstances." "What risk?" Harry asked, bewildered. "The Dark Lord vanished because of you. Yet he commands a faction known as the Death Eaters. It is remarkable that they have not sought revenge against you, which represents a significant risk for the Dursleys." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Nevertheless, we cannot allow them to continue treating you this way," Ron murmured. "Actually, this issue is rather simple to resolve. Did I not mention it earlier?" Brooke smiled slightly. Hermione's eyes lit up. "Money. Are you suggesting we give them money?" "Precisely," Brooke nodded. "When they receive a sum far exceeding their previous expenditures, they will treat Harry like royalty in order to maintain that financial influx." Though he was unfamiliar with the Dursley family, he possessed an understanding of human nature. Money has the power to sway even the most obstinate. In this world, few can resist the allure of wealth. Harry awkwardly touched his nose. "But I only have galleons. Not Muggle currency." "No problem. I can lend you some," Brooke replied indifferently. He had recently acquired the wealth of the Burstead family, allowing him to nonchalantly declare, "I have no interest in money." "I can do that too," Hermione immediately chimed in. Her little treasure trove was rather substantial. After all, Mr. Granger had always treated her like a little princess and had never been stingy with her allowance. Harry was somewhat conflicted. He found the idea of borrowing money difficult to accept. "All right, stop overthinking it. Money can solve trivial matters," Brooke said, casually producing 10 checks of £10,000, each with a flick of his wrist. These had been thrust into his hands by Oliver during a visit. He had been too lazy to exchange them, and thus had not spent them. "Take these, give them 5 now, and 1 each year as support. That should suffice." Brooke directly handed the checks to Harry. Harry accepted the checks with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, Brooke. I will repay you." Brooke smiled slightly and waved his hand dismissively. "Shouldn't we discuss Dobby's situation?" Ron reminded from the side. The twins suggested it might be a prank. "But I don't think Dobby looks like he's joking." Harry furrowed his brow. "However, he refuses to reveal who is behind it, which is quite suspicious. Moreover, house elves cannot act independently of their master's orders." Ron articulated his thoughts. Brooke yawned beside them, as it was nearly his nap time. "What are your thoughts, Brooke?" Hermione inquired. Brooke, somewhat dazed, misheard it as, "What do you think, you enfant? What were you discussing?" Seeing Brooke's demeanor, Hermione realized he was on the verge of dozing off again. She wondered where he found the time to sleep so much, needing over 16 hours daily. She shot him an annoyed glance and summarized their previous analysis. Brooke nodded, acknowledging the validity of their points. "Do you think something dreadful will truly occur at Hogwarts?" Hermione asked. Brooke casually replied, "Trolls, Quirrell." The 3 present fell silent. It seemed that Hogwarts was not as safe as it once appeared. "You've just been sitting there, enjoying our predicament, haven't you?" Hermione snapped, her patience waning. "No. I'm just tired and didn't hear," Brooke insisted, feigning innocence. "What if there is danger at Hogwarts? Harry would still have to attend school. As for the mastermind and Dobby, we have so little information that further analysis is futile. Who do you think could be behind it?" Harry pressed on. Brooke pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Draco." "You think it's Draco? He wouldn't do that," Harry exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Since they began raising dragons together, his relationship with Draco has been quite amiable. House elves typically manifest only within ancient wizarding families, and the Malfoy lineage holds considerable prestige among purebloods. Thus Draco may well be aware of the lineage from which Dobby hails. Mothi serves as the steward for the Burrow family, primarily overseeing the transportation of members from other families. It is highly probable that Draco, belonging to another pureblood family, has encountered the name Dobby. Harry, you shall be responsible for writing a letter. There is no need to elaborate on the specifics. Simply inquire whether he is familiar with a house elf named Dobby, Hermione instructed. Harry nodded in agreement. As evening approached, Mrs. Molly Weasley prepared an opulent dinner to formally welcome Brooke and Hermione. Mr. Arthur, seizing the occasion of Brooke's arrival, was finally permitted to indulge in alcohol under Mrs. Weasley's approval, enjoying the Moutai gifted by Brooke. Consequently, Mr. Arthur, who typically possessed a moderate tolerance, found himself rather tipsy after consuming just a few cups. Once he began to speak, he was as loquacious as Mr. Granger, transitioning from discussions of the Ministry of Magic to alchemy, and then to Muggle artifacts, expressing whatever came to mind without restraint. Brooke, being an adept video creator in his previous life, ensured the conversation flowed seamlessly. Their rapport deepened as they conversed, with Mr. Arthur's address for Brooke gradually transforming into that of little brother. Suddenly, he stood up, bellowing with gusto, "Everyone listen. From this day forth, Brooke is my brother, and you must regard him with the same respect you afford me." The Weasley children, caught off guard while reveling in their meal, were momentarily stunned. The twins were the quickest to react, immediately rising to bow at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, "Hello, Uncle." Brooke nearly choked at this unexpected address. A faint smile graced his lips as he produced 2 bronze nuts from his ring, tossing them to the twins as a reward for their perceptiveness. Eventually, Mrs. Weasley, unable to endure the scene any longer, tugged at Mr. Arthur's ear and led him upstairs, employing the same tactic as Mrs. Granger did with her inebriated husband. Chapter 76. The Versatile Flying Pig. Brooke and Hermione initially intended to spend a night at the Burrow before taking their leave. However, a letter from the school arrived, enclosing travel tickets for the 1st of September, along with an extensive list of required texts. Aside from standard spells, level 2, the remaining 7 titles were all authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. You all need to purchase Lockhart's books as well. Fred peeked at the book list in Ron's hands. Thankfully, this year the family had a bit of financial leeway. Otherwise, for these 5 sets of books, their parents would have to scrape by. George remarked with relief. 5 sets. Surely, you do not need to buy so many. Brooke surmised that these titles were likely novels just from their names. If they were not reference books, purchasing excess copies would merely be a waste of money. Ginny is starting school this year, hence the need for 5 sets. Ron replied, puzzled. 2 sets would suffice at most. After all, you won't be attending classes simultaneously. You can share and use them interchangeably, Brooke suggested. Indeed, the twins exclaimed in sudden realization. Mrs. Moley's eyes sparkled with delight. Although their household had seen a modest financial improvement this year, frugality remained a virtue. Consequently, Brooke and Hermione, initially intending to depart in the afternoon, lingered an additional day at their humble abode. As everyone decided to venture to Diagon Alley together the following day to procure their school supplies, Dobby, the house elf belonging to the Malfoy family, was a topic of curiosity. As Draco, in his letter, inquired how Harry had come to know about Dobby, Brooke was taken aback. He had merely mentioned it in passing, unaware that it would lead back to the source. It must be Lucius Malfoy, Ron speculated. My father once mentioned he is a confidant of the Dark Lord. Draco's intentions appeared ambiguous to Hermione, who hesitated to voice her thoughts. Brooke, noticing Harry's long face, offered some solace. Draco likely remains oblivious. Otherwise, given our current relationship, he would surely intervene. Harry breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The bond among the trio, himself, Ron, and Hermione, was precious to him, and as long as Draco was uninvolved, all would be well. Let us wait for events to unfold. Compared to the trivial concerns of potential attacks at Hogwarts, he had more pressing matters at hand. The grapes on the farm had ripened, and he needed to assist Anne with the harvest, lest she toil through several nights alone. After all, he prided himself on being a good employer. The following morning, Brooke and the Weasley family stood in a row before the fireplace, preparing to travel to Diagon Alley via the Flu network. It is said that having connections in the ministry facilitates matters greatly. Such an impromptu Flu network requires applications and queues, typically taking 5 to 7 days. However, with Mr. Arthur's intervention, arrangements were completed in a single night. Mrs. Moley brought forth a vase from the kitchen and placed it before Brooke. Ladies and gentlemen first. Brooke, not one to stand on ceremony, accepted graciously. After all, he was now an uncle to that bunch of red-haired children, and it was only fitting that he, as an elder, be afforded some consideration. He took a pinch of shimmering Flu powder from the vase, approached the fireplace, and tossed it into the flames. Instantly, the fire transformed into a brilliant emerald green, and he stepped into the flames. Diagon Alley. He felt himself whirl rapidly, akin to being tossed into a tumble dryer. When he opened his eyes again, He found himself in Diagon Alley, quickly followed by Hermione and the rest of the Weasley children, who emerged in succession. Mrs. Moley then exclaimed, "Goodness! Where's Harry?" The group realized one was missing. Ron quickly asserted, Harry was right behind Hermione. He must have taken a wrong fireplace. They decided to disperse and search, agreeing to reconvene at Gringotts in half an hour, as instructed by Mr. Arthur. Naturally, Brooke paired with Hermione. Anxiously, Hermione asked, "Where shall we look, Brooke?" After a moment's contemplation, Brooke summoned Pigwidgeon. "Pigwidgeon, can you scent Harry?" The tiny owl twitched its plump nose and turned in a specific direction. Indeed, it could. "Well done, Pigwidgeon. Hermione, let us proceed." Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 owl, made their way to a dimly lit alleyway behind Gringotts, winding and shadowy. In stark contrast to the luminous Diagon Alley, Brooke remarked, "Look, this is Nocturne Alley." Hermione appeared somewhat anxious. "Hermione, you wait over by Gringotts. I will venture into the alley with Fong," Brooke declared. "Madame Malkin has mentioned that Nocturne Alley is perilous. We must locate Mr. Arthur. Do you still doubt my capabilities?" Brooke said, lifting a Gatling gun with ease. This formidable weapon was procured with Oliver's assistance. Although its weight rendered it less practical than a spacious platter of chicken, its aesthetic appeal was undeniable. "I will accompany you," Hermione insisted, drawing a petite lady's pistol from her bag. "Hermione, heed my words and summon help." Brooke gently ruffled her hair. "Do not forget, I can open a portal to flee at any moment, but it's not as simple for 2. After a moment's contemplation, Hermione nodded in agreement. She realized her presence might not contribute much, and perhaps Brooke would be distracted by her. "Be cautious, Brooke. Ensure your safety. If you cannot find Harry, it is of no consequence. Just return promptly." "Rest assured," Brooke replied, stowing the Gatling gun and proceeding into the dimly lit alley. She aimed to find Mr. Arthur quickly and bring him back. On one side of the alley, peculiar shops lined the street. The rusty locks and sagging signs suggested these establishments had long been abandoned. After another 5 minutes of walking, Brooke spotted Hagrid grasping Harry by the scruff of his neck, lifting him off the ground as they hurried away. Hot on their heels was an old witch reminiscent of a cartoon character. "Hagrid, Harry," Brooke called out. "Let us get out of here." Hagrid did not pause. He extended a hand, seemingly intending to drag Brooke along too. Brooke deftly dodged, unwilling to be carted off in such an undignified manner. Hagrid had no choice but to halt. Brooke drew the Gatling gun and unleashed a volley upon the ground in front of the old witch. Bang, bang, bang. The witch shrieked in terror and turned to flee. Harry swallowed hard, genuinely impressed. "Not bad. You have a keen eye?" Brooke waved his wand, casting a cleansing charm on the dusty Harry. "Brooke, we cannot use magic during the holidays. We'll be warned," Harry exclaimed anxiously. Brooke smiled slightly as he explained the Ministry's inability to pinpoint individuals, only locations. Harry understood instantly. He was merely taking the blame for Dobby. In Chapter 77, the terrifying nature of a law-abiding individual, Brooke, Harry, and Hagrid had just arrived at Gringotts when they spotted Hermione rushing toward them with Mr. Arthur, Percy, and the twins. "Thank heavens, you are all safe." Arthur panted heavily. The twins exuberantly exclaimed, "You actually went to Nocturne Alley. How cool." Mr. Arthur immediately adopted a stern demeanor, threatening gravely. "If I discover that you have ventured to such a place without permission, I shall inform your mothers." Fred leaned closer to Brooke and whispered, "Boss, what was Nocturne Alley like? Was it enjoyable?" Brooke smirked, "Call me Uncle." "Uncle," George promptly echoed, obediently. "Upon my arrival, I encountered Harry and Hagrid, leaving me uncertain." Brooke shrugged his shoulders. "TCH," the twins expressed disdain. "It's truly splendid that you are unscathed," Hermione remarked with concern. "Rest assured, it's merely Nocturne Alley. It's not as perilous as it seems. It's merely Madame Malkin attempting to frighten the twins," Brooke reassured. "Unless he were to engage in a duel with Dumbledore. That little girl would never genuinely relax about him." Hermione, having witnessed how Brooke dealt with the trolls, could not help but harbor concerns for him. "I am aware of your strength. However, a hidden threat is far more treacherous." At that moment, Madame Malkin arrived with Ginny and Ron. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time for transactions. Suddenly, Brooke was struck by an idea. He halted the twins, inquiring, "Would you be interested in earning some money?" "Money? Absolutely." Fred's spirits soared at the mere mention of profit. "Uncle, do you have another brilliant scheme?" George eagerly rubbed his hands together. "Your social standing at Hogwarts is rather commendable, is it not?" Brooke queried. "Indeed. We even have a fair number of acquaintances in Slytherin," Fred replied confidently. "Here's the plan. Mobilize all your connections and ensure that those young wizards from wizarding families converge on Gringotts in 3 days to exchange pounds for galleons." Brooke unveiled his strategy. "Pounds for galleons?" The twins were bewildered. Brooke patiently elucidated. "What I propose is this. I will provide the pounds, and for those willing to assist in the exchange, I shall offer 10 galleons in return, while you shall earn a commission of 10 galleons. We shall head to the Owl Emporium at once." Fred exclaimed, eager to dash off. "Wait." Brooke promptly obstructed him. "Time is of the essence. Time equates to money. George, envisioning those galleons, could hardly remain composed. You two are destined for great endeavors. You must exercise prudence. Brooke elaborated on the plan in detail. The twins could not only engage their acquaintances, but also subcontract this task, distributing some profits to others. Those young wizards who had previously visited would not be a problem. The prospect of earning 10 galleons for a short trip would entice many. However, the young wizards from the 12 board member families of Hogwarts must remain uninformed. Most importantly, the timing must be synchronized for 3 days hence. Should Gringotts refuse the exchange, a highly unlikely event, as it is not the goblins' currency, Brooke insisted that the twins attach Regulation 622 to their correspondence as a precaution. Subsequently, the twins, with a substantial sum of pounds in hand, scampered off with enthusiasm. Hermione expressed her concerns. Brooke, might this not be ill-advised? Who could blame them for exploiting a legal loophole? One must seize the opportunity. Brooke replied nonchalantly. What if they amend the law? That is precisely why timing is crucial. Convening the Wisingamot is no simple task. Merely notifying them requires a day. Hence, they would lack the time to rectify this law, Brooke asserted confidently. He shall make Dumbledore aware of the terrifying nature of a man who comprehends the law. As the hour was still early, the crowd began to disperse. Brooke and Hermione ventured onto the streets, while the two trinkets could amuse themselves elsewhere. Naturally, ice cream was a must. Thus, they held aloft 2 large mango cream cones as they entered the secondhand shop. Ever since Hermione last saw the annotated copy of The Art of Thievery that Brooke had purchased, her interest in the shop's secondhand books had burgeoned. This occasion, she certainly would not let slip away. Inside the shop, the air was thick with a myriad of old items, wands bound with tape, telescopes marred by scratches, and tattered wizard chess sets, with pieces missing limbs. A towering pile of secondhand books in the corner instantly captivated Hermione's full attention. Although these tomes were largely incomplete, with peeling pages and some stained, Hermione paid no heed, joyfully rummaging through the mound. At last, she discovered a relatively intact volume, replete with annotations and notes, titled Compendium of Common Spells. She was instantly entranced by its contents, her gaze transfixed. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Hermione, illuminating her fair skin, while her hair shimmered with a brown luster in the light. Brooke sat quietly beside her, observing in silence. As time slowly passed, Hermione suddenly lifted her head to glance at her watch. Oh no, Brooke, we are going to be late. No worries, there is no rush, Brooke replied nonchalantly. It's all my fault. We have no time to explore elsewhere, Hermione said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Isn't this the Hermione I know? Thank you, Brooke. There is still time. Shall we not select a few more? Brooke suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione could not bear to forego the allure of the books. Thus, she swiftly gathered several more relatively intact volumes from the pile and dragged Brooke to the counter to pay. It must be said, secondhand books are indeed quite affordable. Hermione selected a total of 7 books, spending less than 3 silver sickles. Upon their arrival at the Leaky Cauldron, they beheld a man with platinum hair akin to Draco's. Confronting Mr. Arthur Weasley, Draco stood awkwardly to the side, exchanging glances with Harry and Ron. This must be Lucius Malfoy, the father Draco often mentioned. Lucius extracted a brand new beginner's guide to Transfiguration from Ginny's cauldron, sneering, Weasley, it seems you've earned quite a bit, if you can afford new books. Chapter 78, The Mysterious Diary. What's this? Is the esteemed Malfoy feeling envious? Arthur retorted boldly. I've heard tales of someone causing quite a ruckus at Hogwarts. Those materials were gathered by that oaf in the Forbidden Forest. They rightfully belong to Hogwarts, Lucius scoffed. The Forbidden Forest is not Hogwarts property. And who says those items were collected by Hagrid? They were gifts from magical creatures, Arthur shot back without reservation. The atmosphere between the two men grew increasingly tense, teetering on the brink of a physical confrontation. At that moment, Draco unexpectedly spoke up. Father, with so many onlookers, we, as purebloods, must embody elegance and grace. We cannot afford to become a source of ridicule. Lucius stared at Draco in astonishment. Such words could emanate from his son's mouth? Nevertheless, he had no intention of resorting to violence, nor was it necessary. The 12 board members had collectively protested, hoping that the modest profits you garnered would endure a while longer. Draco, we shall depart. Draco discreetly waved to Harry and the others before hastily following in his father's footsteps. Brooke narrowed his eyes. Considering that Dobby was a house elf of the Malfoy family and had previously warned about impending dangers at Hogwarts, it was plausible that the creature could be the root of the crisis looming over Hogwarts. Meanwhile, with the twins preoccupied with delivering letters, Mrs. Weasley, concerned they might secretly venture to Knockturn Alley, decided to supervise them at the Elops Owl Emporium. Mr. Arthur encountered a friend and thus went off to the Leaky Cauldron for drinks and conversation. Percy chose to depart on his own. This left Brooke, Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Ginny together. Ginny immediately gravitated towards Hermione, relishing the rare opportunity to explore Diagon Alley without being tethered to Mrs. Weasley. Consequently, Brooke and Hermione's plan for a private outing was thwarted. Considering the safety of the two girls, the five decided to venture forth together. Seizing the opportunity, Brooke cited Ginny's cauldron as an inconvenience and stored it within his ring. Diagon Alley boasted numerous shops, yet upon exploration, they found there was little of interest. Ron expressed a desire to visit the Quidditch shop, only to be promptly vetoed by Ginny. Instead, Ginny suggested a trip to the joke shop, which Hermione also found intriguing. Thus, they made their way there. Upon exiting, each had purchased an array of joke items. Brooke, however, frowned slightly at the sight of a dilapidated shop nearby that had just closed. "What troubles you?" Hermione inquired, sensing his unease. Brooke gently brushed his ring, and a parchment materialized in his hand. It was the deed to the very shop he had purchased in Diagon Alley, clearly inscribed with Number 23, Diagon Alley. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity with the number displayed on the wall. "This shop is mine." "Ah, Brooke, it's yours," Hermione exclaimed in surprise. He had acquired it with the intention of establishing a foothold in the magical community, only to find it in such a state of disrepair. Brooke chuckled resignedly. It was no wonder the goblin had only charged him 1,000 galleons for the property. It was both small and shabby. Fred and George had always dreamed of opening a toy and joke shop in Diagon Alley. Ron gazed at the shop, lamenting, "What a pity." A glint of mischief flashed in Brooke's eyes as he pointed his wand at the worn, illegible sign. Suddenly, the sign revealed a new inscription, "The most popular shop." However, in the next moment, the formerly smiling Brooke was rendered utterly speechless. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully established the most popular shop in Diagon Alley. Reward, 1 lottery draw." Could this truly be possible? Initially, upon seeing this task, he had expressed his grievances towards the system. Indeed, preconceived notions can weigh heavily upon the heart. It appears he had misjudged the system. Once the twins had completed their tasks, the group reconvened. Brooke and Hermione decided against visiting the Weasley residence again, as it seemed inconsiderate to impose on others. Brooke retrieved Ginny's cauldron and returned it to her. Upon returning home, Brooke immediately entered the confines of his ring, donned his gloves, and took hold of the object Lucius had placed into Ginny's cauldron. It was a diary, its cover significantly faded and bearing the marks of age. The date inscribed on the diary indicated that it was 50 years old. He opened it to find a blurred name on the first page, Tom Riddle. The subsequent pages were all blank. The back cover bore the imprint of Vauxhall Road, London. It appeared to be a Muggle artifact. Why had Lucius given such an item to Ginny? Brooke drew his wand, but the diary remained unresponsive, suggesting that detection spells were ineffective against it. He attempted a revealing charm, to no avail. As for other spells for examining objects, he had yet to learn those. Well, it seemed he was ill-suited for this detective-like puzzle. Thus, he made his way directly to the Burstead estate. A rare visitor, Hassan greeted Brooke with a cheerful smile. Over 2 months had passed since the summer vacation commenced, and Brooke had only visited once. As the school year was about to begin, this marked his second visit. "I need to discuss something with you," Brooke stated straightforwardly. Hassan wore an expression that suggested he anticipated this, waiting quietly for Brooke to continue. Brooke produced the diary and placed it on the table. This was secretly given to Ginny Weasley by Lucius. "Lucius? It seems he has yet another self-important scheme in mind," Hassan remarked, retrieving his wand to examine the diary. As he uttered more spells, his brow furrowed deeper. "You must know something more, right?" Brooke, not wishing to conceal anything, recounted the events concerning Dobby. "It's quite fortunate for Lucius to have encountered such a little elf," Hassan remarked with evident delight. "So, are you not on good terms with Lucius?" Brooke detected an undercurrent of hostility in Hassan's tone. 12 years prior, that man had exploited Voldemort's favor to encroach upon many people's interests, including that of the Burstead family. "Did you not seek retribution against him?" Brooke inquired, perplexed. Hassan was a staunch traditionalist. How could he allow himself to be bullied? Prior to now, the entirety of the Burstead family consisted only of myself and Millicent. "Do you think I dared to retaliate against him?" Hassan replied with exasperation. He certainly wished for revenge, but with only an elder and a youngling left in the family, it seemed wiser to prioritize the continuation of their lineage. "Lucius has indeed embezzled Brooke's funds. Out of respect for Draco, he must repay several times the amount." However, as Hassan gazed upon the first page of the diary, the name Tom Riddle emerged, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Brooke remained silent, allowing him to ponder. Hassan spoke gravely. "If my memory serves me right, Tom Riddle is the true name of Voldemort. Thus, this diary is likely one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I never anticipated he would entrust such a crucial artifact to Lucius, especially in the form of such an unassuming diary. Horcruxes? If one intends to manipulate Voldemort, they must find a way to exert control over him." He recalled certain details regarding Horcruxes. Voldemort possessed numerous ones, some of which seemed to be relics of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. As for this diary, he had no clear recollection of it. Hassan shook his head, acknowledging the possibility but questioning its likelihood. "What do you mean? Horcruxes are Voldemort's lifelines. He would not relinquish such vital objects to another. Oh right. It seems Voldemort has several Horcruxes. Hassan gasped in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Voldemort has truly lost his mind. No wonder his personality has shifted so dramatically. Even his intelligence appears diminished. If the diary is indeed a Horcrux, what purpose does it serve? Brooke inquired. Hassan contemplated for a moment. Horcruxes typically lack direct offensive capabilities, yet they can incite crises at Hogwarts, suggesting that this diary may have the ability to manipulate certain entities. He drummed his fingers on the table, murmuring, "What could it be?" Brooke proposed, "Why not ask it?" "Ask it? How would one do that? Isn't it a diary? Just write in it and see." Brooke replied matter-of-factly. Hassan's eyes lit up. Brooke's suggestion was remarkably astute. Horcruxes often protect themselves through temptation, and communication is a prerequisite for such a lure. "Shall we take turns?" "I shall go. I find this intriguing." Brooke pulled the diary closer, picked up a quill from the table, and inscribed, August 17th, 1992, Sunny. Day 3, 941 of Missing the Dark Lord. As he finished writing, the words shimmered momentarily upon the page, and the ink seemed to be absorbed by the paper, vanishing without a trace. The elegant script read, "Hello. Who are you? How did you find this diary? My name is Tom Riddle." "Wow, it actually works," Brooke exclaimed in astonishment. A glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in Hassan's eyes. "Well then, enjoy your interaction with him. Just be careful not to provoke him too much." Ignoring Hassan, Brooke continued to write in the diary. "What are you? Are you a dangerous object? My mother told me not to play with things that possess independent thought, but conceal their minds. Your mother is correct, but I am not a dangerous object. I choose to chronicle my past in a manner more enduring than ink. What secrets? I am yet unaware of your identity. Are you a student of Hogwarts?" Michael Austin, a pupil of Slytherin House, casually inscribed his alias. "Austin, I am your senior, having graduated from Slytherin as well." "What is the common room of Slytherin like?" A rather astute young wizard. "The common room resides beneath the lake, featuring a grand window that offers a view of the fish in the Black Lake." "Senior Riddle, what is the secret you speak of?" "It pertains to the monster of the Chamber of Secrets." Hassan had been covertly observing the conversation between Brooke and Voldemort. "It seems this Horcrux holds the power to control that creature." "How dull. I had anticipated it could obliterate Hogwarts," Brooke muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling it was a waste of time. His involvement stemmed from two reasons: a good rapport with the Weasley family, and a burgeoning curiosity regarding anything that could instigate a crisis at Hogwarts. In case it posed a particularly dangerous threat, he wanted to ensure Hermione was forewarned. Hassan choked slightly. "Are you still thinking of blowing up Hogwarts? What a mad notion reminiscent of the Dark Lord. Voldemort, possessing Slytherin's bloodline, is a natural Parselmouth. And that creature, a remnant of Slytherin, has endured for a millennium. It must be the basilisk." "The basilisk? Is it delectable?" Brooke felt a twinge of hunger. After a millennium of cultivation, it must have become quite exquisite. Hassan sensed he could no longer engage with Brooke. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to exasperation. The basilisk, a formidable creature that has survived for 1,000 years, could guarantee a family's safety for generations, serving as a powerful ally. Yet, Brooke could only think of consuming it. "I have perused accounts of the basilisk. Its gaze is the deadly kind. Anyone who meets its eyes is doomed to perish. And its fangs are venomous, with few antidotes available. If it's poisonous, then removing its fangs should pose no issue." Brooke mused. "If you desire snake meat, I shall procure it for you. The basilisk is a rare magical beast. Please, spare it." Hassan implored, feeling exasperated. Were it anyone else uttering such words, he would undoubtedly have given them a piece of his mind. "Very well, as long as you promise to spare the basilisk. I assure you I will procure a plentiful supply." Hassan readily agreed. "I shall research how best to tame a basilisk. This creature would serve as a reliable guardian for a family." "TCH, you have yet to discover how to control Voldemort," Brooke retorted casually. Hassan fell silent. Brooke scribbled in his journal, "My mother has summoned me for dinner." He then closed his journal. The matters concerning the chamber and the basilisk could wait. He was not in a rush to pursue immortality. He needed to prioritize rest. Chapter 80, Dumbledore with a Missing Beard. Brooke had been leading a leisurely retirement, awaiting the commencement of the Hogwarts term. Occasionally, he would tease the Voldemort within his journal to pass the time. However, Hermione received a message from Mrs. Molly. Gilderoy Lockhart is set to host a book-signing event at the Leaky Cauldron, promoting his autobiography, The Me Who Can Work Magic. Hermione, having developed a fondness for Lockhart after reading several of his novels, wishes for Brooke to accompany her. Brooke, not opposed to the idea of idolizing a celebrity, having been a fan himself in his previous life, with a particular admiration for stars like Andy Lau and Stephen Chow, agrees to join her. His only regret is that before his reincarnation, he had only attended a single concert of the Phoenix Legend, resulting in a hoarse voice for several days. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, as the date of Lockhart's signing coincides with Brooke's planned visit to Gringotts to exchange pounds for galleons. The unusual sight of young wizards from wizarding families flocking to Gringotts for currency exchange creates quite a stir. Upon hearing the news, many wizards rush to join the commotion, and journalists swarm to cover the unfolding event. Consequently, Lockhart's signing event attracts only a handful of dedicated fans, like Mrs. Molly, with the majority being middle-aged women. And just Hermione as the lone young girl. Truly a missed opportunity for a 30-year detour. Notably, the currency exchange incident was ultimately shouldered by the Weasley twins. In response to reporters' inquiries, Fred cheerfully remarked that they had merely intended it as a jest. As for the idea of being Brooks and him being the primary beneficiary, they chose not to mention it. The topic of the currency exchange dominated the headlines of the Daily Prophet and various newspapers for several days. The Ministry of Magic found itself in disarray, hastily convening meetings to devise a strategy. However, amending relevant laws would necessitate approval from the Wisengamot. Dumbledore, fraught with worry, found himself pulling out tufts of his beard in distress. Hogwarts' financial resources primarily derive from an annual allocation deposited into Gringotts' designated account by the Board of Directors. This funding is crucial for covering the school's expenses throughout the year. Now, due to the collective currency exchange by over 300 young wizards, Hogwarts' entire annual budget has been depleted. Currently, the school owes Gringotts a staggering 700 galleons. Should this situation be mishandled, Hogwarts might struggle to even fund the opening feast. As if this were not enough, Brooke received a letter from Hassan, which prompted him to indulge in a couple of extra servings at mealtime. In his correspondence, Hassan revealed that Lucius Malfoy was seizing this opportunity to stir trouble. He had allied with a majority of the board members, collectively pressuring Dumbledore to demand that Hogwarts acquire ownership of the Forbidden Forest and regularly collect materials from it for the board's benefit. Although Hassan did not attend the meeting, he was still privy to the unfolding developments. It is said that a violent surge of magical energy erupted from the principal's office on the 8th floor that day. This turmoil only appeared to subside before the commencement of the Hogwarts term. However, whispers of the board's intention to jointly dismiss Headmaster Dumbledore quietly circulated through the magical community. On September 1st, Brooke, accompanied by Hermione, opened a portal directly to Hogwarts. After all, the slow and tedious experience of the old steam train was sufficient after just one encounter. They timed their arrival perfectly, just as the train came to a halt at the Hogwarts station. Why not go directly to the castle? Must we stop at the train station? Brooke remarked. Hermione, brimming with excitement, replied, Do you not understand the significance of the ritual? Entering the castle alongside everyone else truly encapsulates the essence of returning to school. As the young wizards disembarked from the train, a scene of delightful chaos unfolded. First years, over here, came a familiar voice in the distance. It was Hagrid. Brooke waved at him. Have you seen Harry and the others? Hermione stood on her tiptoes, her eyes scanning the crowd. Yet, given her height, locating anyone in the sea of faces was nearly impossible. Brooke glanced around casually, but found no sign of them. Let us head on. We'll surely see them in the castle, he suggested, and Hermione acquiesced. They joined the throng of students making their way towards the lineup of over 100 carriages parked nearby. Just as they were about to board a carriage, a voice called out from behind Brooke. Brooke, Brooke. It was Draco, trotting over with his two henchmen, Goyle and Crabbe, trailing behind. Long time no see, Draco. Brooke greeted with a smile. I've written you so many letters inviting you to my house, yet you always say you're busy. I can't fathom what keeps you so occupied, Draco complained. Me? Just tending to the land, Brooke replied. You're pulling my leg. Everyone knows it's the house elves doing all the work. You're just lazy, Draco retorted without hesitation. How uncouth for a Malfoy scion to speak so bluntly, Brooke chided playfully. Haha. Draco suddenly burst into laughter. Brooke and Hermione exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting bemusement. What else with that look? Draco asked, visibly offended. As if he were a child who had been scolded. Care to elaborate? Brooke inquired. Didn't you always tell me to conduct myself with dignity and grace? Draco chuckled again. That day, my father had a confrontation with Ron's dad, and I let slip some of the things you usually say about me. And then your father praised you? Brooke grasped the situation immediately. Well, that's not all. Draco suddenly covered his mouth. This is a secret. You'll find out soon enough. Brooke, unwilling to indulge Draco's mischievousness, playfully slapped him on the shoulder, causing Draco to wince. Speak properly. Regardless, I won't divulge anything. You'll just have to wait and see, Draco asserted defiantly. Brooke chose not to press further. It was evident that not everyone grew up on truth serum. The five then boarded the carriage, and Hermione remarked, feeling the somewhat unsteady motion. This carriage is truly marvelous. It moves on its own. There are horses, you know. Brooke and Draco chimed in unison. Draco, with an exaggerated expression, retorted, You genuinely do not know? Hermione appeared somewhat bewildered. Was she supposed to know? Chapter 81, The Flying Car. I shall give you an opportunity to demonstrate, he continued. Although Brooke was able to see the horses pulling the carriage, it was evident that Hermione could not. This indicated that there was something amiss with the horses. Yet, he was unaware of the reason. So he thought it best to let Draco elucidate. Clearing his throat and straightening his wizarding robes, Draco sat up straight, his nostrils flaring with pride. Just as he was about to begin his pretentious display, the carriage came to a sudden halt. Unprepared, Draco tumbled from his seat with a thud, landing on his knees before Brooke and Hermione. Hermione erupted into laughter, while Brooke struggled to suppress a grin. Look at you. The new year hasn't even arrived. And you're performing such a grand gesture. No lucky money for you. Draco felt his face flush with embarrassment, a sense of discomfort washing over him. Thankfully, his two lackeys helped him to his feet. Do hurry up and speak, Brooke urged, bypassing the previous incident. Draco, now abandoning his airs, confessed. Those horses are a magical creature known as the Nightmare, visible only to those who have encountered death. Well done, Draco. Have you been secretly studying during the summer? Brooke teased. I learned it during a chat with Hagrid, Draco admitted sheepishly. Suddenly, Hermione interjected. By the way, speaking of Hagrid, I wonder how Fawn is faring. At the mention of Fawn, Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. He lovingly retrieved a photograph from his pocket, cradling it with care. The picture depicted Fawn soaring through the air, having matured somewhat, her spines glimmering in the sunlight. I wanted to see her during the summer, but my father wouldn't allow it. However, I shall see her tomorrow. He explained, tucking the photo away securely. By the way, aren't you with Harry and the others? No, we separated to travel, Brooke clarified. Draco frowned slightly. I couldn't find them on the train. I truly wonder where they have gone. The carriage finally came to a swaying stop, and everyone disembarked, making their way up the stone steps toward the Great Hall. As the Sorting Hat concluded its song, the first-year wizards prepared for their sorting. Yet Harry and Ron remained conspicuously absent. Ah, Lockhart, Hermione exclaimed, glancing toward the staff table with surprise. No wonder he uses a pile of novels as textbooks, Brooke remarked, shaking his head. Initially, he had thought a fanatical admirer, akin to Molly Weasley, had secured the position of defense against the dark arts professor. But it turned out to be Lockhart himself. To use his position to sell novels is rather brazen, he noted. Those are not mere novels. They impart a wealth of knowledge, Hermione countered, somewhat displeased. Brooke observed that Hermione seemed to be veering towards the realm of obsessive fandom. While he did not oppose idolization, he found fanaticism unacceptable. Should we use a Gatling gun, or perhaps? He was preparing to unleash a humanitarian catastrophe upon Lord. While Brooke pondered what to do next, it was then that Professor McGonagall spoke the name of Evelyn Burstead. The young girl skipped eagerly to the three-legged stool, exhibiting not a trace of apprehension. Concerned that the Sorting Hat might ruin her hairstyle, Evelyn tidied her hair before donning the hat. Within less than half a minute, the hat called out loudly, Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw long table erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, Millicent from Slytherin ground her teeth in frustration, having believed that after provoking Hassan, the estate would belong solely to her. Little did she expect the emergence of Evelyn, as if fate itself conspired against her. As the final young wizard was sorted, Dumbledore slowly rose to his feet. He appeared weary yet maintained a gentle smile. Welcome to Hogwarts, as we embark on a new academic year. Now, I shall simply say, eat. No sooner had he spoken than an array of food appeared instantaneously on everyone's plates. The other young wizards feasted on roast beef, fried fish, and chips, while Brooke's spread was entirely different. Stir-fried lamb with scallions, braised pork, crab meat lion's head, 9-turn intestines, garlic broccoli, sweet and sour cabbage, and a rich pig lung soup, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. Without hesitation, Brooke picked up his chopsticks and began to savor his meal. Hermione sampled a crab meat lion's head, its texture delectably soft. The fresh aroma of crab melded perfectly with the richness of pork, showcasing Ainan's ever-improving culinary skills. Of course, I enlisted the chef to teach him how to cook, she remarked. Brooke was now attacking the 9-turn intestines, whose crispy exterior contrasted with a tender, chewy interior, especially delightful when paired with pickled garlic. A chef? A muggle? Won't Ainan reveal this? Hermione expressed her concerns. Oh, you underestimate house elves. Their magic is no less potent than that of wizards, Brooke explained with a smile. Ainan used a confundus charm to make the chef believe he was human, and then I offered a handsome reward to resolve the matter smoothly. At that moment, the twins appeared from seemingly nowhere, squeezing past those seated beside Brooke and Hermione to join them. Have you heard? Ron and Harry flew here in a car. Fred whispered mysteriously. Honestly, they didn't even invite us, George complained. What? A car? They've lost their minds. Hermione exclaimed. Calm down, Brooke reassured, patting Hermione's hand. Is that the flying car? It managed to travel such a distance. Mr. Arthur's skills are impressive. Brooke, is this really the time to discuss technical prowess? Hermione retorted, clearly agitated. How dangerous could that be? What if they crashed? Hermione, fret not. They have arrived safely. Otherwise, we wouldn't have heard this news, Fred quickly comforted her. That still doesn't make it right. They could be expelled. Hermione continued to voice her worries. Rest assured, I have said that Harry will not be expelled. Nor will Ron, Brooke stated confidently. The news of Harry and Ron arriving at school in a flying car spread like wildfire. Almost every young wizard is aware of it. The dinner is nearing its conclusion, and it is once again time for the annual school song. Brooke and Hermione have been waiting at the door of the common room for nearly 20 minutes. Harry and Ron still have not appeared. Hermione is increasingly anxious. Surely they haven't been expelled. Look, they're coming, said the two figures in the distance. Thank goodness you're here. We didn't see anyone on the way and thought we might be locked out of the common room, Harry exclaimed, breathless. You deserve to be locked out. Hermione retorted crossly. Who insisted on waiting for you two and letting you in? Brooke teased. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she playfully twisted Brooke's waist. Thank you, Hermione. Harry and Ron said in unison. Let us head inside. You two can regale us with tales of your exploits later, Brooke suggested. Chapter 82, Ginseng Fruit. As Harry and Ron stepped into the common room, they were instantly enveloped by thunderous applause. Whether known or unknown, everyone expressed their profound admiration for them, as if they had just returned victorious from a grand battle. Harry, maintaining a semblance of composure, hurriedly dragged the blushing Ron upstairs. I'm going up to munch on some snacks, Brooke announced. Got it, Mum, Hermione shot back, exasperated. You're incorrigible. Brooke quickly bounded up the stairs. By this time, the other 5 dormitory members were already gathered. Seamus, Dean, and Neville were showering Harry and Ron with compliments, and the two boys were beaming with delight. Well, there goes my chance for snacks. The following morning, Brooke awoke bleary-eyed, yawning incessantly. For someone accustomed to sleeping in until late morning, rising at 8 was a daunting challenge. Fortunately, his alarm clock was remarkably persistent, ringing loudly even after being tossed to the floor. This is what you get for adjusting your schedule. Feeling miserable now, aren't you? Hermione remarked, handing Brooke a freshly peeled boiled egg. No worries, I'll just sleep with my eyes open, Brooke quipped, dipping the egg in soy sauce. Suddenly, Neville shouted in terror, Howler. Both Brooke and Hermione turned to see a red envelope smoking ominously before Ron. He hesitantly reached for it. Trembling as he tore it open, a deafening roar erupted from the letter, shaking the very hall. You stole a car. Brooke swiftly drew his wand, casting a silencing charm over himself and Hermione. This spell, initially learned to counter Hermione's incessant chatter, had almost become a passive ability. Moments later, the hall ceased its tremors. The howler fulfilled its purpose, igniting and turning to ash. Harry and Ron now appeared deflated, devoid of the previous night's excitement. Brooke lifted the silencing charm. It seemed the two had received their just desserts. Serves them right, Hermione murmured. If you're worried, just say so. We'll ask what happened later. Otherwise, Mrs. Weasley wouldn't be so furious. After Neville's elucidation, they learned that Mr. Arthur was undergoing scrutiny. Hermione expressed her concerns, noting that Mr. Arthur was the financial cornerstone of the Weasley family, and this predicament could have dire consequences. Brooke pondered for a moment, recognizing a legal loophole. As long as the spellcaster's intent was for experimental purposes rather than practical application, modifications to Muggle objects were permissible. Moreover, as the users were Harry and Ron, Mr. Arthur was not implicated. Is it truly permissible? Hermione inquired, astonished. Knowledge of the law ensures one does not contravene it. Brooke's plans for a nap were dashed. Professor McGonagall had just distributed the class schedule to them. However, Brooke suddenly felt invigorated. Before the summer break concluded, Sprout had informed Brooke in a letter that the soup was exceptionally delightful. Brooke, why are you in such a hurry? Slow down your eating, Hermione remarked, taken aback by Brooke's voracious consumption of a boiled egg and a sausage. Brooke mumbled incoherently, prompting Hermione to swiftly hand him a cup of pumpkin juice. He drained the cup in one go. Once we finish our meal, let us proceed to class. Upon arriving outside the greenhouse, a number of badgers were already awaiting their arrival, with other classmates trickling in. Professor Sprout approached from the lawn, bandages in hand, accompanied by Lockhart, who displayed an exuberant grin. Brooke glanced in their direction, noting the numerous bandages wrapped around the whomping willow. He marveled at such an innovative method of treating plants. Hello, everyone. Lockhart greeted the students warmly. I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to tend to the whomping willow, but I wouldn't want you to think I possess superior knowledge in herbology compared to her. Brooke furrowed his brow slightly, having noticed the evident displeasure on Sprout's face. It appears that Professor Lockhart is rather well versed in herbology. Brooke mused, curious whether Lockhart could provide a discourse on the whomping willow, which Sprout had never elaborated upon in detail. A discourse? Lockhart's face briefly flickered with alarm. Given your ability to treat it, you must be well acquainted with its growth habits, botanical classification, and medicinal value. As a professor, you wouldn't hesitate to enlighten us, would you? Brooke pressed on. Lockhart stammered. I merely encountered it by chance during my travels. Encountered it by chance and can treat it? Professor, you truly are a genius. Brooke retorted. The whomping willow has exceedingly stringent requirements for its growth environment. Where exactly did you see it? He was cautious not to fabricate a location, as any discrepancies with the plant's growth habits could tarnish Lockhart's reputation. You all should head to class. I'll share more when I have the time," he declared before hastily departing. Huffed, incapable even of spinning a convincing tale. Brook's voice was loud enough to ensure all the young wizards around could hear. Hermione wore a conflicted expression, wanting to speak, but ultimately remained silent. The Badgers gazed at Brook with admiration. Sprout's displeasure dissipated, replaced by her usual cheerful demeanor. The tenderness in her gaze towards Brook was palpable. Her own child had not been in vain. Third greenhouse. Professor Sprout removed a key from her belt and unlocked the greenhouse door. She stood behind a bench in the middle of the greenhouse, where 21 pairs of ear protectors of various colors lay. "Today, we shall repot the mandrakes. Now, who can enlighten me on the characteristics of the mandrake?" Hermione commenced her daily quest for points. The mandrake is a potent restorative, capable of reverting those who have been transfigured, but its cry can be fatal. Absolutely correct. Gryffindor earns 20 points, Sprout declared, handing out 1 pair of ear protectors to each student. Quick-witted Brook snatched the only pair of plush pink ear protectors and promptly placed them atop Hermione's head. Following the professor's instructions, Brook grasped the mandrake by its leaves and yanked it from the soil. A rather unattractive baby appeared before them, with leaves sprouting from its head. Brook's mouth nearly watered. "This is a ginseng fruit. It may be a tad unsightly." After class, Brook had little to say. With a wave of her hand, Sprout distributed the remaining mandrakes to Brook, retaining only the necessary quantity for teaching, and meticulously explained the precautions and methods of consumption. Chapter 83, The Fairies of Cornwall. Brook had no intention of harming the mandrake seedlings. Once matured, they could be divided into multiple offshoots. With proper care, they could indeed yield an endless lineage. "Hermione, you understand me. If vengeance is exacted on the spot, I shall not hold grudges," Brook proclaimed with utmost conviction. Hermione sighed in resignation. She knew Brook too well. If Brook were the one wronged, he would likely just laugh it off. That Gilderoy Lockhart dared to provoke Professor Sprout's displeasure undoubtedly struck a nerve with Brook. He was the type to seek revenge daily. After all, Lockhart is a professor. "Do take it easy," Hermione suggested, acknowledging she had done her utmost. Though she admired Lockhart, compared to Brook, she could only mourn for him. Herbology class concluded, promptly followed by Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall immediately instructed them to begin transfiguring living creatures. A challenge significantly escalated in difficulty. The little beetles scurried away from the young witches' wands, with students scrambling to catch them. Since mastering the transformation of embryos, Brook found such challenges to be mere child's play. After studying Dumbledore's notes, Hermione also made remarkable strides in Transfiguration. The two of them succeeded together, adding another 20 points to Gryffindor's tally. The most unfortunate of all was Ron, whose newly acquired wand had broken when it collided with the Whomping Willow. Now, he could only cast spells with a wand hastily glued together with magical tape. The results were predictable. He was nearly permeated by the stench of rotten eggs. Brook promptly cast a cleansing charm on Ron, effectively removing the unpleasant odor. "Ron, you really ought to replace that wand." "I would love to, but I need to go to Diagon Alley, and I can't do that right now," Ron replied, his face a picture of despair. Brook was at a loss for words. "Go seek Professor McGonagall. She would surely be willing to assist you. After all, the damage to your wand will directly impede your studies," Hermione remarked. "Ah, indeed," Ron exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon him. "Do enlighten us. You two wouldn't have flown to school without reason," Brook inquired. With a look of exasperation, Harry replied, "The passage to Platform 9 is sealed, and we couldn't board the train, so we had no choice but to arrive in the flying car." Just as Hermione was about to speak, Ron interjected, "We should send a message to the professors for help. Snape has already informed us of the situation. If it wasn't a problem with the passage, then it must be Dobby's doing." Brook contemplated. Once again, Dobby, what could he possibly want? Harry exclaimed in frustration. Brook shrugged. "Perhaps he genuinely intends to save your life. House elves cannot defy their masters. Should we inform Draco?" Ron turned to Brook. "Don't look at me. You must make your own decisions regarding such matters." Brook was reluctant to foster a dependency in Harry and Ron, showing no interest in the antics of that particular house elf. In the afternoon, Brook and Hermione had just organized the stack of books. With 7 volumes of Lockhart's novels, they formed a perfect barrier to shield him from sleep. After stealthily placing his belongings, Brook noticed Lockhart entering, draping an arm around a flushed Harry, whose eyes were askew and clothing disheveled. Lockhart ascended to the podium, brandishing a copy of Gatling with Ghouls, pointing to the photograph of himself, and then flashed his signature smile, revealing his gleaming teeth. "I see you have purchased the complete collection. Splendid. Today we shall conduct a brief quiz. Nothing to fret over, merely to gauge your reading progress." After distributing the papers, he declared, 30 minutes, commence." Brook glanced at the questions. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? When is his birthday? What would be his ideal birthday gift? For the first time, he found himself questioning whether there could be a professor less credible than Quirrell. This was hardly an examination. It was clearly an initiation test for diehard fans. Why not have everyone guess the color of his underwear instead? Brook couldn't even muster the energy to pick up his quill. Regret washed over him. The effects of the stunning spell were potent, and he wondered when that little fellow would awaken. In truth, there had always been a series of tasks within the system titled Prank the Professor 01. However, as a dutiful student who revered his teachers, Brook had refrained from engaging in such mischief. But now, it appeared that Lockhart was in for a treat. This was a splendid opportunity to complete the task. Half an hour later, Lockhart gathered the papers and began his critique. TSK, hardly anyone remembers me. Brook stifled a considerable yawn. Suddenly, Lockhart raised his voice, scanning the classroom. Yet Miss Hermione Granger knows of my secret ambition to eradicate evil and promote my hair potion. He flipped over Hermione's paper, revealing a satisfied grin. Full marks. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Brook glanced at her, and she shyly raised her hand. Splendid, Lockhart praised, awarding 10 points to Gryffindor. He then turned and revealed a large cage covered with a cloth, placing it on the desk. Now pay attention. My duty is to teach you how to defend against the most malevolent creatures of the wizarding world. Here, you will face terrifying challenges. But remember, with me around, you shall not be harmed. I only ask that you remain calm. The students held their breath in anxious anticipation as Lockhart dramatically unveiled the cage. Cornish pixies, he declared. Seamus could not help but chuckle. They aren't too dangerous, are they? Lockhart shook his head seriously. Do not be so certain. They can be more cunning than demons. These pixies, a shade of deep blue, stood 8 inches tall, with pointed faces and sharp voices, resembling squabbling budgerigars. Let us see how you cope. Lockhart opened the cage door, and chaos erupted in the classroom. The pixies darted out like rockets. 2 of them grabbed Neville by the ears and lifted him, while several others flitted out the window, shattering glass everywhere. The remainder wreaked havoc within the classroom, more ferocious than rampaging rhinos. They hurled ink bottles, tore paper from books, ripped down pictures from the walls, overturned waste bins, and even tossed bags and textbooks out the broken window. Within minutes, half the students had sought refuge beneath their desks. While Neville swung precariously from the chandelier, Brook maintained a powerful spell, preventing the pixies from approaching. Chapter 84, Brook versus Snape. Hurry, corral them. They are merely pixies. Lockhart rolled up his sleeves, waving his wand and exclaiming, Pescapixie pesternami. However, nothing happened. A pixie snatched Lockhart's wand and flung it out the window. He gasped and ducked beneath the desk. Suddenly, Lockhart let out a wail and leaped up from behind the lectern, a sizable bump forming on his head. A small emerald-green snake was biting his hand. Lockhart flailed his arm wildly, struggling to shake off the serpent. Meanwhile, the bell rang, and the little wizard scrambled to escape the classroom. Cackle, 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 Lockhart exclaimed in panic. What did you say, Professor? Hermione asked, bewildered. Lockhart's face reflected terror as he bolted from the room, slamming the door behind him. What is happening? Hermione questioned, her head filled with confusion. Brook shrugged, feigning innocence. My chicken. He then waved his wand, immobilizing the frenzied pixies mid-air. It was indeed quite simple. As for the snake that, upon biting, would render its victim only able to emit cackling sounds, Brook also managed to capture it using a levitation charm. This was a rare specimen that Hassan had painstakingly procured from the Far East, with only 1 male and 1 female, and he had been eagerly awaiting their breeding. When the young wizards returned to defense against the dark arts the following day, they were astounded. The absence of Lockhart, who was supposed to be at the lectern, was palpable, replaced instead by a brooding Severus Snape. Brook had not anticipated such an outcome. He merely wished to see Lockhart embarrassed. Who could have anticipated that Lockhart would be incapable of countering the venom of the basilisk? Moreover, it seemed that the other professors had no intention of intervening. One must understand that such a level of poison could be managed not only by professors, but even by a senior student with ease. Yet, what perplexed Brook the most was whether Snape had mastered the art of duplication. For how else could different-year students encounter him simultaneously in potions and defense against the dark arts classes? To cast the disarmament charm, one must be clear about your intentions and resolutely aim to disarm your opponent, Snape proclaimed from the podium. I do not expect your muddled brains, overflowing with nonsense, to deftly wield this spell in battle, but at the very least, you must aim it at your adversary rather than the empty air. Potter, come up for a demonstration. Ever since Harry learned that Snape had been secretly protecting him, although he still found Snape irksome, any animosity had dissipated from his heart. However, as he stood before Snape, realizing he could openly cast a spell against him, his heart raced uncontrollably. A surge of excitement welled up within him, causing his hands to tremble slightly. For the first time, he felt an intense desire to unleash this spell. He was determined to disarm Snape. Alas, ideals often clash with reality. Taking a deep breath, Harry raised his wand towards Snape, but nothing transpired. You are more foolish than a troll, unable to even pronounce the incantation correctly. Snape's countenance darkened significantly as he seized Harry by the scruff of his neck and hurled him from the podium. Harry's face flushed crimson, not from anger, but from embarrassment. Snape painstakingly repeated the incantation 3 times, speaking slowly and clearly. As they stood in the aisle between the desks, the young wizards swiftly sprang into action, each one surmising what was about to transpire, their faces alight with excitement. At last, they were to have a practical lesson. They had awaited this day for far too long. Once everyone was in position, Snape waved his wand, causing the desks and chairs to retreat to the sides of the classroom, leaving a vast expanse of open space. "Pair up and commence training," Snape commanded. The young wizards eagerly formed their teams. The classroom soon echoed with the sounds of incantations being uttered in unison. Naturally, Brook paired with Hermione. But just as they settled into their positions, Snape abruptly announced, "Loth, you come to me. Granger, you shall join Lavender Brown." Brook was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? He glanced at Snape in confusion, while Hermione looked at him with concern. "What? Do I need to summon you to the front?" Snape stated coldly. Brook shrugged at Hermione and made his way to the podium, standing opposite Snape. The other young wizards ceased their activities, curiously observing the two at the front. "Any spell will do. Let me witness your capabilities," Snape declared. "Professor, I haven't done anything, have I?" Brook replied, somewhat perplexed. It was evident that Snape was not focused on teaching, but rather on seizing the opportunity to reprimand him. Severe as Snape's lips twitched slightly, and he uttered a single word, "Dragon." In an instant, Brook comprehended the implication. Florina was now able to draw blood in small quantities, which meant Hagrid had begun supplying Snape with dragon's blood regularly before the term commenced. It was likely that Hagrid had inadvertently revealed this information. "Please, Professor, enlighten me," Brook said, offering a slight bow to Snape, casually holding his wand. His demeanor resembled that of a conversationalist rather than a combatant. Snape regarded Brook with a quiet intensity. Awaiting his move, Brook initiated the duel with the sandstorm spell, causing a whirlwind of sand to envelop the podium, obscuring vision with a cloud of dust. Following this, he executed the swamp spell, swiftly conjuring a mire beneath Snape's feet. Snape's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned grave. He promptly cast the shield charm, summoning a transparent barrier to deflect the onslaught of sand. He then countered the swamp spell with a disarming charm, rendering Brook's magic ineffective. A thick cloud of white mist erupted from Brook's wand, shrouding the entire podium. In that moment, the young witches and wizards below could only discern beams of light weaving through the fog, as Brook and Snape's incantations echoed back and forth. Ultimately, a resounding bang was heard, and Brook was propelled from the mist. Hermione hurried to his side, assisting him to his feet, while Harry and Ron rushed over to offer help. With a flick of his wand, Snape dissipated the mist. His expression remained composed, though the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. His robe was tattered, exuding an aura of chaos. Brook gradually regained his footing. "Thank you for the guidance, Professor," he said. Snape's lips twitched even more violently. "You were merely observing them practice their spells," he retorted, leaving the young wizards around him in a state of confusion, exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 85. A Day of Longing for Snape. "Brook, are you all right? Is everything fine?" Hermione inquired with concern. "What could possibly be wrong?" "The professor was simply instructing me on spellcasting techniques," Brook replied with a smile, his voice growing louder. "The professor is truly formidable. He was merely assessing my abilities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single spell." The surrounding young wizards seemed to awaken from their stupor, their expressions reflecting the realization. Yet, their gazes toward Brook remained filled with admiration. Once Snape exited the classroom and confirmed no one was around, he leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. What a little monster, he thought. Simple spells like the levitation spell and the severing charm had been manipulated into something extraordinary by Brook. He couldn't help but concede that he had indeed underestimated the situation. However, in the absence of dark magic and potions, he had undeniably lost, especially considering that Brook had thrown himself out of the mist to preserve Snape's dignity. His face reddened with embarrassment. After 2 weeks of absence, Lockhart reappeared in the defense against the dark arts classroom, having learned his lesson from the previous session and refusing to bring any dangerous items into the classroom. Moreover, the defense against the dark arts class had transformed entirely into a theatrical performance, with Harry serving as Lockhart's leading actor, guided meticulously by him. Having now proficiently mastered 100 different methods of demise subsequent to becoming a werewolf, the performance has regrettably lacked sincerity. Brook might grant a mere 666. Fearing that any additional point would inflate Harry's ego, he certainly would not spare Lockhart for the incident involving a snake. Creatures such as the Billywig, the Niffler, the Frog's Brain, and the Biting Book, among a plethora of bizarre entities, made their dazzling appearances in Lockhart's classroom. Consequently, Lockhart found himself in a perpetual state of chaos, darting about and seeking refuge merely to endure until the class concluded. Brook's mischief, of course, was not confined to the second-year classroom, as that would be too conspicuous. It would easily reveal that someone from their class was deliberately tormenting Lockhart. Brook ingeniously concealed portals beneath desks and the podium, occasionally tossing items through to ensure Lockhart's continuous misfortunes throughout the day. Strangely enough, the other professors appeared quite amused by this spectacle, as none were inclined to assist Lockhart in identifying these recurring hazards. The book recounted countless thrilling encounters with dark magical creatures. Thus, dealing with such trivial annoyances was mere childish play. Day after day, Lockhart's reputation at Hogwarts plummeted. Hermione, who once idolized him, even teetering on the brink of fanaticism, gradually began to sense that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Snape's standing among the young wizards surprisingly improved. After all, for those who had endured a few bouts of meager fare, Lockhart's class was hardly more than a farce. Their resentment towards Lockhart was profound. The twins had even begun to devise plans, though these were nipped in the bud by Percy's vigilance. Brook had the capability to make Lockhart vanish entirely, yet he could no longer bear Snape's resentful glares, which were enough to drive anyone to despair. It was far more pleasant to witness Harry's theatrical performance while catching up on some much-needed rest. "Uncle, I implore you, you must come." Fred clung to Brook's leg with an unyielding grip, making it nearly impossible for Brook to extricate himself. "Uncle, please." George looked at Brook with a pitiful expression. He had been ensnared by Brook's hold and was unable to cling to him as Fred did. "Harry is already eligible to compete. Why must you insist on my involvement?" Brook lamented, perplexed by the twins' tenacity. He felt inclined to bestow upon them each a curse, compelling them to perform a striptease in the common room. "We can't afford to let Wood down. If we can't secure you, he'll run us into the ground with extra practices," Fred wailed despondently. "Wasn't it agreed that I would only serve as a substitute, participating only if Harry were unable to compete?" Brook replied with resignation. "This is our first practice of the year. You need only fly a few laps, and I assure you, it won't happen again," George promised. Although Brook had only played in one Quidditch match, his record of capturing the golden snitch in 13 seconds was undeniably impressive. Even Harry was willing to relinquish his position as the primary seeker, but Brook declined, arguing that if he were to take the field, there would be no need for anyone else to compete. However, Brook's mere presence at the training grounds could significantly uplift the team's morale. Thus, Wood issued a firm directive for the twins to seek out Brook. "All right, I shall go," Brook ultimately acquiesced. He feared that further refusals might genuinely hurt the feelings of these two promising future teammates. "Thank you, Uncle," the twins chorused, before joyfully scampering away. "Shall we take a stroll?" Brook asked, turning to Hermione. She closed her book and replied, "Let's go." As Brook and Hermione made their way across the grassy slope to the pitch, the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were just emerging from the locker room, preparing for their training session. After exchanging warm greetings with the eager players, Brook wasted no time in producing his flying broom, transformed from a piglet, and took to the skies. Each time the golden snitch was released, Brook captured it in less than a minute. Observing Brook's astonishing prowess, Wood did not insist that Brook continue training, but instead directed Harry to commence his practice. Harry watched in both envy and a sense of challenge as Brook effortlessly seized the snitch, thus training with exceptional diligence. "Draco, they are coming too," Hermione suddenly remarked. 7 Slytherin players clad in green robes entered the pitch, each wielding brand new Nimbus 2001 brooms. Upon spotting Brook, Draco sprinted over and proudly showcased his pristine Slytherin Quidditch uniform and the Nimbus 2001 in his hands. "So this is the secret you spoke of?" Brook realized with enlightenment. Chapter 86, Avada Kedavra. "Haha, my father promised me that if I successfully made the team, he would purchase 7 Nimbus 2001s for Slytherin," Draco boasted. "Congratulations, Draco." Brook and Hermione offered their felicitations. Draco beamed with joy, reveling in his triumphant display before friends, which filled him with immense satisfaction. "So now you and Harry are rivals again," Brook teased. Draco lifted his chin defiantly, proclaiming, "Victory will surely be mine." The Slytherin players stood by, observing Draco's demeanor with varying expressions, particularly their captain, Flint, whose dissatisfaction was palpable. Upon noticing the arrival of the Slytherin team, Wood promptly led his team down the pitch. The two groups immediately engaged in a heated argument. Before Wood could finish his sentence, the twins had already charged in. The Slytherin players rushed to intervene, and a scuffle ensued. Just then, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Ron's wand emitted a green light that struck him in the abdomen, causing him to collapse. "Ron, are you all right?" Harry rushed towards Ron, while the Slytherin players erupted in derisive laughter. Brook cast a spell to halt Ron. Although it did not entirely dispel the curse's effects, it provided him with considerable relief. With a calm demeanor, Brook approached Flint, his expression colder than ever. "Is it amusing to you? Do you aspire to stand out?" Flint shot a disdainful glance at Brook, his eyes brimming with contempt. He harbored immense displeasure towards Brook. It was a disgrace for Draco, a noble pure blood, to associate closely with a mudblood. Yet, he dared not confront Draco directly. Thus, he unleashed his frustration upon Brook, determined to demonstrate that someone like Brook was merely fit to be trampled upon. "Truth be told, I do not relish bullying others," Brook remarked coolly. Yet some individuals simply lack awareness. Flint scoffed dismissively. You? Really? With a casual flick of his wrist, Brook unleashed a powerful force that compelled all the Slytherin team members, save for Flint, to stagger back in astonishment. I, Brook Lot, challenge Marcus Flint to a wizard's duel, with witnesses, Harry Potter and Fred Weasley. Brook recited the names of all present, deliberately omitting Hermione's. At this declaration, the faces of all the pure-blooded young wizards displayed shock. He must be seeking a professor. How dare you? A flicker of astonishment crossed Flint's face. While he dismissed a second-year wizard, Brook's audacity took him aback. All right, as per tradition, we must bow to one another. Brook inclined his body slightly, but Flint remained motionless, a smirk gracing his lips. Brook pressed down lightly with his hand, and Flint felt as if a great weight bore down upon him, compelling him to bend at the waist. It was at this moment that Flint truly experienced fear. Excellent. The duel commences now. No sooner had Brook spoken than Flint launched his attack. Petrificus Totalis. With a flick of his wand, Brook effortlessly deflected the incoming spell, a technique he had learned during his duel with Snape. While it may not have been practical, it certainly looked impressive against a novice. Flint circled Brook, unleashing a barrage of spells. Fiery Inferno. Bind swiftly. Shatter to pieces. Each colorful spell exploded around Brook like fireworks. Yet he remained unmoved, merely deflecting Flint's attacks with his wand. Is this the extent of a noble pureblood's prowess? Brook taunted mockingly. Flint's face flushed with anger. With a furious roar, he invoked Serpensortia. As the incantation left his lips, a 2-meter-long black snake surged from his wand, flicking its tongue as it lunged at Brook. In response, a swirl of orange flames, encased in blue, erupted from the tip of Brook's wand. The flames rapidly spread through the air, engulfing the approaching serpent. In the blink of an eye, the black snake was reduced to nothing but ashes, leaving no trace behind. Is that all you've got? Brook was indeed brimming with sarcasm. Flint was utterly infuriated by Brook's derision, losing all semblance of reason as he shouted recklessly, Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot forth from his wand in an instant. This was precisely what Brook had been anticipating. Just as the emerald light was about to strike him, a portal materialized before him, with another appearing behind Flint. The green light traversed the portal and struck Flint directly. He barely had time to utter a cry before blood gushed from his orifices, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Stop! A shadow descended from above. It was Severus Snape, who knelt beside Flint, brandishing his wand and murmuring incantations to assess his condition. His countenance grew increasingly grave as he produced a vial of potion and administered it to Flint. Thankfully, Flint had not perfected the killing curse, and his life was momentarily spared. Snape glared at Brook with palpable fury. Brook, you have gone too far. Brook retorted, am I to blame? Professor, you must have seen that I did not attack him, and all present can attest to my innocence. You could have intervened with the portal. Snape's words were abruptly interrupted by Brook. Professor, he cast the killing curse at me. Am I expected to show him mercy? Snape found himself momentarily speechless. Moreover, in the presence of witnesses, dueling among wizards, Brook articulated, the stakes of life and death are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, a throng of young wizards and professors surged from the castle. The Gryffindors and Slytherins instinctively positioned themselves behind their respective Quidditch players, while the Eagles and Badgers gathered nearby to observe. Some Badgers even produced roasted pumpkin seeds, sharing them with those around them, relishing the spectacle. This was a lesson learned from Brook, to enjoy a show with a snack. Flint is pure blood. Slytherin will not let this go unpunished. Snape sighed, a flicker of concern in his eyes. You have brought upon yourself a great deal of trouble. Pure blood, glory, Brook scoffed. A group that has forgotten their ancestors has no right to call themselves Slytherins. Chapter 87. The True Meaning of Mudblood. The Slytherin snakes present were instantly enraged, brandishing their wands at Brook. Draco, standing within the Slytherin ranks, watched Brook with a conflicted expression but did not draw his wand. Brook noticed this and felt a measure of satisfaction with Draco's restraint. In the face of righteousness, friendship seemed insignificant. The Gryffindors reacted by drawing their wands towards the Slytherins. Hermione, brandishing her wand, stood resolutely by Brook's side. Brook shielded her, knowing that at this moment, Hermione would not be easily dissuaded. So he aimed to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly as he withdrew his wand, prepared to intervene. Professors McGonagall and Sprout hurried to stand before Brook, shielding him. McGonagall urged, Brook, cease your words, leave this to us. She was most concerned about the escalating tensions. The law does not punish the multitude. If Snape remained silent, the young serpents truly wished to take action, fearing they might lose control of the situation. Brook's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently patted the shoulders of Professors McGonagall and Sprout. He then leisurely stepped out from between them. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to speak again, Professor Sprout shook her head at her, leaving McGonagall to silently grip her wand. Among all the professors, it was Professor Sprout who understood Brook the most. In many ways, Brooke's character mirrored her own. Sprout had always been the quintessential good-natured individual, kind-hearted. Yet this did not imply she lacked temper. After all, even rabbits can bite when cornered. She had once dared to cast a spell on Dumbledore over the issue of Hogwarts food. However, unlike her, once Brook made a decision, he would not easily waver. He paid no heed to the hundreds of wands pointed at him, and slowly spoke, using the most derogatory term for muggle-born wizards, mudblood. His gaze swept over the agitated young serpents, and he found their indignation laughable. A millennium ago, mudblood was a term used to describe wizards who were slaughtered by muggles, a self-deprecating reference to your ancestors. In that era, Salazar Slytherin sought to rescue the persecuted wizards and, in his quest to protect their kind, resorted to violence that instilled fear in muggles, ultimately saving the wizarding community. Thus, mudblood served as the highest praise for Salazar Slytherin, who was mired in mud while striving to save wizards. And yet, you proclaim yourselves as noble purebloods. Have you transformed your ancestors' honor into a term of derision? Is this your notion of nobility? Therefore, I assert that you have forgotten your roots. Am I mistaken? Brook's words immediately stirred unrest among the young serpents. Nonsense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Voices of protest erupted. If I speak falsely, wouldn't it be easy to verify? Brook calmly retorted. Or perhaps your family no longer possesses any records of history from 1,000 years ago. Is a lineage that has endured for millennia truly noble? I, too, am a descendant of the Huang and Yin. The history of the Great Xia spans over 13,000 years, and it remains limitless. Indeed, the words of our ancestors ring true. Within the 4 seas, all are barbarous. The people of Great Xia possess the confidence to disdain all equally. For a moment, the young serpents fell into confusion, with many unconsciously lowering their wands. They wished to disbelieve Brook's assertions, yet they were not foolish. If this were a lie, it would be easier to shatter than a bubble. But Brook spoke with such conviction, the likelihood of truth seemed far greater. After all, in the magical realm, should anyone dare to fabricate such a blatant falsehood, they would undoubtedly face a brutal backlash from pureblood families, a fate even Dumbledore could not prevent. In the midst of such fervor, he could not speak out, let alone forcefully regain control of the situation. In the future, Brook shall find himself facing insurmountable challenges within the magical realm. Yet, at this moment, he feels compelled to step forward, fearing that Brook might utter something earth-shattering that could shatter the resolve of the young serpents. One by one, the young serpents silently stowed away their wands. Some trudged glumly towards the castle, while others hastily dashed towards the Ollery, evidently eager to send letters home in search of the truth. The professors began ushering the students away. Though the remaining students were left wanting for more, they reluctantly dispersed. However, they instinctively encircled Wood and several other Quidditch players, eager to glean the details and continue their gossip. It was only at this juncture that the professors recalled Flint, still sprawled on the ground. Snape levitated him, transporting him to the infirmary, while Dumbledore cast a penetrating glance at Brook before following suit. Fear not, Brook, I shall handle what remains, Professor McGonagall reassured him. Professor Sprout, without uttering a word, merely patted Brook on the shoulder. Do not worry, Professor. This minor issue is well within my capability to resolve, Brook replied with a smile. Feel free to reach out to me. With my connections as head of Hufflepuff, I can ensure your safety, Sprout said earnestly. Regardless of the accuracy of the explanation regarding the mudbloods, it was certain that someone from the 28 sacred families would seek retribution against Brook. Moreover, with Flint's life hanging in the balance, though Brook had engaged in combat under the guise of a wizard duel, the Flint family would undoubtedly devise means to trouble him, even if they could not eliminate him. Thank you, Professor Sprout. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Brook expressed his gratitude. He had contemplated the potential consequences from the moment he had acted, yet did he truly care? The notion of 2 peaches killing 3 soldiers was trivial. Even the first page of Sun Tzu's Art of War could not contain these small fry. In matters of strategy, the people of Xia were unrivaled, were they not? The professors took their leave, leaving only Brook, Hermione, Harry, and Ron behind. Ron's condition had markedly improved, though he still experienced the occasional bout of snot. It was merely a trickle, and he would soon recover. Brook approached Ron and patted his shoulder, expressing his thanks. Thank you, Ron. Ron's face flushed crimson. Not only had he been unable to assist, but he had also inadvertently embroiled Brook in substantial trouble. The gratitude in Brook's words weighed heavily on him. Although the Flint family was not particularly formidable, they were allied with many influential families, and trouble was likely to ensue. Among purebloods, disputes among the younger generations were typically kept within their ranks, with elders seldom intervening. However, Brook, being of Muggle descent, would undoubtedly be targeted for vengeance by the Flint family. It is but a trifle. I do not concern myself with them, Brook replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 88. The Calm Before the Storm. Ron indeed bore numerous afflictions, perhaps a reflection of his familial circumstances. Each of his brothers was exceptionally accomplished. Take the twins, for instance. Despite their penchant for mischief and disorderly conduct, they were a formidable pair. In last year's examination, he effortlessly secured 7 accolades. Within such a familial atmosphere, even Ron's remarkable performance had long ceased to astonish the Weasley couple. He was not lacking in parental affection, yet the long-desired praise remained tantalizingly out of reach. Moreover, Ginny's birth dealt a severe blow to Ron's standing within the family. As the youngest brother, he was expected to be the recipient of boundless adoration. Yet all the affection was lavished upon the family's sole and smallest sister. Nevertheless, Ron inherited the Weasley family's characteristic loyalty. For instance, he was the first to draw his wand and cast a curse at Flint. In truth, he was also bearing significant risk, after all. He had already received warnings from home due to the flying car incident. Should his curse have struck Flint, who could fathom weather misses? Weasley would storm into the school in a fit of rage. Brooke took note of this. It was also the reason he chose to take action. He now recognized Ron, and anyone daring to harm his brother would face dire consequences. Harry and Ron decided to visit Hagrid. Firstly, they wished to wait until Ron's health had fully recovered. Secondly, they were eager to see Flinny, having missed her over the summer break. Brooke anticipated that Dumbledore would soon summon him. "Brooke, will you truly be all right?" Hermione's face paled slightly, her eyes filled with concern. "Actually, my surname is Burstead." Brooke refrained from revealing his plans, aware that some matters were beyond Hermione's current comprehension. However, disclosing his surname would provide her with a measure of reassurance. "Burstead? Millicent Burstead?" Hermione inquired, perplexed. "Is that true? How splendid." Her eyes sparkled with delight. "However, on the surface, I am not yet a member of the Burstead family, so even if they wish to assist, it will be rather subtle. I anticipate facing some consequences, but it should not be overly problematic. Brooke, you must not act so impulsively next time. If you truly wish to teach Flynn a lesson, we can discreetly arrange an opportunity to bag him," Hermione said earnestly. Brooke's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Hermione. "Bag him? Is that something you would say?" Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly under his scrutiny. "Don't think I am unaware of your secret bagging of John." "Oh, you caught that, did you?" Brooke replied, amused. "John had just bullied me, and the next day he came to school looking battered, claiming he had been bagged. I'm not foolish." Hermione's face grew increasingly crimson. "All right, we'll do it your way next time. Bag him." Brooke laughed in response. However, the unfolding events did not align with Brooke's expectations. Dumbledore did not summon him, and Hogwarts remained unusually tranquil, as if the duel incident had never transpired. Although Flint survived, the effects of the death curse on the soul were profound, and he remained in a state of unconsciousness. He had since been transferred to St. Mungo's for treatment. In 3 to 5 years, should one awaken, it would indeed be considered a stroke of fortune. The sole transformation observed is that the young serpents now tend to avoid Brooke with a sense of shamed indignation. It is likely that their ancestors have perused the family tomes. Although some records are rather vague, corroborating accounts affirm that Brooke's assertions hold truth. Furthermore, the reason behind the misinterpretation of the term mudblood has also been uncovered. Since that time, the term has inexplicably evolved into a derogatory label for wizards of Muggle heritage. Some history enthusiasts among them had long recognized this issue, yet none dared to voice it. After all, to refer to one's forebears as mudblood is indeed unpalatable. Thus, they chose to perpetuate the error, opting for silence. Little did they anticipate that Brooke would expose the truth, leaving these pure-blood families in disgrace. Ultimately, what was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. One day, following the conclusion of potions class, Draco discreetly broke away from the Slytherin group, casting a significant glance towards Brooke before entering an empty classroom. Understanding the unspoken cue, Brooke followed suit once the surrounding students had departed. "Brooke, you are in serious trouble," Draco exclaimed with urgency. "Wasn't this expected? What news have you received?" Brooke replied calmly. "The Flint family has allied with 6 or 7 other pureblood families to pressure the Ministry of Magic, demanding an investigation into your duel and seeking your detention," Draco articulated, his anxiety palpable. Brooke responded nonchalantly, "Is that all?" Indeed, the nature of Flint's retaliation had surpassed his expectations, yet it seemed rather mild. He had never anticipated such an approach. How long could they possibly detain him? Well versed in the law, Brooke understood that although they could impose detention under the guise of an investigation, securing a conviction would be utterly implausible. Initially, he had imagined that the Flint family might resort to assassination, poisoning, or curses if they were to escalate their actions further. Perhaps eliminating Marcus Flint or taking the life of some young wizard at Hogwarts and framing him for it, he might have found himself in genuine peril. It became evident that Brooke had overestimated them, rendering his contingency plans largely unnecessary. "What?" Draco exclaimed, bewildered. "Isn't this serious enough? They are merely detaining you. They do not dare to act against me at the Ministry. If they truly wished to harm me, Hogwarts would provide a more opportune environment." Brooke responded dismissively. "This isn't merely a matter of daring to act, is it?" Draco felt that Brooke was excessively unconcerned. "Flint wants my father to take the lead, but my father has refused to get involved. He has, however, cautioned me to refrain from contacting you for the time being. I am grateful for your willingness to share this with me. It has not been in vain to have you as a friend, Brook said sincerely. Draco's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he replied, regrettably, I am unable to offer much assistance. Brook patted Draco's shoulder in understanding. Not long after Draco issued his warning, Brook received a note from Dumbledore, inviting him to visit the headmaster's office. Chapter 89. It is your choice, headmaster. Brook arrived at the principal's office on the 8th floor with an air of familiarity. Good afternoon, headmaster. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Dumbledore said wearily. Thank you, headmaster, but no, Brook replied curtly. Dumbledore's deep, cerulean eyes fixed intently on Brook. Can you tell me why? Why what? Brook was engaged in a silent exchange with Fawkes. Haven't you always preferred to remain concealed? Why this sudden boldness? Brook gestured to Fawkes, who hesitated before ultimately alighting in his embrace. He held the phoenix close, its warmth enveloping him as he gently stroked its feathers. Fawkes narrowed its eyes, resting its head against Brook's chest. A glimmer of insight flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, yet he remained silent. Headmaster, how would you describe my character? Brook countered. I must admit, your perception of others is quite astute, Brook noted with a hint of interest. Will you disclose your reasoning now? Shall I venture a guess? You are aware of your spatial portal, and I cannot impose limitations upon you. Thus you possess the capability to escape my grasp, Brook scoffed lightly. Headmaster, you remain as domineering as ever. Dumbledore fell silent, recalling Philida's words regarding his methods of dealing with children. Brook continued, I have long played the role of a beast of burden. Neither magic nor longevity is my pursuit. I merely wish to indulge in the pleasures of this life. Yet you insist on dragging me into the magical realm. Dumbledore did not comprehend the term beast of burden, but instinctively sensed its connotation of exhaustion. Brook pressed on. That is fine. I am indeed curious about the culinary delights of the magical world. It would be splendid to experience the feasts at Hogwarts, particularly as a connoisseur of food. As for the trivial matters between Harry and Voldemort, I have no desire to involve myself. And truly, do you underestimate muggles? When pushed to their limits, they can unleash chaos. It was you who sorted me into Gryffindor. Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he too indulged in food and formed friendships with Harry and the others, Brook was no puppet. He had long grown weary of being manipulated. Thus, what the magical world evolves into is your choice, headmaster. Brook's emotions surged as he declared, you made this decision. I simply believed you shared a strong bond with Miss Granger, Dumbledore weakly explained. So you intend to bind me with her? Brook laughed, genuinely surprised by Dumbledore's naive reasoning. Love is the greatest force in this world, Dumbledore asserted earnestly. Brook shook his head. Is love truly great? Yes, it is. Yet love can also drive one to madness. Consider King Zhou of the Western Zhou, who lit the beacons merely to amuse Bao Si, igniting a false alarm that summoned the lords to his aid, only for them to discover it was a jest. When the Dogrone truly attacked the Western Zhou, King Yu of Zhou once again ignited the beacons of war. The feudal lords, believing it to be yet another ruse, failed to come to the rescue, resulting in the downfall of the Western Zhou dynasty. The tale of King Fuchai of Wu, the Yangshi Rebellion, and countless stories of love-driven madness throughout the annals of Daxia's history are too numerous to recount. Even the incident involving the plump cat before his time of traversing was indicative of such fervor. Brook suddenly felt a wave of ennui wash over him. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the principal's office. They must be looking for you, Dumbledore remarked swiftly. Brook, please do not act impulsively. I assure you I will resolve this matter promptly and ensure you are not wronged. No sooner had he spoken these words than the door to the principal's office swung open. Leading the charge was a rotund middle-aged man adorned with a dark green top hat, clad in a pinstriped suit, a vivid red tie, and a long black cloak. Good afternoon, Albus, Fudge greeted, anxiety etched across his face. Cornelius, what brings you here so suddenly? Dumbledore inquired. As you know, we had no choice. Brook Lot must be subjected to an investigation. Brook, this is Cornelius Fudge from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore introduced. Hello, Minister, Brook replied politely. Fudge turned his gaze toward Brook, who was cradling a phoenix. You are Lot, correct? Child, while playful skirmishes among young wizards are commonplace, Flint's current predicament is quite severe. So you must cooperate with the investigation. What exactly will I need to undergo in this investigation? Brook asked, curiosity piqued. Fudge, somewhat reluctant, knew the situation was already crystal clear, leaving little room for further inquiries. That will be discussed further at the ministry, he replied. Cornelius, I must know where you intend to detain Brook, Dumbledore asked with a serious demeanor. Given that this matter involves an unforgivable curse, Lot must be confined in Azkaban while awaiting the investigation's outcome, Fudge stated nervously. Brook had not intended to comply. However, upon hearing the prospect of spending a few days in Azkaban, he thought it might not be such a bad idea to acquiesce. I have repeatedly emphasized that the killing curse was cast by Flint, and his wand can attest to this, Dumbledore said, his tone tinged with anger. Some have claimed that one of Lot's spells resembles fiendfire. Fudge attempted to explain. Since when did conjecture become evidence? Moreover, casting fiendfire is not a crime. Albus, you know, Fudge said, sounding resigned. Suddenly, Brook interjected, Headmaster, as a law-abiding citizen, it is my duty to cooperate with the Ministry's investigation. Dumbledore looked at Brook, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After all, with the evidence currently at hand, there was little they could do to Brook. Not to mention, under Dumbledore's watchful eye, attempting to take someone away was a mere pipe dream. Yet, unexpectedly, Brook had agreed. Dumbledore's fondness for him grew immensely. Lot, rest assured. The Ministry will swiftly uncover the truth, he promised. I shall convene a WizardingWorld meeting forthwith. You need only to wait quietly for a few days. Dumbledore's voice bore a hint of supplication. Brook smiled gently. I believe the Ministry will provide me with a fair outcome. Ah, Dumbledore. Reputation is a fine asset. Yet it was also a shackle that bound individuals. However, this particular shackle was one that Brook did not possess. Chapter 90, Arrival at Azkaban. A tall and robust young man clad in Auror attire approached Brook directly. Lot, hand over your wand. Brook's wand will be with me, taken directly to the WizardingWorld meeting. Albus Dumbledore declared. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Fudge's eyes, yet he maintained a smile, responding, of course, no problem. He then turned to Brook with a gentle tone. Child, this is merely procedure. Certainly, Minister, Brook replied as he handed the wand to Fudge instead of Dumbledore. Fudge took the wand, hesitated briefly, and then placed it upon his desk. Dumbledore made no mention of the fact that Brook possessed another wand. Observing Brook surrender his wand, the Auror produced a pair of magical handcuffs, preparing to secure them onto Brook's wrists. Wait, John Delacour, there's no need for the handcuffs, Fudge interjected, clearly pleased with Brook's composure. Child, come with us. Brook hesitated, saying, Minister, may I leave a note for my friends? I don't want them to worry. Just as Fudge was about to refuse, a piece of parchment and a quill floated before Brook. He promptly changed his stance, saying, Right, child. But do bear in mind that our time is limited. Thank you, Minister. Brook confidently inscribed 2 lines on the parchment. Fudge only needed a glance to discern its contents. Brook placed the completed parchment on the desk. I appreciate your assistance, Headmaster. Brook, 5 days, at most 5 days. I will ensure your departure from Azkaban, so please, bear with me. Dumbledore's tone was tinged with earnestness, his gaze filled with concern. Dumbledore sighed in relief. His greatest fear was that Brook would somehow obliterate Azkaban. Had Brook been privy to Dumbledore's thoughts, he would have scoffed at the notion. How could a place like a prison be destroyed? It was a hub of talent. After all, their conversation concluded, Brook followed Fudge and the Aurors to the Ministry of Magic. It was his first encounter with apparition. Feeling as if he were squeezed through a rubber tube, the world spinning around him. He felt slightly dizzy, a buzzing in his ears, and a queasy sensation in his stomach, as if he might vomit. Fudge patted Brook on the back. Child, the first experience of apparition can indeed be uncomfortable. You will acclimatize with time. Once Brook regained his composure, he remarked, I certainly do not wish to endure that again. That will not do. You will need to learn, and shortly you will experience it once more. To Azkaban, is there not a gentler method? Child, we will visit the Ministry and then proceed with your registration. Fudge deftly shifted the topic. At that moment, Brook realized he stood within the resplendent hall of the Ministry of Magic. The blue ceiling was adorned with golden symbols that moved and shifted incessantly. The floor and walls were adorned with dark wooden panels, embedded with numerous gilded fireplaces. Every few seconds, a wizard would emerge from the fireplace on the left, while those on the right were queued, awaiting their departure. At the center of the hall stood a magnificent fountain, with a collection of pure gold statues rising from the water's surface, 2 standing figures. 1 male and 1 female wizard. Centaurs, fairies, and house elves gazed up in reverent admiration at the 2 wizards. Suddenly, Brook remarked, Minister, this statue has a slight imperfection. Fudge, hearing this, wore a look of bewilderment. The statue had stood there for over 3 centuries, and Brook was the first to suggest it was flawed. However, considering Brook's Muggle heritage, a trace of barely perceptible disdain flickered across Fudge's face. Yet he restrained himself and smiled, asking, What is your opinion, child? I believe the pedestal ought to be replaced with one made of dragon or giant material, Brook replied earnestly. A glint of astonishment crossed Fudge's face. Before he could respond, Brook continued, Coincidentally, I have quite a bit of gold at home that I could donate to the Ministry for a golden pedestal. Are you serious? Fudge asked incredulously. Of course, I would never dream of deceiving you on such matters, Minister. Excellent. That's splendid news. Fudge beamed. Though merely a golden pedestal, it would be permanently displayed in the Ministry of Magic. While Brook's donation would be acknowledged, for Fudge, it represented a tangible accomplishment. I believe the case regarding your duel with Flint is quite clear. There is no need to go to Azkaban. I will discuss it with Amelia Bones. And you should remain at the Ministry. Brook shook his head. It's just a few days in Azkaban. I think it's best not to trouble you. Not going to Azkaban is not an option. Otherwise, would it not all be in vain? As for donating gold, it was not merely a spontaneous decision. A portion of it would undoubtedly find its way into Fudge's own pockets. Earlier, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had clearly overshadowed Fudge. Nevertheless, as the Minister of Magic, Fudge could not allow anyone to overshadow him. If used wisely, Brook might prove to be an excellent pawn. Fudge's smile was almost radiant. He patted Brook's shoulder, saying, "You must come to the ministry after graduation." Brook smiled slightly. "Thank you, Minister." They then proceeded directly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where Director Amelia Bones, a tall woman with piercing eyes, awaited them. Brook's time in the department was brief, yet Bones made a profound impression on him. How should one describe her? She was remarkably upright. In Brook's presence, she openly discussed Flint's collusion with 6 pureblood families to pressure the ministry. She repeatedly mentioned a name, Joseph Flint, likely the mastermind behind the troubles Brook faced. She even stated plainly that such a clear-cut case required no further examination, deeming it a waste of manpower and resources. Fudge listened nearby, his face alternating between crimson and pallor, exuding palpable embarrassment. Ultimately, Brook was transported to the vicinity of Azkaban by Delirious via apparition. Despite his mental preparation for the disorienting experience, the discomfort lingered, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Before him lay a tumultuous sea, waves crashing against the shore. They had arrived by a small boat. 2 stationed Aurors awaited them on the shore, their expressions fraught with tension. Each bore a peculiar creature, one a ghostly white rabbit and the other a dachshund. Without disembarking, Delirious entrusted Brook to them, hastily maneuvering the vessel away as if fleeing for his life. Chapter 91, The Tightening Noose. Brook marveled at the imposing, eerie fortress before him. Its walls were cloaked in seaweed and moss, while shadowy figures, cloaked and towering at approximately 4 meters, hovered ominously overhead. Those must be the dreaded Dementors. Their entry into the prison proceeded without hindrance, as no Dementors descended to obstruct them. The corridors within the castle were exceedingly narrow, flickering torches casting dim light upon the damp, musty cells that reeked of mildew and decay. The steep, dilapidated staircase creaked ominously with each step taken. "Roth, this shall be your chamber," announced the Auror with the rabbit, halting before a cell. Brook glanced around. The environment was relatively decent, although devoid of windows, rendering it somewhat gloomy. The floor and bedding were remarkably clean, a stark contrast to the other cells they had passed. The other Auror, bearing the dachshund, retrieved bedding and several cans from a small bag. "These provisions have been specifically arranged by Minister Fudge." "My gratitude extends to Minister Fudge and you both," Brook replied, feigning to retrieve a small pouch from his robe, which he offered to the Auror with the dachshund. "Your duty in such a place is commendable." The Auror's eyes brightened, swiftly stowing the pouch away, leaving the dachshund behind. "It can remain for 3 hours. I hope you adapt swiftly." Brook waved at the dachshund, which stood motionless, appearing utterly oblivious. He chose to disregard it, instead preparing for a lottery draw. With the completion of the task arrival at Azkaban, he was now eligible for another 10 consecutive draws. The other completed tasks included most popular shop, mastering the 3 unforgivable curses, dragon riding, generating 120, 200 for Professor McGonagall, and the tormenting professor's 100 series, granting him 5 opportunities to draw. His choice to engage in the lottery at this moment was deliberate. Brook compared the rewards offered by the system with his immediate needs, discovering that the items provided were precisely what he required at that juncture. Due to the risk of mental intrusion, the system had granted him the brain lock spell. To better preserve food, it bestowed upon him the map of the sacred land. And in pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, it provided the Transfiguration of essence. Thus, he firmly believed that the offerings provided by the system would directly influence his subsequent actions. Brook entered the ring space, beginning his ritual of cleansing and changing attire. Jade Emperor, Supreme Lord Lousy, Buddha Tathagata, Taiji Real Man, the Fighting Saint, Prince Neza, and the manifested true monarch Erlang, Marshal Tianpong, grant me your blessings. He earnestly bowed in reverence towards the 8 different directions. This time, he deliberately included Marshal Tianpong, for he seemed to have made an error previously. Yang Jian also possessed the earthly transformation of 72 methods. He felt it was appropriate to express gratitude towards the selfless Zhu Beiji. If the flying pig was indeed bestowed by Taiji Real Man, then the 3 rebellious figures of heaven had contributed nothing, which would be quite disgraceful. Upon completing his devotions, he waved his hand with grandiosity. The system lottery commenced. A 10-fold draw. Bestow upon me a golden legend. The system's roulette began to spin rapidly. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have won the grand prize, Soul Migration Technique. It allows for the absorption or exchange of living souls. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have won the grand prize, Tightening Hoop. This hoop, when placed upon the head, takes root in the 3 souls and 7 spirits, producing equivalent effects on the divided soul or doppelganger. accompanied by a tightening incantation. Reciting it may induce swelling and pain in the eyes, as well as cracking in the forehead. Congratulations, host, you have won the second prize, Serpent Tongue. It enables communication with serpents. Thank you for your patronage. Brook gazed in astonishment at the tightening hoop that had appeared in his hand. The Monkey King had finally bestowed upon him equipment. The tightening hoop was indeed what he required, and in conjunction with the soul migration technique, it would seamlessly fill the missing key element in his plan, rendering the entire scheme even more flawless. Initially, he had intended to subdue the inmates of Azkaban, compelling them to cause disturbances outside. However, it now seemed that another individual would be more suitable for that endeavor. Nevertheless, having arrived, he decided to take a stroll. After all, history has shown that prisons often yield remarkable talents. Perhaps he might discover a few useful individuals. Thus, disregarding the dazed dachshund, he transformed into the visage of his past life as Leonardo DiCaprio and strode through the prison gate into the corridor. Azkaban boasted 6 levels. The more heinous the crime, the higher the level of confinement. The Death Eaters, for instance, were imprisoned on the 6th level. He felt no urgency, as he had 5 days at his disposal. Ample time to explore each level at his leisure. However, just as he ventured beyond the radius illuminated by the dachshund, a Dementor lunged towards him, cloaked and decaying. With scabbed hands, hollow eye sockets, and a mouth resembling a formless void, it sent a chill through Brook, who had long forgotten the sensation of cold. He unleashed a bolt of lightning from the moonlight in his hand towards the Dementor. Instantly, a wisp of black mist dispersed from the creature, which seemed to shrink slightly in size. It emitted a grotesque clattering sound as it was sent flying by the lightning. An increasing number of Dementors began to converge around Brook, encircling him. Moonlight continuously discharged bolts of lightning, sending every Dementor hurtling away. The Dementors began to regard the moonlight with trepidation, daring only to hover at a distance, no longer willing to approach any closer. Brook initially intended to utilize the spatial gate, banishing any Dementor that dared to approach without concern for where they would be sent. However, he was taken aback to discover that the lightning emitted by Ming-Wei was indeed effective against the Dementors, inflicting considerable harm. Truly, it was a creation of the Great Xia. This was no mere wand. It was evidently a magical artifact. A wand primarily serves to channel and amplify magical energy to a certain extent, while Ming-Wei not only channels and enhances this energy, but also stores the power of the 5 thunderbolts, capable of triggering it autonomously at critical moments. This was akin to the magical tools and treasures of the Great Xia, which demanded skill to even earn a name. In stark contrast, the so-called magical implements of the West paled in comparison. Given Ming-Yue's remarkable effect on the Dementors, the situation grew increasingly intriguing. Brook pointed at one of the Dementors and declared, "You should understand my words. Fetch a leader capable of conversing with me, as I have matters to discuss." Yet, the Dementor merely floated in the distance, showing no inclination to find anyone. "Ming-Wei, give it a strong jolt," Brook commanded. Ming-Wei quivered slightly in acknowledgement. Moments later, a bolt of lightning, thicker than an infant's arm, shot forth, striking the Dementor with blinding speed. The creature emitted a chilling screech before disintegrating into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. The remaining Dementors, witnessing this spectacle, were gripped by terror and fled in all directions. Brook observed the empty corridor with a sigh. "Well, I've exerted too much force." Chapter 92, Subjugation of the Dementors. Gently stroking Ming-Wei, Brook praised, "You did splendidly." Ming-Wei trembled with delight. With plenty of time at hand, he resolved to slay a few more Dementors for sport, confident that eventually one would present itself for a proper conversation. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, a massive Dementor began to materialize through the floor of the corridor like a ghost. Towering over 6 meters, its enormous head nearly touched the ceiling, forcing it to stoop. The outlines of its features were vaguely discernible. Brook toyed with Ming-Wei and mused, "Ah, you must be the leader of the Dementors. Can you speak human language?" The colossal Dementor continued to emit its characteristic sound, yet as it resonated in Brook's mind, it was automatically translated into comprehensible speech. "Who are you? Why are you able to kill us?" Brook shrugged. "Is it really so difficult to kill you?" The enormous Dementor paused, astonished. "Look at that. Are you even speaking human language?" For over 5 centuries since the emergence of the Dementors, aside from dying of natural causes or starvation, there have been virtually no other means of death. This has long been an acknowledged truth in the magical realm. Even fiend fire cannot harm them. So, how is it not difficult to kill a Dementor? I can assure you, during your time in Azkaban, no Dementor will dare approach you again, Brook remarked disdainfully. As if any Dementor would even think of coming near him now. What is it that you desire? Indeed, this is the attitude that negotiations demand. What is your name? The formidable Dementor hesitated for a moment before finally uttering a name, Axtis. Brook scratched his chin, feeling as though he had heard that name somewhere before. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Axtis, compel the Dementor to submit to me. Impossible. The Dementors cannot be subdued. Axtis roared in fury. Unless, of course, accommodations and sustenance are provided. Brook, digging into his ear, responded nonchalantly. I am an advocate of win-win situations. Can you truly thrive in this modest locale? Accompany me, and you shall indulge in sumptuous feasts and delightful libations. Axtis remained resolute, stating it was impossible, as the Ministry of Magic would never permit such a thing. Brook perceived that he lacked the aura of a protagonist. He did not possess the commanding presence that would compel subordinates to bow in submission. Since reasonable discourse had proven futile, it was time for Axtis to comprehend the appropriate demeanor with which to regard him. But I could easily extinguish your lives. Could I not? You threaten me? Congratulations, you are correct. The moonlight in Brook's hand began to entwine with tendrils of electricity. The Ministry of Magic will protect us. Do you even believe that yourself? A mere Auror could undertake tasks such as guarding a prison. Yet, if I were to eliminate you, it would rid the magical realm of a significant threat. How do you think the Ministry would respond? We could also go into hiding, Axtis struggled to assert. So, you would forego sustenance? Or do you believe the magical community would tolerate the existence of wandering dementors? Axtis fell silent. Brook softened his tone. My lifespan is but over 200 years. Even if you were to submit, it would only be for that duration. Isn't it worth exchanging for a chance at survival? We can submit, but you must not kill us indiscriminately, Axtis conceded. Is this the right course? Good. What does negotiation entail? It requires the ability to annihilate the opponent as a prerequisite. Mutual tugging is not negotiation, it is mere folly. Axtis, being decisive, ceased any further trivialities once an agreement was reached. An ancient parchment of sheepskin soared from within him. He bestowed a kiss upon the parchment, which instantaneously radiated a black luminescence. Subsequently, as he released it, the parchment floated into Brook's hands. You need only inscribe your name, and the contract shall take effect. Brook scrutinized the contents carefully. The contract was concise, summarizing several key points. Firstly, his commands would take precedence over Axtis, although he could not issue orders to Axtis. Secondly, the existing number of Dementors was 567. As long as the total remained above 300, the contract would remain valid. Otherwise, it would become void. Thirdly, he could not transfer the contract to another, as it would dissolve upon his death. Brook paid little mind to Axtis's clever maneuvering within the terms. One must look after oneself. Axtis betrayed his kind in a bid for self-preservation, which Brook could understand. Moreover, his desire for the Dementors stemmed from a greater purpose, not from a wish to harm them. Thus, he inscribed his true name, Brook Lot, upon the parchment with his magical essence. The dark light upon the contract grew increasingly luminous, ultimately transforming into a seal upon his palm. I have expressed my fondness for mutually beneficial arrangements. You shall find this decision made today to be one of great import. I trust you will adhere to your word. Axtis slowly descended once more into the depths. Having subdued the Dementor, Brook deemed this expedition worthwhile. However, there remained ample time, and lingering idly felt rather wasteful. Thus, he commenced to wander through the prison. This excursion proved fortuitous, revealing a plethora of talents. Isaac, hailing from a Muggle family, attended Ravenclaw. From a tender age, he had been captivated by the realm of science, particularly electronic devices, dreaming of a day when magic and technology would intertwine seamlessly. Yet, his path diverged from that of Mr. Arthur. Whereas Mr. Arthur focused on modifying Muggle artifacts, Isaac centered his efforts on alchemical objects, employing Muggle circuitry principles for transformation and amplification. After graduation, he established a clandestine laboratory within his family's basement. His proficiency in alchemy and electricity was rudimentary, and the results of his experiments were predictable. An explosion ensued in his neighborhood, resulting in numerous casualties among Muggles. Despite being confined in Azkaban, Isaac remained resolute in his obsession with invention, withstanding the torment of Dementors while perpetually contemplating his research. Brook was uncertain whether Isaac's aspirations would bear fruit. Yet his fervor for invention suggested that he was destined for success. Isaac was earnest, pledging that as long as he could continue his research and secure sustenance, he would remain loyal to Brook for a lifetime. Many others like Isaac languished in Azkaban: Leopold, Lucas, Aura, Lucy, and so forth, all imprisoned due to various experiments gone awry. Brook calculated that, excluding the 6th level, 2/3 of the inmates here were graduates of Ravenclaw. Aside from those who had succumbed to madness or were deemed particularly unreliable, Brook had gathered a total of 107 talents, comprising 2 men and 105 women, all of whom were Ravenclaw alumni. Brook could only silently exclaim, "Ravenclaw is truly remarkable." Chapter 93, Return to Hogwarts. Time swiftly approached the 5th day as foretold by Dumbledore, marking Brook's final day in Azkaban. He had thoroughly surveyed the first 5 levels and ascended to the 6th. This level primarily housed Death Eaters. Following the sound, he beheld a tall woman, her disheveled hair obscuring half her face. The other half was as pale as parchment, with hollow eye sockets, shackled at wrists and ankles. as she clutched the prison bars and laughed maniacally. Brook approached her directly. His arrival instantly captured the attention of all inmates on the 6th level, their gazes converging upon him. "Ah, look who has come to visit," the woman cackled, her voice hoarse. "It seems you have been faring quite well here." Still in the mood to laugh, Brook remarked, "What charming young man is this? Come, let your sister take a bite. It has been far too long since I have savored flesh." As the woman spoke, she extended her tongue and slowly licked the filthy little fingers. A subtle smile graced Brook's lips as his hand brushed against the ring. In his grasp appeared a succulent roast leg of lamb, the aroma wafting through the 6th level of Azkaban, enticing the prisoners. The scent of the roasted meat stirred them into a frenzy. "Kid, hand over the meat. Or I'll end you. Please, just a morsel, and I will trade you everything I possess. Just give me the roast, and I shall reveal a grand secret." The corridor erupted into a cacophony of pleas and threats. "Pretty boy, share the meat with me, and I can grant you your heart's desire." The woman's voice pierced through the air, maddeningly shrill. "Bellatrix Lestrange, you speak nonsense." Instantly, a multitude of quarrels ensued. Brook, irritated, cleared his ears. "Do you wish for the Dementors to come play?" Fear washed over the prisoners, silencing them as they swallowed nervously. Brook spoke with indifference. "You are called Lestrange. I am Bella." Bella seemed to bristle at being addressed as Lestrange. With a flick of his wand, Brook transformed the enticing leg of lamb into a grotesque, bloodied human arm. He tossed the arm through the iron bars into Bella's cell. "Since you fancy human flesh, let this satisfy your cravings." Upon seeing the gory appendage, a flicker of terror crossed Bella's previously frenzied eyes, and she instinctively recoiled, pressing herself against the wall of her cell, too fearful to approach. "So, is feigning madness enjoyable?" Brook asked coldly. The other prisoners, witnessing the bloody arm, regarded Brook with newfound apprehension, retreating into the corners of their cells. "You lot dare to call yourselves villains?" Brook mocked. "What do you truly intend?" Bella trembled as she inquired. "Nothing much, merely expressing my disappointment in you." "Are you here to rescue us?" a man from the adjacent cell asked. "Rodolphus Lestrange," Rodolphus replied. Brook remained silent, turning his attention to a previously unervingly calm prisoner. This man appeared gaunt, scarcely better than a skeleton, with long, disheveled hair and a haggard demeanor. "Why did you refuse the meat? You look as though you have been starving for quite some time." The man remained silent, sitting obediently in the corner. "He is Sirius Black, a ridiculous traitor," Rodolphus interjected. "Sirius?" Brook felt a faint recognition, though he could not quite place it. Just then, the hidden door at the entrance of the prison creaked open. The prisoners on the 6th level believed their eyes were deceiving them, but Bella remained huddled in the corner, shivering, while the enticing aroma of the roast meat served as a reminder that this was no mere illusion. At this moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. Could this young man, who roamed freely in Azkaban, rescue them? In an instant, a flicker of hope ignited within everyone. To their astonishment, it was none other than the esteemed headmaster himself, coming personally to retrieve me. The feeling was overwhelming. "Brook, are you well here?" Dumbledore inquired with genuine concern. "I am quite all right, finding it rather enjoyable. I believe I could linger a bit longer," Brook replied leisurely. A faint smile of bittersweet amusement crossed Dumbledore's face. He had not slept a wink in days, hardly even finding the desire to indulge in sweets. His worries centered not only on the potential explosion of Azkaban, but also on the sudden emergence of Dementors or dark wizards within the borders of England. As soon as the verdict was announced, he rushed to fetch Brook. Had Brook stayed any longer, Dumbledore feared he might have to seek out Merlin himself. "The verdict has been rendered. You are innocent. Come, let us depart." Brook did not refuse and prepared to follow Dumbledore, having completed all that he needed to do, leaving the rest to subsequent arrangements. When it came to leaving via apparition, Brook expressed his reluctance. Yet, Dumbledore summoned Fawkes. Upon seeing Brook, Fawkes instinctively flew into his arms, nuzzling against his chest for quite some time. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with perplexity. It must be said, Fawkes' mode of travel was far superior to apparition, devoid of any discomfort. His spatial portal, while capable of similar feats, could never match Fawkes' convenience. Brook fortuitously arrived just in time for lunch, eagerly making his way to the dining hall. Although the ring's space contained everything, dining alone was rather dull. Even though Anon was compelled by Brook to join him, he remained timid and reserved. Thus, Brook did not press the matter further. As he entered the hall, he spotted 3 red-haired individuals surrounding Hermione, with the twins seemingly sharing jokes with her. Yet, Hermione wore a troubled expression. Brook stealthily approached. "Who has upset you?" "Who else but you, of course." Chapter 94, The Diary. Upon seeing the grinning Brook, Hermione's eyes immediately glistened with tears, and without hesitation, she leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. "If you cry like a little kitten, they will surely tease you." Brook gently patted Hermione's back. She rubbed her head fervently against his robe before lifting her chin defiantly. Who would dare mock Hermione? Who possesses such audacity? Fred exclaimed dramatically. George joined in the jest. "Oh, Ron, is that you?" "Aye." Ron appeared utterly bewildered, just as he attempted to speak. the twins pounced on him, mercilessly teasing him. "It must be you," Ron cried out in despair under their playful assault. Hermione's face broke into a joyful smile. After a while of playful banter, the twins, sensing the moment, graciously moved aside, taking a seat a meter away from Brook and Hermione, yet their ears remained perked, attentive to the unfolding scene. As soon as Brook took his seat, Hermione began to fill his plates with food, fried eggs, fish and chips, chicken legs, steaks, and more. In no time, both of his plates were piled high, as if she believed he had starved in Azkaban. Noticing that Hermione showed no signs of stopping, Brook helplessly remarked, "Hermione, have you forgotten that I possess a personal space that contains a farm?" Hermione's cheeks flushed, her hand frozen in midair as she stammered, "I was getting food for myself." Brook gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her that she need not worry. He then began to eat. The meal was, as usual, simple fare, yet today it was exceptionally fragrant. Hagrid had informed him that the guards of Azkaban were creatures known as Dementors, capable of sucking away one's joy, making them quite terrifying. Hermione's eyes were filled with compassion. Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Harry, Ron, and the twins, who had been eavesdropping, were equally stunned. They had anticipated thrilling tales of Brook's harrowing experiences in Azkaban. Yet, this conversation seemed rather dull. Where were the tragic cries, the sleepless nights, and the fearsome Dementors? Their interest waned instantly. However, Hermione remained cheerful. "Farming is wonderful. It also helps keep one fit, doesn't it?" She replied. "How have you been these past few days?" Brook inquired. His brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "How could you possibly attend the ghost banquet? Surely there was nothing there you could eat." "Harry and Ron noticed I was feeling down and took me out to cheer me up," she explained. "Next time, remember, if you're hungry, just head to the kitchen. You know where it is." Hermione's face turned slightly crimson as she mumbled, "I didn't want to go to the kitchen. I wanted to find you." Brook smiled and continued his meal. The incident with Flint had become a distant memory, seldom mentioned. However, Hermione had discovered Brook's antics with Lockhart. She had worried for 5 days while he was in Azkaban, which meant she had not noticed the changes in their defense against the dark arts class during his absence. In those 5 days, the class had been particularly tranquil, devoid of the usual sudden appearances of magical creatures or joke props. The stage play had also progressed smoothly. Consequently, Hermione felt compelled to discuss this with Brook. She no longer idolized Lockhart as she once had, realizing that he could hardly manage even the creatures weaker than those he described in his books. It was unfathomable to consider him capable of dealing with werewolves or banshees. She felt that perpetually teasing the professor was ultimately unkind. Brook's assignments had long been completed. His continued pranks had become mere habit. Now that Hermione brought it up, he readily agreed to her sentiment, promising that as long as Lockhart did not provoke him, they would coexist peacefully. One evening, Brook reopened Riddle's diary and wrote, "This Lockhart is truly a fool. If the Dark Lord could conquer the wizarding world, we would certainly learn dark magic in class." The ink upon the paper was slowly absorbed by the diary, revealing a line of text. "Austin, who is the Dark Lord you often speak of? The Dark Lord is simply the Dark Lord. Although he has temporarily vanished, I firmly believe he shall return with renewed vigor. Do you know his name? I am intrigued by someone you so admire. We cannot utter his name." After a moment's hesitation, Brook, with a quill in hand, continued to write. "His name is Voldemort." Once you have read this, swiftly erase the words. As Brook completed his final stroke, the ink dissipated even more rapidly than before. On the opposite end of the diary, Riddle gazed at the 3 letters spelling Voldemort, engulfed in ecstasy. Indeed, the Dark Lord referred to his primary soul. However, with the primary soul vanished, surely some calamity must have occurred? Yet, the little fellow he was communicating with might possess an innate talent for mental occlusion, rendering him incapable of probing the other's thoughts or exerting control. "Riddle, are you still there?" Indeed, his power is most alluring. By the way, you are a senior. Do you know of the Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin? Why do you suddenly inquire about the chamber? A family elder mentioned it, claiming it harbors a monster left behind by Slytherin, capable of purifying the school. Do you wish to? I intend to unleash that monster. That would likely harm many young wizards, wouldn't it? Let them be harmed. After all, I am Slytherin, and I trust that Slytherin's monster will not harm me. As for those mudbloods, they have sullied Hogwarts. They deserve their fate." Voldemort fell silent. "Senior, do you know where the entrance to the chamber is?" Brook posed his ultimate question. "I do indeed know." "Splendid. Please tell me, so I may release that monster." "This. Senior, you are Slytherin," Brook emphasized. Voldemort rejoiced within the diary. How fortuitous that his thoughts aligned with reality. He had just been deliberating whether to mention the chamber himself. After all, once they reached the chamber, Brook would be clueless on how to control the basilisk, and he would inevitably seek his assistance. At that moment, he would have the opportunity to release Brook's mind, thereby manipulating him and siphoning his life force. Since the primary soul was lost, he must become the primary soul. Chapter 95, Securing the Basilisk. After extracting the location of the chamber from Voldemort, Brook wasted no time. He transformed into a likeness of young Leo and headed straight to the abandoned girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. The lavatory was dimly lit, with few torches. Beneath a weathered, cracked mirror stood a row of basins, their surfaces peeling away. The floor was damp, exuding a musty odor. The wooden door to the single-stall restroom had peeling paint and was marred by scratches. Brook approached the basin directly. At the side of the brass dragon tap, he spotted the engraved little snake. "Which house do you belong to, young wizard? You are quite handsome. How come I have never seen you before?" A feminine voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Brook turned around to find a young ghost girl, wearing glasses and clad in Ravenclaw robes. "I am Leonardo." Brook replied with a slight smile. "And you are?" The girl's eyes instantly transformed into twinkling stars, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness. "I am called Myrtle, and I reside here." She indicated towards the innermost stall. "I apologize, I did not notice someone was present there. Are you searching for something? May I assist you?" Myrtle inquired bashfully. "I have already found it." Brook gestured towards the brass faucet. "I came here at night stealthily." "Myrtle, can you keep this a secret for me?" "Of course, no problem at all," Myrtle replied without hesitation. "Thank you. You are truly a kind girl." At this, Myrtle blushed deeply, covering her face with her hands. Brook then glanced at the small snake and spoke in a serpentine tone. "Open." The faucet emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the water basin started to shake violently before gradually vanishing, revealing a substantial pipeline. Myrtle floated over, her curiosity piqued as she peered into the tunnel below. "I'm going down now. See you next time," Brook announced. "Isn't this dangerous?" Myrtle expressed her concern. Brook found Myrtle's apprehension quite amusing and decided to jest. "If I were to perish, would you mind sharing the toilet with me?" "Ah." Myrtle lowered her head, her voice nearly inaudible. "All yours, if you desire it. I can relinquish mine too." Brook smiled softly, and with a gentle lift from his companion, he was whisked into the pipeline. The tunnel twisted and turned. But the flying pig's aerial skills were impeccable, ensuring that Brook did not graze the walls. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, he landed smoothly in a dark stone tunnel. Brook cautiously advanced, noting the damp ground littered with tiny animal bones. Suddenly, he halted, catching sight of a massive shadow in the distance. Squinting, he discerned a gigantic snake skin, glistening green and evidently venomous. He casually pocketed it, pondering its potential for potion-making rather than consumption. At the tunnel's end stood a solid wall, intricately carved with 2 entwined serpents, their eyes fashioned from large emeralds. Brook continued to speak in the snake language. "Open." The serpents slowly parted, causing the stone wall to crack open, revealing a spacious passage. He stepped inside, entering a long chamber adorned with numerous stone columns, each etched with serpentine designs. At the far end loomed a towering statue of an elderly wizard, with a gaunt visage, sharp features, and sparse beard, undoubtedly a representation of Salazar Slytherin. Brook's throat emitted a series of hisses. "Open." The statue remained unresponsive. "Alohomora. Sesame, open the door." Brook scratched his head, pondering that since there was a statue of Slytherin present, this must be his intended destination. Yet, how could he summon the basilisk? Should he offer some flattery? "Esteemed Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders, please grant me your aid." As the words fell from his lips, the colossal stone visage of Slytherin began to animate. Its mouth widened, ultimately forming a vast, gaping void. It seemed that flattery was universally applicable. Brook heard a rustling sound emanating from within, akin to something crawling. He brushed his hand against the ring, and a pair of yellow-tinted spectacles materialized, which he adorned upon his face. These were procured by Hassan, designed to shield against the lethal gaze of the basilisk. A serpent, 6 meters in length and thicker than a barrel, emerged from the depths. Its immense form slithered closer to Brook, nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. Hissing softly, it rasped, "Who are you?" "I am Brook Slytherin," he replied. "You bear none of his scent." The basilisk evidently possessed the means to discern Slytherin's bloodline. Brook shrugged his shoulders, realizing that deception was futile. "What do you typically consume? Are you hungry?" "Hungry for blood," the basilisk responded. With a flick of his hand on the ring, a dead cow appeared upon the ground. "A gift for our meeting." The basilisk, with its luminous yellow eyes, fixated on the carcass, inquired, "What is your intention?" "To release you, to slay those muggle-born wizards," Brook lured. The basilisk shook its head, declaring, "I guard Hogwarts." Brook's lips twitched in frustration. Damn it. The creature within Slytherin's chamber was meant to cleanse the school of muggle-born wizards, purifying bloodlines. How had it come to act as a guardian of Hogwarts? It appeared that his verbal persuasion had failed. Yet, if words were ineffectual, he would resort to subjugation through force. With a wave of his wand, 2 3-meter-tall shadow giants materialized, charging directly at the basilisk. The creature emitted an enraged hiss. "You shall perish." Its massive form swiftly coiled, its tail striking like a black whip towards the shadow giants. They nimbly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, one shadow giant struck the basilisk from the side, delivering a powerful blow. However, the punch failed to budge the basilisk. and the corrosive energy could not penetrate its scaly defenses. Despite the giant's fervent assaults, they merely served to harass the creature. Gradually, the basilisk was subdued, its dark energy dissipating. Brook seized the moment and cast Banshee's Wail. The basilisk emitted a pained hiss, writhing in agony. Ultimately, tormented by the Banshee's Wail, the basilisk drove its head against a stone pillar in a bid to alleviate its throbbing pain. Bang, bang, bang. The entire chamber began to tremble, debris cascading from above. It took a full 3 minutes for the quaking to cease, and the basilisk finally succumbed, lying motionless upon the ground. Chapter 96. Voldemort. Your treatment rivals that of a monkey. A long spear appeared in Brook's hand. As he released it, the spear soared swiftly towards the basilisk. Just as it was about to pierce the creature's head, it halted an inch from its target. It appears that the serpent creature is not merely feigning. It has genuinely succumbed to unconsciousness. Brook approached the serpent, reciting the incantation from the soul transfer technique. As he intoned the words, the creature's spirit gradually floated out from its corporeal form. With a pointed gesture towards the serpent's soul, he unleashed a powerful Avada Kedavra. In an instant, a brilliant green light struck the soul, causing it to dissipate into the ether. With a wave of his hand, Brook effortlessly stored the serpent's lifeless body within his ring. Shortly thereafter, a concealed portal materialized before him, and he stepped through it. Within this space, a swirling mass of black mist surged toward him. Gently caressing the moonlight in his grasp, Brook addressed Voldemort. Shall we converse? A visage, obscured in darkness, gradually took shape amidst the mist, its eyes glowing with an eerie crimson hue. Voldemort's deep, raspy voice reverberated. Wrath, what is it that you wish to discuss? Submit to me, Brook declared. Locking eyes with Voldemort, I shall bestow upon you all the wealth, status, and power you desire. I can provide everything you seek. Voldemort faltered momentarily, the words striking a familiar chord. Were these not the very phrases he often employed to deceive others? The red glow in his eyes flickered as he bellowed, Wrath. You. Yet, before he could finish, there was a loud bang as the serpent's corpse materialized before him. Voldemort's eyes narrowed in confusion. The serpent? What do you mean? Brook's lips curled into a slight smile. How about I offer this as your new vessel? Voldemort scoffed derisively. Do you think a soul is merely something to be inserted? If I claim it, I shall undoubtedly achieve it. I am the Dark Lord. Brook retorted. A being who cannot even escape England dares to call himself a Dark Lord? Enraged, Voldemort charged at Brook. The moonlight responded with a bolt of lightning that struck him, eliciting a wretched howl as the black mist writhed under the electric onslaught. Brook sighed in exasperation, muttering, Why can't we have a civil discussion? The Dark Lord will not yield. Abandon that notion. Voldemort, gritting his teeth, declared, Perform a few tasks for me, and then you may stir up whatever chaos you wish in this world. Turning to leave, he recognized that staying would only result in further humiliation, and if he could endure 10 years in Albania, he could certainly withstand another 200. After all, he was immortal. Someday, he would find his chance to rise again. Brook sighed, realizing he was not cut out for the role of a master. If conversation was futile, he would cease. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning upon Voldemort, who began a protracted lament. As Brook recited the soul transfer spell, Balabala, Makabaka, gibberish, Ulala, he sensed the ability to draw Voldemort's soul. With a simple gesture, he forcibly thrust Voldemort's spirit into the serpent's body, promptly placing a tightening band upon its head. As the tightening headband took root, it seemed to entwine itself upon the head of the serpent creature. Adorned with glasses that prevented lethal harm, he awaited the resurrection of Voldemort with an air of calm confidence. Voldemort, now controlling the serpent's body, swayed as if intoxicated. Momentarily adjusting to his new form, his large yellow eyes fixated upon Brook. Ha, Lot, you've fallen for it. Thank you for granting me this body. No sooner had he spoken than the serpent's body surged with magical energy. With a swift lunge, it opened its gaping maw to bite Brook. Yet, Brook remained utterly still, merely uttering the incantation of the tightening spell. In an instant, the serpent's body froze midair. With a resounding thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. Voldemort began to wail in agony, yet this time he could roll about. Stop, please stop. Voldemort could no longer endure. He felt that death would be the sweetest release. The pain, penetrating to the very marrow of his being and soul, was exponentially more intense than the earlier lightning strikes. Brook ceased his chanting, observing Voldemort's pitiful state. Even the Monkey King could not withstand this. Do you really think you can endure it, little Voldemort? You can take pride in your treatment. It rivals that of the Monkey King. Voldemort, utterly perplexed by Brook's words, could only gasp for breath, his body twitching in agony. Brook, with a look of disdain, stepped back 30 meters. The serpent had clearly gone a millennium without brushing its teeth. The stench was unbearable. Voldemort lay incapacitated for nearly 30 minutes before regaining his composure. What is it you wish for me to do? He finally submitted to his fate, or rather, temporarily acquiesced. He needed time to devise a means of escape from this control. Look how splendid this is, Brook beamed. Voldemort's entire serpentine form trembled with rage. Calm down. Remain composed. I must not endure that sensation again. Brook articulated his intent. Go to the basin and kill for me. The basin? Voldemort, having only known life in England and Albania, was utterly ignorant of the mundane. He genuinely did not know where the basin was. You illiterate fool, Brook retorted in disbelief. The basin is associated with a school of magic known as the Magic Institute. How is it that in your realm, Voldemort, it holds no prestige? Voldemort pressed on. Who do you wish for me to kill? Who? The corners of Brook's mouth curled into a smirk. 30 million. 30 million. Terror flickered in Voldemort's eyes. 3,000 had already been a substantial number, and now an additional million? Had Brook lost his mind? In his 65 years. Apart from orchestrating the death of a few hundred muggles, he had never exceeded 20. What? Is that too few? I haven't even counted the interest yet, Brook replied coldly. Voldemort's mind grew hazy. He suddenly felt as though he were unworthy of the title Dark Lord. This imp before him was the true Dark Lord. No. He was a demon. The most ruthless devil in hell. However, Voldemort's assessment of Brook was premature. Brook continued, I will assist you in liberating those Death Eaters from Azkaban. You can take them and educate them properly. They don't even dare to consume human flesh. How can they be deemed wicked? Of course, I, Brook, would never indulge in such repugnant acts either. Just the thought of it is nauseating, let alone the act itself. Yet now, to deal with the basin. Only the most vile among us will suffice. Chapter 97. Quidditch commences. Voldemort found himself utterly speechless. Brook's words had completely shattered his worldview. He felt that his previous acts of tormenting others for amusement were mere child's play. I shall also assign you some dementors to swiftly drain joy and proliferate relentlessly. I want them to spread throughout the basin. Brook articulated his final directive. He had repeatedly contemplated how to annihilate the basin. He had considered detonating a colossal explosion on Rich Earth Mountain, or even hurling all the large explosions onto Basin Island. Yet, these notions seemed insufficiently satisfying. Too lenient upon them. Destroying the environment and harming innocent flora and fauna was unacceptable. Furthermore, the nearby waters would suffer from radiation damage. Thus, after he had imprisoned Voldemort and inspired by Hassan, he conceived a bold idea, to cast Voldemort into the basin. No matter how wretched Voldemort had become, he could still kill. Moreover, his presence would certainly create considerable trouble for Dumbledore. This way, Brook could live peacefully and joyfully at Hogwarts, relishing in a life of indulgence. How delightful that would be. I will do my utmost, Voldemort responded, feeling a twinge of anxiety. It was only due to his serpentine form that he remained standing. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly knelt before Brook by now. Oh, right. Brook suddenly recalled something. Your first task upon arriving at the basin is to burn down that shrine. Voldemort silently nodded. Compared to taking countless lives, destroying a building was indeed far simpler. However, Brook did not instruct Voldemort to commence action immediately for a straightforward reason. First, Voldemort had not yet fully mastered the basilisk's fatal gaze, and he could not keep his eyes shut indefinitely. Should he accidentally open them, many of his Death Eaters would likely perish. Secondly, although the basilisk's body was formidable, it paled in comparison to Voldemort, who could wield a wand. Thus, Voldemort needed to study the Counter-Animagus spell to restore his human form. The male basilisk bore a crimson crest atop its head, while this one did not. As for why he did not simply bestow upon Voldemort a wizard's body, did he truly believe that Voldemort's original form was akin to a cabbage? If he were to be transformed into a mere ordinary wizard's body, not only would it be challenging to contend with Dumbledore, but even to restrain those Death Eaters would prove difficult. Additionally, Brook had already devised a plan. Within the spiritual framework of the basin, there existed a deity known as Yamada no Orochi. He intended for Voldemort to impersonate Yamada no Orochi and subsequently instigate a so-called holy war. Only by inciting an internal war among the Muggles can the population be swiftly diminished. Relying solely on the meager magical prowess of wizards pales in comparison to the efficacy of a well-placed strategy. Brook, however, remained unperturbed. The basin was there, steadfast and unyielding. In the ensuing days, he continued to refine the spatial dimensions of his ring. The once chaotic farm was now meticulously organized, and he had added a breeding ground. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep were essential, of course. Additionally, he included donkeys, horses, deer, pigeons, and snakes, any creature deemed edible. Brook even entertained the notion of establishing a zoo to house some fantastical beings, primarily for sustenance. Yet, Annan found herself overwhelmed. Now sleeping only 1 or 2 hours a day, tirelessly laboring from dawn till dusk, Brook initially intended to bring in 2 more house elves to alleviate her burden. But upon merely suggesting it, he could see the tears welling in her eyes, leaving him at a loss for words. His desire to lighten her load seemed to unintentionally suggest abandonment. Thus, he opted to reduce the number of vegetables and fruit trees planted. allowing Anon to complete all tasks within approximately 20 hours of work each day. Soon, the time arrived for the annual Hogwarts Quidditch Cup, featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. Naturally, Brook would not take to the field, but he was keen to join the festivities. After all, on the eve of the match, Draco had specifically approached the Gryffindor table to issue a stern warning to Harry, promising an intriguing spectacle for the following day. Adhering to the principle of indulging in any drama that may unfold, as the clock approached 11, students and faculty alike made their way to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was stifling and humid, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing ominously. Brook and Hermione arrived early at the stands, securing a prime vantage point. "Why are you so enthusiastic this time?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. In previous matches, it had always been her relentless persuasion that had coaxed Brook into attendance. Brook's lips curled into a slight smile. "Of course, I wish to witness the tumultuous dance of Harry and Draco." "You do have a wicked sense of humor," Hermione murmured. "And I too am eager to see." Ever since Brook had concocted the tale of Draco's affections for Harry, Hermione, though aware of its fabrication, could not shake the feeling that Draco's gaze upon Harry was peculiar, perhaps merely a figment of her imagination. As the players from both teams began to enter the arena, the stands erupted in fervent cheers. Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, and 15 enchanted brooms soared skyward like arrows released from a bow. Angelina, as agile as ever, seized the quaffle, leading the Gryffindor team into their initial charge. While Slytherin players displayed somewhat rudimentary skills, their physical advantages prevented Gryffindor from scoring with ease. The match unfolded with intense back-and-forth exchanges, and the score swiftly climbed to 60-40, with Gryffindor momentarily in the lead. Given the current momentum, if the match duration did not extend excessively, the golden snitch undoubtedly became the pivotal factor in determining the outcome of the match. Harry hovered in the air, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of the elusive snitch, while Draco flitted about like a peacock displaying its plumage, exuding an air of arrogance. However, his antics were not purely for show. His frequent movements effectively obstructed Harry's line of sight. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant of the space behind Harry, ensuring he had ample room to maneuver. Should Harry make even the slightest move, Draco would swiftly follow suit, ready to seize the opportunity if he discovered the snitch first. Employing the strategy of feigned distraction while covertly advancing, a tactic Brook had once described to him. "Draco, can you focus on the match?" Harry exclaimed, feeling dizzy from Draco's relentless circling. "I am focused, can't you see I'm flying?" Draco retorted, continuing his aerial display. Just as a verbal sparring match began to unfold between Harry and Draco, a bludger suddenly hurtled toward Harry. Reacting swiftly, Harry narrowly evaded it, only for the bludger to veer sharply and head straight for him again. Chapter 98, Rubber, Rubber. George, noticing Harry's predicament, rushed over and struck the bludger with his bat, sending it soaring away. Before he could catch his breath, the bludger, as if rebounding, altered its course and charged back toward Harry's head. Without hesitation, Harry activated his broomstick, zipping through the air in a desperate attempt to shake off the relentless bludger. Yet it seemed to have singled him out, pursuing him with relentless tenacity. He spotted Fred, who was poised to strike. Harry dashed toward him and, as he approached, dove sharply downward. Fred, anticipating the move, exerted every ounce of strength he had to send the bludger flying aside. However, before they could celebrate, the bludger was once again on Harry's tail. The twins, compelled to protect Harry, encircled him, continuously batting the bludger away. "This bludger has definitely been tampered with," Fred shouted. Draco, eager to defend himself, was on the verge of retorting when he suddenly snatched a bat from an unknown source and joined the fray against the bludger. "It is absolutely not me," Draco proclaimed, swinging his bat with fervor. "I want to win, but I intend to do so fairly." "I believe in you, Draco," Harry replied with a smile. "Leave me be. I'm curious to see whether I catch the snitch first or if the bludger strikes me first. Perhaps we should halt the match and investigate that bludger," Draco suggested anxiously. "Are you afraid?" Harry taunted. "Bring it on," Draco responded, brimming with bravado. He understood that the sooner the snitch was captured, the sooner Harry's peril would be alleviated. "Brook, that bludger is behaving suspiciously," Hermione remarked, her eyes scanning the crowd for Snape. She did not suspect him of malevolence toward Harry, but rather sought to ascertain whether he was casting a counter-curse, thus determining if there was indeed a problem with the bludger. Brook nodded in agreement. Though the bludgers may actively attack individuals, their trajectories are generally erratic, seldom fixating on a single target. The absence of intervention from Madame Hooch suggests that there is little cause for concern. However, Harry has displayed a remarkable lack of foresight. He could have simply directed the bludger towards the Slytherin players, perhaps even clearing the field. Hermione shot a perplexed glance at the conniving Ron, who appeared to possess a valid point. Suddenly, Harry sprang into action. Brook remarked suddenly, as Harry began to soar swiftly through the air. His movements were unpredictable, darting left and right, up and down, evidently in an effort to evade the rampaging bludger. Draco also returned the bat to his teammate and commenced circling the pitch. Both young wizards exhibited exceptional flying prowess, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the faculty and students in the stands. A smirk crept across Brook's face. It seemed the duel between Harry and Draco had commenced. Hermione watched them anxiously. Suddenly, both Harry and Draco surged towards the center from opposite sides. "Ah, it's the golden snitch," Hermione exclaimed. At that moment, Harry's focus was solely on the snitch, and Draco was equally unyielding. They traced arcs of red and green through the sky, on the verge of collision. Yet, at the critical moment, Draco's broomstick veered slightly. Their figures narrowly intertwined. With a steady grip, Harry clutched the snitch, pausing midair with a complex expression as he regarded Draco, who remained composed opposite him. Abruptly, Draco's pupils dilated as he shouted, "Watch out, Harry!" Before Harry could react, the frenzied bludger collided forcefully with his elbow, sending a searing pain coursing through him. He feared his arm might be broken. The bludger launched another assault, this time targeting his head. In a fit of fury, Draco drew his wand and bellowed at the bludger, "Disintegrate!" Just as it was about to strike Harry, the bludger exploded. The impact of the blast, compounded by the pain in his arm, left Harry momentarily disoriented. He felt the world spin around him, and in a moment of instability, he fell from his broom. "Harry, your hand!" Draco shouted as he raced towards him. In that fleeting instant of descent, Harry regained his senses upon hearing Draco's voice, instinctively extending his usable left hand. With a deft maneuver, Draco caught Harry's hand, skillfully guiding the broom to lower them gently to the ground. The faculty and students in the stands rose as one. At that moment, the score was of no consequence. They erupted in fervent applause for Draco. The Slytherin serpents regarded him with a mix of emotions. Although the match had been lost, the collective cheer for a Slytherin from the entire school was indeed a gratifying experience. Players from both teams began to descend. Wood immediately sought out Slytherin's new captain, Dorian Pusey, extending a handshake. Subsequently, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students descended from the stands to greet their respective teams. At that moment, a figure clad in an ornate wizard's robe pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front. Lockhart wore an exaggerated expression of concern. "Harry, I am here to heal you." "No, I'm fine." Harry instinctively moved his injured right hand, a sharp pang of pain causing him to grimace. "This spell is quite simple. I've used it countless times," Lockhart reassured him, rolling up his emerald green sleeves. His wand danced in his hand before pointing at Harry's arm, which hung limply at his side like rubber. Lockhart sought to find the right words to ease the situation, but Draco, with a grim expression, shoved him aside. He then supported Harry and led him towards the infirmary. As for Harry, wasn't Draco there? "Draco, why did you let me?" Harry asked, his expression complicated. "I didn't let you." Draco feigned innocence. Harry opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed, "Thank you, Draco." Draco looked at Harry earnestly and said, "We are friends, aren't we?" Harry beamed with a radiant smile. "Friends, good friends." Chapter 99. Dragon Blood Tofu. The following noon, Brook lazily woke up, stretching widely. After a hearty meal the previous night, he had ventured to the farm, initially intending to stroll and aid digestion. Coincidentally, the persimmons were ripe. He casually plucked one, unwashed, and peeled it. One was a crisp, freshly ripened persimmon, while the other was a fully ripened, syrupy delight, ready to be enjoyed. He was currently savoring the crisp persimmon. Its texture sweet and refreshing, neither astringent nor overly rich. He busied himself, gathering a batch and casting a preservation charm to retain the fruit's delightful crunch. Afterward, he harvested another set of persimmons, washed them thoroughly, peeled them, and briefly scalded them in hot water. He laid them out to dry, awaiting the formation of a white frost on the surface before they could be consumed. Brook, however, was not particularly fond of persimmon cakes, primarily due to their excessive sweetness. Nevertheless, Hermione adored them, and the young witches at Hogwarts were equally enamored. It was a perfect opportunity to sell to them. Although he was quite wealthy now, he believed in not squandering his resources. Thus, he toiled late into the night. Upon rising, Brook chose not to dine in the hall, but instead enjoyed a private meal of spicy chicken, yellow braised giant tail beast meat, and garlic-laden biting cabbage, which left him utterly satisfied. In the afternoon, he visited Hagrid, as he had a crucial task at hand, to draw blood from Feline. Now nearly a year old, Feline, though still a year shy of adulthood, had grown to 6 meters in height and nearly 10 meters in length, thanks to Hagrid's ample provisions. Its size had reached the standards of an adult dragon, thus ensuring a steady supply of dragon blood for Snape. Consequently, Brook could embark on his true purpose of dragon keeping, the creation of dragon blood tofu. Upon his arrival at Hagrid's hut, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Draco were already gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Noticing Brook's entrance, Hermione quickly beckoned, "Brook, we have something important to discuss with you." Brook approached, inquiring, "What is it?" Hermione exchanged a glance with Harry, who proceeded to elucidate. "Last night, Dobby reappeared. That deranged rogue bludger was under his control. The reason I was unable to access the train platform previously was also due to him sealing off the entrance. Brooke turned to Draco, whose expression was grim, and remarked, "Then let Draco handle it." Draco remained silent, prompting Harry to continue. "Although Dobby's recent actions have placed me in peril, it is evident from his words that he seeks to protect me. He claims that Hogwarts is in danger and wishes for me to leave. His assistance stems from profound gratitude for my vanquishing Voldemort." Brooke furrowed his brow slightly. "And this has softened your heart?" Harry nodded, somewhat sheepishly. Brooke replied sternly, "Harry, perhaps you may find this hard to accept. But this is ultimately a matter concerning Draco's family. It would be wise for you to refrain from involving yourself. Dobby's intentions may be well-meaning. Yet from Draco and his family's perspective, it is a betrayal. While he empathizes with the plight of house elves, as he does with Anne, he has done all within his power to support her. However, this does not mean he can condone the betrayal of a house elf. It is crucial to understand that the master-servant relationship between wizards and house elves was forged through blood and sacrifice by ancient wizards. We, as their descendants, possess no right to be complacent. Moreover, Brooke harbors a deep disdain for traitors, which renders any decision made by Lucius comprehensible. But Harry faltered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The most affected by this situation must be Draco, Brooke continued. After all, the Malfoy family will inevitably lose a house elf. Draco took a deep breath, stating, "I will speak to my father about giving Dobby a piece of clothing so he may leave." Brooke's assertion resonated. This affair weighed heavily upon him. A distinguished house elf is considered the epitome of servitude, yet once a betrayal occurs, they can no longer remain in service. This also implies that the blood bond within Dobby is weakening, rendering the prospect of using him to propagate offspring a distant dream. Harry sighed in relief, grateful that Dobby's life could be preserved. As for the danger Dobby mentioned, they all tacitly chose not to revisit the topic, considering it possibly a mere jest from Lucius, which Dobby mistakenly took to heart. Brooke made a deep incision on Fenella's dragon leg, blood flowing profusely. Fenella, however, appeared unfazed, lazily yawning. For this act of bloodletting, Brooke had exchanged several bottles of high-purity malt liquor, which Fenella eagerly consumed, now feeling somewhat drowsy. Hagrid stood by, watching in dismay. In the past, he had drawn blood from Felina by merely making a small incision at her fingertip, collecting 50 milliliters with a glass vial no thicker than his pinky. Yet, Brooke took a different approach, opting to use a bucket instead. "Brooke, that should suffice," Hagrid couldn't help but remind him. Brooke glanced at the bucket, which was nearly half full, and realized it was indeed time to stop. "Felina, that will do." He lifted the bucket of dragon blood away from the suitcase. After all, it was rather inconsiderate to prepare dragon blood tofu in Felina's presence. The dragon blood was exceedingly viscous, emanating a pungent scent of iron. Brooke donned a protective cap and began directing Harry to gradually add water to the bucket, while he stirred it in a clockwise motion until the amount of water equaled that of the dragon blood. Only then did he cease, awaiting its transformation into a gelatinous form. Once the blood had congealed, Brooke employed a knife to cut it into small pieces, which he placed into boiling water, allowing it to simmer gently. He stirred continuously, adding cold water as the mixture began to bubble, repeating this process several times until the blood cubes were devoid of any red hue. Finally, he extinguished the flame and rinsed the dragon blood tofu with cold water. Most of it was set aside for later, while the remainder was reserved for a hot pot dinner that evening. Draco and Brooke had been friends for nearly a year. Thus, when he beheld the large cauldron filled with Sichuan hot pot base, he was utterly taken aback. Wasn't this meant for brewing potions? What if Snape were to catch sight of it? A shiver coursed through him. Would there still be time to flee?